Fierce, swift, and heavily armed. A row of girls stands by the roadside, available for drivers to choose at will. In the desolate wasteland of the radiation zone, they vie for scraps of food from the drivers. Mutated monsters, treacherous hearts, and sinister organizations. Under the barrage of gunfire, all beings are equal. It's not that reason is disregarded. Rather, fists prove to be more cost-effective. A constantly upgraded transport vehicle. A group of comrades bound by life and death. A ray of hope amidst the apocalypse. Chapter 1. The Woman Who Hitches a Ride. We're about to enter the radiation zone up ahead. We haven't seen anyone for over 10 days. Shall we take a couple along? His companion, Ma Xiaoxi, casually sought the opinion of Ma Xiaoxi at the driver's seat. With a flirtatious grin, he pointed out the window with the bottle in his hand. By the roadside, beneath the enormous black rock monument of Shihai Oasis, stood a long line of women, dressed in relatively clean clothing, with their faces and hair modestly groomed. Most of them were frail, varying in height and skin tone. Yet they shared a commonality. The top 3 buttons of their blouses were undone. They submitted themselves to the inspection of passing drivers, fully aware of the implications. Ma Xiaoxi had traversed into this wasteland world for 6 months, and, as a former soldier, he felt a certain aversion to such affairs. Even if he desired a moment of pleasure, he insisted on ensuring the other party's health and hygiene. In contrast, the original owner of Ma Xiaoxi was far less conservative. Using his relatively handsome face, he had accrued a considerable emotional debt. His companion, Ma Xiaoxi, originally named Ma Xiaoxi, was not only lecherous but also appeared robust and clumsy. In reality, he was a skilled craftsman and a mechanic of the vehicle. Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize what cargo we are transporting this time? Stop daydreaming about women. Ma Xiaoxi coldly rejected Ma Xiaoxi's suggestion. Ma Xiaoxi replied, "What's the big deal about delivering a few crates of arms to the yellow-haired mercenaries? Why are you so tense? It's not our first delivery. These women are just looking to fill their stomachs for a few days. Don't worry, the news won't leak." He added, "I can't compare to you, the cultured pretty boy. Once we arrive at Shuaijin, the alluring proprietress of the motorcycle hotel will help you relieve your urges. I don't have such privileges. A normal, strapping man can't keep it all bottled up forever." Ma Xiaoxi, disinterested, pressed the accelerator to speed through. However, the truck ahead suddenly slowed and stopped before the boundary marker, while at that moment, vehicles entering the oasis lined up in a long queue at the checkpoint, completely occupying the opposing lane. It was impossible to overtake the truck in front. "Damn it," Ma Xiaoxi cursed, reluctantly slowing down to a stop. It's fate." Ma Xiaoxi chuckled. The men on the truck shouted rudely at the women. 3 meals a day, 1 steamed bun, and a portion of vegetable soup each meal. Who wants to get on the truck? A dozen women, hearing the call, quickly gathered by the truck door, trying to present their figures as attractively as possible. You, and you. The truck door opened, and the driver selected 3 women to board, then drove away. Just as Ma Xiaoxi was about to move forward, that group of hungry women, thinking the heavily armored transport vehicle was also picking people, surged forward, blocking the front of the truck and the door. No amount of honking could disperse them. It seemed that if he didn't pick someone to take away, he would have to struggle for a long time. Ma Xiaoxi, feeling amused, lowered the window to flirt and haggle with the women. "As long as you perform well, there will be canned meat to eat." The women strained even harder to show off their figures, fearing the people in the truck couldn't see them. "Hurry up, stop dawdling, take one and go." Ma Xiaoxi ordered Ma Xiaoxi. "You're getting more irritable. What's the rush?" "Hey sister, it's you." Ma Xiaoxi pointed to a slightly plump girl and opened the truck door. As a slightly plump girl just boarded, a beautiful woman with brown hair and a prominent nose squeezed forward. This woman, around 24-25 years old, was a typical representative of the icy northern region, tall and slender, her somewhat faded red dress accentuating her fair skin. She spoke with a harsh accent, saying, "Let me on the truck too. I haven't eaten for 3 days." Ma Xiaoxi glanced at Ma Xiaoxi with a pleading look. "How about you show some kindness and do the good deed?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired in the fragmented language of the ice plains. "How long have you been in Shihai Oasis?" The brown-haired woman was momentarily taken aback, then fluently replied in the language of the ice plains, 2 years. I fled here due to the war in my hometown." Ma Xiaoxi gestured for the brown-haired woman to get into the vehicle. Ma Xiaoxi bent down from the high driver's seat and reached out to assist the woman aboard, his strong hands taking the opportunity to pinch her backside. Yet, the woman showed no sign of concern. "Ma gueux, you really know how to play, picking such a fine mare and even exchanging a few words in foreign tongue." Ma Xiaoxi grinned lewdly. Ma Xiaoxi disregarded his companion's teasing and turned to the slightly plump girl who was the first aboard, saying, "You get out." The girl was instantly stunned, protesting vehemently against leaving. Pang Xiong shot her a fierce glare. "Ma Xiaoxi, this is too much. I've barely got my pants off and you pull this on me? Are you even human? Besides, I prefer them plump." Ma Xiaoxi paid no heed to Pang Xiong's incessant protests. He bent down and casually retrieved a can of luncheon meat from beneath the seat, stuffing it into the arms of the slightly plump girl. "Take this and get out." The girl clutched Pang Xiong's arm, pleading for him to let her stay. In the next moment, Ma Xiaoxi drew an M1887 shotgun, aiming it at the girl's head. "No more nonsense. Take the can and get lost." The girl could only glare resentfully at the tall woman from the ice plains beside her before obediently disembarking. Thus, she forfeited several days' worth of rations. Ma Xiaoxi and his companions were transporting 5 large crates of arms to the local rebel mercenaries known as the Huangmao. Their destination was Nisai Town, located in the intricately influenced ice plains, requiring them to traverse a desolate expanse of 2,000 kilometers. He was keen to avoid any unnecessary complications. The reason for retaining the brown-haired woman was her origins from the ice plains and her fluency in the language. In case of an emergency, she could serve as a translator for negotiations. The brown-haired woman realized that aside from the burly man who had helped her aboard and pinched her, the young man in the driver's seat was the one truly in charge of the heavily armored transport vehicle. He was a competent youth with a slight stubble and a ruggedly handsome visage. The woman hesitated for a moment, asking in a stiff accent, "Just me and you two?" Then, steeling her resolve as if fearing the loss of something precious, she quickly spoke up. "2 people will suffice, but I require an extra portion of food to take with me." "He has no interest in women and does not play. It's just me," the stout bear retorted petulantly to the woman. The woman, suspicious, pondered whether these two were indeed gay, perhaps angered because one sought other women. Regardless, the woman's food supply for the coming days seemed secure. Although the nuclear explosion crisis had transpired over 30 years ago, the true crisis was only just beginning to manifest, as the collapse of the resource and energy systems led to the disintegration of human societal order. Poverty and hunger had transformed individuals into beasts, driving the impoverished to do anything for a meal. To fend off the assaults from armed factions and the mutated creatures born of nuclear radiation, human settlements gradually coalesced around the ruins of the great cities post-explosion, forming vast living circle oases. Beyond the oasis lay an endless expanse of radioactive wasteland. The transport vehicle traversed the desert for an hour when 5 peculiar figures ambled into view on the road ahead. They donned human clothing, yet their skin appeared desiccated, their eyes clouded white and bloodshot. They were the deformed. Due to prolonged exposure to radiation, the deformed had lost their cognitive abilities and no longer belonged to humanity, capable of indiscriminately tearing into any living creature, including humans and other normal animals, in search of fresh blood. Ma Xiaoxi suddenly accelerated the transport vehicle. Bang! At a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, the 12-meter-long transport vehicle, equipped with armor resembling a colossal snowplow, violently collided with the 5 deformed. Their bodies were flung 30 to 40 meters away, dark red blood and mangled limbs scattered across the ground. The woman in the icy plains witnessed this scene and couldn't help but scream, doubling over to retch. The stout bear exclaimed, "Damn it, now I have to help you wash the vehicle. Why are you so irritable now?" Ma Xiaoxi disregarded him. Before him appeared a virtual prompt for upgrading the transport vehicle system. Eliminated 5 deformed. Reward: transport vehicle armor attribute increased by 5 level 285. Level 10 transport vehicle will initiate the return journey. What the return journey entailed was unspecified by the system. It had become Ma Xiaoxi's sole hope in this desolate world. His chance to return to a normal Earth timeline and reunite with his family and friends. At that moment, the radiation alarm in the vehicle emitted 2 sharp beeps. Not far from the roadside, a patch of wasteland harbored 7 or 8 enormous mutated giant rats, nearly a meter in length, feverishly tearing into a half-consumed corpse of a yak. On the neck of that Yanyo, there bizarrely grew 2 heads. Ma Xiaoxi seized the microphone and addressed the Freight Alliance headquarters through the dedicated radio channel. Shihai 1746 has departed from Shihai Oasis and entered the radioactive desert. It will arrive at Shuaijin tomorrow afternoon. Shihai 1746. Shihai 1746 will arrive at Shuaijin tomorrow afternoon. Headquarters received. He then pressed the brake, slowed down, and pulled over to the roadside, allowing the still sulking Pang Xiong to take over driving, before turning to the brown-haired woman and commanding her. Undress completely. I need to conduct a check. Chapter 2. The Search. Inside the spacious cabin. Undress completely. I need to conduct a check. Ma Xiaoxi ordered the brown-haired woman from the icefield zone, his tone indifferent and devoid of argument. Although the brown-haired woman had fallen into disarray, being completely naked in broad daylight and subjected to inspection by two men was still somewhat shameful. She was astonished that he would make such a peculiar demand. The Pang Xiong in the driver's seat nearly slammed the brakes in shock. Damn, I thought I was twisted enough, but now I realize I'm just lecherous. You are the true pervert. Is this still the refined pretty boy from before? I can hardly recognize you. Pang Xiong then chuckled. But it's rather good. At least this is what a normal man would be like. Otherwise, I constantly worry you favor big, burly men, and I'd have to wear extra underwear at night to guard against you. Pang Xiong relaxed his hands on the steering wheel, gazing straight ahead, and addressed the flustered brown-haired woman. Miss, cooperate a bit. Rest assured, if you serve well, we will not mistreat you. My brother is rarely interested in women, which indicates your charm and that you truly appeal to him. Ma Xiaoxi shot him a glare. Drive properly and stop babbling. He then turned to the bewildered brown-haired woman, his tone brooking no dissent. I must ensure the safety of those in our vehicle. Hurry up and undress. Ma Xiaoxi was well aware this was cruel. However, in a chaotic world, he could not overlook any detail. His rules must be upheld in his vehicle. In his previous life, he had been a member of a special forces unit. During a visit home, he witnessed several middle school students bully a young girl, stripping her clothes, slapping her, and burning her skin with cigarette butts. In a moment of impulse, he taught those ruffians a lesson, but lost control of his strength, leaving one boy paralyzed from the waist down. To his utter shock, the bully girl's family dared not testify on his behalf, resulting in his dismissal from the army, a compensation of several 100,000 yuan and 2 years in prison. From that moment on, Ma Xiaoxi became profoundly disillusioned with human nature. Moreover, in this desolate world, poverty and hunger have shattered the ordered confines erected by civilization, unleashing the malevolence that lies deep within humanity. A few bags of rice and flour can serve as a legitimate pretext for robbery and murder. Caution and, when necessary, ruthlessness are the keys to survival. As each button was undone, the red dress fell to the floor, revealing the pale, exquisite figure beneath. In this moment, the woman was undeniably beautiful. She wore a pair of red-soled high heels, accentuating the taut lines of her calves and thighs. This showcased the distinctive elegance and curves of women from the ice plains. Her curvaceous form shivered slightly in the morning light, radiating an unparalleled charm. Ma Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned for 2 seconds. Having lived to this point, he was no longer a novice. Though not as experienced with women as the plump bear beside him, he had interacted with quite a few beautiful girls. He had to admit that the woman from the ice plains possessed a unique allure. Ma Xiaoxi regained his composure and began to search her. He moved behind the woman and removed a black lacquered bamboo hairpin from her head. Her brown hair cascaded like a waterfall over her fair shoulders. He then took the delicate silver necklace from around her neck. Remove your shoes. When Ma Xiaoxi checked between her legs, the woman visibly shivered, yet ultimately made no resistance. Afterwards, Ma Xiaoxi examined her discarded clothing, finding nothing amiss, and instructed her to put her clothes back on. The woman appeared somewhat surprised. She had prepared herself for further interaction, but did not expect this young man to merely be conducting a search. With a rumble from her stomach, the woman tentatively spoke up. Boss, don't you want me to serve you? Ma Xiaoxi remained unmoved. He harbored an almost instinctual wariness toward strangers, a vigilance strong enough to quell desire. Like a wolf observing its prey for an extended period before striking. Moreover, among the items they were transporting, there were 5 large crates of munitions, which are considered hard currency in the Wasteland and are bound to attract considerable attention. He shook the necklace and bamboo hairpin in his hand. We will take care of these 2 items for you and return them when you disembark. As he spoke, he prepared to place them into the locked storage compartment in front of his seat. No, the necklace must be returned to me. The woman's voice was soft yet resolute. Pang Xiong cast a glance and said to Ma Xiaoxi, the necklace should be all right? Don't make the atmosphere so serious, haha. Ma Xiaoxi considered for a moment and felt there should be no problem. Thus, he locked only the bamboo hairpin in the storage compartment and returned the necklace to the brown-haired woman. He also handed her a piece of dry bread. Thank you, boss. The woman eagerly began to nibble on it. What is your name? Zhuoshan. Zhuoshan, we will enter the ice field zone tomorrow afternoon. What was your position in the ice field zone, and who was fighting? After finishing the bread, Zhuoshan pondered before responding. My home is in B15 district, where the people mainly rely on oil extraction. It should have been relatively affluent, but due to the presence of energy resources, B15 has become a battleground for various factions. In recent years, a group known as the Yellow-Clad Army emerged, led by a man named Yoli, who commands thousands of mercenaries and frequently engages in battles. Alas, B15 is notoriously chaotic. Do you have any relatives left in the ice field zone? None. By the time I left, all my relatives had perished. Have you heard of East Town? That is a precarious little town in B13 district, a stronghold of the rebels. Are you planning to go there? While the two were conversing, Pang Xiong abruptly shifted from his earlier frivolity, adopting a serious tone. 3 vehicles have followed us from behind, all off-road vehicles. In the Wasteland, having vehicles tailing you is not a good sign. It is highly likely that bandits are trailing, intending to surround and halt the target passenger or cargo vehicle for robbery and other nefarious deeds. Ma Xiaoxi immediately observed through the rearview mirror, spotting 3 modified, earthy yellow off-road vehicles about a kilometer behind. The 3 vehicles maintained their distance, not closing in further. Damn it, are they bandits? Should we shake them off? Pang Xiong solicited Ma Xiaoxi's opinion. Their off-road vehicle has superior mobility compared to ours. We cannot shake them off. Damn, should we engage them now? No need. If they were bandits, they would likely strike when we reach the vast area of Bayerhu Lake at night, where both sides are marshy and escape would be impossible. So what should we do now? We can't just let them bite at our heels while we sit here, waiting for their backstab, can we? Zhuoshan's face turned pale, her expression filled with terror as she observed the conversation between the two. She understood what it would mean if this vehicle were hijacked and if the bandits discovered her. She had no idea how many bandits she would have to face, how long they would torment her, or in what cruel manner they would ultimately end her life. Ma Xiaoxi glanced at the satellite navigation on the screen, his gaze fierce as he declared, "Drive to the flat ground at He Shirko ahead, veer off the main road to park, and display our firepower to them. If they dare to cause trouble, I will deal with them." Chapter 3. Come and witness my firearm at noon at Haishiku, over 300 kilometers from the Shihai Green Oasis. A warning echoed, "Attention. The flat terrain extends for 1 kilometer ahead to Haishiku. Do not reveal the grenade launcher on the vehicle's roof. We must preserve our options." As Ma Xiaoxi timely reminded, she deftly activated a series of buttons on the central console. The transport vehicle's sides immediately filled with unsettling creaks, reminiscent of gnashing teeth. The auburn-haired woman, Zhuoshan, appeared somewhat anxious, instinctively clutching her clothing at the chest and glancing around. In stark contrast, the burly driver, Pang Xiong, remained unfazed, casting a casual glance through the rearview mirror at the 3 off-road vehicles tailing them. One hand firmly gripped the steering wheel, while the other raised an almost empty beer bottle to his lips, tilting his head back to drink before tossing it out the window. Although one should not drink while driving, this individual possessed an extraordinary tolerance, often substituting alcohol for water. "No need to fret, beauty. I got your back. These are mere small fries. Let them witness my firepower." In the next moment, Pang Xiong slammed on the brakes and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. The transport vehicle's brake lights flared, veering off the road to trace a semicircle on a vacant plot, where it came to a steady halt. The clearing measured 200 meters on each side, surrounded by an expanse of irregularly sized black stones protruding from the ground like the fangs of a colossal beast. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the flat terrain, distance from the roadway. This positioning ensured that targets on the road fell well within the weapon's effective range, while the scattered black stones hindered the enemy's off-road vehicles from flanking them. This was a tacit understanding forged among comrades, where a mere glance or a word sufficed for mutual comprehension. At that moment, 4 Gatling machine guns emerged from the vehicle's side, their dark barrels gleaming ominously as they aimed toward the road. Ma Xiaoxi calmly retrieved a short-barreled Winchester M1887 shotgun from beneath her seat, while simultaneously pressing Zhuoshan's head down, urging her to lie flat on the seat, covering her with a military green trench coat. Inside the foremost off-road vehicle, a young man shouted into his intercom, "Dao Ge, the goods ahead have slowed to a stop outside the road. Should we take action now? Accelerate and assess the situation." Dao Ge commanded decisively from the passenger seat of the middle vehicle, signaling his driver to reduce speed. "Understood." the young man replied, hastily accelerating to keep pace. 2 minutes later, the intercom crackled to life again. The goods are armed with heavy machine guns. They have clearly spotted us and are deliberately parked to show off. Xiao Ding, do not stop. Proceed forward 300 meters and park by the roadside, ready to provide cover. Prepare armor-piercing rounds and aim at the driver. As soon as they open the car door, eliminate the driver. Dao Ge stroked his beard, instructing the young man referred to as Xiao Ding, before turning to the others. All brothers, ready your firearms and explosives. Do not reveal yourselves yet. Await my command. The two vehicles behind gradually advanced, eventually halting opposite Ma Xiaoxi and her crew. Observing the enemy's vehicle had come to a standstill, Ma Xiaoxi immediately addressed them through the vehicle's loudspeaker. Brothers across the way, do not exit your vehicles. The moment you open the door, we will open fire. Let's refrain from causing trouble in this desolate area. Dao Ge lowered the window, signaling his intention not to fire. Brothers, we mean no harm. We simply ask that you share some provisions with us. We are out of supplies, and if we cannot survive, we will be left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. We only need to reach Shuizhen. We do not have extra food, and our numbers are too great for us to manage alone. Please seek assistance from others. Just a little will suffice. I am Dao Ge from the desolate area. Let's befriend one another. The more allies we have, the greater our chances of survival in the future. If there is truly nothing to share, a little medicine would suffice. We will leave immediately. Why not just give it to them? Suggested the woman lying across the seat, her voice barely above a whisper, seemingly eager to break the standoff, hoping to avert disaster through concession. However, before she could finish, Ma Xiaoxi swiftly turned off the microphone, smacking the woman on the head and growling in a lowered voice, "Speak again, and I will end you." Ma Xiaoxi then reopened the microphone, firmly rejecting their plea. "We have nothing. Spare us the nonsense. If you do not leave within 10 seconds, we will turn you into Swiss cheese." Pang Xiong promptly engaged the Gatling machine gun, the barrels beginning to spin ominously. Ma Xiaoxi gestured to Pang Xiong, signaling him to prepare for action at her command. These rogues were like seasoned criminals, seizing the opportunity to leave no survivors. "Fine, you're tough. We will take our leave." Dao Ge leaned his head out, signaling the rear vehicle to turn around, then slowly raised the window, calmly stating into the intercom, "Brothers, we have struck gold this time. There's a woman among the goods, and there should only be these two men in the vehicle. Everyone, prepare for action. Shout ding, I will count to 3, and on 1, we shoot the driver." Dao Ji's tone remained remarkably calm, as though casually discussing what to have for dinner. He was a seasoned outlaw active in this area, possessing sharp observational skills. Even the fleeting comment from Zhuoshan was not lost on him, allowing him to make a swift and accurate judgment based on scan information. 3, 2. Ma Xiaoxi was poised to give Pang Xiong the prearranged signal. Just then, a roar of engines erupted from behind. For police armored vehicles, flashing red lights, sped toward them. "Damn it, the joint defense team is here. Hold off on the attack for now. We will seize the goods later. Xiao Ding, we are turning around." Dao Ge ordered. In this day and age, although the joint defense team generally turn a blind eye to the rampant crime in the desolate areas, a shootout beneath their noses would still invite their ruthless intervention. "Is this it?" Pang Xiong asked Ma Xiaoxi. "I sense these individuals are not simply going to give up. They must have realized there is a woman in the vehicle. They are just reluctant to act with the joint defense team passing by. Then let us strike while the iron is hot. Forget it. Stow the weapons for now. It is best to remain low-key in front of the joint defense team. Let us follow the armored vehicle for now. We will be cautious tonight." With a press of the accelerator, Pang Xiong maneuvered the transport vehicle back onto the road. Ma Xiaoxi reopened the microphone, calling out to Dao Ge, "Do not follow us closely. If we see you within 2 kilometers, I will not hesitate to open fire." After a short distance, noticing no off-road vehicles trailing behind, Ma Xiaoxi grabbed Zhuoshan, stating, "You better listen well. While in my vehicle, you follow my orders, and you have no right to interject. If you do not wish to survive, do not bring trouble upon us. If you speak out again, I will certainly throw you out of the vehicle. Those bandits are not as courteous as I am. Do you understand?" Zhuoshan was taken aback by Ma Xiaoxi's fierceness, having not expected the seemingly gentle young man to unleash such a predatory aura. "All right, I understand. I will comply," she stammered. Pang Xiong interjected, "Ma Ge, it's for your own good. You do not know those bandits. Ma Xiaoxi, do not be angry. Let me drive for a while." I am exhausted after driving all morning. Exiting the driver's seat, Pang Xiong took Shuashan by the arm, his expression sincere. Come, let me comfort you. Follow me to the back and witness my firearm, and I would also like to see your skills. Chapter 4. Bulletproof Glass. Shuashan was led by Pang Xiong toward the small door leading to the rear compartment. She glanced back at Ma Xiaoxi, who was engrossed in driving, indifferent to her presence, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. If she had to serve someone, it was clear she would prefer a handsome figure over this burly, rough man. Passing through a wooden door, Shuashan followed Pang Xiong into the compartment that extended from the driver's cabin. Contrary to what one might imagine, this is not a conventional cargo compartment filled with goods, but rather a spacious living room. Yes, a living room, adorned with a set of sofa beds on the left-hand side, where a pair of gaming controllers rests atop a coffee table. On the opposite wall hangs a monitor, spanning half the width of the wall. To the right, a row of storage cabinets and 2 sets of fitness equipment are prominently displayed, with a striking red punching bag standing in the center. The entire scene fills Shuashan with a sense of novelty. She gazes incredulously at Pang Xiong, utterly amazed that such a grand living space exists within a vehicle. Pang Xiong, brimming with pride, begins to introduce her to the amenities. Those fitness machines and the punching bag over there are for training. Ma Gu enjoys working out. This area with the sofa is primarily for my entertainment. Most of these facilities are my inventions. I am indeed an inventor. Both Ma Gu and I believe that enjoying life is paramount. We toil like beasts, striving to ensure we do not live like them. Ha ha ha. Shuashan, filled with admiration, nods in agreement. Her curiosity piqued as she points to 2 inconspicuous small doors in the corner and asks, "Are there 2 rooms here?" The door on the right is not a room. The left door leads to the washroom. You should go in and freshen up. I prepared a pair of black stockings for you, Pang Xiong says, casually tossing his coat onto the sofa and patting Shuashan's thigh. Since the door does not lead to a room, it must be a passage to the cargo area. Shuashan muses, a hint of excitement flickering across her face. Cool me. Sit on the sofa and share a drink with me, Pang Xiong invites, already seated and retrieving 2 bottles of beer from beneath the coffee table, signaling for Shuashan to join him. In this era, due to scarcity of resources, alcohol is considered a luxury, with ordinary people scarcely able to indulge even once a year. Frequent travelers, enjoying decent incomes, often receive a case of beer as a token of appreciation from generous employers. Consequently, Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong have amassed a considerable stock of alcohol in their vehicle. Shuashan accepts the beer, taking small sips, her surroundings feeling entirely novel. She curiously touches the 2 protruding pink-purple armrests on the coffee table and inquires, "What are these for?" Pang Xiong, with a sly smile, replies, "These are for you." Known as the scream handles of the sofa, featuring a labor-saving mode, both my inventions. Would you care to try? 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle of the security patrol swiftly overtakes Ma Xiaoxi's transport truck, gradually disappearing down the road. The patrol races forward at nearly 200 kilometers per hour, clearly engaged in some urgent mission. Ma Xiaoxi instinctively glances at the rearview mirror, noting that no other vehicles are following. The road, resembling a white line, feels eerily desolate, the emptiness surrounding him inducing a slight dizziness. Yet, this vastness brings Ma Xiaoxi a modicum of reassurance. At that moment, a series of gasps emanates from the rear compartment, creating a disconcerting atmosphere. Ma Xiaoxi fiddles with the control panel, activating the sound system. As the soaring mezzo-soprano of the opera The Marriage of Figaro fills the air, temporarily drowning out the discordant noises from behind. Although Ma Xiaoxi cannot comprehend the opera, he attempts to suppress his inner turmoil through music. However, it evokes memories of the woman who gifted him this record, the proprietor of the motorcycle hotel in Shuaizhen, Lin Shi, whom Pang Xiong refers to as Ma Xiaoxi's love interest. Yet, having traversed into a parallel world, Ma Xiaoxi does not possess the complete memories of the original owner. He cannot recall the nature of his relationship with Lin Shi or the essence of her character. Having avoided visiting Shuaizhen multiple times over the past 6 months for various reasons. One thing, however, remains certain. The motorcycle hotel is no ordinary establishment. Shuaizhen serves as the gateway to the Icefield region, a hub for merchants, military personnel, spies, and criminals alike, transforming the hotel into an intelligence exchange center. As the owner, one must navigate the delicate balance of various factions, a figure who commands respect in both the underworld and legitimate realms. Rumor has it that she has connections to a military faction in the Icefield region, which explains her ability to stand independently at such a young age. Nevertheless, Lin Shi possesses an undeniable allure, her beauty hinting at mixed heritage, and her figure is nothing short of perfection, leaving Zhuo Shan in her shadow. That evening, she invited Ma Xiaoxi to her room for a chat, but the cautious Ma Xiaoxi chose to leave under the pretext of an excuse. Although Lin Shi seemed disappointed, she gifted him the record as he departed, a gesture that lingers in his thoughts. As the opera crescendos, the gasps in the compartment transform into an impassioned duet. Ma Xiaoxi, pulled back to reality, impatiently raises the volume. Inside the compartment, the sounds escalate into exaggerated screams. He slams the brakes, eliciting surprised cries as someone tumbles to the floor, the screams abruptly ceasing, followed by Pang Xiong's furious shout. Ma Xiaoxi, you son of a... The upgrade system announces, mileage surpasses 200,000 kilometers, rewarding 2 attribute points. Please select attributes to enhance. A vehicle performance, B fuel efficiency, C armor, D weaponry, concentrating. Ma Xiaoxi selects, B fuel efficiency, C armor. The upgrade system responds. Fuel efficiency increased by 50, range extended to 200 kilometers. Armor attribute enhanced. Upgraded with level 3 bulletproof glass. Ma Xiaoxi's heart leaps with joy. He has longed to replace the windows with bulletproof glass. For a single sniper shot could spell disaster in the desert region, leaving him in a state of constant insecurity. He still needs to wait for the transport vehicle to reach level 10 to complete the return journey. Unfortunately, bulletproof glass is exorbitantly priced, with a front windshield costing over 20,000. Replacing all the windows would likely amount to 50,000, equivalent to an ordinary worker's annual salary. Of course, Ma Xiaoxi and his companions find it relatively easier to earn money. This transport journey spans over 800 kilometers, with a freight fee of 60,000, leaving them with over 30,000 after costs. Dao Gu sits in the off-road vehicle, directing his subordinates to veer off the highway onto a gravel path. Taking a shotku tolvat bayahu. Their off-road vehicle, with superior maneuverability, traverses the gravel path with ease, allowing them to reach the large pond at Bay Air Hu ahead of schedule, where they plan to ambush the cargo truck. Douye, is this cargo too tough for us? Can we handle it? One of the subordinates questions, noting their impressive weaponry, including 4 Gatling guns mounted on the side of their vehicle. How can you know if you don't take a bite? Douye to torch. For people like us, there's no choice. It's not like we haven't taken on tough jobs before. Another subordinate chimes in, with so many of us, what is there to fear? Plus, we have Xiao Ding, the finest sniper. Although they are well armed, there are only 2 people in the vehicle. Actually, there's also a woman. Another subordinate adds with a chuckle. The last woman we had killed herself 2 months ago. I'm about to burst. We must secure this hall. Stop fixating on women. That kind of thinking will impair your combat effectiveness. Focus on food. Hunger ignites the fiercest resolve. We can only sustain ourselves for another 10 days. If we fail to secure this cargo, we'll have to resort to raiding towns, which means greater casualties. Dao Ge cautions, furrowing his brow. For Dao Ge, though not inherently cruel, his life of hunger has driven him down this path. Once one embarks on this path, retreat becomes impossible. Women and sustenance morph into exhilarating stimulants for comrades, serving as a potent provocation for these reckless renegades, whose minds seem to dangle from their belts. In this lawless expanse, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Women ought not to tread here. The last one, a mere 6 months prior, had been captured while attempting to rob a truck. At that time, 3 men and 2 women were aboard, and during the ensuing chaos, the 3 men met their demise at the hands of the assailants. As one woman attempted to flee through the window, shattered glass severed her carotid artery, painting the entire door in crimson. The remaining short-statured woman was taken back to the camp, forced to serve a dozen men daily. Ultimately, 2 months ago, she succumbed to despair and hanged herself. Chapter 5. The ambush at Depayazi ground as dusk fell. The landscape outside the vehicle transformed from mere desolation to sporadic clusters of trees, signaling an increase in moisture within the environment. Yet, the radiation alarm remained firmly in the yellow zone, emitting a beeping sound periodically. We were nearing to Payazi at Buyer Lake. Zhuoshan, her cheeks flushed, returned to the driver's cabin, her brown hair slightly disheveled. She pressed her left hand against her abdomen, seemingly enduring a prolonged ache, while her right hand brought forth a cup of water, attempting to be cordial. "Boss, please have some water." Just place it there." Zhuoshan's arm brushed against Ma Xiaoxi's shoulder, almost imperceptibly. Ma Xiaoxi, gazing ahead, caught a glimpse of the spring light dancing at Zhuoshan's neckline and the delicate silver chain adorned beneath it, unsure whether it was intentional or accidental. A sense of wariness crept into his heart. He was reluctant to be distracted by a woman at this critical juncture. For reasons unknown, a thread of unease entwined within him, leading him to glance in the rearview mirror. Would the bandits they encountered at noon be easily deterred by the weapons aboard his vehicle? Typically, unless they were truly desperate, they would avoid a confrontation, especially considering the heavy armament on his truck. However, if they heard Zhuoshan's voice and realized there was a woman inside, these desperate outlaws would not relinquish their pursuit so readily. Though they had yet to follow, an unsettling feeling lingered in Ma Xiaoxi's mind. Furthermore, the 4 armored vehicles of the Joint Defense Team racing ahead hinted at unusual happenings ahead. The arrangement of paying half the fee up front for the shipment of arms was fortuitous, yet the identity of the client remained shrouded in mystery, as the intermediary, Uncle Lai, had divulged no pertinent information, only providing a phone number for the recipient, a mercenary leader. This was uncharacteristic of Uncle Lai, who, despite his cunning, usually ensured meticulous intelligence work when dispatching jobs, thus fostering trust in their collaboration. This occasion, however, felt distinctly abnormal, as if the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Had it not been for the attractive price, Ma Xiaoxi and his team would certainly not have accepted this task. Upon arriving at Shui Town tomorrow, he must visit the motorcycle hotel and meet Lin Shi to procure some intelligence, ensuring they were not ensnared in a trap. At that moment, Pang Xiong emerged from his contemplative state, leaning against the wall as he returned to the driver's cabin, rubbing his sleepy eyes and stating, "Ma Ge." It was wise to let Zhuoshan aboard. The allure of women from the ice plains is unparalleled. Once this is over, I shall finally find rest. It has been ages since I slept so soundly. Ma Xiaoxi rolled his eyes, preparing to remind Pang Xiong not to place unreserved trust in outsiders, urging him to maintain a healthy skepticism. Suddenly, headlights flared to life on the right side of the road ahead. It was the intense spotlight mounted atop an off-road vehicle, piercing the darkness and blinding Ma Xiaoxi in the driver's seat. The engine roared to life as off-road tires kicked up a massive cloud of dust. With 2 vehicles barreling onto the highway, the spotlight created chaotic beams of light amidst the dust, shaking violently with the vehicle's movements. The 2 off-road vehicles positioned themselves side by side in front of the transport truck, compelling Ma Xiaoxi to decelerate. "Damn it! Bandits' off-road vehicles. How'd they get ahead of us?" Pang Xiong reacted immediately, illuminating the opposing vehicles with the high beams and expertly activating the weapon controls. The sound of mechanical armor grinding echoing within the cabin. "Something's amiss. There are only 2 vehicles ahead. Where's the third?" As Ma Xiaoxi spoke, he instinctively turned the steering wheel, attempting to alter the truck's trajectory. Yet, before he could finish, a burst of gunfire erupted from the darkness, a crisp shot ringing out. A fist-sized crack appeared in the windshield before him. "Damn it! That vehicle was lying in ambush. There's a sniper," Pang Xiong exclaimed. Fortunately, Ma Xiaoxi had just upgraded the armor attributes. Otherwise, that shot would have pierced his chest. The thought sent chills down his spine. A voice crackled through the intercom. "What? The enemy's glass is bulletproof? My sniper rifle hit it and didn't shatter? Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that this cargo would be so well equipped today. No need to rush. Maintain this distance and take out their headlights. Then continue targeting the glass to disrupt their visibility." The commanding voice remained composed, directing his men, "Heavy machine guns, engage. Have you spotted the woman in red? Quite enticing. Whoever takes down the man inside gets to enjoy her for 3 days." The bandits' spirits surged, fervently unleashing a hail of bullets upon the transport truck. The impacts of bullets striking the armored front and glass produced a thunderous cacophony. Zhuoshan shrieked in panic within the driver's cabin, prompting Ma Xiaoxi to pull her to the ground, bellowing, "Stay down and don't move." Pang Xiong was furious. This transport truck was his lifeline, as was the woman he had shared bed with. Now both were under threat from these bandits, igniting his rage. To hell with you. I'll make you pay. He operated the weapon control handle in the passenger seat, launching 2 grenades in retaliation, while the heavy machine guns on either side of the transport truck unleashed a torrent of fire. What the hell, they have grenades. One off-road vehicle narrowly evaded a blast, the driver exhibiting remarkable skill and experience, maneuvering expertly to evade the incoming projectiles. The explosions left 2 sizable craters on the road. The rear of the off-road vehicle had evidently been modified, equipped with bulletproof glass and reinforced steel plating, making it difficult for Ma Xiaoxi's shots to inflict damage. 5 minutes later, only one of the transport truck's high beams remained operational, the windshield now a web of cracks. If this continued, the transport truck would surely be rendered inoperative. The bandits resembled a pack of relentless hyenas harassing a massive elephant, gradually inflicting minor injuries until the elephant's life force was depleted. Through the intercom, the commanding voice urged his men, "See, they won't last much longer. Concentrate fire on their glass." This tactic had been employed countless times by the commander to successfully plunder many trucks. As long as they could stall the adversary, victory would ultimately be theirs. Success was within reach. Xiao Ding, keep it up. Aim for the driver. The woman inside will be yours to enjoy. The henchmen could hardly contain their excitement, shouting eagerly. Ma Xiaoxi suddenly slammed the brakes, distancing himself from the 2 off-road vehicles, calling out to Ma Xiaoxi. "We must charge ahead. Fire the grenades continuously." The stout bear adjusted the angle of the grenade launcher, readying itself with 9 grenades left. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. As the off-road vehicle's brake lights illuminated, Ma Xiaoxi pressed down on the accelerator, suddenly accelerating. Simultaneously, 6 grenades detonated in a straight line ahead, forcing the 2 opposing vehicles to merge into the left lane. Driving the transport vehicle, Ma Xiaoxi seized the fleeting opportunity to overtake, and at the moment of passing, the Gatling gun mounted on the side of the transport vehicle opened fire without hesitation. Brother Dao bellowed, "Slow down." His vehicle immediately decelerated, creating distance from the transport vehicle, thereby escaping calamity, while the vehicle ahead was not so fortunate. Large-caliber bullets tore through the steel doors, shattering glass and ripping flesh and bone apart, as Brother Dao's 4 subordinates inside were instantly reduced to mangled remains. The off-road vehicle lost control, tumbling off the highway and plunging into the muddy mire at the roadside, where the insides and severed limbs of the deceased bandits were scattered about. Life and death hung in the balance in an instant. Ma Xiaoxi, leveraging the transport vehicle's substantial size, firmly maintained dominance over the road and speed, denying Brother Dao's off-road vehicle any chance to overtake. At that moment, through the cracked windshield, Ma Xiaoxi glimpsed a flicker of red and blue lights far ahead on the road. It was the police armored vehicle of the Joint Defense Team. Chapter 6. Chaos. "Brother, how are you?" came the urgent voice of Xiao Ding over the intercom, as he, several hundred meters ahead, had only seen through the scope of his sniper rifle that the transport vehicle had surpassed the off-road vehicle, accompanied by the sounds of screams over the radio. He knew something had gone awry, but was unaware of the events unfolding behind. Thus he inquired first about his elder brother, the driver of the rear off-road vehicle. Moments later, Brother Dao's voice crackled through, "Your brother's vehicle is down. Listen to me. If you can't take out that driver in a minute, retreat immediately." Brother Dao recognized that they had encountered a formidable foe today, having lost an off-road vehicle and 4 brothers. Under normal circumstances, he could not afford to give up. But Xiao Ding's vehicle lacked heavy weaponry, and his own vehicle was firmly pinned behind the transport, unable to mount an effective counterattack. If they continued to delay, it was likely that Xiao Ding's crew would also perish. Brother Dao was no gambler. As a leader, he understood the necessity of cutting losses promptly. However, Xiao Ding was bereft of reason, and upon hearing of his brother's demise, his emotions shattered, tears blurring his vision. That was his only kin, his brother who had raised him in the desolate wilderness. He recalled his childhood when his brother was nearly beaten to death for stealing 2 steamed buns. Ever since joining Brother Dao, he had always been at the forefront during their robberies, protecting him at every turn. But now, his brother was gone so suddenly. "Fuck!" He screamed at the massive, dark transport vehicle, repeatedly pulling the trigger of his sniper rifle. A bullet shattered the already cracked windshield, leaving a deep gash on Ma Xiaoxi's shoulder, shards of glass flying and cutting his face. At this moment, several cracks had already deformed the windshield. The glass was on the verge of shattering completely. "What do we do?" The stout bear shouted at Ma Xiaoxi, while Zhuoshan, lying on the ground, screamed in terror. What do we do at this point? Charge forward. Provide cover fire. Ma Xiaoxi slammed the accelerator to the floor, the transport vehicle shaking violently as it surged ahead. The heavy machine gun on the vehicle unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the off-road vehicle. Shouting, there are police vehicles blocking the road ahead, the driver warned, simultaneously signaling to decelerate. Don't slow down. I want them dead. Xiao was blinded by rage. Brother Dao roared through the intercom. Xiao, listen carefully, withdraw now, or you'll lose all your brothers. Today they faced a tough adversary, and if the joint defense team intervened, none would escape. Xiao, feeling increasingly agitated, simply turned off the intercom and continued firing at the transport vehicle. Just then, the screech of brakes echoed as the off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The road is blocked, the driver shouted. Xiao turned and was aghast to see multiple vehicles haphazardly strewn across the road, completely obstructing passage. Among them were 4 police armored vehicles he had seen at noon, their tops flashing red and blue lights, 2 of which had already overturned in the middle of the road. There were also 2 off-road vehicles and a cargo truck, all but totaled, using their vehicles as cover. A dozen soldiers from the joint defense team exchanged fire with 4 or 5 adversaries, several bodies lying on the ground, and the scene was chaotic. Ma Xiaoxi and the stout bear noted the situation on the road. Damn, who are the joint defense team fighting against? Their opponent is no pushover. The stout bear asked. Steady, I'm going to ram through. Ma Xiaoxi declared fiercely. Can you not be so reckless? Can't you act a bit more civilized like before? As Ma Xiaoxi charged forward, facing a chaotic battlefield ahead and bandits in pursuit behind, the brave would triumph on a narrow path. Seeing that the transport vehicle showed no signs of slowing, Xiao and the others hurriedly jumped from their vehicle to evade. One bandit was struck by a bullet from the Gatling gun, a gaping hole torn in his chest, his insides spilling out. Then, with a loud crash, the transport vehicle collided with the left rear side of the off-road vehicle, causing it to flip and slide for dozens of meters, sparking along the road until, with a final crash, it slammed into a police armored vehicle, finally coming to a stop. Ma Xiaoxi pressed the accelerator again, pushing aside the overturned police armored vehicle and the other off-road vehicles, forcibly clearing a path. The transport vehicle charged through like a caged beast breaking free. At that moment, Ma Xiaoxi slammed on the brakes, halting the transport vehicle in the middle of the road. He grabbed the M1887 shotgun, kicked open the door, and leapt out. Tossing a command, "Stout Bear Drive," he swiftly chambered around and jumped atop a wrecked off-road vehicle, firing repeatedly at Xiao and his crew. How dare you rob us? Everything unfolded in a blur, and Xiao and his gang were caught off guard by the sudden counterattack amidst the chaos. They had not anticipated that their adversary would dare to disembark and retaliate. Consequently, they were struck before they could react, 2 bandits flying backward, blood splattering across the ground beneath them. Xiao fared no better, although the sniper rifle he held successfully shielded him from fatal injury. The tremendous force caused his right arm to shatter at the elbow. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain and overwhelmed by excruciating pain and excessive blood loss. Xiao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Both the joint defense team and the opposing faction were momentarily stunned as the transport vehicle barreled through, interrupting their fierce exchange of gunfire. Exhausted from battle, both sides received a brief respite. One officer pointed at Ma Xiaoxi, standing atop the vehicle, and exclaimed, "Captain Liu, what's he doing? Is he insane? Are drivers nowadays this fearless?" "He's firing at those bandits," replied Liu Beijiang, the captain of the 2nd team of the Joint Defense Force in the Shihai Green Oasis District. He gasped and said, "Once that transport vehicle departs, we will immediately launch a pincer attack from both front and rear against those oil traffickers. They are down to just 5 men. These scoundrels have cost us a dozen brothers. We must capture their leader and remember to leave him alive." "Understood." Just then, Dao Ji's off-road vehicle arrived, opening fire on Ma Xiaoxi, while a bandit leaped from the vehicle to rescue the unconscious Xiao. They lost 2 off-road vehicles and suffered 7 casualties, with an additional sniper rendered incapacitated, resulting in a grievous toll. Consequently, Ma Xiaoxi did not linger. He leaped from the wrecked vehicle and sprinted toward his transport. Suddenly, he noticed the lifeless bodies of 5 or 6 of them lying on the road, each shot in the head or neck, about 20 meters away. Leaning against a derelict truck was a figure clad in a tattered brown leather trench coat. A peculiar metal brace was affixed to both sides of his rough military boots on one leg, and he had sustained 6 or 7 gunshot wounds. Yet his eyes remained wide open, frozen in a shooting stance. Ma Xiaoxi could not help but be astonished. This person, capable of engaging multiple Lanfengdian and landing nearly every shot on target, was no ordinary individual. "What is that?" A soldier broke the momentary silence with a terrified shout. Ma Xiaoxi turned to see the source of the outcry and nearly retched. Not far behind him, a massive black mass, several meters in diameter, crawled from the roadside marsh onto the highway. Upon closer inspection, this grotesque mass was composed of thousands of black snakes, their myriad eyes twinkling as they flicked their tongues, their bodies writhing incessantly. Chapter 7. Snake Marsh. Under the illumination of the vehicle lights, the towering black mass of snakes slithered onto the road. It erupted above 2 parked police armored vehicles, and the snakes cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, instantly engulfing the vehicles. The 2 police officers by the cars barely had time to cry out before being consumed by the serpents. Liu Beijiang narrowly escaped the snake attack with the help of 2 officers. Then, a gnawing sound, as if teeth were grinding, emerged from the mass of snakes, devouring flesh, tires, and metal. The submerged officers, acting on instinct, detonated grenades, resulting in 2 bursts of blood mist amidst the serpents. Realizing the danger, the remaining officers and oil traffickers opened fire on the snake swarm, throwing grenades, but it did little to deter the onslaught. A portion of the black serpents continued to advance, regrouping to assault another abandoned vehicle. Ma Xiaoxi felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils constricting. Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard a frantic howl from the transport vehicle. "Damn it, the snakes have become sentient. Ma Xiaoxi, get back here." It turned out that more black snakes were emerging from a marsh beside the transport, inching closer. "Get the vehicle started. We can't let them trap us." Ma Xiaoxi shouted as he raced toward the transport. Liu Beijiang and 2 officers dashed back to the armored vehicle, shedding their coats to beat off the snakes slithering over their comrades, successfully rescuing 4 or 5 brothers. Though they sustained various bites and their combat gear was shredded, riddled with holes, they managed to come back alive. Only 3 or 4 from the oil traffickers escaped the initial wave of the snake attack. At this moment, both the Lanfengdian and the oil traffickers, previously embroiled in deadly conflict, found themselves united against the black serpent horde, firing in unison. They retreated, naturally heading toward the only operational transport vehicle at the scene. By now, the transport vehicle, driven by Fat Bear, had started, but the ground beneath the wheels was coated with snakes, causing the tires to spin helplessly, moving at a snail's pace. The crushed serpents were flung aside, yet the black snakes, oblivious to danger, continued to surge onto the road. Ma Xiaoxi manned the heavy machine gun on the vehicle, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the writhing black masses emerging from a marsh. The large-caliber bullets sent snake corpses flying, but it only slightly delayed the gathering of the serpents. "This cannot continue. Sooner or later, we'll be overwhelmed by these snakes," Fat Bear exclaimed anxiously. "These are black acid snakes, mutated by radiation, capable of excreting corrosive acidic venom that can eat through metal. Our vehicle cannot withstand them." Shuishan spoke haltingly. "Can we burn them?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired. "I don't know," Shuishan replied. "Go to the back warehouse and bring a barrel of gasoline." Ma Xiaoxi commanded while firing at the snakes, tossing her key. This key unlocked the warehouse connected to the cargo compartment, which stored food, weapons, and 5 large boxes of munitions that had long made Ma Xiaoxi uneasy. Under different circumstances, he would never have entrusted the key to anyone else. Shuishan hurriedly slipped off her red-soled high heels, running barefoot toward the rear. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the vehicle door. Ma Xiaoxi looked and saw it was a police officer from the Lanfengdian. "Open the door. Let us in," Liu Beijiang shouted, clinging to the door while shooting at the snakes crawling on him. On the other side of the vehicle, an oil trafficker in his 50s, with graying crew cut, also demanded entry. Fat Bear hesitated, torn between the officer from the Lanfengdian and the desperate smuggler. Just moments ago, these 2 factions had fought to the death, but now, facing the encroaching snakes, they both sought refuge in the transport vehicle. If he let them in, would they turn on each other inside? If he denied them entry, would he watch them perish right outside? Either way, he would incur their wrath. In a fit of panic, they might even turn their weapons against the transport. Fat Bear knew the glass on the side of the vehicle was not bulletproof. He looked at Ma Xiaoxi with uncertainty. What should we do? Only 2 from each side can enter. They must toss their weapons outside and come in through the sunroof. Ma Xiaoxi pointed to the sunroof above the driver's seat. What do you mean? Only 2 can enter? What about the others outside? Liu Beijiang pounded on the door, his tone commanding. Open the door now. I said only 2 can come in. If not, we will all die here. Ma Xiaoxi replied, focusing intently on the advancing serpents. Do you want me to shoot you? Liu Beijiang pressed his gun against the window, aiming at Ma Xiaoxi's head. Ma Xiaoxi did not even glance his way, continuing to fire as he said, Kill me? That would only hasten our demise, wouldn't it? There's no time. Just choose 2 quickly. Damn it. Liu Beijiang cursed vehemently. At this moment, black snakes were already crawling up both sides of the transport, their venomous spray corroding the steel plating of the vehicle, while their fangs gnawed at the metal, producing a sound reminiscent of countless nails scraping against the surface, sending shivers down one's spine. Both parties clung to the sides of the transport, battling against the encroaching serpents. Fat Bear's veins bulged as he slammed the accelerator. Yet the vehicle remained sluggish. The situation was dire. The oil trafficker, with his graying crew cut, wasted no time. He climbed onto the roof of the transport and turned to his companion, saying, Ajun, come with me into the vehicle. I will ensure the others receive double the payment at home. The young man, named Asian, felt a surge of warmth within him. At a critical moment, the leader chose to ensure his survival. Such kindness would surely warrant a heartfelt repayment in the future. Thus, he followed closely behind the grizzled oil dealer, climbing onto the roof of the vehicle. Tai Lauda, let me in as well. I do not wish to perish. Another oil trader, driven mad with fear, scrambled desperately to ascend the roof. Tai Lauda crouched down, and at some point, a 3-edged military dagger appeared in his hand. With a swift and lethal thrust, he pierced the neck of the oil trader, twisting the blade with a muscle memory-like motion, causing blood to spurt forth. He then seized the lifeless trader by one arm, impaling it with the dagger and securing it to the railing atop the vehicle. The corpse dangled from the side of the transport truck, bearing the brunt of the black serpent's relentless assault. Tai Lauda rapped on the sunroof and called out, Open the sunroof. Both of our weapons have been discarded. Ma Xiaoxi rose from his seat, beckoning the young Asian to occupy his former position and assist with the gunfire. Conserve your ammunition. Only shoot at the serpents that reveal themselves. Suppress them. Ma Xiaoxi shouted to the officer from the joint defense team outside the window. Have you made your choice? Which of your men will enter? Chapter 8. Together to die. Ma Xiaoxi reiterated. Which of your men will enter? Let's all go inside. However, he received no response. At that moment, the joint defense team was besieged by the horde of serpents. Liu team, hurry and escape. Do not worry about us. An older officer shouted. Nonsense. The second team has never abandoned its members. Liu Beijiang snapped back. The second team, which he had personally trained, was tasked with securing the western edge of the Shi-Hai Green Oasis. Over the years, they had fought together through thick and thin. How could they easily forsake one another? Even at this dire juncture, he still sought to grasp the last glimmer of hope. Liu Beijiang directed the remaining 5 operatives capable of movement to climb atop the transport truck. They fired upon the serpents below, while simultaneously stomping on the black serpents that had managed to ascend. Yet, the number of serpents continued to swell. Worse still, their ammunition quickly dwindled, leaving them to combat the serpents with rifle butts and booted feet. The mutated black serpents were far too numerous to withstand. Xiao Wu, I command you to pull Liu team inside. The older officer issued a command to a junior officer. Liu Beijiang shrugged off Xiao Wu's attempt to pull him inside, exclaiming, Do not drag me. Maintain the fight. I will die alongside you. Inside the vehicle, Pang Xiong shouted at Ma Xiaoxi, The ground is too slippery. There is no way to gain speed. Ma Xiaoxi instructed the grizzled oil dealer, Tai Lauda, Come with me to the back to move the gasoline. The two made their way to the rear compartment, where the floor resonated with metallic clangs. It was then that Ma Xiaoxi noticed the silver-haired oil dealer, clad in a brown leather trench coat, with a metal brace affixed to his left calf, resembling the skilled marksman who had perished outside. This sparked a heightened wariness within Ma Xiaoxi towards this dangerous individual. Upon reaching the cargo area, Shuishan had already opened the storage door and located the gasoline, barefoot, struggling to drag a large barrel toward the driver's compartment. Being a woman, The weight of the full barrel proved too cumbersome for her. Ma Xiaoxi rushed into the storage area, lifted one barrel of gasoline, and handed it to Tai Lao Da, while he took another barrel and sprinted back to the driver's cabin. Together, they unscrewed the lids, opened the side window, and hurled the 2 barrels of gasoline out. Several black serpents seized the opportunity to slither inside through the truck door, but they were quickly dispatched one by one, leaving the floor stained with the corrosive, acidic venom secreted by the serpents. Gasoline gushed out onto the ground, rapidly spreading across a vast area, causing the serpents on the ground to writhe and shimmer. Ma Xiaoxi opened the window once more, aimed at a gasoline barrel, and fired 2 shots in swift succession. Ignite it! Flames erupted, crackling as they consumed the serpent horde, the acrid stench wafting into the vehicle. Yet, the occupants were wholly unconcerned with the foul odor. The transport truck's tires finally found some traction, and the vehicle began to accelerate. "We have a chance," Pang Xiong exclaimed excitedly. Just then, Zhuishan, drenched in sweat, managed to bring over another barrel of gasoline. Tai Lauda took the gasoline barrel with one hand and pointed to the sunroof, saying, "I will toss the barrel out from above." He then addressed Asian, who was still shooting, aimed for that barrel and detonated. The burly Tai Lao climbed onto the sunroof, astonishingly tossing the barrel 30 to 40 meters away, showcasing his incredible strength. Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong exchanged astonished glances. Asian, in perfect synchrony, detonated the gasoline barrel with a heavy machine gun just as it hit the ground, thereby clearing a path for the transport truck. On the roof, only 3 members of the joint defense team remained: Liu Beijiang, Xiao Wu, and the older officer. All were injured, with the older officer suffering grave wounds. His leg below the knee was reduced to nothing but bone, a ghastly sight. His face was ashen as he leaned against a railing atop the truck, gasping for breath. The vehicle accelerated, offering hope for escape. "Xiao Wu, go with Liu team back inside. I still have one glorious egg. Today, I will confront these mutated beasts. You must come with us." Liu by Jiang Belot. The older officer, pale from blood loss, smiled faintly and gestured to his injured leg. "It is of no use. I refuse to live the rest of my life as a cripple in this apocalyptic world. Having fought alongside my brothers has been worth it. Liu team, you must survive and take care of our families. That is your mission." At that moment, a mass of black serpents had gathered to the front left of the truck, rising over 3 meters, lunging toward the transport vehicle. "Until we meet again in the next life." The older officer pulled out a grenade, removed the safety pin, and with a powerful push from one leg, he leaped into the throng of serpents without looking back. 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion obliterated the 3-meter-high serpent mass. Witnessing this scene, both Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu were filled with tears. Xiao Wu opened the driver's cabin's sunroof and forcibly pulled Liu team inside. Liu Beijiang, his eyes ablaze, grasped Ma Xiaoxi's collar, screaming in a fit of rage, "Why the hell didn't you let everyone in? I lost over 10 brothers out there." Ma Xiaoxi stood his ground, locking eyes with Liu Beijiang. "You know full well that if everyone enters, it means we are all trapped inside this vehicle. No one can escape. In this situation, we can only sacrifice a few lives to give others a chance to survive." In truth, all present understood that Ma Xiaoxi spoke the truth. Once the transport truck was submerged by the serpents, there would be no hope left. The notion that no one would be abandoned and that everyone could escape unscathed was merely an unrealistic fantasy. This indeed posed a dilemma: to perish together or to allow a fraction to survive. For Liu Beijiang, this was an excruciating choice. Emotionally, he preferred that they all die together. Yet rationally, he recognized that the decision made by this young man was the correct one. Conversely, for Lodo, such a dilemma was trivial. As demonstrated earlier, he could kill his own comrade without a shred of psychological burden. He had clawed his way up from the depths of the wasteland, and without a modicum of ruthlessness and resolve, he would have perished countless times. Choosing humanity or choosing beastliness is a game played under extreme circumstances, where more often than not, individuals, either willingly or unwillingly, opt for the latter. Liu Beijiang glared, pointing a finger at Tai Lauda, declaring him a despicable smuggler of oil who deserved to perish outside. Tai Lauda replied nonchalantly, "Captain Liu, in this apocalyptic world, who is truly noble? I believe that notions of nobility are mere fabrications of the civilized world to deceive children. Here, survival is equal, earned through one's own efforts. We contend against adversaries, against fate, against life itself. Liu Beijiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The transport vehicle accelerated, making it increasingly difficult for the serpentine creatures at the roadside to draw near. "We are about to break free," Fat Bear exclaimed excitedly. However, the fear etched on Zhuoshan's face intensified, her trembling finger pointing upward, on top of the vehicle. Chapter 9. Beastliness and Humanity at Zhuoshan's warning. Everyone inside the vehicle turned their gaze skyward. Upon realizing the situation, horror washed over their faces. The metal roof near the sunroof had corroded, revealing several small holes through which black snakes were attempting to invade. Goodness, these beasts had been lying on the roof all along. No wonder it felt so heavy. Fat Bear growled in frustration. As if to validate his words, a mass of black snakes cascaded from the roof onto the windshield, obscuring their view as though a bucket of black paint had been thrown. Moreover, several snakes slithered through the previously shot-through holes, twisting their bodies to bite at Fat Bear's face. "Damn it, Ma Xiaoxi, save me. I'm going to be disfigured," he exclaimed, desperately dodging as the vehicle swayed violently. Ma Xiaoxi swiftly produced a Nepali machete, colloquially known as a big white dog leg, severing the invading snakes, and without hesitation, pressed a shotgun against the circular hole in the glass, pulling the trigger decisively. With two sharp reports, most of the serpents on the windshield were sent flying. However, the holes in the roof were multiplying and enlarging, with black snakes already halfway inside. The situation was dire. Liu Beijiang urged, "Quick, find something to block them." Yet, after searching, they could only find a few cushions and a cotton coat, as most items in the vehicle were secured and not easily removable. Zhuoshan sprinted to the rear compartment, intending to search for other items. In the next moment, Tai Laoda executed an action that left everyone astonished. He walked directly behind Zhun and, with a swift motion, snapped the young man's neck, leaving him lifeless without uttering a sound. Tai Laoda raised the corpse to block the gaping hole in the roof. What a ruthless individual. A cold-blooded maniac. "Tai Jun, are you out of your mind? You killed one of your own." Xiao Wu cursed vehemently. "What are you still standing there for? Come help me hold him up." Tai Laoda called to Tai Jun, beckoning Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu to assist, his disdain for their hesitation palpable. Thus, an eerie scene unfolded in the driver's cabin. Two officers from the Joint Defense Team and a cold-hearted oil dealer stood side by side, hoisting another oil dealer's corpse to fend off the snake attack. Ma Xiaoxi thought to himself that if a camera captured this moment, it would undoubtedly win the award for Best Cinematography of the Year. It was replete with narrative and intrigue. At the same time, he felt a twinge of fear for Zhuoshan. Had she not run to the back to search for supplies, it could very well have been her lifeless body used to fend off the black snakes. In that moment, for reasons he could not comprehend, Ma Xiaoxi's heart was suddenly stirred. He thought that if this oil dealer truly dared to kill Zhuoshan, he would certainly take it upon himself to eliminate this cold-blooded individual. Ma Xiaoxi did not consider himself a good person, but he found that he could not bring himself to kill an innocent woman, defenseless and fragile, for his own survival. Such an act would tarnish his former identity as a soldier. From this perspective, his beastliness was not yet complete, marking the distinction between him and the desperate. Returning to the present, Ma Xiaoxi understood that the oil dealer's corpse would not hold for long. He left the M1887 shotgun with Fat Bear, grasped the military coat on the floor, and strode towards the cargo hold. He retrieved a long wooden pole from the storage, wrapped the coat around it, and unscrewed a gasoline canister, dousing the cotton coat to create a large torch. Just as he was about to return to the driver's cabin, he reconsidered and pulled Zhuoshan into the storage, locking the door before she could grasp the situation. "Stay inside and don't move. I will let you out shortly." As Ma Xiaoxi stood atop the vehicle, using the large torch to clear the last of the black snakes, the dawn began to break, signaling the end of the darkest hour. After battling throughout the night, the battered transport vehicle finally broke free from the treacherous terrain of Bayer Lake, coming to a halt by the roadside. All within the vehicle were as bruised and exhausted as the vehicle itself. Fortunately, the black snakes were not venomous. Everyone bore wounds from bites and burns caused by acidic secretions. Remarkably, Zhuoshan emerged with the lightest injuries, sustaining only minor wounds on her arm and back. She proceeded to treat the wounds of each individual, her heart racing when she beheld the corpse of the oil dealer, gnawed and corroded to the point of revealing white bone. She clearly noted that the man's head had been twisted at an impossible angle, a clear indication of having been snapped. Zhuoshan cast a suspicious glance at everyone present, pondering who could have committed such a deed. She was the last to bandage Tai Jun's arm, yet he grasped her wrist tightly with his calloused hand, his hawk-like gaze fixed unwaveringly on her face. Fat Bear, perceptive in such matters, leveled his shotgun at Tai Lauda, demanding, "Let go of her. We brought you onto the vehicle and saved you. Not for you to have designs on our woman." Tai Jun shrugged dismissively, replying, "Little brother, I have no interest in her." Fat Bear snorted, choosing to ignore him, instead leading Zhuoshan towards the cabin. "Help me check. I think I've been bitten on the backside." Weary, Ma Xiaoxi took a moment to rest before seizing the vehicle's intercom, adjusting the channel to announce. Shihai 1746 has encountered a bandit ambush at Bayer Lake and faced a massive attack from mutated black snakes. Coordinates, XY. All personnel inside the vehicle are safe. Expected to arrive in Shui Town tonight. Shihai 1746. This time, Ma Xiaoxi broadcasted on the public channel of the Freight Alliance, aiming to alert passing freight drivers to the road conditions and prevent similar dangers. The Freight Alliance is an organization within the transportation industry, with the majority of freight drivers as members. Given the dire environmental conditions, the transportation of goods has become a critical undertaking. The Freight Alliance has gradually evolved into a significant international force, spanning various regions and oases, capable of directly influencing prices and the supply of energy resources. To facilitate communication and the sharing of road information among freight drivers, the Alliance headquarters established a dedicated communication channel. Drivers providing valuable information can gradually elevate their status and gain corresponding privileges. Should a freight driver encounter difficulties on the ground, they can request assistance from local Alliance officials, who, while independent of the local administrative system, wield considerable authority. Their approach to freight drivers is generally lenient, addressing minor issues as long as no major offenses are committed. The stability of the Freight Alliance is contingent upon the substantial number of trucks within the organization. This is precisely why Ma Xiaoxi and her companions chose to join this establishment and actively engage in its affairs. The Shihai 1746 encountered an attack by a mutated black snake swarm and is expected to arrive at Shuaishan tonight. The Central Station has received this information. The data you provided is exceedingly valuable. The local affairs officer will verify it. Thank you. Shihai 1746. Bingyuan 0592 What? Shihai 1746 faced an attack by black snakes. Was it the black acid snakes? Bingyuan 0987. I can't be mistaken. I'm in the Bingyuan district and am well aware of black acid snakes. These serpents often appear in the hundreds of thousands, and encountering them guarantees no escape. Bingyuan 0592. Indeed, their acidic secretions can corrode steel. Shihai 0985. Damn it. I just left Shihai, and upon hearing this, I decided to turn back. I want to take this job. Let's wait for the joint defense to clear this area before proceeding. Shihai 1746. Are you all right? Please respond. This is Shuaishan 0088. A girl's urgent and melodious voice echoed from the speaker. The cacophony of chatter in the channel abruptly ceased, for the number 0088 signifies a distinguished status. All numbers below 100 are reserved for high-ranking members within the Freight Alliance, predominantly affairs officers, consortium directors, lead drivers of significant transport teams, and individuals with special connections. Numbers such as 66, 88, and 99, considered auspicious, are reserved for particularly important associates and cannot be purchased with money. Therefore, merely through this number, it is evident that the girl speaking in the broadcast holds a noteworthy position. However, such individuals typically refrain from engaging in the mundane conversations of common drivers. They inhabit entirely different realms. While one may revel in the simplicity of mud, fishing, and climbing trees, they indulge in pursuits like piano, equestrianism, and golf, which are worlds apart. Thus, the inquiry from Shuaishan 0088 rendered the chat channel unusually silent, akin to an elegantly dressed guest intruding upon a rustic banquet and discussing a vintage 1982 law fight. Everyone instinctively maintained their distance, remaining silent as they awaited a response from the inquirer. Yet, curiosity bubbled beneath the surface. This Shuaishan 0088 appeared quite concerned about the Shihai 1740XS encounter with the black snakes, her tone suggesting urgency. Who might Shihai 1746 be? If they were well acquainted, why the silence? For ordinary drivers like them, an opportunity to engage with such high-ranking figures would be most coveted. Ma Xiaoxi also felt a twinge of confusion. She did not recognize this Shuasian 0088. The public channel's inquiry left her feeling somewhat awkward. Regardless of the high status, since she was unfamiliar, it seemed best to remain silent and act as if she had not heard. In the aftermath of the ordeal, all that the survivors desired was rest and a hearty meal. The vehicle was in disarray, prompting Ma Xiaoxi to suggest they venture outside to find a clear space, light a fire for warmth, and enjoy some food. Just as Ma Xiaoxi hesitated over whether to treat these unexpected guests to a meal, Tai Lao produced 20,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Young lady, this is for you. I won't take your ride or your food for free." Tai Lao Da's generosity was straightforward, so Ma Xiaoxi accepted it without reservation. Weighing the 2 bundles of cash in her hand, she jokingly remarked, "Your life must be worth much more than this." Tai Lao leaned forward, his face cast in stark contrasts of light and shadow under the vehicle's headlights, exuding an imposing presence. "I am Tai Jun, known as Tai Lao. The Joint Defense has placed a bounty of 200,000 on my head, but I assure you, I do not possess such wealth. I can promise to save you twice. Sparing your life this time counts as one. Should you find yourself in danger again, feel free to call for help on the public channel. I will assist you with any troubles." His words, spoken with a heavy tongue, sent a chill down the spines of those listening, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Before Ma Xiaoxi could respond, Liu Beijiang interjected, "Tai Jun, do you really expect another chance? Today, I will ensure you are apprehended. The lives of dozens rest in your hands, and you cannot simply evade responsibility. If it weren't for the absence of satellite phones here, our armed helicopters would have already arrived to subdue you." In the desolate zone devoid of signal stations, ordinary mobile phones were rendered useless. Therefore, the armored vehicles of the Joint Defense Team were equipped with satellite phones, including Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle, which, unfortunately, had been rendered inoperable during the battle with the Black Snakes. The sole means of communication with the outside world was through radio signals, which were exclusively for the Freight Alliance's internal use and could not be utilized externally. Our conflict is merely professional. We were just fighting against the Black Snake side by side, were we not? Furthermore, our issues should not affect the freight drivers. You must consider that you cannot take advantage of their hospitality without recompense. Even I, as an oil dealer, feel embarrassed to consume food without offering something in return. As officials, you ought to extend the same courtesy." Tai Lao's words momentarily left Liu Beijiang speechless. Ma Xiaoxi silently praised his candor, casting an expectant glance at Liu Beijiang. Liu Beijiang, already lacking in social finesse, struggled for a response, finally saying, "Once we reach Shuasian, I will apply for vehicle repair funds for you. This vehicle is in dire need of repairs." Ma Xiaoxi smiled slightly, formulating a plan. "Thank you, Liu team, but there's no need for you to apply for the repair funds. I have sufficient money. However, I do have one request. I wish to order a military-grade engine and hope you can approve it. I will pay in full." Given the bureaucracy within the Joint Defense System, funding approval processes were notoriously slow. Repairs for the vehicle would likely cost around 230,000 yuan, which was less than the amount Tai Lao had just provided. Furthermore, it was more advantageous to seek assistance for matters that could not be easily resolved with money. For instance, acquiring a military-grade high-power engine was impossible to procure on the market. Fat Bear had long desired to replace the old engine in their transport vehicle, which lacked the power to ascend steep inclines without stalling. The prospect of a military engine was unthinkable, as there were no channels through which to purchase one. Although Ma Xiaoxi possessed a vehicle upgrade system, it could only enhance existing components. The direct exchange for a high-performance engine would undoubtedly accelerate the upgrade process significantly. Beside her, Xiao Wu interjected, "What are you thinking? Military engines are strictly regulated. How could they possibly leak into the civilian market? That would lead to chaos. Moreover, do you have any idea of the cost of a military engine? At least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Can you afford that?" Ma Xiaoxi remained unfazed, maintaining her smile as she looked at Liu Beijiang. "If you cannot approve this matter, that is quite all right." Liu Beijiang, who had already felt humiliated by Tai Lao's earlier remarks, found himself further embarrassed by Ma Xiaoxi's comment. He shot Xiao Wu a fierce glare. "You know nothing. Xiao Wu was left speechless, his face flushing red with shame as he retreated outside to start fire. Liu Beijiang turned to Ma Xiaoxi, saying, "This matter is not insurmountable. Although acquiring a brand new one is challenging, the team is updating a batch of armored vehicle parts. I can set aside a nearly new one for you. Just visit the second team of the Shihai District Joint Defense next month." Ma Xiaoxi quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Liu team. You two should step outside for a while. I will fetch some canned meat, bread, and wine." At this moment, Ma Xiaoxi realized that Pang Xiong and Zhuo Shan had vanished. He had been so engrossed in discussing the remuneration that he had completely overlooked their departure. Upon entering the cargo hold, Ma Xiaoxi discovered it was empty, and he pushed against the warehouse door, only to find it locked from the inside. The sounds of enthusiastic applause wafted from within, suggesting that the performance was quite captivating. "Damn it! Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Get lost, Ma Xiaoxi. Don't disturb me at such a critical moment. I'm kicking the door down. Damn, I truly can't stand you." Chapter 11. Culinary delights. The group gathered around the morning campfire, sharing a meal and drinking wine. Ma Xiaoxi distributed the toasted bread and handed each person a box of canned meat. Those unaware of the situation might have thought they were a band of like-minded friends. However, in reality, they were a complex assembly of freight drivers, joint defense officers, oil traders, and hitchhiking female mechanics. Due to an unforeseen disaster, they found themselves unable to communicate with the outside world in the desolate radiation zone, thus compelled to unite and share a meal together. Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Ma Xiaoxi initiated a conversation. "Team Leader Liu, when you estimate that traffic in Dapao ZD will be restored? The joint defense team should soon discover the situation there, right?" Liu Beijiang adjusted his tattered military uniform and replied, "It is expected that headquarters will only realize our team has gone missing later this morning. They will conduct a search along the highway before they can clear the scene. If the Freight Alliance's affairs officer takes the initiative to contact the joint defense team, they should locate Dapao ZD more swiftly." Pang Xiong interjected, "The affairs officer of the Freight Alliance must verify the scene before contacting the joint defense team." Xiao Wu remarked, "I really don't understand why communication between the two organizations is so limited. That would enhance efficiency and prevent us from being trapped here, unable to reach headquarters." Liu Beijiang responded, "This boils down to considerations of interests and power among the higher-ups. Each faction is unwilling to allow the other to encroach upon their territory." Ma Xiaoxi asked, "So, once you get a Shuasian with me, you'll be able to contact the joint defense team?" Liu Beijiang nodded affirmatively. He then involuntarily cast a glance at Tia Laoda, who was nonchalantly eating, contemplating that as soon as they reached Shuasian, he must apprehend this old rascal. He could not be allowed to escape again. The joint defense team's second squad consisted of 20 individuals, with 16 participating in this operation. Now, only he and Xiao remained. If they paid such a heavy price and still lost their target, he, as the squad leader, would have no choice but to resign in disgrace, without needing his superior to reprimand him. Tia Juan did not engage in the discussion, taking a bite of the canned meat and sighing, "This can is truly tasteless." Pang Xiong replied, "Old man, I crave delicious delicacies, but you must have the means to procure them. Given the circumstances, we should not be picky. Having canned food is already quite fortunate. Look at how much Zhuoshan is enjoying her meal." Only then did the group notice that Zhuoshan, who had been silent, was earnestly consuming her bread and canned meat. Her brown hair was simply tied back with a single hair tie, appearing somewhat disheveled, and in the firelight, her complexion appeared exceptionally rosy. She must have been utterly exhausted. The day's frights and the recent tumultuous events in the warehouse had taken a toll on her, resembling a wounded fawn replenishing her strength through sustenance. Noticing the attention directed her way, Zhuoshan felt a bit bashful. Tia Laoda, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Of course, Zhuoshan enjoys her food. Who is she? Yet even under these conditions, one should not forsake the pursuit of culinary delights. Allow me to procure something tasty for you." With that, he rose and climbed atop the transport vehicle, gathering a dozen dead black snakes and bringing them back to the campfire for roasting. The others displayed visible disgust. "Stay away from me. The sight of that is nauseating." Pang Xiong bluntly voiced the collective sentiment. Tia Laoda paid no heed to the objections. He borrowed a dagger from Ma Xiaoxi to sever the snake's heads. Then, using his teeth to grip the skin, he forcefully pulled the pale snake flesh free, completing the skinning. Some of the pale snake bodies still exhibited reflexive movements, curling as if they were numerous tentacles, provoking nausea among the onlookers. Yet, Tialao Da remained unfazed, skewering the snake flesh with a stick and setting it to roast over the fire. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, enticing everyone's senses. This fresh food was far more appetizing compared to the lifeless canned meat. Tialao Da first offered a skewer to Ma Xiaoxi, saying, "Little brother, I must share good food with my companions." Ma Xiaoxi twitched his mouth, pondering how Tialao Da had shown no hesitation when slaughtering a comrade. If he believed these hollow words, he would be a fool. Nevertheless, the snake meat was indeed delectable, and he found no reason to refuse it. Soon everyone, except Xiao Wu, held skewers of snake meat, roasting and eating. "Old man, you truly have skills. I never expected snake meat to be this delicious," Pang Xiong praised. Tialao Da replied, "We often traverse the wilderness. Such survival skills are essential. In fact, rats and lizards are quite palatable as well." Xiao Wu scoffed, "How disgusting. I would never eat that." Tialao Da countered, "That is merely because you have yet to experience the torment of hunger. In the desert, cannibalism is not unheard of." Xiao Wu was taken aback, struggling to believe the assertion. He hailed from a well-to-do family in Shihailuzhou, while not excessively wealthy. His parents had cared for him well, and he had indeed never endured hardship. He was the type of young man naive to the ways of the world. Ma Xiaoxi, however, accepted Tialao Da's words as truth, shaking the snake meat in his hand. The radiation zone desert resembles a jungle. Anything is possible, and people can turn into beasts. Yet, how did these black snakes from the glacial region gather so close to Shihailuzhou? This seems rather peculiar. He then turned to Liu Beijiang, asking, "Have there been similar incidents in the past?" Liu Beijiang replied, "In the past 2 years, there have been a few minor incidents of black snakes attacking people near Shihailuzhou, but nothing of this scale has ever occurred." Pang Xiong remarked, "Then our luck really stinks. We've encountered this massive wave. However, I can't help but feel that your joint defense team is derelict in duty, only interested in harassing us freight drivers and extorting money. When black snakes appear, you don't promptly eliminate them, allowing them to breed and multiply." Liu Beijiang retorted angrily, "Our joint defense team is already struggling to maintain order, okay? The area is vast, and there are numerous lawbreakers. Who has the manpower to eradicate snakes?" He then shot a glare at Tiejuan. Indeed, if it were not for the mission to capture this guy, how would his team have encountered the black snake swarm and lost over a dozen brothers? A surge of anger welled up within him. Yet Pang Xiong persisted. "The security doesn't appear particularly effective. The bandits we encountered on the road were quite skilled, almost overpowering us. It seems they're accustomed to ambushing. In the end, we had to rely on the black snakes to take them out. I suspect the black snakes are bred by your joint defense team." Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu fell silent. At this moment, Zhuoshan, who had been quiet, hesitantly interjected, "These black snakes are indeed somewhat strange. I am from the glacial region and am familiar with their habits. Due to radiation mutation, they typically remain dormant during the season and do not come out to roam." The group fell into silence, beginning to sense that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. It appeared to herald some form of impending disaster. After the nuclear explosion, humanity has grown accustomed to the term disaster. In truth, most people have developed a psychological immunity to it. However, when certain ominous signs emerge, they still manage to unsettle the fragile nerves of individuals. People do not fear death itself, but rather the agonizing wait for it. Thus, there must be some underlying factor that has led to the current upheaval. It would be prudent to pay close attention to news from the streets. I sense that this is not an isolated incident." Tai Jun gazed at Zhuoshan for a long while, pondering various matters. The morning sun hung large and round in the sky, brimming with hope. Just then, a few distant wolf howls pierced the silence. Brother Dao's off-road vehicle, after a night of relentless driving, finally arrived at a small-town clinic. 2 bandits carried the unconscious Xiao Ding on a stretcher. "Doctor, save him." Chapter 12. On-site investigation radiation zone. Qingshui Wan Town, Brother Dao's stronghold. There was no clear water here. The name merely stemmed from the fact that before the nuclear explosion, this area was a residential community called Qingshui Wan. Though referred to as a town, it was merely the remnants of the former residential complex, with crumbling walls and dilapidated buildings surrounding a murky reservoir that collected rainwater for the residents' use. The clinic was situated on the first floor of a broken-down property building. The doctor was a bald, elderly man whose body had deformed grotesquely due to long-term exposure to radiation, with a severe hunchback. He observed Xiao Ding's severed right arm with murky eyes, muttering, "This child may not survive. He has lost too much blood. I can only stop the bleeding and stitch the wound. The rest depends on his fate." He then instructed Brother Dao to take his two subordinates to wait outside in the corridor. In the dimly lit corridor, Brother Dao spoke in a low voice. "7 people have died this time, and we are uncertain if Xiao Ding will pull through. Adding up the young and old, we are left with only 43 individuals. Lao Air, go to the warehouse and assess how long the food will last." A subordinate named Lao Air acknowledged and departed. Another subordinate remarked, "Brother Dao, I fear the food will not last for many days. What shall we do? Where can we raid next?" Upon hearing this, Brother Dao closed his eyes and stretched languidly. "Abandon the elderly and take the young to Shuizhen. What can we do in Shuizhen? We will create an earthquake." Deputy Captain Jiang Bai of the Joint Defense Team rushed into the headquarters of the West Sea Oasis Joint Defense Command with a team member. The duty guard stopped them, questioning their purpose. "I need to see Director Wei. It's urgent." "The Joint Defense Command starts at 7 a.m. Jiang team, get lost. I have urgent matters." Without heeding the guard's obstruction, he barged into the office building, with the 3 of them ascending to the 3rd floor in one breath. They knocked forcefully on the deputy director's office door. "Are you here to report a death this early? You called me at midnight, and now you're back to bother me?" Director Wei scolded, yawning. Jiang Bai, face flushed, replied, "Director Wei, after I spoke with you last night, I attempted multiple times to contact Team Lu via satellite phone, but I couldn't reach him. You must authorize a search and rescue operation. Team Lu wouldn't vanish without reason. Something must have happened." Director Wei responded, "I am aware of the situation. Hasn't this happened before? Those shoddy communication devices are bound to malfunction. Additionally, the rescue team was dispatched the day before and has not returned. Are you asking me to conjure up a rescue team?" Due to various reasons, the scale of the Joint Defense Team had always been limited with tight funding. Despite the chaotic social order, they were not provided with additional manpower or equipment, making such dire situations commonplace. In contrast, some corporate powers were increasingly growing stronger, gradually forming monopolies. Jiang Bai insisted, "Then you should report to the Upper Joint Defense Headquarters." Director Wei retorted, "Is that headquarters run by my family?" "Nonsense." Jiang Bai declared, "I don't care. Just authorize an armored vehicle for me. A few of us will go out and search. If we find them, we'll send the coordinates to headquarters." After contemplating, Director Wei replied, "I'll send personnel from the investigation department with you. At 7 a.m., I will look for acquaintances in Area 2 to assemble a rescue team to support you." "Thank you, Director Wei. Now get lost." Jiang Bai led 2 police armored vehicles out of West Sea Oasis, heading west along the road toward Shuizhen. Stay alert on both sides. Use binoculars to keep watch. Don't miss any details. Those oil traders are quite cunning. Due to the simultaneous search, their pace was slow. They only reached the vicinity of the large pond in the afternoon. The team members' emotions were complex. They were eager to find traces of Liu Beijiang and his team, yet apprehensive about unexpected scenarios. "There is something ahead," shouted the investigation team member in the passenger seat, eyes glued to the binoculars. Jiang Bai and the others also observed a dark mass on the road ahead, with several vehicles scattered haphazardly. The most striking were a few armored vehicles flashing red and blue lights. One team member excitedly exclaimed, "They are fine. Aren't those our police armored vehicles?" Yet Jiang Bai's expression grew increasingly solemn, his heart sinking. "Those are not our vehicles. They are newer and resemble those of the headquarters." Amidst their confusion, the 2 police armored vehicles arrived at the scene, leaving everyone stunned by the sight before them. The ground was littered with dead snakes, and 7 or 8 vehicles lay abandoned, including the 4 police armored vehicles belonging to Liu Beijiang's group, now utterly unrecognizable. A group of officers from the Joint Defense Headquarters, clad in blue combat uniforms, were conducting searches and taking photographs of the scene. The Joint Defense Headquarters armored vehicles were parked by the roadside, their red and blue lights flashing incessantly. On the opposite side of the road, numerous off-road vehicles were also parked, emblazoned with the insignia of the Cargo Alliance. A portly man in a black suit began to praise, "Inspector Zhang, truly a remarkable woman. Your efficiency is commendable." I trust the Joint Defense Headquarters will find a way to eliminate the mutated snakes here. The governor and the esteemed legislators do not wish for this transportation route to be interrupted for too long. The woman facing him was Inspector Zhang Qi, an investigator from the Joint Defense Headquarters. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring, exuding confidence in her blue combat uniform, though she felt deep disdain for the man, who was pressing for information before a thorough investigation had been conducted. She could see his obvious frivolity and greed in his eyes. However, he was the son of a district councilor named Li Minghua, an official within the West Sea Oasis Cargo Alliance, a person of some repute in the region. She could only respond patiently, "Thank you, Director Li, for providing information regarding this incident. We at the Joint Defense are committed to investigating and addressing it promptly. We kindly ask for your cooperation regarding some details." Cooperation, of course. One of our drivers passed through here and reported the information to us. I led my team here around 5 p.m. and notified you immediately upon verifying the information. As he spoke, Li Minghua's gaze roamed over Inspector Zhang. Zhang Qi's eyes brightened. "You mentioned a driver who passed through here and witnessed the scene, correct? Can you provide his contact details?" "Indeed. His name is Ma Xiaoxi. Let us add each other as friends first, and I will check his contact information and send it to you." Li Minghua's Milat, narrowing his eyes as he illuminated the friend request interface and handed his phone to her. Zhang Qi furrowed her brow, initially intending to decline. Yet considering that the driver, named Ma Xiaoxi, might be a crucial lead connected to the loss of members from the Joint Defense Team in this incident, she decided to endure her discomfort and engage with him. "Please send it to me as soon as possible. Don't rush. I won't keep you waiting too long." Li Minghua chuckled, making an inappropriate joke and yawning. "Well, we'll head back now and await your good news. When we return to Shihai, I shall treat you to a meal and introduce you to a high-ranking official from the Joint Defense Headquarters." With that, the Freight Alliance's convoy departed from the scene. Inside the vehicle, the secretary flattered, "Brother Hua, that Inspector Zhang has quite a striking figure, though she carries an air of aloofness." "Aloof? Within a month, I shall have her begging me in bed." Chapter 13. Liu Beijiang, who died in the line of duty Jiang Bai, turned to his colleagues in the investigation department. "Is it someone from the headquarters?" A tall colleague responded. "That woman is Inspector Zhang Qi from the investigation department. There is also a rescue team from the headquarters at the scene." Jiang Bai approached. "Hello, Inspector Zhang. We are from the second team of the Joint Defense in Shihai District 3. What exactly transpired here?" A hint of confusion crossed Zhang Qi's handsome face. "Who informed you that an accident occurred here? Are those police vehicles from your second team?" She gestured toward the mangled police armored vehicles on the road. Jiang Bai replied, "Yesterday afternoon, our team leader Liu Beijiang led an operation to apprehend a gang of oil traffickers, but he went missing that night. We followed the trail and ended up here." Zhang Qi then understood why there were police armored vehicles at the scene and the signs of a struggle. She sighed and looked at Jiang Bai and his team with sympathy. "There's not only a battle here, but also a terrifying snake disaster. You should go and identify the bodies. However, be prepared for what you will see. The corpses are severely mutilated, a result of attacks from the mutated black snakes." Along the roadside lay several bodies covered with white cloth. Jiang Bai and his team approached to identify them one by one. The sight was horrific. Some bodies were reduced to mere skeletons, identifiable only by fragments of clothing, nameplates, and firearms. For anyone, such a scene would be a tremendous shock, and several young officers immediately retched. After a considerable time spent identifying the bodies, they finally confirmed the identities of most, including the oil traffickers. The second in command of the gang was among them. Although his body was nearly hollowed out by the black snakes, the distinctive metal brace on his leg made identification possible. Jiang Bai shook his head and asked Zhang Qi, "Inspector Zhang, is this all that is here?" Zhang Qi replied, "There are still missing persons, aren't there?" Jiang Bai nodded. "We have not found our team leader Liu Beijiang, nor a young officer named Wu Ke. Currently, we have not seen any corpses that match their build, including skeletal remains." A heaviness settled in Zhang Qi's heart. Liu Beijiang was a well-known name within the Joint Defense System, repeatedly recognized as a combat hero. His achievements earned through hands-on experience in the field. If not for his straightforward nature, he would have likely received a promotion long ago. Reflecting on this, Zhang Qi felt a wave of regret and hesitated before saying, "You must brace yourselves. The scale of this snake disaster is unprecedented, and the accident occurred in the heart of the snake swarm. Therefore, the chances of survival are almost non-existent. Prepare to file for compensation for those who died in the line of duty. Jiang Bai, filled with agitation, shouted at Zhang Qi, "That's impossible. Why can't we find the bodies? Keep searching." He turned to his brothers in the second team. "Move, damn it. Search thoroughly." Of course. His outburst was not directed at Zhang Qi. His fury stemmed from the loss of brothers he had fought alongside for many years. How could they just vanish without a word? "You can't abandon me like this." A colleague from the investigation department quickly restrained the agitated Jiang Bai. Zhang Qi said sternly, "Accept reality. In such a severe snake disaster, it is normal for bones to be melted away and disappear. Right now, there is an important lead. A truck driver witnessed the disaster as it unfolded. I will contact him to gather information that could assist in eradicating these mutated black snakes." With that, she recalled something and, with a hint of distaste, took out her phone to message Li Minghua. "Mr. Li, please send me the contact information for that truck driver as soon as possible." After a 10-minute wait, a reply popped up on her phone. "Inspector Zhang, I knew you would be anxious. I just found out. Here it is. His satellite phone number is. However, it's best to use the satellite phone. These poor drivers lack mobile satellite signal stations in their trucks, and in the desolate wilderness, mobile phones are useless. You will only be able to contact him once he reaches the water town." Zhang Qi hurried back to the vehicle to dial the satellite phone number, only to receive a message that the connection could not be established. She then attempted to dial the mobile number, but it too was unreachable. Zhang Qi frowned in contemplation. If the truck was traveling normally, it should arrive at the water town this evening, so she would have to wait until then to contact the driver. At this moment, Jiang Bai, having somewhat recovered from his grief, returned to the armored vehicle to use the vehicle's satellite phone to call Director Wei of the Joint Defense in District 3. Once the call connected, Director Wei launched into a tirade. "Enough. Stop pestering me. You little brat have called several times this morning. I've already communicated with District 2. Their rescue team will set off in half an hour. Send me your coordinates. Hello, say something? You little brat." Director Wei glanced at the receiver, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. On the other end of the line, Jiang Bai took a deep breath and said, "Director Wei, Team Leader Liu and 15 other officers have died in the line of duty." Director Wei was instantly stunned. "If you're lying, I'll have you executed." "What on earth happened?" Jiang Bai's voice trembled as he replied, "I would never lie. Inspector Zhang Qi from the headquarters arrived on the scene before us. Team Leader Liu and his men were attacked by mutated black snakes, and not even their bones were found." As the sun dipped low in the sky, inside the transport vehicle, the sound of snoring reverberated. Liu Beijiang, under the influence of alcohol, slumbered heavily on Ma Xiaoxi's sofa. The continuous battles had exhausted his body, and having transitioned from a dangerous situation to a safe environment in this desolate area, he was not concerned about the oil traffickers escaping. Liu Beijiang's mind suddenly relaxed, allowing him to sleep soundly. Fat Bear called over Xiao Wu to take the wheel. "Young man, you can't just eat and drink for free. Drive for us to cover your meal." He moved to the passenger seat to fix the satellite phone in the vehicle, occasionally cursing the damn black snakes. Shuashan, seated next to Fat Bear, dozed off. For some reason, after experiencing the crisis with the black snakes, she felt a sense of safety in this transport vehicle, developing a measure of trust toward Fat Bear and Ma Xiaoxi. However, this change in mindset brought with it a profound sense of guilt. How could she form feelings for these two strangers she had known for less than a day, betraying her organization? Ma Xiaoxi lay on the sofa opposite Liu Beijiang, resting with his eyes closed. He heard Iron Boss in the corner of the vehicle fiddling with the metal brace on his left leg, producing faint sounds of metal rubbing against metal. Ma Xiaoxi reflected on every step taken from the Shihai Oasis, receiving the cargo, loading the vehicle, departing from the Shihai Oasis, allowing Zhuoshan aboard, then encountering bandits, clashing with the Joint Defense Team and oil traffickers, and ultimately facing the attack of mutated black snakes, narrowly escaping death. Was it all merely coincidence? It seems as though an invisible hand is intervening. What is the truth? After all, as these thoughts swirl in her mind, the alluring figure of a woman materializes in her imagination. Upon arriving in Shuaishan tonight, it will be prudent to pay a visit to Lin Shi, that woman. Chapter 14. Shuaishan 0088 in a state of half-sleep. Ma Xiaoxi's mind was suddenly flooded with a system notification. Successfully broke free from the encirclement of the mutated black snake, rewarded with driving skill. Waste horse unity. What in the world? Ma Xiaoxi almost erupted in a tirade, questioning the system's erratic behavior. What on earth is Waste Unity? In the next moment, Ma Xiaoxi felt an enhanced awareness of the transport vehicle, sensing every subtle tremor it made against the road, as if a terrain feedback system had been embedded in his brain. Simultaneously, a surge of energy coursed from his feet to his waist, circulating throughout his body before settling in his kidneys. This overwhelming sensation eradicated his fatigue, even amplifying his masculine prowess. So, this is the true essence of Waste Unity. The side effects of this system are indeed quite gratifying. As dusk settled, in the office of the general manager at the Shuaisian Motorcycle Hotel, a young woman fidgeted with a steel pen behind a large desk. Adjusting her gold-framed glasses, she picked up the satellite phone and dialed that same number once more. Again, it failed to connect. Why won't that wretched man answer? Is he alive or dead? Years ago, she had been a mere 13-year-old girl, orphaned long before. Living among other beggars in the cement pipes of the West Sea Oasis slum, she was caked in dirt, indistinguishable as male or female, surviving through theft and begging. Eventually, she was captured by a military intelligence organization and subjected to rigorous training in intelligence work alongside other children. A decade swiftly passed, and she was assigned to Shuaisian by the organization, becoming the general manager of the Motorcycle Hotel, the largest intelligence hub in the area. Thus, she acquired the name Lin Shi. To facilitate her intelligence gathering, she successfully ingratiated herself with a senator from the Icefield region, becoming his mistress. Yet unbeknownst to others, Lin Shi secretly maintained a youthful lover, the original host of Ma Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, this particular memory did not transfer to the current Ma Xiaoxi. This affair was conducted with utmost secrecy. Even her secretary was unaware. She had merely arranged for a surveillance team to monitor the movements of vehicle Shihai 1746, requiring updates at all times. Upon learning this morning that Ma Xiaoxi's vehicle had been attacked by the Black Snake, Lin Shi felt as if her heart were being clawed at, anxiously on edge. She once more grasped the phone, calling her assistant, Xiaonan. Xiaonan, please use the radio to check on the status of Shihai 1746. Xiaonan hesitated before responding. Manager Lin, our number is fixed and installed at our hotel. We shouldn't frequently emit signals, as it could easily attract external attention. After all, 0088 is a very sensitive number. This morning's call was already an exception, and if we use it again, the higher-ups may not be pleased. As Lin Shi's assistant, Xiaonan was astute and well-versed in the nuances of human relations. She couldn't fathom why Lin Shi was so concerned about this transport vehicle, given Lin Shi's social circle comprised powerful figures such as business tycoons, governors, senators, and military generals. Recently, a young senator had been courting Lin Shi, boasting an impressive family background. The disparity in social standing made it implausible for a mere transport driver to engage in conversation with Lin Shi. Therefore, there could only be one explanation. The cargo aboard that vehicle was exceedingly important, belonging to Lin Shi herself. Why hadn't Shi utilized me, her general manager assistant, to handle this? This indicated that the cargo was of an extraordinary nature, classified at a very high level, necessitating Lin Shi's personal involvement. As an assistant, without explicit instructions from her superior, Xiaonan knew better than to pry. However, the Freight Alliance's radio station enforced strict management regulations and confidentiality protocols, ensuring that vehicles and their numbers were dissociated. Externally, it appeared that vehicles and numbers did not correspond. Each speaker communicated under an alias, unaware of each other's identities, with only the central database knowing which vehicle corresponded with which number. The special number 0088 had been assigned to the Motorcycle Hotel by the Freight Alliance, allowing the hotel to access roadway information while remaining under the Alliance's surveillance. After a brief pause, seeing that Lin Shi did not contest her, Xiaonan offered some reassurance. The driver mentioned this morning that they would arrive in Shuaisian tonight. There shouldn't be any further mishaps. I will contact the military checkpoint to keep an eye out for that transport vehicle. Once they arrive in Shuaisian, the military will inform us. Very well, Lin Shi replied, preparing to end the call. However, Xiaonan interjected, Manager Lin, Congressman Luke wishes to invite you to dinner. Without allowing Xiaonan to finish, Lin Shi coldly replied, I will not attend. Inform him that I have other pressing engagements. She then hung up the internal line. In the lobby of the Motorcycle Hotel, beneath a grand crystal chandelier, a stunning woman in a red dress gracefully made her way forward, her red-soled high heels clicking melodically against the marble floor. The bellhop assisted her with her suitcase. She approached the front desk, requesting, "I need a south-facing room on the second floor." The front desk staff responded, "I apologize, but all the south-facing standard and king rooms on the second floor have been booked. We do have a king room available on the third floor. Would you like that instead?" The woman in red inquired, "Are there no other rooms available on the second floor?" The staff replied, "The only room remaining on the second floor is a triple room. Would that suffice?" "That will do," she affirmed. After completing the check-in process, the staff rolled her suitcase to the door of room 209 on the second floor before departing. The woman in red closed the door, shedding her red-soled high heels to walk barefoot into the bathroom. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, noting her long, fair thighs, perky curves, and excellent body proportions. Approaching the toilet, just as she was about to sit down, an unpleasant thought crossed her mind, causing her to raise an eyebrow. Turning around, she stood before the toilet, lifting the hem of her red dress and preparing to urinate. Chapter 15. With a gun in your hand, why don't you kill me? As darkness enveloped the sky, the battered transport vehicle rolled into Shuaizhen, with the checkpoint barely visible in the distance. "Come on, Xiao Wu, you're driving steadily and swiftly," Fat Bear praised, his hands still busy repairing the satellite phone. Xiao Wu merely scoffed, dismissing the compliment as insincere flattery. After all, driving was originally Fat Bear's task, and he had unceremoniously foisted the responsibility onto Xiao Wu under the pretext of fixing the satellite phone. Xiao Wu thought to himself that it was absurd that someone so clumsy could manage to repair such delicate machinery. Lazy excuses, he mused. They had indeed arrived in Shuaizhen without the phone being fixed. As they spoke, the transport vehicle reached the checkpoint in Shuaizhen. Soldiers stood guard, armed to the teeth. It was Xiao Wu's first time in this area, and he felt somewhat at a loss. Shuaizhen was a military-controlled town, lacking a police system. Xiao Wu, and even team leader Lu, had no authority here. He glanced at Fat Bear, indicating the vehicle's apparent signs of battle and questioning how they should explain that. Fat Bear, noticing Xiao Wu's anxiety, reassured him, "Relax. Just drive forward. These soldiers are just trying to earn their meals. They aren't that stringent. However, your police system doesn't hold much weight here." The sentry halted the transport vehicle, inquiring about its origin and inspecting the cargo hold, which bore the intact seal of the Freight Alliance, before granting passage. Naturally, Pang Xiong adhered to custom and offered 2 boxes of Shihai brand cigarettes to the driver. As for the vehicle's disheveled state, it was of no concern to them. After all, it had traversed an uninhabited zone where anything could transpire. Xiao Wu inquired of Pang Xiong, "Where shall we stay?" "At the Jish Hotel. Continue forward, take a right at the 3rd intersection, and you will arrive. In the evening, one can indulge in a warm bath in the company of fragrant ladies." Half an hour later, darkness enveloped the sky. A sergeant, yawning, emerged from the sentry post and instructed a fellow sentry to remain vigilant, as a transport vehicle was expected to arrive, reportedly having encountered a snake swarm attack and likely in a deplorable condition. The sentry replied, "A dilapidated truck passed by half an hour ago." "Damn, I overslept. Why is it so early?" The sergeant hurried back to the post, leaving the sentry bewildered, wondering what had come over the squad leader today. Inside the transport vehicle, Tai Laodao rose and approached the sofa step by step, his left foot bound with a rag beneath a metal brace to muffle the sound of his footsteps. Lu Beijiang, deeply asleep, remained oblivious, his breathing heavy and rhythmic. Tai Laodao's hands nearly grazed Lu Beijiang's head. Suddenly, Lu Beijiang opened his eyes, his gaze piercing, springing up like a coiled spring, and delivered a punch to Tai Laodao's face. He had been feigning sleep, masquerading as prey, waiting for Tai Laodao to take the bait. However, this unexpected assault, which should have caught anyone off guard, found Tai Laodao unfazed. He did not flinch but slightly turned his head, absorbing the blow with his cheek. Lu Beijiang, a combat hero and exemplary member of the Joint Defense Team, delivered a punch capable of rendering an ordinary person unconscious. Yet, striking Tai Laodao's face felt akin to hitting a stone, leaving his arm numb. The opponent was truly unlike any ordinary human. Lu Beijiang, momentarily astonished, raised his knee to strike Tai Laodao's abdomen, but Tai Laodao sidestepped, his left hand darting towards Lu Beijiang's neck, swift and ruthless. Lu Beijiang hastily dodged to the left, nearly losing his balance. Before he could regain his stance, Tai Laodao had already lunged behind him, wrapping his right arm around Liu Beijiang's neck in a naked chokehold. Liu Beijiang realized the peril too late, unable to voice his alarm, desperately elbowing Tai Laoda behind him. Yet, the latter was like a beast devoid of sensation. His eyes void of emotion, hollow like that of death itself. He continued to tighten his grip. Liu Beijiang's face turned a purplish hue from the pressure. His forehead veins bulging, his legs flailing, on the brink of collapse. With a click, a shotgun was pressed against Tai Laoda's temple. "Are you going to capture me?" Tai Laoda asked coldly, releasing his grip. Ma Xiaoxi replied, "No, I simply don't want this joint defense member to die in my vehicle." Tai Laoda retorted, "What are you afraid of? I took care of the one ahead. No one will know. I'm not like you. There are things I refuse to do, and I will not allow them to happen before my eyes." Ma Xiaoxi's tone brooked no dissent. And then he pointed to the ventilation window on the side of the cargo hold, saying, "Release Captain Liu and let him exit through there." "Fine. But I am curious. Why not kill me while you have the gun? We are not the same. I do not relish taking lives. You should leave quickly." Tai Laoda loosened his hold on Liu Beijiang and held onto the ventilation window, stating, "Ma Xiaoxi, now I owe you 2 lives." With that, he leaped from the vehicle, vanishing into the darkness. Recovering from his nausea, Liu Beijiang rushed to the driver's seat, instructing Xiao Wu to stop, and together they pursued for a brief moment. Naturally, their efforts yielded nothing. The vast, dark night served as the perfect refuge for evildoers. Liu Beijiang returned to the transport vehicle in a huff, rubbing his swollen neck and questioning Ma Xiaoxi. "Why didn't you apprehend him or eliminate him? Do you know how many of our brothers he has killed?" Pang Xiong interjected, "Your joint defense team lacks this capability. Why demand that we common folk accomplish it? We have saved you twice already. Do you have such a lack of responsibility? You have firearms." Xiao Wu retorted, "He traffics oil, which does not impede me, even if I possessed a gun. Capturing an oil smuggler is not my obligation," Ma Xiaoxi countered. Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu were rendered speechless. If one must act simply because they possess the ability, it would constitute a clear moral coercion. Ma Xiaoxi held no disdain for using such logic to bind others, nor would he accept being bound by it, even if the other party embodied justice and authority. Ma Xiaoxi continued, "Captain Liu, you have faced him and know his strength. He is not someone a few can restrain. Therefore, do not act without adequate preparation. Otherwise, it will only lead to increased casualties." Captain Liu and Xiao Wu, disheartened, returned to the cargo hold and sat on the sofa, brooding in silence. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to find lodging at the hotel and contact their team to report on the day's events. "Pan Gixiong Pulid Ma Xiaoxi lamenting. I should have saved a bullet for you." Ma Xiaoxi chuckled, fiddling with the shotgun in his hand, which had already been emptied during the confrontation with the Haish. The transport vehicle halted before the Jish Hotel, its grand facade illuminated by the night lights, exuding opulence. A tall, lanky bellboy hastened over, exclaiming, "Hey, don't park here, we're fully booked." His tone was dismissive, akin to shooing away a beggar. Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong exchanged glances, realizing they indeed resembled a pair of vagabonds. "Brother, we encountered some trouble on the road, leaving us in a bit of a state, but we have money." Ma Xiaoxi offered with a forced smile. "Who is your brother? Take a good look at yourself. Do you know where you are? Just a couple of bumpkins." The lanky bellboy scoffed, his sarcasm dripping with disdain. Having dealt with affluent guests routinely, he had developed an undeserved sense of superiority. Now, witnessing the dilapidated transport vehicle, he was incensed, eager to chase them away. Pang Xiong, incensed, retorted, "What the hell is your problem? Which one of your dog-like eyes thinks I can't afford to stay in this shabby hotel? Hey, do you dare to insult me?" The lanky bellboy, now furious, called for security from the lobby. A crowd of burly men clad in black, wielding electric batons, surged forth to surround the transport vehicle. Simultaneously, a call came through to Assistant Xiaonan's phone. Chapter 16. "Are you Ma Xiaoxi?" A call from the sergeant earlier reached Xiaonan's phone. She glanced down and recognized the voice of the sergeant from the checkpoint. "Manager Xiaonan, just after we hung up, my superior asked me to help with something, which delayed me a bit. I just inquired at the Sentry. That transport vehicle passed through half an hour ago, registered to go to the Jish Hotel, so it should have arrived by now." The sergeant appeared awkward, but Xiaonan on the other end was oblivious to his discomfort. Xiaonan, somewhat displeased, stated directly, "All right, I will check with the front desk. Remember to take note of Mr. Lin S. matters next time. This vehicle needs special attention." Understood. The sergeant instinctively aligned his heels and straightened his back. The Jiqing Hotel in Shuizhan holds a unique position, with Lin Shi's military background granting her an extraordinary status in certain respects. As a close associate of Lin Shi, Xiaonan naturally imbibes this authority. Although some lower-ranking soldiers may not be fully aware of the hotel's intricate background, their superiors have clearly instructed them to cooperate fully with the operations of the Jiqing Hotel. Thus, when the sergeant major was reprimanded by Xiaonan today, he offered no rebuttal. The reason was not merely his oversleeping, but rather the stark reality of being powerless and lacking the courage to resist in the face of formidable authority. Had the critic been an ordinary person, he might have retaliated without hesitation. At the hotel front desk, a young lady answered a call. "Sister Xiaonan, is there something you need?" Moments ago, she inquired if a transport vehicle arriving from Shihai had checked into the hotel, which should have visible damage. The young lady replied, flustered, "Sister Xiaonan, no one has checked in, but there is indeed a very dilapidated transport vehicle outside, and it has gotten into a scuffle with the security." "What? Tell them to cease immediately. I am coming down," she exclaimed. The young lady dropped the phone and dashed outside, shouting, "Stop fighting. Sister Xiao, Nan is coming down." The scene at the entrance was chaotic. Beside the transport vehicle, 2 security guards clad in black lay unconscious, while 6 or 7 others were injured, groaning in pain on the ground. At that moment, Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu stood beside Ma Xiaoxi, having heard the commotion outside and descended to assist without even knowing the cause of the conflict, once again inexplicably joining forces with Ma Xiaoxi. Their once pristine combat uniforms were now in tatters, courtesy of the Black Snake, rendering the 4 of them a rather harmonious sight. The skills honed by Ma Xiaoxi and his companions in the slums and barren regions were formidable. They targeted the vulnerable parts of the human body. Meanwhile, Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu, as professional security team members, were adept in combat and restraint techniques. Although they may not rival Tai Lauda, they could easily handle a few hotel security guards. Within 2 minutes of engagement, they had dispatched a considerable number of them. The tall, slender doorman, nursing a swollen left eye, pointed at Ma Xiaoxi and the others, cursing, "Country bumpkins, do you even know what the Jiqing Hotel is? How dare you cause chaos here? Are you tired of living? Sister Xiao, Nan will certainly have your skin." To this, the stout bear replied, "I don't care who you are. If you provoke me, I will strike back." 2 minutes later, Xiaonan arrived in a sharp gray suit and skirt, her high heels clicking as she hastened forward, flanked by 2 suited bodyguards. The bulging waists of the bodyguards suggested they were armed, clearly trained professionals, in stark contrast to the previous group of black-clad security. Xiaonan first verified that the dilapidated vehicle before her was indeed the transport that Lin Zong was concerned about. The slender doorman rushed to Xiaonan, eager to lodge a complaint. "Sister Xiaonan, these 2 ruffians came to the hotel to stir trouble." A sharp slap resounded across the air as Xiaonan struck the doorman's face. Having accompanied Lin Shi through countless situations, she immediately grasped the essence of the matter. "Shut your mouth, you scoundrel!" Xiaonan transformed from a gentle secretary into a fierce critic. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback, including Ma Xiaoxi and the stout bear, bewildered by her sudden aggression towards her own. Perhaps she recognized them? Regardless, it served as a form of vindication for them, which they found somewhat gratifying. Liu Beijiang pondered the true identity of Ma Xiaoxi. He had heard of the Jiqing Hotel, known as a military-backed intelligence hub. How could a mere transport driver possibly know the hotel's leadership? Was there something special about the cargo? Stealing a glance at the cargo box, he fell deep into thought. The black-clad security guards began to reassess this group of country bumpkins. Did they possess a background? The assistant to the general manager was so protective of them, which had never happened before. Were they also affiliated with the military, part of Lin Zong's system? Thankfully, they had refrained from rushing in. Had they injured these individuals, it would have been far more than just a slap in the face. Simultaneously, they found themselves resenting the slender doorman, who nearly led them into a trap, as he often flaunted his authority over them. "What are you all standing around for? Get back inside." At the command, the black-clad security guards collected their injured and unconscious comrades, retreating to the hotel. Xiaonan restored her demeanor as the gentle secretary and politely inquired, "May I ask who among you is Ma Xiaoxi?" Seeing no malice from the other party, Ma Xiaoxi stepped forward and replied, "I am. Do we know each other? I am here at Lin Zong's behest to assist you. Our staff were misguided, and I sincerely apologize." Please allow me to facilitate your check-in. The stout bear interjected, Sister. Although you handle matters efficiently and have vindicated us, we country bumpkins cannot afford to stay in such a prestigious hotel. We shall take our leave. Xiaonan shot a glare at the slender doorman. The doorman, cupping his face, bowed deeply in apology. Gentlemen, I am blind to your grandeur. Please do not hold it against me. Do not say that. We could never afford such treatment. The stout bear insisted. Ma Xiaoxi found the situation amusing, realizing the stout bear had gotten carried away. However, prolonging the argument would reflect poorly on his character, especially since they had already injured several of his companions. Though he remained uncertain of Lin Zong's intentions, since they could stay, he decided it best to allow everyone a restful night. Thus, he cleared his throat, smiled at Xiaonan, and said, Thank you for your assistance, Xiaonan. Stout bear, please park the vehicle in the rear yard, and the rest of you, accompany me for check-in. Ma Xiaoxi initially intended to call Zhuo Yushan to join them at the hotel, but the stout bear insisted on fixing the satellite phone in the vehicle first, requiring Zhuo Yushan's assistance. Ma Xiaoxi fixed a meaningful gaze at him. The stout bear gulped and asked, What are you staring at? Don't cause any trouble. He replied. Ma Xiaoxi, along with Lu Dui and Xiao Wu, followed Xiao Nan to check in. 10 minutes later, the stout bear repaired the satellite phone and cheekily touched Zhuo Shan's fair and shapely thigh, grinning, Come ride me. Zhang Qi returned to the Joint Defense Headquarters. Although it was late at night, she had not gone home, as there was no one else in her single abode. Following such an unexpected incident and the death of a captain, many colleagues were working overtime to investigate. Having only worked for a little over a year, she was a determined female inspector, steadfastly remaining with her colleagues in the office. Once again, she attempted to dial the satellite phone. To her surprise, the line connected. Zhang Qi's heart raced with excitement as she spoke. Hello, I am Inspector Zhang Qi from the Shihai Joint Defense Bureau. May I ask if you're Ma Xiaoxi? Yes. Go ahead, came the reply. Chapter 17. A misunderstanding that shattered perceptions upon hearing the unmentionable sounds on the other end of the line. Zhang Qi's face flushed crimson to the base of her neck. She had anticipated countless scenarios for this conversation, but never had she imagined such a vulgarity. I apologize for the timing of my call, but I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Go ahead, the voice persisted. With a frustrated slam, Zhang Qi hung up the phone. The driver's lewdness was appallingly blatant, and it made her wonder if such behavior was typical among drivers. Having only worked for a year, she had yet to encounter the complexities of human nature and society, and her heart raced uncontrollably. A few minutes later, she suppressed her nausea and sent a message to Ma Xiaoxi's phone. I am an inspector from the Shihai Joint Defense Headquarters, and I would like to inquire about the details of the snake incident and whether you have seen any personnel from the Joint Defense Team. To her surprise, the reply came almost instantly. Are you asking about Lu Dui and Xiao Wu? We managed to escape. They're not dead. Not only are they alive, but they're doing quite well. They were just in my room. You three were together just now. Yes, just a moment ago. They just returned to their own rooms. They should be calling the Joint Defense Headquarters to report the situation now. Zhang Qi was utterly astonished. A driver and 2 officers. The 3 of them engaged in that activity? One of them was a renowned model hero in the police force. She momentarily forgot to ask about the crucial points regarding the Black Snake attack and Liu Beijiang's whereabouts. After a while, she regained her composure and sent another message. You witnessed the Black Snake attacking the police vehicle, right? How did Liu Beijiang and the others escape? Ma Xiaoxi, feeling a bit annoyed, thought it was cumbersome to reply in writing when a phone call would suffice, especially since he was quite fatigued. He replied, I am really tired right now. You might as well ask Liu Beijiang for the specifics. How rude. However, Zhang Qi was also disinclined to continue the conversation with this Liu driver. Now that she was aware that Liu Beijiang was indeed alive and that they were already in contact with their respective Joint Defense Headquarters, it would be best to directly call the headquarters for further information. Resolute in her decision, she stood up and walked to the office of the investigation department's leader. Minister Owen, I have contacted that driver. He said Liu Beijiang and another officer are alive, and the 3 of them are together. Liu Beijiang is currently reaching out to his Joint Defense Headquarters. Minister Owen, a portly white man who had been in the investigation department for over 20 years, turned his gray eyes and asked, What is the relationship between that driver and Liu Beijiang? What were they doing together? He didn't respond, and Zhang Qi was momentarily at a loss for words. He suggested I directly inquire with Liu Beijiang for the details. I will reach out to the Joint Defense Headquarters in District 3 to find out the situation. Qi, it is essential to not solely rely on Liu Beijiang's account. We must gather information from both sides. If that driver does not respond today, contact him tomorrow. Make sure to clarify what he witnessed. Go ahead, child. Return early. Minister Owen kindly advised his subordinate. Yes, Minister Owen. Zhang Qi stood straight with her heels together and exited the minister's office, inwardly grumbling in frustration. Tomorrow, she would have to reach out to that Liu driver again. In the conference room of the Shihai District 3 Joint Defense Headquarters, Jiang Bai reported to Director Wei with red eyes, projecting photos taken at the scene onto the large screen. Director Wei frowned and took a deep drag from his cigarette. So, the more than 10 individuals who went out are all dead? Those whose identities can be confirmed are all here. The bodies of Liu Dui and Xiao have not been found. Jiang Bai answered dejectedly. Is there a possibility that they are still alive and escaped? As you have seen, the armored vehicle's steel has been corroded through. It is even more improbable for humans to survive. The team leader at the conference table analyzed. The colleagues present were well aware of this, and thus no one voiced dissent. Jiang Bai continued his report. When we arrived in the afternoon, Inspector Zhang Qi from the investigation department and the Cargo Alliance personnel were already present. They mentioned that a truck driver from the Cargo Alliance witnessed and reported the incident, prompting the Alliance to contact the headquarters for an investigation. Director Wei seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Have you made contact with that driver? Until we returned to Shihai, Inspector Zhang Qi was unable to get through to that phone call. I will continue to follow up with Zhang Qi. I will report any developments to you immediately. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interjected. Given this tragic incident, I understand the sentiments of my colleagues. However, the security pressure in District 3 is immense, and there are not many left in Team 2. I propose we consolidate them into the newly formed Team 4 for management. The speaker was another deputy director, responsible for personnel matters. His suggestion bore a hint of self-interest, as the newly formed Team 4 comprised many of his confidants. Team 4 is currently unstable and requires capable veterans to supplement it. Jiang Bai's expression darkened instantly. We have yet to confirm if Liu Dui is dead or alive. Are you so impatient? What do you mean by that? Xiao Jiang, I understand your feelings, but we must face reality. To speak bluntly, if Liu Dui were to survive in such circumstances, I would be willing to lose my head over it. Moreover, I make this suggestion for the sake of the police's operations. The conference room fell into a brief silence. At that moment, Jiang Bai's phone suddenly rang. He instinctively prepared to hang up the call to continue debating with the deputy director. However, Director Wei timely intervened. Answer the call first. Director Wei also felt that the deputy director's proposal was ill-timed. Decisions should be made only after the situation is clarified, and this phone call interrupted their previous argument. Hello, who is this? Jiang Zi, it's Liu Beijiang. The voice of Liu Beijiang resounded. Liu Dui, it's really you. You're alive? Jiang Bai leaped up in excitement. Xiao Wu and I are both alive. We are currently at the Watertown Motorcycle Hotel. You could not reach me and thought I was in trouble, right? The other brothers in the team and I arrived at the scene in the afternoon, all believing you had perished. We were all anxious when you went missing. If it weren't for Lao Wei's slow approval, we would have set out last night. Jiang Bai spoke too fervently, inadvertently referring to Director Wei as Lao Wei. Director Wei scolded, "You little rascal. What nonsense are you saying? Hand me the phone." Liu Beijiang then recounted the entire ordeal to Director Wei. Thanks to the truck driver, we managed to escape, but this operation was a significant failure, and I bear the primary responsibility for not capturing that oil dealer, Tai Jun, and allowing him to flee. Director Wei comforted him. Do not dwell on it. Your safety is paramount. Rest well today, and tomorrow I will send someone to bring you back. Chapter 18. Zhuishan's secret when Pang Xiong and Zhuishan disembarked from the transport vehicle and traversed the courtyard filled with parked cars. Zhuishan's brown eyes scanned the windows of the second-floor guest rooms, finally resting on the rightmost third window. There, a small white rose was wedged in the crevice of the window frame, nearly invisible upon closer inspection. What are you daydreaming about? Are you tired? It's time to rest in the room, Pang Xiong said to Zhuishan. I'm fine, let us go. The two ascended to the third floor, where they found Ma Xiaoxi waiting at the stairwell. Oh, you startle me. What are you doing here? Which room are we staying in? Pang Xiong noticed Ma Xiaoxi appeared somewhat uneasy. Ma Xiaoxi glanced at Zhuishan, whose face was flushed, then looked at Pang Xiong and replied coolly, We are in room 308. Pang Xiong asked in confusion. We? The three of us are staying together? Ma Xiaoxi responded. Room 308 is a suite. Oh, then I will share the suite with Shuashan, and you can sleep in the living room. Ma Xiaoxi's tone was icy. You will be sleeping in the living room with me. Pang Xiong became agitated. Why should that be? It's settled. If I don't take charge, you might just end up in trouble with her. After freshening up, Pang Xiong watched helplessly as Shuashan entered the suite, closed the door, and locked it with a click. He glared at Ma Xiaoxi, but Ma Xiaoxi ignored him and simply turned off the lights. 3 minutes later, the gentle sound of the chubby bear's snoring filled the air, a stark contrast to the barren fields, where only the weary oxen lay, embodying the truth of the body. Ma Xiaoxi also emitted faint snores. In the suite, Shuashan reclined on an opulent, plush bed, allowing her body to sink into the velvet bedding. This was the most luxurious bed she had ever slept in. Of course, in her past experiences, she had shared such grand beds with one or several others. Either young or old, fat or thin, all individuals sent by the organization to be close to her. Today, she finally realized her wish, shedding all burdens. Sleeping alone in such a spacious bed, free from disturbances, devoid of the pain of invasion, tears unconsciously slipping from the corners of her eyes. She so wished for this moment to become eternal. However, this illusion could only exist for a fleeting moment. The image of a white rose at the second-floor window flashed through her mind. Instinctively, Shuashan sat up, barefoot, and approached the door, pressing her ear against it. With the rhythmic snores of two individuals resonated in the living room. After waiting for another half hour, she confirmed that the two outside had fallen into a deep sleep. She gently opened the window halfway, bracing herself with her hands, and nimbly leapt onto the windowsill like a raccoon. Not a sound escaped her lips. She then leaned out, her feet resting on the eave of the second-floor guest room window, and moved sideways to the window of room 209. There, the window was ajar, and a white rose lay upon the sill. In an instant, Shuashan's figure silently vanished into the darkness. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment a tall, slender figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of suite 308, observing everything clearly and memorizing the location of the room below. It turned out that before Tai Lao Da escaped through the side window of the transport vehicle, he had written a few words on the glass with his finger, "Beware of Shuashan." He then wiped it away. Although Ma Xiaoxi did not believe that saving Tai Lao Da would lead to friendship, he could not dismiss the depth of Tai Lao Da's gaze. A gaze honed through decades of survival in the wasteland. His warning to be cautious of Shuashan indicated that the woman surely harbored issues and was not as simple as she appeared. She must have concealed some secret and approached them with an ulterior motive. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi deliberately arranged for Shuashan to occupy the suite tonight, allowing her to operate in isolation and observe her true intentions. Inside room 209, the woman in the red dress smiled, her ethereal yet magnetic voice piercing the air. Have you ascertained the contents of that vehicle? Her tone dripped with the superiority of an authority figure, rendering Shuashan unwittingly self-conscious and diminished. The cruel memories of her childhood filled her with dread at the sound of that voice. I have indeed confirmed, my lady, Shuashan replied, her voice trembling. The vehicle contains machine guns, shells, and other weapons, amounting to 5 large crates. The front half of the transport vehicle serves as a living space, while the cargo is stored in the rear. When will you handle those 2 drivers? Shuashan hesitated. The chubby one is easy to manage. I hypnotized him on the first day. However, the tall, slender one is quite alert. I ask you again, when will you handle them? The tone of the woman in red suddenly turned severe. She lifted Shuashan's chin with a finger, her eyes locking onto Shuashan's, compelling her gaze to flinch and avoid. Is the tall one uninterested in you? Is it a lack of charm? The woman's gaze roamed from Shuashan's delicate features to her ample bosom, her slender waist, and her voluptuous hips and thighs. I will ensure he is dealt with swiftly. Shuashan stammered, her voice quaking, her body trembling incessantly. The woman in red felt a surge of primal instinct stir within her, ignited by the fear and frailty before her. Let me teach you how to handle him, she declared, seizing Shuashan's hair and pushing her upper body down onto the bed. With practiced ease, she injected a blue substance in her own arm, then shed her red dress, revealing an exquisite tattoo of a sword cleaving through roses on her abdomen, an emblem of the Holy Maiden Church. No, my lady, please don't. I cannot. Shuashan pleaded in terror, struggling in panic, as the haunting memories of her childhood engulfed her mind, rendering her thoughts blank. Allow me to awaken your potential as a woman, the woman in red intoned, ensnaring Zhui Shan's delicate silver necklace with her fingers. As if the next moment it might cruelly sever her carotid artery. Zhui Shan's body suddenly stiffened, as if hitting a switch, ceasing her struggles and silently enduring the woman's outburst. 2 hours later, Zhui Shan lay almost unconscious at the edge of the bed. The ethereal voice of the woman in red broke the silence once more. In 2 days, on the road deeper into the ice fields. I will coordinate with you to eliminate the two of them. However, before that, you must earn their trust. With that, she tidied her dress, slipped on her high heels, rolled her suitcase, and gracefully exited room 209. The sound of her heels echoed, gradually fading away. Chapter 19. I do not wish to be supported the next day. Nearing noon, the chubby bear and Ma Xiaoxi awoke to find the suite's doors still closed. The chubby bear approached and knocked on the door. Zhui Shan. It's time to get up. Let's go eat. After a while, Zhui Shan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, opened the door, her white nightgown unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of pale skin that swayed before Ma Xiaoxi and the chubby bear. Wow, you look stunning. But let us eat first. The chubby bear squinted his eyes. The three made their way to the dining area, just as Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu exited after finishing their meal. Team Liu, what are your plans for today? Ma Xiaoxi inquired. We'll stay at the hotel today, waiting for our team to send someone to take us back. Liu Beijiang replied. Are you still heading to the ice field? Xiao Wu asked. Yes, we have only covered a third of the journey for this transport. We'll replenish our supplies, rest, and then set off. Ma Xiaoxi responded. Safe travels. I, Liu Beijiang, do not easily make friends, but you are one. If you need assistance in Shihai, just reach out to me, Liu Beijiang added. The chubby bear interjected. Team Liu, spares the pleasantries. The engine in our vehicle hinges on your ability to deliver. Liu Beijiang smedet aufwartlich. Ma Xiaoxi feigned reproach. Chubby bear, what are you saying? Team Liu is a man of his word, a formidable leader. Would he need our engine? This matter requires no reminders from you. Liu Beijiang rolled his eyes. You two needn't perform your duet here. I'll remember this. Just then, Xiaonan approached from the hallway, impeccably dressed in a gray business suit, her black stockings accentuating her slender, straight legs. Mr. Ma, Lin Zong invites you to lunch. Ma Xiaoxi paused, perplexed. Why would Lin Zong summon him at this hour? Typically, such invitations occurred in the evening. I am not certain. She specifically asked me to invite you. Xiaonan responded politely, gesturing for him to follow. Pang Sheng discreetly pulled Ma Xiaoxi aside and whispered, be cautious of that Lin Yaojing. Don't let her drain you dry. Liu Beijiang gazed at Ma Xiaoxi's retreating figure as she ascended the stairs, his brow furrowing deeper with suspicion. What was the connection between Ma Xiaoxi and the Jiche Hotel? The fact that Lin Zong personally extended the invitation suggested that she might possess some significant intelligence. Ma Xiaoxi pondered the woman's intentions. Aside from seeking an inappropriate relationship, she likely aimed to extract information from him regarding the recent incident involving the Heish. It was only natural for her to inquire about it from someone who had experienced it firsthand. She had no qualms about sharing a meal and conversing, especially since she, too, sought information, particularly regarding the Binji Wank and the enigmatic client behind the current transportation task. Uncle Lai's reluctance to disclose client details hinted at the sensitivity and immense power surrounding this client. As her thoughts swirled, Ma Xiaoxi followed Xiao Nan to a spacious office on the 3rd floor. The decor was exquisite, featuring a set of vintage leather sofas by the window that exuded quality. The walls were adorned with light brown wood paneling, suggesting a subdued luxury, especially considering the scarcity of timber following the nuclear crisis. A conference table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. To the left, a sweet-housed Lin Shi, who sat behind an elegant Zeton writing desk, clad in a snow-white qipao that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. The dress featured delicate floral embroidery and knot buttons at the collar, enhancing her refined elegance. Her clear, unblemished eyes radiated purity. Lin Zong, Mr. Ma has arrived, Xiaonan announced, adding that the congressman would return that evening. With that, she discreetly exited the office and closed the door behind her. Congressman? Which congressman? Lin Shi stepped out, noticing Ma Xiaoxi standing in a daze, urging him, what are you waiting for? Hurry, that fat pig is coming tonight. Ma Xiaoxi nodded. All right, let us eat and talk. As he approached the dining table, Lin Shi unexpectedly pushed him, causing his back to collide with the wall. Ma Xiaoxi was taken aback. This woman had cornered him. Stop feigning ignorance. You know what I mean? Lin Shi said, her hands exploring Ma Xiaoxi's body. Wait, I haven't even eaten yet. I'm genuinely hungry. He protested, attempting to push her away. Then you can eat me, she retorted. In the next moment, the wall behind Ma Xiaoxi suddenly retracted, plunging him into a disorienting freefall as he stumbled backward onto a lavish bed. It turned out there was a hidden door seamlessly integrated into the wall's wooden paneling, leading to a sensual guest room. Goodness, you wasted no time. Lin Shi, closing the door with her heel, approached him with a sultry sway, producing a pair of handcuffs. In an instant, a powerful hand secured her arms behind her, leaving her immobilized with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Let's see if you dare to act recklessly now. Ouch, Ma Xiaoxi, you're hurting me. You've changed. The old you was so docile, she lamented. In that moment, Ma Xiaoxi comprehended the nature of the relationship between the original owner and Lin Shi, inwardly cursing the former for being utterly inept. Then allow me to reintroduce you to the current me, he declared, leaving a bewildered Lin Shi as he exited the room, sitting at the dining table to devour a chicken leg. Lin Shi composed her disheveled hair, the fire of passion subsiding as she took a seat across from him, initiating a normal conversation. I heard you encountered a heist attack yesterday. I couldn't reach you by phone, and you didn't respond to my broadcast. Ma Xiaoxi realized she was indeed the one from Shuaisian 0088, genuinely concerned for him. It actually happened the night before last. We only escaped around 4 a.m. yesterday. Lin Shi looked at him incredulously. That long? Yes, there were simply too many heists. We almost didn't make it. We had 2 joint defense team members and an oil dealer with us, and we managed to break through together. Why did you still insist on traveling on the road? Last time I invited you to stay at the hotel, have you considered it? Lin Shi asked. Ma Xiaoxi chuckled, appreciating her good intentions. People like us are used to being free spirits. We can't stay in one place for too long. Though he acknowledged that securing a close office to a wealthy patron could simplify his struggles for many years to come, he was not keen on being dependent. Doing so would compromise his independence. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi deftly shifted the topic. We came from Shihai on behalf of a mysterious client to deliver some items to the Benji Wank. The intermediary has disclosed no details about the client, so I wish to acquire some intelligence from you. Provide specific details, Lin Shi prompted. The delivery destination is Ni's town in B13 district, and the recipient is a squad leader of the Huangmao mercenaries. Lin Shi contemplated for a moment before analyzing. The mercenaries in B13 district are under the command of Yoli. They have rapidly gained strength in recent years, rivaling the government forces. The only organization we know that supports them is the Tong Zhou Hui, an ancient and powerful group known for its secrecy. Why do they support those mercenaries? Ma Xiaoxi inquired. Our intelligence department can only glean superficial information. After the nuclear crisis, they have been promoting a plan codenamed ARC, but no one knows the specifics. In any case, they are extremely dangerous. It's best to limit your interactions with them. After completing this task, avoid taking on such jobs. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Shuaisian and keep me company? Chapter 20. I don't care about killing you one more time, Ma Xiao. She lifted his gaze to meet Lin Shi's. She was gazing back at him, her eyes filled with warmth. Beneath the dining table, a delicate calf brushed against his leg. Clearing his throat, Ma Xiaoxi touched his slightly stubbled face. I'm no longer the person I once was. I know. I don't care what you become. I only care about how I feel. Compared to your former docility, your demeanor just now exudes a more masculine charm. I have a tender side too, she replied, slowly sliding her foot up to rest on his thigh, her tone teasing. Would you like to learn more secrets about the Tong Zhou Hui? Ma Xiaoxi felt a rush of blood surge through him. Her foot was delicate, with a supple and inviting touch. Suddenly, the sound of hurried high heels echoed, followed by 2 knocks at the door. Xiaonan anxiously opened the office door, her elegant features tinged with urgency. Lin Zong, the congressman has arrived early and is already upstairs. Understood. Lin Shi quickly retracted her foot, slipping on her heels. Ma Xiaoxi, it seems we'll have to continue this conversation another time. Frustration coursed through him. They hadn't even begun. It felt as if they were being caught in a secret rendezvous. Given Lin Shi's level of anxiety, the congressman must possess considerable influence. Ma Xiaoxi did not hasten to rise. He was eager to observe the demeanor of this politician. Xiaonan reached out to pull Ma Xiaoxi toward the exit, but found him unyielding. At that moment, the door to the general manager's office swung open, revealing a portly man in his 40s, reeking of alcohol. 4 towering bodyguards followed closely behind him, unmistakably professional enforcers from the frozen land region. The rotund figure stood considerably shorter than Lin Shi, resembling a wine barrel, which created a stark contrast with the imposing stature of his bodyguards, lending an air of absurdity to the scene. The politician has arrived. "Adaju Gao Gao. You said you would be here momentarily." Upon noticing a young man seated at the dining table, the politician expressed mild surprise, but quickly dismissed Ma Xiaoxi from his sight, offering a knowing smile. Lin Shi approached, greeting him with feigned cordiality. "Sir, you have arrived. Had I known you were coming, I would have waited to dine with you." The politician remained silent, seizing Lin Shi's hand and wrapping his arms around her waist. His meaty fingers groped towards her backside, as if oblivious to the presence of others. It was reminiscent of Roman nobles who, while engaging in intimate acts, paid no mind to the slaves attending to them. Lin Shi frowned and pushed his plump hand away. As the proprietress of the motorcycle hotel, she had never endured such crude treatment. Although the politician often hovered around her like a fly, making flirtatious remarks, he had never crossed this line before. Today, however, he seemed emboldened by liquor, attempting to impose himself forcefully. Xiaonan, frozen in shock, was at a loss. Aware that the politician was usually arrogant, yet had been one of Lin Shi's loyal admirers, maintaining a facade of respect towards her. What had caused this sudden shift in demeanor? Summoning her courage, she approached the politician. "Sir, Lin Zong is unwell today." Before she could finish, the rotund politician erupted, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Xiaonan's face. "You have no say here." He yanked Xiaonan towards the dining table, tearing open her blouse, and seized a large glass of beer filled with ice, pouring it over her chest. Not satisfied, he pressed the smoldering end of his cigarette against her skin. Xiaonan cried out in pain. The politician then kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing against the wall, leaving her sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Though Lin Shi felt a surge of anger, she restrained herself from exploding in rage. Instead, she attempted to redirect the conversation, gesturing towards Ma Xiaoxi. "Sir, please do not be angry. Allow me to introduce you to my family from Shihai." The politician crudely interrupted. "I do not care who he is. I only know you are my woman. You should act as a woman ought to." With that, he tore Lin Shi's attire, pressing her upper body against the table while casting a provocative glance at Ma Xiaoxi, seemingly asserting his dominance. "Please show some respect." Lin Shi struglet in wine, a wave of humiliation washing over her. "Politician, remove your hands from her." Ma Xiaoxi's brows furrowed slightly, feeling affronted by the corpulent man's actions. Although he had not inherited the ambiguous relationship between Lin Shi and the original owner, and their connection was tenuous at best, there were matters that could not be ignored. The politician appeared to have heard an amusing joke, pausing to look at the audacious young man. Tilting his head, he provocatively asked, "What did you say? I did not catch that." Behind him, the 4 towering bodyguards advanced a step closer. Ma Xiaoxi rose, draping his coat over Lin Shi to conceal her tattered attire. He locked eyes with the politician's bloated face and declared loudly, "Are you deaf? I told you to remove your hands." The politician's face contorted with rage as he jabbed a finger at Ma Xiaoxi's nose. "Do you know who I am?" The leading bodyguard immediately drew a handgun, aiming it at Ma Xiaoxi's head. The other 3 bodyguard approached, some brandishing brass knuckles, others unsheathing knives. "Kid, do you have a death wish? Do you know who I am? How dare you touch the woman I pursue?" The politician abandoned Lin Shi, exhaling a cloud of smoke into Ma Xiaoxi's face, attempting to slap him with his cigarette-clutching hand. However, before his hand could connect, a flash of white arc sliced through the air, leaving a severed hand gripping a gun on the ground, while the bodyguard leader clutched his arm, howling in pain. Ma Xiaoxi stood poised, now wielding a substantial Nepali cookery knife. In the blink of an eye, he had forced the politician's arm down onto the table, flashing a wicked smile. With a snap, the politician's hand, still clutching the cigarette, was left behind on the table. In swift succession, Ma Xiaoxi delivered a kick to the politician's groin and then turned, swiftly dispatching the remaining 3 bodyguards. He then coolly remarked, "Why do you all have guns and yet do not dare to fire?" The entire confrontation unfolded in mere seconds. Ma Xiaoxi spoke no superfluous words, acting decisively and efficiently. The politician writhed on the ground in agony, blood spilling from his arm. Ma Xiaoxi placed his foot on the politician's chest, the kukri landing harshly against his fat face. I do not care who the hell you are. I traverse the desolate wasteland daily, engaging in perilous endeavors. And I am unperturbed by the prospect of ending your life. Do not kill him. He is the son of the district chief from the frozen land. Please let me handle this. Lin Shi urgently intergested. Ma Xiaoxi paused, the knife halting in midair. The politician, sensing the fear of a lower-tier individual, managed a twisted grin despite the pain in his arm and lower body. You dare to kill me? My father will ensure that the entire water town accompanies me to the grave, and I can make you vanish without a trace in an instant. Before he could finish, the kukri flashed again, and the politician's eyes were punctured, blood gushing from a deep gash across his nose, rendering him unconscious. Both Lin Shi and Xiaonan, despite having witnessed numerous grand spectacles, gasped in horror. Chapter 21. It is that transport vehicle. Ma Xiaoxi, you must leave now. This person is not someone you can provoke. Lin Shi expressed her concern, noting that he had a security detail stationed in the hotel lobby. What about you? How do you plan to handle him? Ma Xiaoxi inquired. Do not worry. I have military connections. They will not dare to touch me. I will turn him over to the military. Xiaonan, please escort Mr. Ma downstairs through the back entrance. Xiaonan handed Ma Xiaoxi a gray service jacket to wear, and together they descended to the hotel lobby. 30 to 40 soldiers stood guard in the lobby, armed and vigilant at the main entrances. Xiaonan concealed her swollen cheek with her cascading hair, making it less noticeable. She led Ma Xiaoxi around several soldiers near the staircase, turning left towards the passageway that led to the back courtyard. A sergeant scrutinized the tall, slender service worker, noting that her outfit was ill-fitting, particularly the conspicuous boots. He reached for his radio, reporting the situation upstairs. As mere seconds elapsed, all that could be heard from the other side was the faint crackling of electrical current. The sergeant bellowed, "Something has gone awry. Squad 1, ascend immediately and assess the situation." Simultaneously, he turned to Xiaonan and Ma Xiaoxi, commanding, "You two, halt." An hour prior, a convoy comprising 2 modified off-road vehicles and over 20 motorcycles had roared down the desolate highway, creating a thunderous cacophony reminiscent of a pack of wolves. Drawing near to the outpost of Shuizhen, Dao Gu occupied the front passenger seat of one of the off-road vehicles. Addressing the leader of the motorcycle brigade through a walkie-talkie, "We will arrive at the outpost in 10 minutes. Before I take action, ensure your men remain discreet and do not alert them." The motorcycle leader, a balding man in his 40s with a greasy visage and a substantial girth, bore the moniker Sherbei. He was notorious in the region as a ruthless bandit, claiming to be part of a fringe faction of the Sandstorm Knights, a group known for their diverse motorcycle styles, yet far removed from the genuine Sandstorm Knights. The true Sandstorm Knights were a formidable armed force operating in the desolate wastelands, known for their exceptional mobility and fierce combat prowess, seizing energy resources and accepting mercenary contracts. Sherbei, by nature brutal, frequently engaged in acts of arson, murder, and assault, and was known for his disregard for rules, often partaking in backstabbing betrayals, which earned him a notorious reputation in the area. This time, accompanying Dao Gu to rob Shuizhen, half of his crew consisted of his own subordinates. Growing somewhat impatient, he retorted, "I know, you've repeated that several times. I will keep them under control." Dao Gu was initially reluctant to engage with him, but due to the significant losses sustained by his men in the previous battle, and with only 2 off-road vehicles remaining, he found himself compelled to partner with Sherbei for the heist. Dao Gu continued, "During this operation, you must heed my instructions. Our target is the motorcycle hotel. We will seize some supplies and depart without touching anything else. When to retreat will also be my decision. Do not succumb to greed. For I have lived in Shuizhen, whereas you have not." Sherbei replied, all right, I will follow your lead. And do not be so anxious. These brothers are seasoned warriors. Does a mere small town like Shuizhen hide dragons and tigers? Indeed, the power dynamics in Shuizhen were exceedingly intricate. Furthermore, in these chaotic times, even an unknown upstart could topple an experienced veteran through sheer audacity. Did we not encounter one just the other day, resulting in the loss of one of our vehicles and a man? Dao Ji's expression darkened, recalling certain painful experiences. Is it really that exaggerated? Bei questioned skeptically. Are we not being a tad brazen to rob in broad daylight? The strength of the forces in Shuizhen at night would be double that of the day. Currently, it was noon, precisely when the guards were changing shifts for their meal, making this the optimal time. Do you understand? All car windows were rolled down. Where are you coming from? And what is your purpose? 4 or 5 centuries. Noticing the off-road vehicles lacked proper documentation, began to interrogate them closely. Daogo lowered his window, pointing to a bloodied young man in the back seat. My nephew was hit by a car, and the village doctor cannot treat him. We are taking him to the hospital in Shuizhen. Please help us pass. 1 sentry, armed and vigilant, peered through the window at the unconscious young man, then moved to the rear of the off-road vehicle, demanding Daogu open the trunk for inspection. The tailgate is broken. Let me get out and assist you. Daogu responded, exiting the vehicle and using a key to pry it open. The sentry leaned in, about to rummage through the luggage in the trunk. Suddenly, a dagger pierced his throat, while Dao Ji's large hand clamped over his mouth, stifling any sound. Oh no, one of your men has collapsed. Come quick. The other sentries rushed to the rear of the vehicle, only to realize the gravity of the situation upon seeing their comrade unresponsive and a pool of blood spreading across the ground. As they began to raise their weapons, they were ambushed from behind by other bandits descending from the off-road vehicles, who struck with their daggers. The operation was executed with remarkable efficiency, without producing any significant noise. Dao Gu gestured for Sherbei's motorcycle crew to advance and seize the entire outpost. At that moment, a sentry emerged from the outpost courtyard, carrying a large stack of lunchboxes, calling out, "Everyone gather around. Today we have potato beef." Upon witnessing the bloody scene before him, his voice abruptly ceased, and the lunchboxes clattered to the ground. Bandits! The sentry snapped back to reality, hastily placing a metal whistle in his mouth. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the sentry fell to the ground. Daogo turned around to see Sherbei's gun still smoking. Gritting his teeth, Daogo scolded him, "Damn it. Could you refrain from firing? He has already started alerting others. Enough talk. Let us quickly eliminate this outpost. Brothers, follow me." Thus, a horde of thugs stormed into the outpost. The muffled and dense gunfire persisted for several minutes, yet the alarm within the outpost never sounded, and silence once again enveloped the area. In front of the hotel lobby, 2 dilapidated modified off-road vehicles came to a halt. A dozen motorcycles dispersed, lining up on either side of the hotel entrance. The lanky bellboy hurried over, exclaiming, "Don't park haphazardly. This entrance is for you lot." Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, a gun was pressed against the left side of his chest. Daogo, unfazed, inquired, "Hold still. On which floors are the luxury rooms and the manager's office?" "On the 3rd and 4th floors of the West Building. Please don't shoot." The bellboy immediately cowered, wondering what sort of people had come these past few days. Daogo commanded, "Bite down on the gun barrel and don't let go. Let us upstairs." The bellboy complied, and over 20 bandits surged into the lobby of the motorcycle hotel, locking eyes with the soldiers inside for a brief moment before the bandits opened fire. Sherbei cursed, "Damn, what rotten luck. How do we encounter these soldiers?" Yet, it must be said that his men were seasoned fighters. Amidst the gunfire, the 20 soldiers in the lobby were swiftly taken down, while the remaining few retreated upstairs, using the staircase for cover as they exchanged fire with the bandits. The opulent hotel lobby instantly transformed into a battlefield strewn with corpses. Just as 2 soldiers were about to interrogate Ma Xiaoxi and Xiaonan, the bandits burst in. Seizing the moment, Ma Xiaoxi shoved past the 2 soldiers, grasping Xiaonan's hand, and fled from the lobby to the parking lot in the rear. "I'll take you to this point. You must hurry and leave," Xiaonan urged, preparing to return to the lobby. Ma Xiaoxi grasped her arm tightly, feeling a slight tremor. "Are you seeking death? Those are a pack of bandits. I've dealt with their leader before. They are ruthless if you go back. It's as good as signing your death warrant. I must return. Lin Zong saved my life. I cannot abandon her," Xiaonan insisted, breaking free from Ma Xiaoxi's grasp. Ma Xiaoxi stood momentarily frozen, watching Xiaonan's figure disappear through the door. She had not anticipated the existence of such bonds between people in these tumultuous times. She had not expected a seemingly frail girl to exhibit such courage and composure amidst a hail of gunfire. In a mere 5 minutes, Daogu and his men had seized control of the staircase, arriving at the door of the general manager's office on the third floor. Dao Gu exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the windowsill in the corridor, and instinctively glanced downstairs, only to have his pupils constrict in shock. A heavily armored transport vehicle was parked against the wall. He could recognize it even in ashes. How could this be possible? Had the Ma Xiaoxi's torrent not eliminated them? Chapter 22. Abduction. Upon seeing the heavily armored transport vehicle parked beside the wall of the backyard, Dao Gu amused himself that fate certainly has a way of bringing adversaries together. If the two individuals inside were indeed who he suspected, it could lead to a fierce confrontation. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was targeting the Jish Hotel, and they were unlikely to pursue him with the same fervor as the Joint Defense Team. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to avoid any encounter with them. Time was of the essence. Gather a few of you to search the luxurious guest rooms up front, and only take items of substantial value. Conserve ammunition. We must retreat downstairs in 5 minutes, he instructed. Meanwhile, Sherbei signaled to his two subordinates to storm into the general manager's office. That office ought to contain a wealth of valuable items, and he was unwilling to let Dao Gu get a head start. However, to their astonishment, they discovered 4 black-clad bodyguards from the Icefield region lying dead within the office, each with a gruesome gash across their throats. One of them had a severed hand lying on the floor, and the blood on the ground was nearly congealed. What on earth had transpired? The bandits were bewildered. Who could have done this? It couldn't have been their own people. Sherbei pondered, what about the others? Did they flee? Regardless, they decided to search for valuables. And Sherbei led a few men into the office, turning it upside down, yet all they found were documents and ledgers they couldn't comprehend. Infuriated, Sherbei cursed. Meanwhile, Dao Gu approached a dining table laden with food, fixating on a plate of roasted chicken, one leg of which had already been torn off and consumed. He tore off the other leg, savoring its warmth. His gaze drifted to the wall, where a bloodied handprint was partially obscured. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the other half of the handprint was missing from the wooden seams. It dawned on him that this wooden panel must serve as a concealed door. When the bloodied hand touched it, the door had been ajar, preventing any blood from staining the doorframe. Thus, the owner of the office might be concealed within, or, at the very least, valuable items could be hidden inside. With this realization, he signaled to his men, and they fired a volley of bullets at the concealed door. Then, a burly man charged at it with a shoulder, causing the door to splinter and shatter. The other bandits surged inside. There, in the hidden chamber, they found a terrified woman and a plump man with his eyes bound in cloth, an intimate guest room, as it turned out. After Lin Shi had taken Xiao Nan and Ma Xiaoxi away, she began to manage the scene, but soon heard the persistent gunfire from downstairs. Through the surveillance footage, she observed the bandits breaching the premises and engaging in a shootout with the guards. In a panic, she dragged the councilman into the hidden room, hoping to avoid detection. Yet, Dao Gu spotted the inconsistency. Sherbei's interest was piqued. The woman was indeed striking. He approached and delivered a resounding slap to the corpulent councilman, exclaiming, "What a game." The force of his blow spun the councilman around. "You injure my eye and still dare to strike me? Do you think the district chief from the Icefield region is just a figurehead? He could dispatch a battalion and obliterate you in an instant." Due to his blindness, the councilman mistakenly believed these thugs were allies of Ma Xiaoxi and continued to bluster. Dao Gu leaned down, wiping his hands on the councilman's expensive suit while inspecting his identification badge. "Ah, so you're a councilman. Do you understand that we struggle for our next meal while you indulge in feasts?" Sherbei interjected, "I care not who you are, but you shall know who I am." He pressed his hand against the councilman's severed arm, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The bandits erupted in laughter. "I never expected to catch such a big fish. Take him away." At that moment, the councilman realized that this group was not the same as before. They were indeed bandits. "Don't take me. Let this woman go. She is the hotel owner. Release me, and I will pay you whatever you desire," he pleaded desperately, shamelessly shoving Lin Shi forward. Indeed, those with wealth and power often value their lives more than the ordinary folk, and when disaster strikes, self-preservation becomes paramount. Lin Shi remained remarkably composed, feeling little surprise. She merely chuckled softly. "Yes, I'm the general manager of Jish Hotel. However, I also hold another title unknown to you, the liaison for the military intelligence office in the southeastern quadrant of the Icefield region. I have already sent an alert. In 10 minutes, a security battalion will arrive here. If you seek riches, it would be wise not to provoke the military. She gestured towards the stacks of cash piled on the table against the wall, stating, the hotel has over 800,000 in cash right here. Take it and leave. It's a guaranteed profit. Oh, and you may take the councilman. He should prove quite lucrative. Don't take me. Lin Shi, you foul harlot. The councilman continued to struggle and plead. But Lin Shi was no longer interested in him. Dao Gu struck the councilman with the butt of his gun, knocking him unconscious. Take him away. Dao Gu then turned to Lin Shi, saying, what you mapped out for us was indeed accurate, but we prefer not to be seen by too many witnesses, so you cannot live. Bei grasped Lin Shi's face, lamenting the waste of such beauty if she were to be killed. He hoisted her onto his shoulder. His towering figure made it seem as though he carried a mere backpack. Lin Shi sighed deeply, closing her eyes in despair, ceasing her struggles. This time, no one would come to her rescue. She was perplexed by the sudden weakness of the defenses in Shui Town. Her earlier claim of a battalion arriving in 10 minutes was a mere bluff to intimidate the bandits. Yet, there was a silver lining, with the councilman taken. The bandits would likely leave no survivors, ensuring Ma Xiaoxi's safety without any repercussions for injuring the councilman. Dao Gu did not object. After all, Bei was not his subordinate, merely urging everyone retreat. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A girl-esque voice called from behind the bandits. Stop! Release General Lin. The bandits turned to see a girl in a gray uniform aiming a pistol at Bei, provoking laughter among the thugs. In the face of such a large group, her frail form seemed almost insignificant, her hand trembling slightly. Bei, still carrying Lin Shi, turned to face the girl. Lin Shi opened her eyes to see Xiaonan, tears streaming down her face as she implored, why did you come back? Run. Xiaonan shouted again, put General Lin down. Otherwise, I will shoot. Run. They will kill you. Lin Shi cried out just as a subordinate of Bei lunged from the side, lifting Xiaonan's arm, causing gunfire to ricochet off the ceiling. Bei kicked Xiaonan in the abdomen, nearly knocking the wind out of her. How dare you point a gun at me? He drew a dagger, severing several of her fingers, then proceeded to stab her repeatedly in the chest and face, disfiguring the girl. Xiaonan's screams faded into a whisper, yet she summoned her last ounce of strength to cry, you beast, let General Lin go. Bei, feeling unsatisfied, tore her clothing and hurled her out of the window. Bang! The girl's broken body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 23. Fury as Ma Xiaoxi sprinted towards the transport vehicle. She fumbled for her phone to call Pang. Where are you? Pang replied, we're in the car with Shan, cleaning up. What is happening outside? Why is there gunfire? I will soon be in the vehicle. Let us converse then. The three individuals convened within the car, where Ma Xiaoxi briefly recounted the events. Currently, the building is teeming with bandits, led by the very individual who previously assaulted us. Pang Xiong declared, what a narrow road for enemies. Let me demonstrate how to teach them a lesson. Ma Xiaoxi responded, they are numerous and possess formidable combat skills. A single guard squad in the hall could not withstand them. We must exit the hotel quickly to avoid being encircled, then strike them unawares. With that, Ma Xiaoxi started the transport vehicle. Pang Xiong inquired, is this vehicle the one you had repaired? And have the ammunition and fuel been replenished? He pointed to the windshield. Only then did Ma Xiaoxi notice that the windshield, previously riddled with bullet holes, was now restored to pristine condition. Who had undertaken such repairs? He felt puzzled, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. As the vehicle's system completed its self-check, it began to move forward. Ma Xiaoxi received a system notification. Transport vehicle armor system has repaired damaged areas, replacing the 50mm windshield. Transport vehicle supply system has replenished ammunition, 5,000 rounds of 145mm machine gun bullets, 200 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun shells, and 140mm grenades. This repair and supply consumed 100 kilograms of steel, 50 kilograms of pure copper, 80 kilograms of glass, and 20 kilograms of rubber. The system is impressive. Initially, plans to repair the vehicle and replenish supplies with the 20,000 yuan from the oil dealer Taijun have been saved, allowing for the possibility of acquiring a military-grade engine. More critically, in such an urgent situation, they could leave at a moment's notice. Observing outside, hotel guests were fleeing in droves, some dragging luggage, others clutching bags, while a few, in their haste, had not even donned proper clothing. A plump woman in her 40s, clad only in a nightgown, stumbled out in a flurry. Vehicles began to rev up, jostling for space, resulting in inevitable collisions. Horns blared and tempers flared. Road rage was rampant, regardless of the circumstances. Ma Xiaoxi exclaimed, "Quickly, let's get out, or we will be blocked." Ma Xiaoxi deftly maneuvered the vehicle through the gaps like a large fish weaving through aquatic flora, surprisingly agile despite its bulk. He felt as though he had adopted a bird's-eye view, acutely aware of the road and surrounding vehicles, perhaps a novel feature bestowed by the Wasteland. Consequently, the transport vehicle's speed remained unimpeded, swiftly reaching the hotel's entrance. Suddenly, a window on the upper floor shattered, and a body fell, landing atop a sedan, which crumpled under the weight. The figure was nearly bare, with multiple knife wounds marring her face and chest, and several fingers missing from one hand. Her long hair cascaded down the car's roof. She had succumbed to her injuries. It was Xiaonan. Ma Xiaoxi was jolted by shock, which quickly morphed into rage. He glanced up at the broken window on the third floor, where a burly figure was looking down and spat. Ma Xiaoxi silently resolved to make these bandits pay dearly. Perhaps driven by Xiaonan's earlier assistance or by the bonds of camaraderie that were scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. He seized a microphone and shouted at the vehicles obstructing their path. The small cars ahead, move aside immediately. The drivers of the cars ahead showed no intention of yielding. Two even rolled down their windows to brandish a middle finger at the transport vehicle. In ordinary circumstances, large vehicles often dominated the road, but now, with everyone fleeing, why should they give way? At that moment, a keen observer noticed the machine guns on either side of the transport vehicle and the grenade launcher on the roof slowly being deployed. What the hell? This truck is armed with so many weapons. Surely it is not just for show? They thought. Stay calm. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. This is Shuizhen, not the Wasteland. They cannot do as they please. In the driver's seat, Ma Xiaoxi understood the cue and fired a grenade at the roadside wall, where the traffic was blocked, creating a large breach. He shouted through the microphone, "If you don't want to die, move out of the way. I'll blast your car next." This tactic proved effective, as vehicles ahead hastily cleared a path. A couple of smaller cars, unable to shift in time, saw their occupants abandon them, fearing the impending explosion. Ma Xiaoxi pressed the accelerator, shoving those small cars aside as he passed. Upon exiting the hotel grounds, a group of 10 bandits on motorcycles was robbing guests emerging from the hotel. 2 of them were manhandling a young woman, while her husband lay dead from gunfire. Ma Xiaoxi signaled Ma Xiaoxi to open fire, as the Gatling guns on either side of the transport vehicle whirled into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets that reduced the bandits and their motorcycles to a heap of scrap. Blood splattered onto the woman's face, freezing her in place. It was only when Ma Xiaoxi called out to her through the microphone that she snapped back to reality and fled to the rear of the transport vehicle, seeking safety. At this moment, Dao Gu and the others also descended to the hotel lobby. Shi Bai, carrying Lin Shiyi, was about to push the door open when he witnessed his subordinates torn to shreds. The motorcycles they had parked outside were crushed into scrap metal by the transport vehicle. Shi Bai placed a share of cash and Lin Shiyi down, grabbed a submachine gun, and shouted orders for his men to fire at the transport vehicle. However, their bullets merely bounced off, barely scratching the surface. Meanwhile, Dao Gu, upon recognizing the transport vehicle, quickly sought cover. He thought to himself that as long as he did not initiate an attack, they had no reason to engage him, but given the current situation, it was clear they intended to fight to the bitter end. Did they wish to engage in a black market conflict? Grasping the heavy bag of 400,000 in cash, he calculated that this haul was substantial, and it was imperative to escape Shuizhen swiftly. As for Shi Bai and his crew, they would serve as a distraction for the transport vehicle. With that thought, a slight smirk appeared on Dao Ji's lips. He activated his radio, instructing 2 SUVs waiting outside to crash through the hotel's glass facade. He unloaded 2 heavy machine guns and a box of ammunition from the SUV, shouting to Shi Bai, "Here are the machine guns. You guys hold them off while we flank them." Dao Gu jumped into the vehicle, aiming for the opposite wall. Shi Bai, feeling grateful for the support in such dire circumstances, commanded his men to return fire with the heavy machine guns left by Dao Gu. However, he soon realized that Dao Gu's SUV was not maneuvering around to the rear of the transport vehicle, but was instead speeding towards the exit of Shuizhen. He recognized he had been deceived. "Dao Gu, you son of a..." Chapter 24. leave the money and the women behind. Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle positioned itself sideways against the hotel lobby, with 4 Gatling machine guns and 2 40mm grenade launchers on the roof aimed at the bandits within the lobby, unleashing a barrage of fire like a warship targeting its foes. The tracers from the machine guns assisted in correcting their trajectory, sweeping through the lobby like lightsabers, shattering the walls and ceiling into a cascade of debris. A group of 6 or 7 bandits, caught off guard and unable to find shelter, were brutally torn apart by bullets, resembling withered grass severed by a lightsaber, dying on the spot. The caliber was justice. The 145mm machine gun bullets suppressed the remaining bandits, rendering them incapable of raising their heads. Although Brother Dao had left them 2 heavy machine guns, they were as ineffective as toy guns compared to the mounted Gatling guns, entirely devoid of the ability to retaliate. Sherbei shouted to the 4 remaining subordinates, urging them to conceal themselves as the enemy's firepower was too formidable. However, their vehicles could not enter, so they would wait to counterattack when the intruders advanced. Only then did Sherbei take a closer look at the transport vehicle, which measured 12 meters in length and weighed no less than 10 tons. Its exterior was armored with desert yellow steel plates. All windows were bulletproof glass, with a distribution of wheels featuring a front 4 and rear 8 configuration, equipped with all-terrain tires nearly as tall as an average person. On the sides of the vehicle were 4 Gatling guns, and atop it were 2 40mm grenade launchers. It was indeed an impressive war machine. Sherbei could not fathom why this transport vehicle was attacking him. They were neither allied police nor troops from Shuizhen, and there seemed to be no benefit in engaging him. Unless they had seen them seize money and women, it was a case of black eating black. He suddenly recalled Brother Dao mentioning a transport vehicle that had caused them significant losses. Could this be the very one? Surely, they would not hold him accountable for the robbery against Brother Dao. Damn it, Dao. You ran off and left me to take the blame. After years of black eating black, he had unexpectedly fallen into someone else's trap. If he could escape this ordeal, he would certainly seek retribution for Brother Dao. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Brother Dao had clearly stated that the transport vehicle had encountered a swarm of snakes, and there was no way it could have survived. Even if it had escaped, it would undoubtedly have sustained severe damage, unlike the pristine condition of the vehicle before him. Fortunately, the hotel entrance featured 5 steps. No matter how capable the transport vehicle was, it could not drive in, only maintaining a distance to shoot from the entrance. Ma Xiaoxi had just seen Brother Dao's off-road vehicle dart out of the lobby and speed away. He did not pursue, as the off-road vehicle had superior maneuverability and might be difficult to catch. Moreover, his target was the burly bandit who had killed Xiaonan. The large bandit carried Lin Shi over his shoulder. She appeared injured and unconscious, limply resting against him. The bandit stood over 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than Lin Shi's waist. One could only imagine the torment Lin Shi, a woman of exceptional beauty, would face if captured by this gang of bandits. Ma Xiaoxi had to rescue Lin Shi, both for Xiaonan's sake and his own. He cautioned Pang Xiong to be careful not to harm Lin Shi during the shooting. At that moment, the enemy was suppressed and unable to fight back, but they needed to find a way to charge in and eliminate the bandits. Suddenly, he noticed a large eave at the entrance of the hotel, likely a reinforced concrete structure. If it were to collapse, it could create a ramp on the steps. Ma Xiaoxi declared, Pang Xiong, use a grenade to bring down the eave on the 2nd floor and create a ramp. I intend to drive into the lobby. Pang Xiong replied, What? Are you out of your mind? Driving in is too dangerous. You could flip the vehicle. And are you really going to save that fairy Lin? It hardly seems worth it. It's just a physical need, right? Do as I say. Following several explosive sounds, the eave on the 2nd floor shattered, crashing onto the steps below. Ma Xiaoxi could not help but exclaim, Impressive. He then turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, driving the 12-meter-long transport vehicle up the newly formed ramp amidst the loud gasps of Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan. The building's glass facade shattered like paper, and the heavy machine guns stationed on the ground were crushed beneath the wheels, sending the gunner flying several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall before rebounding to the ground. It seemed the transport vehicle could obliterate anything. Nothing could stand in its way. The bandits were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to comprehend the scene before them. By the time they regained their wits, it was too late. With the enhancement of Yao Mahi, Ma Xiaoxi could perceive objects within a certain radius around the transport vehicle, and moving figures were highlighted as if he had gained X-ray vision. At the current level of the transport vehicle, he could see approximately 20 meters ahead. As the vehicle upgraded, this field of vision would continue to expand. He directed Pang Xiong to operate the machine gun, delivering precise strikes against the bandits hidden in his blind spots. The large-caliber bullets erupted in clouds of blood around the bandits, accompanied by their anguished cries. In less than 10 seconds, Bei's men were all eliminated. Bei himself was hiding behind a structural column, a bag containing 400,000 cash slung over his shoulder, one hand hoisting Lin Shi while the other brandished a submachine gun. Prepare to flee. Leaning against the column, he called out, "Friends on the opposite side, we should have no grievances. If you wish to engage in black eating black, I can offer you 800,000 if you let me go." With that, he tossed several bundles of cash from the left side of the column and then removed the safety from a grenade, holding it in his hand while taking cover to the right side of the column. "Damn it, having killed so many of my brothers, I will ensure you pay for this." He planned to throw the grenade the moment the enemy let their guard down, followed by a barrage of bullets. At this moment, Ma Xiaoxi had already exited the vehicle, armed with an M1887 shotgun, steadily advancing towards Bei's concealed position. The image of a tall figure behind the column, holding a submachine gun and clutching a grenade, vividly imprinted itself in Ma Xiaoxi's mind. The audacity of this man attempting to ambush him. Ma Xiaoxi aimed his shotgun at the edge of the column and deliberately stated, "All right, you leave the money and the woman behind, and you can go. We will not fire." Simultaneously, he made some noise with his feet. Bei's heart leaped with joy. He had fallen for the ruse and prepared to throw the grenade. At that moment, Lin Shi, who had been shaken awake, shouted, "Ma Xiaoxi, he has a grenade." In a fit of rage, Bei hurled Lin Shi to the ground and extended his arm to throw the grenade at Ma Xiaoxi. Bang! The shotgun fired. At close range, and with Ma Xiaoxi's heightened abilities, Bei's hand was blown off, and the grenade rolled a short distance away. Boom! The grenade exploded, severing Bei's legs and causing a torrent of blood to flow. The over 2-meter-tall man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Ma Xiaoxi rushed over, swiftly kicking the submachine gun from Bei's grasp and delivering a heavy kick to his head, sending him rolling several times. Turning to check on Lin Shi behind the column, he noticed her head had struck the ground, bleeding profusely, but fortunately, she had not been injured by the grenade shrapnel. Ma Xiaoxi scooped Lin Shi into his arms and returned to the transport vehicle, then began administering artificial respiration. Though he was uncertain if this was the appropriate action at that moment, he felt compelled to try, given the circumstances. Pang Xiong, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Ma Xiaoxi, I have a larger lung capacity and stronger grip. Let me take over. Get lost." Pang Xiong jumped from the vehicle, exclaiming, "All right, I'll go retrieve the money." Chapter 25. Retribution. Shuashan, please tend to her wounds. Ma Xiaoxi hurriedly withdrew his hands from Lin Shi's chest, accompanied by exclamations of astonishment. Pang Xiong returned to the vehicle, carrying a large bag. "Ma Xiaoxi, we hit the jackpot. 400,000. Shuashan was taken aback upon hearing the amount, causing her hand to pause involuntarily as she tended to her wounds. She had never encountered such a sum of money before. It was enough to sustain someone like her for several lifetimes. When Pang Xiong noticed that Lin Shi had awakened, he ceased his discourse, fully aware that this money undoubtedly belonged to the Jish Hotel. Even though Ma Xiaoxi had saved her life, such a fortune would not be given lightly, considering its astronomical value. Ma Xiaoxi pointed to the bag in Pang Xiong's hand and informed Lin Shi, "This is the money that group of ruffians stole from the hotel." Lin Shi replied sternly, "No, the money they robbed from the hotel amounts to 800,000. Pang Xiong, growing anxious, retorted, "Hey, don't mislead us. Ma Xiaoxi just saved your life." Lin Shi clarified that 800,000 was taken away by the bandits' accomplices. Therefore, this bag of money does not belong to the hotel. "Oh, Lin Yao, Boss Lin, you truly are a straightforward person." Pang Xiong hastily changed his tone. Ma Xiaoxi did not decline, as the Jish Hotel in Shuaizhen, along with the military intelligence agency, would not be lacking in funds. Through the car window, Lin Shi surveyed the lobby of the Jish Hotel, which just hours ago had been resplendent and bustling. Now, it lay in ruins with bodies strewn across the ground, resembling a scene from hell. Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "What will you do next?" Before Lin Shi could respond, a group of people squeezed through the entrance, chattering noisily about something. Who will compensate for our losses? This hotel is far too unsafe. We must be compensated. That transport vehicle just smashed my car. We can't let them go. We need an explanation. The uproarious crowd, numbering over 100, had gathered in the lobby surrounding the transport vehicle, though they dare not approach too closely due to the imposing Gatling gun and howitzer mounted on it. At that moment, a sharp-eyed, balding man shouted, "The hotel owner is inside the vehicle. That wretched woman must pay." Instantly, the atmosphere grew chaotic. Lin Shi attempted to exit the vehicle, but was restrained by Ma Xiaoxi. Ma Xiaoxi kicked the door open, leapt from the vehicle, and loaded his M1887 shotgun, disregarding the clamoring crowd. The onlookers, wary of the weapon in his hands, refrained from intervening. Ma Xiaoxi strode directly to the spot where the stone tablet lay, seizing one of its arms and dragging it into the midst of the crowd, leaving a trail of blood on the ground from the leg that had been blown off by a grenade. Seeing the gruesome sight, the onlookers recoiled, parting to make way. "Ladies and gentlemen, this bandit is the mastermind behind the hotel robbery. If you seek compensation, you should direct your grievances towards him." Ma Xiaoxi drew out a large knife from his waist and brandished it before the crowd. "Here is a blade. Each of you may take a turn to strike him." The stone tablet, now awake, glared with bloodshot eyes and pointed at a black floating tattoo on his chest, cursing, "How dare you? Who would dare strike me? I am a member of the Sandstorm Knights. I could crush you all in an instant." The crowd, intimidated, took a step back. Ma Xiaoxi addressed the crowd. "No one dares to step forward? Then I shall take it upon myself to exact vengeance." With that, he retrieved a coil of rope from the vehicle and securely bound the stone tablet to a structural pillar. The stone tablet panicked. "What are you doing? If you kill me, the Sandstorm Knights will not spare you. We are all bandits here. There is no need for such brutality. Leave the money and women to you." Ma Xiaoxi remained indifferent, cold as stone. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he turned and opened the winch at the front of the vehicle, tying a thick steel wire around the stone tablet's neck. What is he planning to do? He can't possibly intend to decapitate him, murmured the crowd. What distinguishes him from these thugs? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. The balding man, particularly indignant, exclaimed, "This is Shuaizhen. We have laws here. We cannot allow vigilante justice." Others nearby echoed, "Yes, bandits have rights too. We cannot allow such chaos." Even Zhuoshan, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, feeling a chill run down her spine as she gasped, "He truly is a devil." In her impression, Ma Xiaoxi was generally easygoing, albeit occasionally temperamental. Today, she was witnessing a different facet of him. His coldness emanated from a place deep within, capable of shattering all obstacles to achieve his goals. Pang Xiong turned to Zhuoshan. "These bandits commit unspeakable acts. Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost at their hands? How many women have suffered? They deserve this punishment." Zhuoshan turned her gaze towards Lin Shi, who shared a similar lack of sympathy. Indeed, her assistant, Xiaonan, had been brutally murdered by that bandit just moments ago and thrown downstairs. She herself had narrowly escaped being abducted by that ruffian, facing inhumane treatment. How could she possibly feel compassion for that bandit? At this moment, the stone tablet, desperate and disregarding his injuries, twisted his head and struggled, refusing to allow the steel wire to encircle his neck. "Brother, please don't do this. Spare my life. The one who came with me is called Daozi. He is the mastermind. I was merely dragged along to help. I know where he is. Let me go, and I will lead you to them. They have 400,000 in cash, and he has even kidnapped the councilman. I'm not a bandit. I am killing you solely because you murdered Xiaonan." Ma Xiaoxi interrupted the stone tablet's pleas. "What? Who is Xiaonan?" The stone tablet was momentarily bewildered, unsure of whom Ma Xiaoxi referred to. "Are you referring to that waitress on the 3rd floor? Damn, you are insane. There are countless women like her. Is it worth making enemies over her?" Ma Xiaoxi raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the stone tablet's face, then stroked his bald head, saying, "You should strive to be a better person in your next life." He then returned to the transport vehicle and directed Pang Xiong to reverse it. As the transport vehicle slowly moved backward, the steel wire gradually tightened. The stone tablet's face turned purple from the pressure. His curses transformed into wails, and eventually, he could utter no sound. With a final, resounding crack, the stone tablet's head was violently severed from his body. The head flew into the crowd, splattering blood across the onlookers, who shrieked in shock and scattered in all directions. Thus ended the wicked life of the stone tablet. Lin Shi watched this unfold, tears streaming down her face as she silently murmured, "Xiaonan, your vengeance has been avenged." Chapter 26. Preparing to flee Ma Xiaoxi through extreme violence, declared his principle of settling debts to the crowd of onlookers. Consequently, they dared not approach the transport vehicle, instead lingering at a distance by the hotel entrance, peering in to observe the situation inside. However, this distance was sufficient for Ma Xiaoxi and his companions to converse without concern. The four of them, Ma Xiaoxi, Pang Xiong, Lin Shi, and Zhuo Shan, sat in the driver's seat, each holding a bottle of beer to replenish hydration and ease the tension. At this moment, Lin Shi had changed out of her torn-up scale chi pao and donned a white shirt belonging to Ma Xiaoxi, her ample bosom filling the garment, creating a unique sense of relaxation. Ma Xiaoxi asked, "Do any of you sense something amiss?" Pang Xiong replied, "Of course there's something wrong. We have been robbed twice in 3 days. Are these bandits so starved that they're chasing us down?" This indirectly illustrates that the joint defense formation led by Liu Beijiang and his team is essentially ineffective and perhaps should be disbanded sooner rather than later. Lin Shi and Zhuo Shan remained silent, merely gazing at Ma Xiaoxi, awaiting his continuation. Ma Xiaoxi proceeded to articulate his thoughts. "I refer to the Jish Hotel, which is situated in a central area of Shuaizhen. Given the magnitude of the recent attack, why have we yet to see any sign of military presence? What are the local garrison forces doing?" Upon hearing this, the others realized the gravity of the situation. From the first gunshot until now, over half an hour has elapsed. If the local troops had heard the gunfire, they should have arrived promptly. Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Shi, as no one was more acquainted with the operations of Shuaizhen than she. Having been in a state of captivity, Lin Shi had been highly tense and hadn't previously considered this point. However, upon Ma Xiaoxi's mention, she began to feel increasingly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "This is indeed very strange. Typically, there are checkpoints along the roads entering Shuaizhen, which would have detected these individuals and sounded the alarm. Even if the checkpoints were ambushed and unable to alert us, the gunfire should have drawn the attention of the garrison forces. Under normal circumstances, a security battalion should arrive within 20 minutes to rescue us." Ma Xiaoxi suggested, "Let us use the satellite phone in the vehicle to contact the garrison and ascertain the situation." Lin Shi first dialed a few company commanders and battalion leaders she was acquainted with, but none answered. Finally, she attempted to reach the intelligence department, where someone finally picked up. However, before Lin Shi could inquire, a chilling roar came through the line. "The garrison is under attack by ice wolves. Evacuate to Shuaizhen University immediately. Hurry!" Gunfire crackled in the background, and then the call abruptly disconnected. Since Lin Shi had set the phone to speaker mode, all four individuals in the transport vehicle heard the alarming news. They exchanged glances for a few seconds. This indicated that ice wolves were indeed attacking Shuaizhen, and the garrison could not hold out any longer, urging everyone to retreat to Shuaizhen University for safety. "Should we not hasten our escape?" Pang Xiong processed the information relayed during the call. Ma Xiaoxi nodded and began giving instructions. "Return to the hotel for supplies. Pang Xiong and Zhuo Shan, go to the storeroom and gather as much food as you can. Lin Shi and I will retrieve living essentials and important documents. Let us meet in the transport vehicle in 10 minutes. Lin Shi interjected, "What about those people outside? We can't just leave them to wait here to perish." Ma Xiaoxi responded, "We'll notify them after we've secured our supplies. The priority is to ensure our own safety before assisting others." He felt no moral burden regarding this decision. Moreover, given the nature of that group, informing them prematurely might cause further chaos. The four split into 2 groups to commence their tasks. Pang Xiong and Zhuo Shan made 5 or 6 trips back and forth from the cafeteria storeroom, loading the vehicle with an assortment of meat, vegetables, eggs, rice, grains, canned goods, instant noodles, and ham, nearly filling the storage compartments. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoxi followed Lin Shi back to the office, where the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with some staff either dead or fleeing. Lin Shi organized important documents and took the office computer, ultimately destroying some files that could not be transported. Ma Xiaoxi then proceeded to a hidden room meant for adult entertainment, laying down a bedsheet on the floor. He hastily grabbed clothing from the wardrobe, along with daily necessities, bedding, and pillows, piling everything onto the sheet. Upon opening another cabinet, he discovered several boxes of rubber products and adult toys. These could conveniently serve as rubber materials for repairing the transport vehicle, being food-grade, safe, and hygienic, so he added them to the pile. Just as he was about to finish packing, he noticed Lin Shi staring at the items on the floor with a peculiar expression. Realizing some of the clothing was too provocative, he discarded it but retained the boxes of rubber products and toys, which elicited an involuntary smile from Lin Shi. As Ma Xiaoxi hefted the large bundle and prepared to head downstairs with Lin Shi, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "Where's the radio for Shui Zhen 0088? It is located in the front room, number 318. He intended to take the uniquely numbered radio, as possessing two identifiers in the cargo alliance could prove advantageous. The special number 0088 carried weight. When the four returned to the transport vehicle, it was packed to the brim with food and supplies, providing a tremendous sense of security. Pang Xiong remarked, "These provisions should sustain us for a month. I also grab a grill, an alcohol stove, and a cast iron pot. Tomorrow we'll have hot pot." Ma Xiaoxi slowly drove the vehicle out of the hotel lobby. Lin Shi utilized a microphone to address the gathering crowd. "We have received internal information that Shui Zhen is under attack by ice wolves, and the garrison can no longer hold. Everyone must evacuate to Shui Zhen University, which is expected to be safe. There are still supplies within the hotel. You may help yourselves. Are you all fleeing? How do we know what you say is true? You must compensate us for our losses before you leave." "Yes, compensation for our losses." The crowd surrounded the transport vehicle, with some even blocking the road with their own cars. The situation spiraled out of control once again, prompting Ma Xiaoxi to snatch the microphone and shout, "This is a damn apocalypse. Who is going to compensate you for your losses? Hurry and raid the hotel for supplies. If you wait too long, there will be nothing left." The crowd began to disperse, with some indecisive individuals sneaking into the hotel in search of supplies. Among them, Ma Xiaoxi spotted a balding middle-aged man who was shouting about compensation while stealthily maneuvering towards the back of the line, ultimately slipping into the hotel when no one was watching. Ma Xiaoxi thought to himself how cunning this individual was. However, a significant portion of the crowd remained steadfast, refusing to yield and stubbornly blocking the path. Ma Xiaoxi revved the transport vehicle and plowed through the few cars obstructing the way, causing the crowd to scatter. Just then, the sound of roaring engines approached from a distance. The crowd turned to see a convoy of military trucks racing down the highway, kicking up clouds of dust behind them. As the rumbling intensified, the garrison's convoy arrived at the entrance of the Jish Hotel, only to be halted by the obstructing crowd. The convoy consisted of 6 military trucks, with armed soldiers packed into the rear of the first 2 vehicles, while the middle 4 were transporting wounded soldiers. Some were missing arms, others legs. Some had gaping wounds in their abdomens or chests, and others bore severe neck injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The injured had undergone minimal bandaging before being hoisted onto the trucks, their anguished groans echoing in the air. The unbandaged wounds resembled massive gashes left by bear claws. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, an officer leaped from the lead truck, identifiable by his rank as a company commander. He bellowed to the gathered masses, "Clear the way. Do not block the road." Someone inquired, "What has happened? Is it true that a pack of wolves has attacked Shui Zhen?" The commander replied, "These are no ordinary wolves. They have mutated, and there are also large groups of aberrant creatures. You are not safe here. Evacuate immediately to Shui Zhen University, which serves as a temporary safe zone." Having just returned from the front lines, escorting the wounded, the commander knew all too well that if the people before him had witnessed the brutal combat at the front, they would not be obstructing the road. The mutated ice-field wolves have grown to the height of a human, their bodies adorned with bulging muscles and prominent veins. Ordinary submachine gun bullets struggle to inflict fatal damage upon them. They possess strength akin to that of a grizzly bear while exhibiting remarkable agility. Consequently, they have inflicted significant casualties upon the troops. Additionally, there exists a multitude of aberrants, resembling the legendary undead, possessing terrifying strength that enables them to rend apart any normal human or animal, feasting upon fresh blood and flesh. Unlike zombies, aberrants are a consequence of prolonged excessive radiation and do not transmit infection through bites. However, they possess even more horrifying attributes, as their bodies have mutated, enhancing certain aspects beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. The crowd blocking the road has begun to believe the news of an attack on Shuaizhen. It appears that the accounts from those in the transport vehicles were indeed truthful. Ma Xiaoxi once again reminded through the microphone, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry to the hotel and seize supplies. If you delay, they will be gone." The throngs of people rushed toward the hotel, only to collide with those already moving food and supplies out, leading to a chaotic scuffle. The exclamations of "You're blocking the road. And what is it to you? I'm taking what is mine," rang out amidst the chaos and the wreckage of the hotel lobby, where the scene was utterly disordered. The thoroughfare outside the hotel finally regained its flow. The company commander noticed an armored transport vehicle parked by the roadside, measuring 12 meters in length, clad in desert yellow steel plating, with a Gatling gun and a 40mm grenade launcher gleaming ominously. He could not help but marvel, for his own unit possessed but a few armored vehicles, whereas this one resembled an apocalyptic fortress with its formidable armor and weaponry. Approaching the vehicle, he tapped on the window, stating, "This vehicle has been requisitioned. Please present your compensation demands. Your cooperation is appreciated." Ma Xiaoxi retorted, "That is impossible. No amount of money will suffice. This vehicle comes with a system of protection, and it will not be allowed to leave." Just as the commander was about to lose his temper, Lin Shi presented his military identification, asserting that the vehicle now belonged to the intelligence department. "What is the situation at the front line?" The commander glanced at the identification and, recognizing it as military, saluted Lin Shi, briefly summarizing the chaotic circumstances at the front. "Things have spiraled out of control. It is unsafe here. We must evacuate promptly to Shuaizhen University." Lin Shi repeated, "Very well, we will follow your vehicle. What is your name?" "I am Cheng Hai, affiliated with the mobile troops, responsible for the protection of the safe zone. Should assistance be required, you may seek me out." Cheng Hai retrieved a walkie-talkie from his vehicle and handed it to Ma Xiaoxi, instructing her to keep pace with his convoy and to report any emergencies using this device. Their soldiers would come to their rescue. The convoy set off towards Shuaizhen University, moving at a slow pace due to the numerous injured aboard Ma Xiaoxi's transport, which trailed behind the military vehicles. The streets of Shuaizhen were rather narrow, primarily accommodating 2 lanes, flanked by 5 to 6-story residential buildings and commercial establishments. At this moment, crowds of fleeing individuals began to appear along the streets, while distant sounds of gunfire and human screams echoed ominously. Ma Xiaoxi activated the radio, tuning into the public channel of the Cargo Alliance. Shuaizhen 1268. Shuaizhen is under attack by mutated creatures. Shuaizhen 0689. It's the mutated wolf pack and aberrants. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly. I am now in the safe zone. Shuaizhen 1785. Also in the safe zone. Icefield 2506. Shuaizhen has been attacked too? I thought only the Icefield area had mutated beasts. West Sea 0639. West Sea is safer. We are secure for now. Icefield 2506. Shuaizhen is just a foot on the gas away from West Sea. Don't celebrate too early. Stock up on supplies this morning. It's dangerous to run outside the safe zone. Shuaizhen 1268. Damn. I can see several mutated wolves outside my vehicle, gnawing on corpses. Brothers, pray for me. These cacophonous transmissions undoubtedly heightened the sense of tension among everyone. Lin Shi grasped Shuaishan's hand, nestled together, gazing anxiously out the window. The stout bear, appearing nonchalant, attempted to reassure, "There's no need to be so tense. Shuaizhen University is only half an hour away. Nothing will happen on the way, as those mutated beasts are kept at bay by the troops outside Shuaizhen." However, before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of 2 bull-like mutated creatures charging into the fleeing crowd from the distance in the rearview mirror, effortlessly tearing off 2 heads and hurling the corpses into the air. "Crap, wolves are coming." Ma Xiaoxi activated the system's perspective view, revealing the situation on the street within a 20-meter radius of the transport vehicle, where fleeing crowds and vehicles frantically moved behind the buildings. She seized the walkie-talkie. "Commander Cheng, we have spotted mutated wolves at the rear of the convoy, approximately 700 meters away." "Received, accelerate," came the response, and the military vehicles noticeably quickened their pace. Ma Xiaoxi followed suit, hastening to keep up. As the vehicles sped along, Ma Xiaoxi noticed that behind the buildings on both sides lay a narrow alley, where shadows flitted by. A sense of alarm surged within her. Could they be attempting to ambush the convoy? With this thought, Ma Xiaoxi opened the walkie-talkie again. Commander Chung, I have detected traces of mutated wolves in the left side alley. They may be preparing to intercept us at the upcoming intersection. Chapter 28. Are you cheating? Ma Xiaoxi alerted Commander Chung to be cautious of the mutated wolf pack at the intersection ahead. The response from Chung Hai was tinged with skepticism. Are you referring to the alley on the left side of the current road? Yes, there are not just one, but many. From Chung Hai's perspective, the buildings on either side of the road were densely packed, obstructing any view of the alley behind. While he could sense the firmness in Ma Xiaoxi's tone, he was uncertain of her basis for this judgment and sought confirmation. Upon receiving her affirmative response, he cautioned the soldiers in the vehicle to remain vigilant regarding the intersection. Lin Shi and Zhuoshan exchanged puzzled glances at Ma Xiaoxi, while the stout bear directly inquired, "Why can't I see anything?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Just follow my orders. Aim the grenade launcher and machine gun at that street corner on the left." However, even as Chung Hai's vehicle passed through the intersection, "No mutated creatures emerged." Chung Hai reassured over the walkie-talkie, "There are no mutated wolves at the intersection. Everyone, don't be overly anxious. This area is relatively distant from the front line, and even if mutated wolves appear, they won't be numerous." This news released a collective sigh of relief. Only Ma Xiaoxi remained tense. Although she couldn't see far ahead, she felt an unsettling premonition. She noticed that the wolves in the left alley had become increasingly dense, amassing near the intersection. They transitioned from stillness to a sprint. They were preparing to launch an assault. At that moment, the 4 vehicles transporting the injured were passing through the intersection, with Ma Xiaoxi's vehicle bringing up the rear. Still 50 meters from the intersection ahead. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoxi veered sharply to the left and accelerated, overtaking the military vehicle in the left lane. The commander of that military vehicle shouted through the walkie-talkie, "Transport vehicle, what are you doing? Return to the rear and maintain formation. There are protocols in military movements that must be adhered to. Vehicles from the outside, like Ma Xiaoxi's, should simply follow behind without deviation. If we act recklessly, we may disrupt the rhythm of the convoy, and who shall bear the responsibility for any ensuing complications?" Yet, Ma Xiaoxi remained undeterred, accelerating further. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. He discerned the silhouettes of a pack of wolves bursting forth from the alley, charging towards the intersection. "They were upon us." Ma Xiaoxi shouted into the intercom. Amidst the astonished cries of the injured, the leading 3 or 4 mutated wolves leapt over 2 meters high, lunging at the wounded soldiers inside the military vehicle. Simultaneously, the grip of the heavy machine gun in Fat Xiong's hands was pressed down. As the 145mm caliber vehicle-mounted Gatling unleashed a torrent of fire. Bullets rained upon the mutated wolves, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. Despite their strength, akin to that of calves, these beasts could not withstand the merciless barrage, and several were sent tumbling to the ground. Yet in the next moment, dozens more wolves surged towards the intersection, poised to attack the convoy. Fortunately, thanks to Ma Xiaoxi's early warning, everyone was somewhat prepared and did not fall victim to surprise. The soldiers in the military vehicles at the rear also reacted, and guided by the tracer rounds fired from the machine guns of the transport vehicle, began to return fire. The lead vehicle, where Chung Hai resided, came to a sudden halt and reversed towards the intersection, firing at the wolf pack to create a crossfire. While their submachine guns might not inflict fatal damage upon the mutated wolves, the dense hail of bullets successfully thwarted the pack's advance, providing cover for the vehicle transporting the injured to pass through. Seeing that the vehicles had all traversed, Ma Xiaoxi signaled Fat Xiong to unleash a barrage of grenades upon the wolves. The grenades detonated amidst the pack, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. Fat Xiong exclaimed, "Let these damned beasts have a taste of their own medicine." A few mutated wolves managed to breach the interlaced fire of their defenses, only to be eliminated by Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle, either by collision or runover. This all transpired within mere seconds, leaving the soldiers feeling as though they had danced on the brink of death. The proximity to the wolves was alarmingly close, and their speed was astonishingly swift. Had it not been for the early warning from the transport vehicle and its decisive action at a critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. The heavy weaponry aboard that vehicle proved invaluable. The soldiers regarded the transport vehicle with newfound respect in their hearts. However, a question lingered in everyone's minds. How did Ma Xiaoxi detect the gathering of wolves in the alley to the left? After all, no one could see the rear alley through a row of houses. Cheng Hai, still shaken, gasped for breath and spoke into the intercom. "Thank you, brothers in the rear. All vehicles accelerate. We must reach the safety zone at Shuai University quickly." Ma Xiaoxi replied, "No need for thanks, team leader Cheng. We shall continue as the lead vehicle." Cheng Hai responded, "Understood. Thank you, brother." Given the current circumstances, only Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle was equipped with heavy weaponry, making it the ideal choice to lead the way. Furthermore, its sealed body and thick armor negated any concerns regarding the wolves' attacks. Yet, Cheng Hai felt a deep-seated gratitude for Ma Xiaoxi, who bravely shouldered the burden during this crisis. In truth, Ma Xiaoxi's primary concern was reaching Shuai University safely. Should they encounter a pack of mutated wolves or aberrants blocking the path, the military vehicles ahead could easily become trapped. Thus, it was better for him to pave the way, relying on the vehicle's sturdy armor to forge ahead. The notion of bearing the burden for the troops was secondary. After all, ensuring one's own safety is the prerequisite for protecting others. Ma Xiaoxi further remarked, "I feel that these mutated wolves exhibit a certain level of intelligence. Their behavior is rather unusual." Cheng Hai did not fully comprehend, and Ma Xiaoxi offered no further explanation, as this was not the moment for such discussions. Under Ma Xiaoxi's guidance, the convoy's speed significantly increased. Along the way, they encountered a few stray attacks from wolves and aberrants at several intersections, but Ma Xiaoxi's keen perception allowed him to detect them in time, issuing warnings to the others. The intercom frequently echoed with Ma Xiaoxi's alerts. "Caution at the upcoming intersection. There are aberrants. Attention to the right. A small pack of wolves. Watch the left side. A large group of aberrants is gathering at that intersection." In facing their assault, Ma Xiaoxi opted to clear the path with grenades and machine gun fire, ultimately ramming directly into them. The massive vehicle carved a passage through the blockading aberrants, sending their mangled remains soaring over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the roadside. The soldiers in the military vehicles behind watched in astonishment. This audacious maneuver was as if he were wielding some sort of cheat code. The convoy followed the path opened by the transport vehicle, proceeding without obstruction. Soon, at the end of the road, a large compound appeared, its entrance fortified with layers of military barricades and guarded by numerous armed soldiers, with heavy machine guns and artillery stationed on the walls. This was Shuai University. They had finally reached the safety zone. Chapter 29. A new order in the university. Cheng Hai greeted the guarding soldiers, and Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle, along with the convoy escorting the injured, passed through the heavily guarded school gates, entering Shuai University. The soldiers on guard, seeing the armored transport vehicle still adorned with the remains of mutated creatures, wore expressions of curiosity. It was then that Ma Xiaoxi noticed that a dozen or so small cars were trailing behind the convoy. They were residents fleeing from the central streets of Shuai, following the path cleared by the convoy. A blonde little girl said to her father in the driver's seat, "That vehicle up ahead saved us." Indeed, it was thanks to that vehicle that they could escape. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for even the injured soldiers to make it out. These individuals had witnessed the transport vehicle's path-clearing prowess and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Of course, these refugees did not know the soldiers and had to undergo thorough inspections and health checks before being allowed into the safety zone. After disembarking, Cheng Hai arranged for the treatment of the injured and approached Ma Xiaoxi, expressing, "Thank you, brother. Without your vehicle, we would have been in dire straits today. Please continue along the main road. The university will take care of your accommodations, food, and work." Ma Xiaoxi thought to himself, "We did not come here seeking employment." But he noticed that Cheng Hai was not entirely aware of the situation within the university, so he refrained from asking further questions. Lin Shi inquired, "Team leader Cheng, will you be going out to fight again?" Cheng Hai replied, "There's no need to return to the front lines. They have mostly retreated. In the coming days, we will search the streets for refugees and gather supplies." After parting ways with Cheng Hai, Ma Xiaoxi drove the transport vehicle deeper into the campus. Guided by temporary signs, they arrived at a square in front of the administrative building. There sat a team of security personnel and a man resembling a school leader. Around 40 years old, dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back and impeccably styled, a paragon of refined masculinity. Approaching the transport vehicle, he gestured for Ma Xiaoxi to lower the window, casting a disdainful glance at the bloodstains on the vehicle's exterior. Upon catching sight of Lin Shi and Zhuoshan in the cabin, his eyes lit up, and he raised his voice. I am Gao Wei, the school's director. You may address me as Director Gao. Currently, I am responsible for the placement of refugees. Please cooperate with the school's arrangements. Ma Xiaoxi remained silent, gazing at the director, awaiting further instructions. To seek refuge in our school, you must comply with our regulations. Firstly, all supplies must be surrendered for centralized management and distribution by the school. Secondly, accommodations for men and women will be separated. Cohabitation is strictly prohibited. In order to ensure the safety and normalcy of life for everyone, we will organize labor activities, primarily involving farming, constructing temporary structures, cleaning, and cooking. Director Gao glanced at Lin Shi and Zhuoshan, stating that if any of the girls were physically weak and unable to bear heavy labor, they could come to my office in the security department after work to explain their situation. It was evident to everyone that Director Gao harbored ill intentions. Pang Xiong could no longer contain his anger and exclaimed, "What nonsense! I didn't come here to be bossed around." Ma Xiaoxi grabbed Pang Xiong and said to Director Gao, "I apologize, my friend is a bit agitated. We need to discuss this first." A security captain nearby shouted, "What a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Do you think you are some precious flower? Step aside to discuss. There are others who need to come in." Indeed, over 10 cars that had followed the convoy had passed through the soldiers' inspection and were now approaching. Director Gao ordered everyone to disembark and began his lecture, which was much like the previous one. People found it hard to accept, especially the demand to separate families, and protests erupted. The security captain bellowed, "What are you all shouting about? If you can comply, come in. If not, get out of the school." Under pressure, the people ultimately chose to acquiesce to the unreasonable demands posed by the school. For once they left this safe zone, they would face the threat of mutated wolf packs and aberrant creatures. The blonde little girl cried in her mother's arms as she was separated from her father. All personal belongings from the private vehicles were confiscated by the security guards. Men entered through the left passage, while women entered through the right, urged to hurry along and not linger. The tone was reminiscent of herding livestock. At that moment, 4 girls dressed flamboyantly emerged from the office building, carrying 2 boxes of mineral water and several lunch boxes, placing them on a table beneath a parasol. One tall girl handed over 2 bottles of water while cheerfully saying to Director Gao, Ligo, we brought water for everyone. Today's meal is tomato and egg stir-fry with braised meat. Enjoy." A refugee in his 50s, seeing the food, tentatively asked, "Miss, where can we get this meal?" The girl disdainfully replied, "If you haven't contributed to the safe zone, you have no right to eat. You lower-class scum. Do you think you can come to the school and be parasites?" Director Gao accepted the water, smiling. "Our Ting is so considerate. The awareness of student representatives is indeed commendable." The tall girl, named Ting, said, "Shall we forego to the security department to clean tomorrow?" Director Gao's face brightened with joy. "Let the newcomers handle that. You 4 are responsible for bringing us water and food, sharing our meals, and living with us." "Aha! How annoying." They then deliberately pointed at Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle. Ting raised her voice intentionally, dare to break the rules. "And I'll see what you eat and drink. In this apocalypse, do you still wish to play the virtuous maiden?" The other girls chimed in, "It's unbearable outside. They come to the school to scam food and drink." Pang Xiong could no longer tolerate it. "Is this really a school? It's even more disgusting than outside. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Damn it. I fought through wolf packs to get here. Who am I afraid of?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Let be. We can't manage everything." Zhuoshan asked, "Should we comply with their demands?" Among the 4, Zhuoshan felt the least secure. While Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong were the owners of the transport vehicle, and Lin Shi was Ma Xiaoxi's partner with military connections. She herself felt like an outsider, a lowly streetwalker, a tool cultivated by the organization, utterly dependent. If she complied with Director Gao's arrangements, she could indeed use her charms to secure a decent life in the safe zone. However, ever since she came to this transport vehicle, she had inexplicably begun to regard it as her home. The transition from having a home to becoming homeless was not the outcome she desired. Comply with their arrangements? Who are they? Even the rules set by the king himself do not apply. Ma Xiaoxi declared, "Not only will I not comply, but I shall also establish an independent living base here." This declaration reassured the other 3. However, they were unclear about Ma Xiaoxi's concept of a living base, as it seemed implausible that just the 4 of them could form one. Pang Xiong asked, "Isn't the idea of a living base a bit boastful? Just the four of us. Even if we transform into pile drivers, it seems too late." Lin Shi shot Pang Xiong a glare. "A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory." Ma Xiaoxi smiled and pointed at the radio on the control panel. "Let us not forget there's also the Freight Alliance." Indeed, before we arrived here, I heard on the public channel that drivers were arriving at the Shui Zhen University safe zone. If we can organize them, we can certainly form a formidable force. Remember, transport drivers possess exceptional survival skills. During long-distance travel, they must contend with extreme weather, disasters, and even attacks from mutated creatures. Thus, their problem-solving capabilities in emergencies far exceed the average person. Ma Xiaoxi switched on the radio, tuned to the public channel, and set the location to Shui Zhen, eager to hear what others were discussing. Shui Zhen 0689. I'm truly disgusted by the Shui Zhen safe zone. They only provided boiled cabbage and rice. And this afternoon sent us to build shelters without even offering a drop of clean water. Shui Zhen 1785. Today, I was berated by a girl from the management board right in the safe zone. I can't take it anymore. Shui Zhen 1785 and that director Gao, the most repulsive, even tried to use a box of instant noodles to coerce me. Does he think I'm an ignorant girl? Bing Yuan 0824. Well, if he is handsome, that's a different story. If not, we should leave this place. If we don't belong here, there are other places for us. Tonight, I'm packing up to sleep in my car. Shui Zhen 0689. It's fine event, but don't act out. Where can we go if we leave? Outside, there are only aberrants and mutant wolf packs. Not to mention our food has been confiscated by the school. Ma Xiaoxi activated the radio microphone, preparing to rally everyone to come to her. But after a moment's thought, she switched her current station from Shihai 1746 to Shui Zhen 0088. After all, the latter's number symbolized power and status, capable of rallying a response with a single call. Shui Zhen 0088. As a member of the Freight Alliance, we are facing unprecedented attacks from mutated creatures in Shui Zhen. I call upon everyone in the Shui Zhen University safe zone to establish an equitable living base, advocating for more reasonable benefits for freight drivers. We can collaborate with the military to gather resources outside and lead better lives, rather than being exploited under a hierarchy. After a few seconds of silence on the public channel, Bing Yuan 0824. I'm in. I believe in our organization. Shui Zhen 0689. Rather than suffer here and be treated like a donkey, it's better to drive my own car and venture outside. If I'm to die, I'll die with some dignity. Shui Zhen 1785. I want to join too, but what exactly do we need to do? Most of those on the channel were ordinary drivers, often opting to endure exploitation and mistreatment, but now with a leader bearing the number 0088 speaking up. They seem to have found a backbone and responded enthusiastically. The Freight Alliance ultimately represents an organization of one's own, unlikely to betray its members. Behind Shui 0088 undoubtedly lies a certain supportive force. Otherwise, he would not dare to gather everyone to establish a living base. I trust that the judgment of the leader is unlikely to be mistaken. Moreover, apart from the trucks and ourselves, all other supplies have been confiscated by the school. We truly have nothing left to lose. As responses flooded the channel, Ma Xiaoxi exchanged knowing smiles with her companions. Ma Xiaoxi instructed to turn on the radio microphone. Shui Zhen 0088 is late today. Everyone should rest at the designated safe area. Tomorrow at noon, gather beside the basketball court in the small grove with your trucks. I will lead everyone to search for supplies. As darkness fell, waves of refugees continued to arrive at Shui Zhen University. The security team leader approached Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle and knocked on the window, asking if they were ready. Upon confirmation, he demanded the supplies be handed over so they could arrange accommodation for them. Ma Xiaoxi replied, "No need, we will stay in the vehicle." The security team leader immediately lost his temper. "Are you looking for trouble? You can't block the way by staying in the vehicle. Get lost." Ma Xiaoxi lowered the window and seized the security team leader by his collar. Though the leader was a hefty man, Ma Xiaoxi astonishingly lifted him effortlessly, his feet leaving the ground. Simultaneously, a gleaming dog leg was pressed against the leader's neck. I emerged from the pile of mutated wolves not to heed your ridiculous rules. It is best that we keep our distance. Provoke us again, and the machine guns and grenades on board will not be merciful. Ma Xiaoxi's voice was not loud. yet it exuded a palpable killing intent. Not even a seasoned soldier would remain unshaken in the face of such presence. "All right, you are quite impressive." The security team leader retreated in frustration. Fat Bear remarked, "That is how they should be taught a lesson." Ma Xiaoxi responded, "Intimidation cannot be overused. It loses its effect when employed too frequently." Zhuoshan inquired, "What should we do next time we encounter such a situation?" Ma Xiaoxi smiled slightly and said, "Just shoot." Zhuoshan widened her eyes, unsure if he was joking or serious. Lin Shi suggested they eat something, as they had not had a proper meal since noon. Fat Bear was the first to agree. "Tonight, we shall have hot pot. Let us eat on the roof of the vehicle." The four of them quickly reached a consensus. Zhuoshan and Lin Shi prepared meat, vegetables, and hot pot ingredients. All fresh supplies taken from the storeroom of the motorcycle hotel. Ma Xiaoxi and Fat Bear carried the alcohol stove and drinks to the roof, even setting up camping lights. Under the night sky, the ambience was perfectly arranged as the four of them sat atop the vehicle, enjoying hot pot while reminiscing about their past lives. The enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted over to the security team and Director Gao, making them salivate. The food provided by the school was a far cry from what the motorcycle hotel offered, consisting mainly of simple ingredients like cabbage, potatoes, and carrots, with meat being almost non-existent. Since the military recently established this area as a safe zone and began to plunder supplies from the refugees, the rations of these managers had become considerably richer. However, they were unprepared for the sight of those on the transport vehicle indulging in hot pot. The succulent beef and lamb, fresh mushrooms, and vegetables tantalized their taste buds. Director Gao, disregarding decorum, slammed his lunchbox down, barking, "End of work, set up the barriers in the square. Don't let them in." Chapter 31, Crying the Little Fairy. On the roof of the transport vehicle, the four enjoyed a rare dining experience, the hot pot sizzling with excitement. Fat Bear tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of vodka, tipsily sharing tales of the curious events on the road, boasting loudly. Laughter erupted from time to time. In the cafeteria, student representative Ting Ting and her three companions had just finished a meager serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and half a portion of rice. It was not due to any intention to diet, but rather the school's offerings were pitifully scarce. A fortnight ago, they had been selected by Director Gao as members of the management committee for the safe zone. Although they were unsure of the reasons behind the school's transformation into a safe zone, a series of signs suggested that a significant crisis was looming over Shuaizhen. For instance, the troops stationed around the school, the increasingly fortified defenses, and the influx of local wealthy merchants moving into a dormitory building that had been vacated for their use. Simultaneously, they noticed that the rations for the management committee members had improved, transitioning from plain cabbage to scrambled eggs and occasionally featuring meat slices in their lunchboxes. All of this imparted a sense of inexplicable superiority, motivating them to exert even greater effort in managing the school as safe zone. The four of them exited the cafeteria and, as usual, proceeded to check the student dormitories for contraband. When they pushed open the door to the sixth-floor boys' dormitory, they found 6 boys eagerly peering out the window, taking turns observing the distance with binoculars, occasionally exclaiming in awe at what they saw. They were so engrossed that they did not even notice the door being opened. Ting Ting knocked heavily, finally garnering their attention. "What are you doing? Are you peeping at the girls again? Hand over those binoculars. You bunch of perverted boys." One boy replied, "What are you talking about? We weren't looking at the girls this time, but something even more stunning." Ting Ting approached and snatched the binoculars from him, declaring, "Don't try to argue. We already know you've been spying on the girls." The boy protested, "No way, how did you find out? Are you using binoculars to watch us too?" He pointed to the square outside the window and added, "This time we were actually watching someone below eating hot pot. It's incredible. Where do they get their supplies?" Ting Ting was incredulous. How could that be? The food provided to her and the management committee was supposedly among the best in the school, second only to the school leaders. They couldn't even dream of enjoying hot pot. How could those people have better meals than her? Yet, curiosity compelled her to raise the binoculars and look below. In the empty campus square, a transport vehicle stood with lights on the roof, steam rising from delicious food, and 4 cheerful figures, all strikingly prominent. How dare they disregard our arrangements in school? They're enjoying fine food right there. Another girl from the management committee also spotted the tantalizing scene below through the binoculars. Ting Ting declared, they should hand over their supplies upon arriving at the school. You boys, come with me to demand their supplies. The boy replied, we're not part of the management committee. You should call the security to accompany you. After all, the confiscated supplies would not reach the hands of ordinary students. Most would be hoarded by the management. As for the lives of ordinary people, they remained unchanged. And it was a blessing that their living standards had not diminished. Ting Ting retorted, aren't you boys? Why do you lack any courage? One boy snatched the binoculars from Ting Ting's hands and lay back on the bed, exclaiming, I choose to do nothing, with no other choice. Ting Ting led the other three down towards the transport vehicle. As they approached the vehicle, one girl hesitated, whispering, do you think we could just go over and demand supplies from them? They seem like a tough group to deal with. Ting Ting remarked, what is there to fear? Can they really turn the world upside down? This is our school, and allowing them entry is already a considerable concession. They must surrender their supplies. Hey, stop eating. The supplies in the vehicle must be handed over to the safe zone. The four individuals on the roof of the truck looked down and saw four female students lined up beside the transport vehicle, brandishing their flashlights with an air of arrogance. Fat Bear's bravado was abruptly interrupted, leaving him considerably vexed. He picked up a hefty serving of mutton and declared, there is plenty of delicious food in the truck. But these supplies are ours. Why should we let you take them when we don't even occupy your school rooms? Ting Ting retorted firmly, you are currently in the safe zone and must comply with the management. We are responsible for everyone's safety and food supply. Fat Bear shot back. What do you mean by everyone? Don't think for a second that I'm unaware of what you so-called managers are plotting. You want to take my supplies and lord over me. Not a chance. Ting Ting insisted, if you don't surrender the supplies, get out of the school immediately. You're not welcome here. Lin Shi interjected, this safe zone isn't exclusively the school's. It also includes the station military outside. Without their protection, this place cannot be deemed safe. We arrive with the troops and fall outside your jurisdiction. At this moment, the other three girls began to shout. Regardless of whether you came with the troops, if you're parked here, you must hand over your supplies. Fat Bear replied, you think just because we're here, we'll give you our supplies? You're dreaming. The girls yelled, you worthless scum, get lost. Get lost. It was then that Ma Xiaoxi spoke up. What if we don't leave? What can you do? Ting Ting, clearly infuriated, hurled her flashlight towards Ma Xiaoxi, exclaiming, I'll make you pay. Having been accustomed to her proximity to the teachers at school, she had grown arrogant, especially after joining the management committee following the establishment of the safe zone, which seemed to amplify her power. Seeing someone who appeared somewhat refined, akin to the boys at university who submitted to her authority, she recklessly threw the flashlight at Ma Xiaoxi. Fat Bear, Lin Shi, and Zhuo Shan fell silent, realizing that Ting Ting had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Ma Xiaoxi caught the thrown flashlight, jumped down from the vehicle, and with a smile, delivered a resounding slap to Ting Ting's face. Ting Ting, brimming with confidence, stood tall, only to be met with the force of Ma Xiaoxi's blow. With a cry, she spun around upon impact, leaving a prominent handprint on her cheek. From afar, a boy in the dormitory observed the unfolding drama through binoculars and exclaimed, wow, they're fighting. How can that person hit a girl? Another boy chuckled. I actually find it quite satisfying. Chapter 32. The path forward. How can you hit a girl? That is so unmanly. The other three girls rushed to support the dazed Ting Ting, loudly protesting. Ma Xiaoxi declared, I only strike those who deserve it. All beings, regardless of gender, are equal. If you continue to make noise, I will strike all of you. Her words sent the girls fleeing in terror as they realized that this seemingly gentle individual was, in fact, someone who would not hesitate to retaliate when provoked. It wasn't until they had distanced themselves considerably that Ting Ting turned back, her voice unclear as she warned, just wait for the authorities to deal with you. Her voice resembled someone speaking with half a bun in their mouth, as her swollen cheek attested. However, the other girls were quick to drag her away in fright. After sending the four girls away with a slap, Fat Bear lost interest in boasting. He sheepishly remarked, look at you, getting more irritable. The four fell into silence for a moment, and Ma Xiaoxi asked Lin Shi, now that the motorcycle hotel is gone, what are your plans? Will you return to the military organization? Lin Shi replied, I initially thought I had a refuge in this chaotic world, only to see it vanish in a day. I will explain the situation to the military, but I will likely be marginalized. Ma Xiaoxi questioned, are you sure it's just marginalization? As a liaison from military intelligence, Lin Shi harbored many secrets. Ma Xiaoxi worried whether he might be silenced should the military lose trust in him. Shuishan immediately picked up on the implication in Ma Xiaoxi's words and looked up at Lin Shi. Lin Shi reassured them. The military should not pose significant trouble for me. After all, the attack on Shui town was an accident. However, the incident involving the councilman will be troublesome. His father, as district chief, will not let this go easily. Thankfully, the bandits have muddied the waters. The district chief of B13 in the Bingyuan district will mobilize all resources to trace his son's whereabouts. Even though the bandits have complicated the investigation, it will ultimately lead back to Lin Shi. Lin Shi then said, "Let us not discuss me for now. What are your plans?" Fat Bear and Zhuishan both turned to Ma Xiaoxi, waiting for her decision. Ma Xiaoxi stated, "Tani's town in the Bingyuan district." The other three were taken aback, realizing that this meant Ma Xiaoxi intended to complete the transport mission, even though the surrounding environment was perilous and continuing could entail significant risk. Tani's town fell under the jurisdiction of B13. Was this a deliberate path to danger? Furthermore, Zhuishan harbored another concern. The true leader of the Holy Maiden Church, adorned with a sword tattoo slicing through a rose, would surely intercept the transport vehicle along the way, potentially slaughtering Ma Xiaoxi, Fat Bear, and the others while seizing the weapons intended for transport. However, after spending time together, Zhuishan had come to view the transport vehicle as her home, providing her with an unprecedented sense of security. In a world where she had never known a home, this vehicle offered her solace. Thus, she genuinely wished for the organization not to take it away. At that moment, Fat Bear perplexedly asked, "Are we still delivering weapons to Huang Mao? The outside world is already in chaos, and we're still making deliveries?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "What else can we do? We've accepted this mission. Can we just abandon it halfway?" Fat Bear countered, "I ask you, why do we run transport missions?" Ma Xiaoxi stated, "To earn money." Fat Bear pressed, "Do we have any money now?" He patted the steel plate atop the vehicle, 400,000. "We risk our lives to deliver weapons just to earn 30,000. Ma Xiaoxi insisted, "It's not the same." Fat Bear challenged, "It's all about making money. How is it different?" Ma Xiaoxi clarified, "We are transporters, not robbers. That is our path. If we pursue merely profit, should we also resort to robbery and kidnapping? We can go where others cannot, and we dare to take on missions that others shy away from. That is our value." Fat Bear fell silent. In truth, there was a crucial point that Ma Xiaoxi had not mentioned. He needed to upgrade the transport vehicle as soon as possible. A level 10 transport vehicle would assist him in completing the return journey. Although it remained uncertain whether it would help him return to a normal earthly timeline, it was, after all, a glimmer of hope. The transport vehicle could only continue upgrading by remaining on the road, which also served as their safety guarantee amid the chaos of the world. Lin Shi remarked, "The outside world is perilous at the moment. It would be wise to wait until the mutated wolf pack and the aberrants have passed before we embark on our journey." Ma Xiaoxi responded, "Indeed. We need a bit of time. The journey ahead spans over 1,500 kilometers, and there may be unforeseen dangers. The transport vehicle requires restoration, reinforcement, and upgrades, along with the replenishment of ammunition, fuel, and supplies. However, we cannot afford to delay for too long. It is best to complete this task before that district elder investigates thoroughly." Ma Xiaoxi refrained from mentioning the vehicle upgrades, as explaining the system to these ordinary individuals, who typically do not indulge in online novels, would be too cumbersome. He planned to first enhance the vehicle's armor and weaponry from level 2 to 3 within the safety zone of Shuijian University, thus equipping himself with the confidence to venture deeper into the ice fields. Having slain numerous mutated wolves and aberrants today, he believed that reaching level 3 was within reach. During this time, he could collaborate with the troops to gather supplies within Shuijian, while simultaneously leveling up by battling monsters. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi stated, "When I arrived today, I noticed that the troops were not well equipped. There were few armored vehicles, making it quite challenging for Cheng Hai and his team to combat the creatures outside with light weaponry. In the coming days, they will also need to rescue survivors and gather supplies. This implies that they require our assistance, and we should discuss this with him first thing tomorrow morning." Lin Shi replied, "That should not pose a problem, as they are currently in dire need of manpower and weaponry. We can also bring in other transport vehicles from the Freight Alliance to aid them in collecting and transporting supplies." Pang Xiong chuckled, "Our primary objective is to seize supplies. Beyond that, we will help as much as we can. Zhuoshan remained silent, though her expression softened slightly. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped past. Reaching just past 1 in the morning, the group took turns washing up and preparing to rest. After a long day, a hot shower was indeed a luxury. Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan returned to the sofa bed in the vehicle, while Ma Xiaoxi kept watch in the driver's cabin. Lin Shi stayed beside him, reclining the passenger seat to create a spacious sleeping area. She wore only Ma Xiaoxi's oversized shirt, her long, fair legs draped over the edge of the bed, exhibiting a hint of restlessness. Upon noticing Ma Xiaoxi leaning back in the driver's seat with his eyes closed, she quietly cursed him under her breath, "Humph, a beast in human form," and turned her head away. Ma Xiaoxi remained oblivious to Lin Shi's discontent, instead focusing his thoughts to summon the system. Chapter 33. Upgrade. Before Ma Xiaoxi's eyes, the system notification materialized. Eliminated 115 mutated ice wolves. Eliminated 57 aberrants. Reward. Transport vehicle armor attribute increase to level 95. Reward. Transport vehicle weapon upgrade to level 65. Reward. Skill fusion of horse and rider unlocked, providing a 100-meter field of vision. With a medium duration level, transport vehicle armor system repairing damaged parts. Current progress 60. A surge of joy filled Ma Xiaoxi's heart. He was now one step closer to level 3. Particularly, the armor attribute was but a step away from reaching level 3, at which point all tires would be upgraded to puncture-proof ones, and the steel armor would be reinforced. The weaponry still required 35 points. But with a few more mutated wolves to slay in the upcoming days, he was confident of achieving level 3. At that juncture, he would acquire a 100mm low-pressure cannon, capable of firing grenades and artillery missiles, with firepower comparable to that of a tank. Most thrilling for Ma Xiaoxi was the unlocking of the fusion of horse and rider skill, which enhanced his perceptive abilities and significantly improved his warning capabilities against threats. At this moment, Ma Xiaoxi noticed a message on the transport vehicle repair panel. Rubber reserves critically low, steel reserves insufficient, immediate replenishment required. In the following days, he could gather some intuition. However, the lack of rubber tonight, hindering the completion of upgrades, left him feeling quite displeased. A thought crossed his mind. He had indeed brought back several boxes of rubber products from Lin Shi's office, which should suffice to replenish the current rubber requirements. He tiptoed to the vehicle's entrance, listened for sounds within, and upon hearing none, cautiously cleared his throat before stepping inside the cabin. He found a storage cabinet and retrieved the boxes of rubber products, proceeding quietly back. As he reached the area near the sofa bed, where a curtain was drawn, he heard rustling sounds from within. Suddenly, a suppressed gasp escaped, followed by a leg clad in black stockings emerging from the curtain's gap. Startled, Ma Xiaoxi hastily stepped aside, colliding with the vehicle's wall. The occupants inside were evidently startled as well, falling silent. Ma Xiaoxi chose to ignore them, believing that the youth should indulge in a bit of freedom. He returned to the driver's seat, resuming the system upgrade as the repair progress bar continued to advance. Before long, the cabin resonated with the duet of Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan, albeit somewhat reserved and lacking in abandon. Lin Shi, lying nearby, turned over, appearing unusually warm. She loosened a few buttons of her oversized shirt, and the air in the transport vehicle became thick with the scent of hormones. Suddenly, a soft, fair hand encircled Ma Xiaoxi's shoulder from behind, followed by a passionate kiss. With the girl taking such initiative, Ma Xiaoxi could hardly refuse. Yet, engrossed in repairing and upgrading the transport vehicle, he found himself unable to reciprocate. Time slipped away unnoticed until he heard the notification. Ding! Transport vehicle repair progress 100. Repair complete. At that moment, the vibrations in the driver's seat and floor returned to stillness, enveloping everything in tranquility. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Ma Xiaoxi awoke punctually, a habit cultivated over many years. He gently lifted the slumbering Lin Shi back onto the bed and stepped outside, carrying a thermos to engage in physical exercise. His former military life had instilled in him a discipline that persisted regardless of inclement weather. It was then that he noticed a throng of refugees outside by the square, forming a lengthy queue. They were blocked by the school's isolation barricades, and at this hour, neither the security personnel nor Director Gao were on duty. Ma Xiaoxi pondered the oddity of their calm demeanor amidst such a pressing crisis. The refugees appeared worn and filthy, some bearing injuries wrapped in bandages, while others wept for lost loved ones. They had evidently arrived at the safety zone at dawn. Unlike the individuals from yesterday, these people were on foot, having stood throughout the night, surely hungry and weary. Seeing a young man emerge from the transport vehicle, the refugees cast envious glances, for in such dire circumstances, the ability to rest comfortably in a vehicle was a luxury indeed. Moreover, this imposing armored transport vehicle, with its thick armor, massive tires, exposed machine guns, and rooftop artillery, instilled a profound sense of security. To deter any ill-intentioned individuals and prevent sudden attacks from mutated creatures, Ma Xiaoxi opted to keep the weapons visible outside the vehicle, transforming it into a veritable fortress in the face of impending doom. Consequently, many refugees mistook him for a military personnel, inquiring when they would be allowed entry and when they could be fed. Ma Xiaoxi clarified, "You have mistaken me. I am also a refugee, having arrived just yesterday afternoon." Was the current situation outside? The people regarded his clean clothing and the steaming thermos in his hand, casting sidelong glances. "Is this what you call fleeing?" A young lad replied, "Outside are those monstrous beings, the wolves that have driven the crowd into dead ends and enclosed squares, where slaughter ensues from all directions. There are also some creatures resembling humans among the slaughterers." Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "Are you referring to the deformers?" "Indeed, the deformers. I have witnessed some myself. With enormous mouths on their heads and limbs akin to crab legs, covered in armor that is extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing a person apart and devouring them. It is truly horrifying." "Are you certain these are human deformers?" "Yes, their human characteristics are quite evident. Some even wear clothing." From the young man's response, Ma Xiaoxi felt a vague unease. Firstly, the mutated wolf pack seemed to possess a certain intelligence, understanding tactics. This was corroborated by their ambush on the transport convoy of injured soldiers yesterday. They did not directly intercept the convoy, but lay in wait in the back alleys of the main road, remaining motionless until the lead vehicle of the convoy passed the intersection, at which point they launched their attack. Had it not been for her extraordinary foresight in spotting them and issuing a warning, the consequences would have been dire. Secondly, the extent of the deformer's mutations exceeded her imagination. Ma Xiaoxi had never seen, not even yesterday, the type of deformer described by the young lad. This indicated that mutation may be an ongoing process, with various directions of transformation. Each of these points signifies a greater challenge and danger for humanity. Can this wretched world not afford ordinary people a means of survival? Chapter 34. It is not that I lack the desire for reason. Rather, fists are more cost-effective. Ma Xiaoxi further questioned, "So how did you manage to escape? Was there a military rescue?" The young lad responded, "Indeed, we were escorted here by an armored vehicle. It would have been exceedingly difficult to escape solely by our own strength." As he spoke, he cast an envious glance at the transport vehicle behind Ma Xiaoxi, wishing he had such a vehicle to crush any mutated monstrosity. The young lad then asked, "You mentioned you arrived at the safe zone yesterday afternoon. Why did you not enter?" Ma Xiaoxi briefly recounted their arrival and the school's regulations. "We were unwilling to surrender our supplies to be controlled by them, and we were even less inclined to separate from our companions, so we did not enter." The young lad glanced at his female companion, caught in a dilemma. They had no supplies at present, so they were not concerned about the school taking anything from them, but parting from his girlfriend was indeed a difficult choice. At that moment, Lin Shi, Peng Xiong, and Zhuoshan had all awakened, opening the curtains of the vehicle, washing up, and preparing breakfast. Zhuoshan prepared breakfast for everyone, including milk, bread, sausages, and fried eggs. Peng Xiong opened the vehicle window, beckoning Ma Xiaoxi to join them for a meal. The aroma of the food wafted from the transport vehicle, causing the refugees present to become restless. "Can you spare us some food? We're starving. Please give us something to eat." "I have money. Surely I can buy some food from you?" Observing this, Ma Xiaoxi remarked, "We do not have much food either. You should seek assistance from the school." She turned to board the vehicle. Just then, a woman in her 50s blocked Ma Xiaoxi's path, exclaiming, "Don't leave. The people outside are starving. If you don't share your food with us, you cannot leave." With her commotion, about 10 more individuals emerged from the crowd, including several burly men in their 30s, who clearly were not inclined to reason. Upon seeing the food in the vehicle and the two fair and attractive women, they all desired to seize some advantage from the vehicle. In this apocalypse, Why should you have food and women to enjoy? They demanded the food be handed over. The darkness of human nature, once again exposed under extreme conditions, made Ma Xiaoxi realize that she absolutely could not yield in such a situation. If confronted by someone in need of help, she might extend a hand, provided it was within her capacity. However, facing a mob that could not be reasoned with, she knew she must be even more unreasonable. With that thought, Ma Xiaoxi stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the instigating woman. Are you trying to cause trouble? The woman was momentarily stunned, standing dazed as bloodied teeth were expelled from her mouth. A commotion erupted from the crowd as 2 aggressive men were tackled from behind by the towering Pang Xiong, crashing to the concrete ground with anguished cries. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. Just like that, a riot was subdued by Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong. No one dared to provoke these ruthless individuals. It is not that I lack the desire for reason. Rather, fists are more cost-effective. Ma Xiaoxi then instructed Lin Shi to bring out a box of instant noodles from a vehicle. She pulled out the shotgun she carried and kicked the box of noodles forward. Aside from those who just cause trouble, everyone else may take 1 pack. Anyone who dares to snatch or take more, be aware that my gun does not discriminate. The troublemakers hesitated, intimidated by Ma Xiaoxi's weapon. Those who received the noodles expressed their gratitude. The young lad who had initially conversed with Ma Xiaoxi broke a portion of his noodles and handed it to his girlfriend, saying, "You can save this for when you're hungry." Sometimes, possessing a compassionate heart requires a thunderous approach. As the sun rose higher, Director Gao and the security team finally arrived at work, and upon seeing Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle, they did not dare to approach and create trouble. They began to arrange for the refugees. You have no supplies. You can only set up tents on the playground. Participating in a labor organized by the safe zone is the only way to receive food. All men are to go to the playground to construct makeshift shelters, while all women are to assist in the kitchen and help with cleaning. Follow the staff leading the group and do not wander off. Director Gao pointed to the young lad's girlfriend. "Hey, that girl, come with me to manage and clean the office." Pang Xiong immediately grew anxious. Placing the bread down on the table, ready to exit the vehicle to confront Director Gao. However, Ma Xiaoxi stopped him, saying, "We cannot manage everyone's affairs." Upon reaching the military quarantine area at the entrance, soldiers immediately approached to intercept them. "What is your purpose?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "We seek to find Shanghai, the platoon leader. We arrived here yesterday with their convoy of injured soldiers." "Oh, you are the escort for the convoy," the soldier said, his tone becoming considerably more courteous. Clearly, the legendary tale of a transport vehicle leading a convoy of injured soldiers through the onslaught of mutated wolves and deformers had circulated among the soldiers guarding the safe zone. Moreover, the driver's extraordinary ability to predict wolf pack attacks had been embellished into something almost mythical. "We wish to discuss the collection of supplies and the rescue of refugees." Ma Xiaoxi explained. "Please stop the vehicle and follow me," the soldier instructed, leading Ma Xiaoxi and her companions to the temporary command center. Cheng Hai sat at a table, smoking, with a map of the urban area of Shuizhan spread before him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was unkempt, indicating he had hardly rested the previous day. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoxi and her group, he first smiled, then, with a hint of resignation, said, "You all must be settled by now. If you need assistance, it will be best to come back and find me at night, as I am exceedingly busy during the day." Realizing Cheng Hai had misunderstood their intentions, Ma Xiaoxi clarified, "We are not here to seek help. Rather, we come to offer assistance and seek cooperation." Cheng Hai was taken aback as he turned to Ma Xiaoxi and asked, "What do you mean?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Team Leader Cheng, the mutated wolf pack and aberrations are rampant in Shuizhan. From what I know, they seem to have developed a form of intelligence, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. The troops will find it quite challenging, so we could assist in gathering supplies and rescuing refugees." Ma Xiaoxi candidly shared her thoughts with Cheng Hai. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Hai responded, "Is it just you in this vehicle?" Ma Xiaoxi explained, "We also have several transport trucks from the Freight Alliance, although their firepower is insufficient and they can only serve a transportation role." Cheng Hai Noet, "I am aware of your capabilities. Your addition is certainly welcome, but what is your ultimate goal? Please do not tell me it is driven by a sense of patriotism." Ma Xiaoxi clarified, "Half of the supplies we bring back will be turned over, while the other half will be ours." Cheng Hai pondered for a while, then stood up and extended his hand, sealing the agreement. Chapter 35. The Freight Alliance team of Shui, Zhan, subsequently. Ma Xiaoxi and Cheng Hai discussed the specifics of the rescue mission. Ma Xiaoxi suggested, to facilitate our coordination with the troops and organize the evacuation of personnel, it would be best if we could be provided with standardized uniforms. This would lend legitimacy to our presence. Indeed, in such chaotic circumstances, being able to easily identify one's teammates is of paramount importance. Cheng Hai instructed a nearby soldier, fetch them 20 sets of combat uniforms. He added to Ma Xiaoxi, ensure that you mark your uniforms prominently on the chest so that you can be distinguished from our soldiers. After bidding farewell to Cheng Hai, the group exited the temporary command center, each carrying a box of combat uniforms. Pang Xiong remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive for the troops to take half of the supplies we retrieve?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Without the troops, we would not be able to accomplish this task. Furthermore, the protection of the safe zone relies on the military, which provides us with a stable rearguard. It is already quite fortunate that we can keep half." Lin Shi added, "Indeed, if the troops were adequately staffed and equipped, they would not allow us to partake in this share of benefits. For now, let us adhere to this distribution ratio. We may not be able to sustain this arrangement for long, and once the troops receive supplies, they might reclaim this authority." Pang Xiong questioned, "Doesn't that seem akin to abandoning the donkey after it has carried the load?" Ma Xiaoxi smiled, "We're not donkeys, and we never intended to settle here for long. Taking what we can obtain is sufficient. Do you still wish to hold onto a steady job?" Zhuoshan inquired, "Shall we form a transport team next? What kind of markings should we put on the uniforms?" Ma Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Shi and I will call the other drivers over via the radio. As for the uniforms, let us write the character Yunin white on the chest. Then, let us find a piece of fabric to make a banner that says Shui Zhan Freight Alliance team to serve as our base's insignia. This task will be entrusted to you and Pang Xiong. Zhuoshan happily nodded, eager to assume responsibilities within the team. She first crafted a hollowed-out letter using cardboard, and then had Pang Xiong fetch white paint from the vehicle. They stamped the character Yuan on the chest of each shirt, achieving a neat and uniform appearance due to the same mold being used. Next, she found a blue bedsheet and painted the word Shuasian Freight Alliance Team in white, hanging it on the side of the transport vehicle for visibility. By noon, 3 trucks gradually emerged from the school. A 6-meter-long white box truck, a red 580 horsepower 6x4 tractor pulling a 13-meter semi-trailer, and finally, a luxurious 510 horsepower 8x4-man dump truck. They arrived in front of a small grove near the military exclusion zone, where a transport vehicle equipped with desert yellow steel plate armor was parked, displaying a blue flag with white lettering that read Shui Zhan Freight Alliance Team. In front of the vehicle stood 4 individuals clad in military green camouflage combat uniforms. 2 men and 2 women, their postures upright and their spirits high, accentuated by the uniforms. The owners of the 3 vehicles were taken aback, realizing they had indeed encountered Shui Zhan 0088. Initially, they had feared that they would merely form a makeshift group and were concerned about the challenging environment outside the school, which left them feeling unprepared and without supplies. In truth, there were other freight drivers still undecided within the school, hesitant to take the risk. These 3 vehicles represented the brave first batch willing to venture forth. Upon seeing Shui Zhan 0088, they recognized its substantial backing and close collaboration with the military, even boasting equipped combat uniforms. The ordinary number drivers felt utterly inferior in comparison, further solidifying their resolve to align themselves with this formidable presence. The owner of the white box truck was a young girl with blue twin ponytails, appearing younger than Ma Xiaoxi and her companions. It was perplexing how a young girl could dare to traverse the wasteland alone. Did she possess some extraordinary skills? The owner of the red tractor was a middle-aged man named Sangu, wrapped in a turban with a dark complexion, embodying the image of a hard-working laborer. The proprietor of the man truck was a pair of twin brothers with Caucasian features, dressed impeccably and maintaining their vehicle in pristine condition. One could only wonder how a person with such cleanliness could survive in a post-apocalyptic world. It seemed that only Sangu, driving the red tractor, appeared somewhat normal. However, Ma Xiaoxi had heard that Sangu only drove by the fortune-telling of the stars. With a slight twitch of his facial muscles, Ma Xiaoxi inwardly criticized, "What a peculiar group of individuals we have here." Nevertheless, he extended a warm greeting. "Welcome to the Shui Zhan Freight Alliance Team." After some pleasantries, Lin Shi ushered the newcomers to Zhuoshan to collect their combat uniforms. Once everyone donned the matching attire, their demeanor noticeably shifted, instilling a sense of belonging within the organization. After changing into their uniforms, the group gathered in the grove for a meal, chatting as they feasted. Since the other driver supplies had been withheld by the school, the food for this gathering was generously provided by Ma Xiaoxi and his team, as they had an abundance of provisions in their vehicles, effectively celebrating the establishment of the team. Everyone introduced themselves in turn. The girl with the blue high ponytail proclaimed, "I am Kaka. Although my box truck is smaller, its armor is quite formidable, and I am well acquainted with all the streets of Shuizhen." Sangu introduced himself. "Iam sang jaibala tewa de jama." The others were taken aback, and they decided to call him a Sang from then on. The twin brothers, impeccably dressed, chimed in, "I am Colin, the older brother. I am Martin, the younger brother. We take great pride in cleanliness and detest disorder and filth." As he spoke, Martin instinctively wiped the tabletop in front of him with a tissue. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the gathering of the first batch of team members. Pang Xiong, somewhat puzzled, looked at Sangu and Kaka, the girl with the blue ponytail, asking, "Why are you the only ones in your vehicles? Don't you bring assistance when traversing the wasteland?" Kaka confidently patted the dual pistols at her waist and replied, "I don't need an assistant. I can handle everything myself." Sangu hesitated, admitting, initially, there were 2 female companions in my vehicle, but they did not take a liking to me and left midway. Pang Xiong inquired, "What aspects did they find unappealing?" Sangu, with sincerity, replied, "Perhaps it is because I drive a bit too fast, or maybe due to my eating habits, and possibly my penchant for certain substances and props." Upon hearing this, several girls instinctively shifted further away from him. Unfazed, Sangu continued, "For instance, I find this meal unpalatable. I prefer to eat my homemade flying pancakes and curry." He then took out 2 flatbreads from his backpack, raising them in his right hand, and invited everyone to partake. However, all present stepped back politely, declining his offer. Sangu, undeterred, proceeded to eat on his own. Chapter 36. The supermarket rescue. As lunch was nearing its conclusion, Ma Xiaoxi announced, "This afternoon, we shall depart with the troops to Shuizhen. As you have all seen, my vehicle possesses substantial firepower and will lead the way and conduct rescues. Kaka is familiar with the roads of Shuizhen and, owing to the agility of his smaller vehicle, will primarily be responsible for transporting personnel. A Sang and the Martin brothers have larger vehicles that will mainly transport supplies. Half of the items retrieved will be allocated to the military, with the remaining half evenly distributed among our 4 vehicles." The 4 individuals straightened their backs and responded in unison, "Yes," exhibiting the demeanor of true warriors. Ma Xiaoxi added, "As everyone is aware, the external environment is fraught with danger, so it is imperative to stay close to the group. Teamwork is vital, and we must place our full trust in our comrades." Understood. Cheng Hai adhered to Ma Xiaoxi's division of labor, conducting a pre-battle mobilization for the soldiers, urging them to assist in the rescue of personnel and the transportation of supplies. Cheng Hai pointed at the map, his expression grave, and stated, "Our objective today is to rescue the individuals trapped in this supermarket and retrieve supplies. However, the number of aberrants there is significant. A platoon we dispatched this morning was unable to breach the location and suffer casualties. Prepare yourselves mentally." Everyone turned their gaze to the military truck parked nearby, its body heavily damaged, with dents and deformations in various places, still stained with blood. Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "How many people are inside the supermarket?" Shanghai Zeepli, "Approximately 50, though the exact number is unclear. However, we have been instructed that there are some key individuals inside who must be rescued. Therefore, personnel take precedence over supplies." Ma Xiaoxi nodded, but internally resolved that supplies were the primary objective. The so-called important individuals, who were strangers, could be rescued if convenient. He glanced at the other members, making it clear that personnel should take priority over supplies. Understood. Everyone comprehended the unspoken message. Cheng Hai continued, "Another issue is that the aberrants exhibit an abnormal level of mutation, having largely lost their human characteristics. Exercise extreme caution. I will dispatch 2 armored assault vehicles to escort you." The rescue convoy gradually distanced itself from the safe zone. Cheng Hai, burdened with heavy thoughts, picked up the phone and dialed the headquarters. "The platoon we sent out this morning attempted 2 assaults, but failed to secure the location, suffering over half casualties. We have just dispatched another rescue team." The response from headquarters was resolute. At all costs, Hai, you must understand that among the trap personnel are 2 leaders from the Icefield region and several high-ranking officials from energy conglomerates. If the rescue is successful, you will be promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. Send your best soldiers to me. Understood. Hai continued. We can gather supplies ourselves in Shuizhen, but please expedite reinforcements and replenish our weapons and equipment, including armored vehicles. Without them, we cannot defend this safe zone. Those creatures cannot be dealt with using light weaponry. The headquarters official responded with a hint of resignation. Understood. Several nearby safe zones are also requesting supplies. I will think of a solution. You must rescue those individuals today. That is an order from above. Yes. Hai clicked his heels together, standing straight, and hung up the phone. He sighed and turned to inspect the defensive fortifications. With the increase in casualties and the depletion of ammunition, his unit faced the daunting task of defending a university while also deploying troops to rescue those important figures. A truly precarious situation. Fortunately, with the addition of Ma Xiaoxi and his comrades, it was a desperate gamble. He hoped they could assist, if only to prevent further casualties among the troops. The rescue convoy exited the safe zone, traversing the ravaged streets. Most buildings on either side had shattered windows and doors, with incomplete corpses sprawled haphazardly on the roadside. Bloodied cars were either crashed against walls, overturned by the roadside, or awkwardly stopped in the middle of the street. Shuizhen had been irrevocably transformed, a wave of desolation washing over them. Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle, along with a leading assault vehicle, took the lead, while another assault vehicle brought up the rear, flanked by 3 cargo trucks. The windows of the trucks were reinforced with grating, prepared for the worst. Each vehicle was equipped with a walkie-talkie for seamless communication. Ka, a saying, and the Martin brothers appeared somewhat tense, as they had not yet confronted those mutated creatures directly. In contrast, Pang Xiong, Lin Shi, and Chuishan seemed relatively relaxed, having already engaged in battle the previous day. Nonetheless, Ma Xiaoxi felt no ease. Based on Hai's description and his earlier conversation with a young man among the refugees, he sensed that the aberrants near the supermarket were highly mutated, and an encounter would not be simple. He confirmed the location of the supermarket and the rescue plan with the commander of the leading assault vehicle, who happened to be a member of the team that had escorted the wounded the day before, thus establishing a mutual trust that minimized communication barriers. Ka queried over the walkie-talkie, "Why are there no monsters on street? Have they vacated this area?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "There are a few aberrants observing us from the buildings on either side. They have not attacked." "How do you know?" Kaka, Asang. And the Martin brothers asked simultaneously, their concern palpable. "It's merely a matter of perceiving the essence of the situation, nothing to be alarmed about. If I wished, I could even discern the color of each of your undergarments. Oh, but Asang is not wearing any." The soldiers in the assault vehicle glanced at the buildings on either side, but saw nothing. "Is this guy reliable?" "I can't see anything." One soldier expressed skepticism. The commander remarked, "This kid is remarkable. He was the one who predicted the attack of the mutated wolf pack on our convoy yesterday. He accelerated to the intersection, delivering firepower against the wolves. I was responsible for the rear guard and had to call out to him not to disrupt the formation." Looking back, it was a close call. The soldiers were incredulous, glancing toward the transport vehicle, yet without first-hand experience, they remained unconvinced. At that moment, Ma Xiaoxi spoke through the walkie-talkie. 80 meters ahead, at the alley entrance, a gathering of aberrants, approximately 30 to 40 of them. "Prepare to engage." The transport and assault vehicles adjusted their guns, aiming at the sides while maneuvering outward to create a passage in the middle, allowing for the rear convoy to pass should the fighting become intensive. "All right, slow it down to 3, 2, 1, fire." With Ma Xiaoxi's command, the machine guns on both vehicles erupted simultaneously, unleashing a deluge of large-caliber bullets that collided with the advancing aberrants, halting them in their tracks. Within mere moments, the aberrants in the alleys on both sides were completely annihilated. The corpses of the aberrants piled several layers high at the narrow alley entrance, foul blood gushing onto the street, exuding a nauseating stench. "Awesome!" The soldiers erupted in cheers, seemingly releasing the pent-up fury that had been suppressed by the mutated creatures over the past 2 days. Chapter 37. The man-eating flower aberrant. It was not only the soldiers who felt exhilarated. Ka, Asang, and the Martin brothers were equally surprised and elated. The abilities Ma Xiaoxi had just demonstrated, along with his calm demeanor, significantly bolstered their confidence and reassured them. The convoy resumed its orderly formation. The commander of the leading assault vehicle cautioned, "The supermarket is just 200 meters ahead. Everyone, stay alert." "Received." Ma Xiaoxi stated, "Everyone, do not underestimate the situation." According to Commander Cheng's introduction, the mutated entities near the supermarket have a higher degree of distortion, and based on our encounters over the past 2 days, it is highly likely that these creatures possess intelligence. Therefore, we must exercise caution. As the convoy gradually approached the intersection, a 2-story building in the northeast corner came into view. The supermarket was quite expansive, with a ramp in front for the convenient loading and unloading of goods. At this moment, all the doors and windows were shuttered, resembling a large coffin, with no sight of the mutated creatures outside. The intersection was eerily silent. Pang Xiong wondered aloud, "Why are there no mutated entities here?" A soldier who participated in the rescue earlier that morning remarked, "It is indeed strange. When we arrived this morning, a large number of mutated entities were gathered at this intersection, their large mouths moving swiftly as they lunged at people to bite. We could hardly approach the building." Pang Xiong glanced at the time. It was around 4 p.m. Could they have gone home? Ma Xiaoxi instructed everyone to remain on standby while she drove the transport vehicle to the intersection to scan for mutated entities, and astonishingly, none were detected. What could be happening? Within a 100-meter radius, no mutated entities were found. Although she sensed something was amiss, Ma Xiaoxi communicated the reconnaissance results through the intercom, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. They left a strike vehicle on guard outside the intersection while the other vehicles entered sequentially. Parking in front of the supermarket, Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle and the commander's strike vehicle were stationed at either end of the convoy for protection. The commander used a loudspeaker to address those inside the supermarket, informing them that there were currently no mutated entities outside and requesting them to open the main gate shutters to allow the rescue personnel to enter. He repeated this message. Some noise emerged from within the supermarket, and the manager cautiously opened a small gap in the shutters on a second-floor window. After observing for a moment, he closed the shutters again. The manager then rushed downstairs to inform the leaders in the Ice Plain district there are rescue vehicles outside, and it seems there are indeed no monsters out there. This news brought cheers from those trapped inside the supermarket. They had been confined for over 24 hours, without power or water. Although the supermarket was stocked with bottled water and food, preventing starvation or dehydration, the constant threat of mutated entities outside forced them to keep all doors and windows shut, plunging the interior into complete darkness. In such a perilous situation, the darkness was enough to shatter the morale of those inside, and each day felt like an eternity. They had heard the sound of gunfire twice that morning, igniting hope that rescue would come swiftly, only for the gunfire to cease abruptly. The troops had called out before leaving, promising to return in the afternoon for rescue. The anxiety amongst the people was akin to riding a roller coaster, an agonizing ordeal. Among the crowd, the minister of the Ice Plain district and senior officials from the energy group took turns using satellite phones to urge the military to expedite the arrival of rescue personnel. These officials had come to Shuizhan for an inspection, but after being pursued by mutated creatures yesterday, they fled into the supermarket with the crowd for safety. Initially, a few mutated entities followed them inside, attacking the people in a frenzy. Ultimately, the survivors managed to corner the creatures using shelves, and the security personnel shot them down. At that point, only about 50 people remained inside the supermarket. They dared not open the shutters again, even when other survivors outside called for help, with the minister ordering everyone not to open the door. Cautiously, the supermarket manager opened the main shutters halfway, allowing the afternoon sunlight to stream in. He dashed outside, akin to reuniting with a long-lost relative, running towards the strike vehicle of the troops. The commander shouted, "Do not run over here. Open the shutters and retreat back inside the supermarket." But before he could finish, a mutated entity swooped down from the roof. With a thud, it landed right behind the supermarket manager, its wrinkled skin suddenly stretching open to reveal a massive mouth brimming with sharp teeth, resembling a carnivorous plant, which swiftly engulfed the manager's head. In the blink of an eye, the headless body of the manager crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Everything transpired too quickly for anyone to react. Soon, 1, 2, then 3 carnivorous mutated entities leaped down from the rooftop. "They are circumventing our line of sight," shouted Ma Xiaoxi, activating her enhanced vision to survey the surroundings. Numerous mutated entities were swiftly approaching from the rooftops, preparing to attack. As soon as she finished speaking, several mutated entities jumped down from the surrounding rooftops, and the two strike vehicles, along with Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle, opened fire, creating a barrage of gunfire to suppress the onslaught of the creatures. At this point, some mutated entities had already infiltrated the supermarket, commencing a one-sided massacre. Witnessing this, Ma Xiaoxi kicked open the car door, wielding an M1887 shotgun, and shouted, "Pang Xiong, drive. Hold them off. Damn it. Are you trying to get us killed? I'm shooting here. How can I drive?" retorted Pang Xiong. Ma Xiaoxi sprinted to the supermarket entrance and shot a carnivorous mutated entity lunging at her. Then, with one hand, she pushed open the shutters and beckoned. "Ka-ka, come in." Ka-ka slammed the accelerator, driving the white cargo truck into the supermarket. Ma Xiaoxi hurriedly returned to secure the shutters. Suddenly, 3 loud gunshots rang out, and Ma Xiaoxi turned to see 3 mutated entities collapsing to the ground. Shot in the head. The owner of the white cargo truck, a blue-haired anime girl, emerged from the vehicle, dual pistols smoking in her hands. Impressive. Ma Xiaoxi prized. Giving her a thumbs up, the trapped individuals crowded around, urging, "Hurry, less on the truck." Instead of responding, Ma Xiaoxi walked straight to a larger shutter door beside her, the one designated for trucks. She fired a shot, shattering the lock, preparing to open the shutters. The minister stepped forward and grabbed Ma Xiaoxi. "I command you to let everyone on the truck first. This door must not be opened." Ma Xiaoxi replied. "You cannot board the truck now. You still have a mission." "What? Do you know who I am?" the minister exclaimed, agitated, pulling at Ma Xiaoxi again. In response, Ma Xiaoxi turned and struck him on the head with the butt of her gun. "I don't care who you are. Everyone start moving." Chapter 38. You still have a mission. A senior official from the energy group seized the minister's arm, whispering, "Minister Zhou, I believe they are not part of the military. Although they wear combat uniforms, they lack insignia, and there is a character yun displayed on their chests. Something feels off." Minister Zhou rubbed his swollen forehead, realizing the issue. In the heat of the moment, he had overlooked this detail. However, at this point, they dared not question Ma Xiaoxi further. He picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. "What kind of rescue team are you sending? They 1T let us board and even hit me with a gun. It seems you don't want to work anymore." As he spoke, Ma Xiaoxi had already opened the truck access shutters, calling out for a Sang and Sangu to come in. However, when no one responded, she realized that this parallel world might not recognize the term Sangu. A Sang, "Come in." "Colin Martin, get ready." The towing vehicle reversed into the supermarket, blocking the entrance perfectly with the truck nearly touching the rear wall. Ma Xiaoxi cast her gaze upon the more than 40 individuals ensnared, brandishing a shotgun and commanding, "Quickly move the goods. Fill this vehicle within 2 minutes. Anyone who dares to slack off will find their legs broken." The crowd stood in shock, bewildered by the sudden demand to labor. A young executive from an energy conglomerate stepped forward, asserting, "By what right do you command us? Before you stands the leadership of the Icefield region and senior executives of our energy group. Your duty is to rescue us. Hurry, let's board the vehicle." "Indeed, let's board at once." The others chimed in unison. Ma Xiaoxi, undeterred, struck the young executive in the abdomen with the butt of her gun, causing him to double over in pain. She then kneed him in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A gunshot aimed at the ground beside his head echoed, the deafening sound nearly deafening him, as debris from the ground cut across his cheek. The harrowing sensation of imminent death elicited a series of anguished cries from the executive, who, overwhelmed, lost control of his bladder, soaking his trousers. Seeing the others frozen in shock, Ma Xiaoxi fired another shot at their feet, rousing them from their stupor. "Who is this little tyrant? She bears no semblance of a rescue personnel. She is akin to a bandit." One by one, they begrudgingly began to haul goods into the truck, quickly clearing the shelves. The cargo area soon filled with a thick layer of supplies, but time was of the essence, and Ma Xiaoxi dared not overfill the vehicle. She patted the truck, signaling a Sang to drive out. Outside, the battle reached a stalemate, with the man-eating flower mutants continuously leaping from the rooftops like dumplings. Fortunately, the firepower of the 2 assault vehicles and Ma Xiaoxi's transport truck was sufficiently formidable, creating a protective fire net that established a safe zone to withstand the onslaught of the monsters, safeguarding the supermarket entrance and the truck. Colin and the Martin brothers watched from outside, horrified as bullets tore through the mutants, sending limbs flying and brain matter splattering. The black-red blood creating a gruesome scene that triggered waves of nausea, causing them to retch. Oh, how revolting. The commander of the assault vehicle, noticing Ma Xiaoxi enter the supermarket, opened the other side's shutter, allowing the truck to back in, yet she did not emerge for several minutes. He pondered why the trap personnel did not hurry aboard. Would those who moved quickly perish? Did they not understand the difficulty of holding the line outside? He shouted through the loudspeaker, Ma Xiaoxi, is everyone on board? Prepare for evacuation. Ma Xiaoxi shouted back, almost there, hold on for 2 more minutes. She then signaled for Colin and the Martin brothers to back their vehicle in. The personnel inside the supermarket had barely caught their breath when Ma Xiaoxi compelled them to continue loading the truck. 1 minute to fill it. This time, Minister Zhou and several senior executives from the energy group were truly struggling. They were unaccustomed to physical labor and were on the verge of exhaustion. Ma Xiaoxi delivered a blow to each of them with the shotgun, but under her coercion, they finally managed to fill more than half the cargo hold. Seeing that they had indeed reached their physical limits, Ma Xiaoxi noted that their clothes were drenched in sweat, their faces glistening as if washed with water, beads of perspiration cascading down. Some ladies were so fatigued they could barely crawl, having lost their shoes. All right, no more loading. Hurry aboard that white box truck. The crowd felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Kaka cooperatively opened the tailgate of the cargo box and gave Ma Xiaoxi a thumbs up. You really did it. You had them help load the goods. Ma Xiaoxi replied, otherwise, what would these 40-plus individuals eat and drink on the way back? It was evident that their potential was boundless. They simply needed a little encouragement. The crowd cast resentful glances at Ma Xiaoxi. A few voiced, this truck is too small. It can't possibly fit so many people. Ma Xiaoxi pointed to the adjacent cargo truck. You can sit in the open compartment, but you might get snatched away by the monsters. The thought of the 3 mutants from earlier, their gaping mouths like carnivorous flowers ready to devour human heads, silenced them, and they obediently squeezed into the truck. Everyone inside, shift over. Ma Xiaoxi pushed the rear of the outer crowd, finally managing to close the tailgate. The truck erupted into a cacophony of curses. You stepped on me. Damn it, don't push my phone. A woman exclaimed, pervert. They were packed together like sardines in a can. Finally, they could evacuate, but the external defense was beginning to falter, with sporadic mutants breaching the perimeter. They surrounded Asang and the Colin and Martin brothers' vehicle, gnawing at the front. Fortunately, the windows were fortified, preventing damage to the vehicle. Ma Xiaoxi leaped onto the Colin and Martin's truck, signaling them to drive out. Kaka followed closely behind with the rescued personnel. Ma Xiaoxi jumped onto the front of the truck, dispatching several monsters clinging to it, then leaped down and sprinted toward her transport vehicle. The man-eating flower mutants, sensing a living target darting about outside, became agitated and began to swarm towards her. Lin Shi and Shuishan felt a pang of anxiety. Confronting even a single mutant was challenging, let alone a dozen. Ma Xiaoxi was unprotected outside her transport vehicle. A single bite from a mutant could render her immobile. Pang Xiong was firing desperately at the mass of mutants, growing increasingly frantic, shouting, Ma Xiaoxi, don't let them turn you into a lollipop. The soldiers in the assault vehicle also felt a surge of anxiety for Ma Xiaoxi. The situation was exceptionally perilous, and even they, as soldiers, were reluctant to leave the armored vehicle's protection. A human being pursued and cornered by a dozen mutants would be lucky to survive long enough to boast about it for a lifetime. The commander could not help but exclaim, this kid is truly insane. Chapter 39. A dilemma. Ma Xiaoxi kicked over the foremost mutant, reloading her shotgun with a shake, and fired. The power of the number 12 shotgun shell at close range was immense. Several mutants were blasted away, their gaping mouths shattered. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of shots, Ma Xiaoxi carved a path for herself. Seizing the moment, she swiftly scaled the top of her transport vehicle. Shuishan, understanding her intent, opened the sunroof for her. Just as Ma Xiaoxi was about to slip inside, a larger mutant leaped from the rooftop onto the transport vehicle, causing it to tremble violently, even slightly warping the thick steel armor. Ma Xiaoxi instinctively pushed back with all her might, but it felt as though she had struck a wall. The mutant remained unfazed, while her foot throbbed from the impact. Turning around, she was struck with horror. This mutant towered over ordinary man-eating flower mutants, its body encased in a shell akin to that of a crab, with claws mutated into sharp pincers, and its head sporting a massive, carnivorous flower-like maw. Moreover, several other highly mutated mutants were leaping from the building, encircling the transport vehicle. Damn, this creature looks formidable. Ma Xiaoxi cursid inwardly. In an instant, the mutant atop the vehicle launched its attack, its right claw aimed at Ma Xiaoxi's throat. She stepped back and shot, severing several of the mutant's sharp claws, while also puncturing its armored chest, blood gushing forth. Although she fired at close range, the mutant only staggered back, creating distance between them. At such proximity, an ordinary mutant would have been sent flying or would have suffered a gaping wound. As the weight of dread settled in Ma Xiaoxi's heart, she hastily fired 2 more shots, inciting the abomination into a frenzied rage. It writhed its body and lunged towards her with a thunderous roar, its immense jaws agape, revealing a row of sharp teeth glistening with saliva, exuding a foul stench that assaulted her senses. At that moment, the onlookers in the other vehicles finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces contorted with terror. The abomination atop the transport vehicle was more mutated and formidable, and a single bite could mean the loss of her upper body, while its claws could eviscerate her entirely. Raising her weapon once more, Ma Xiaoxi discovered that her firearm was devoid of ammunition. Reloading was no longer an option. She had no choice but to wield a shotgun as a bludgeon. The situation was dire. Pang Xiong, drive. Shake it off, she shouted. Pang Xiong, engaged in suppressive fire against the horde of mutants outside, had no time to maneuver the transport vehicle and directed Zhuoshan to take the wheel, instructing her to release the handbrake, accelerate, and turn left. Zhuoshan fumbled with the controls, the vehicle darting forward erratically in a serpentine path. The abomination atop the vehicle staggered, its attempt to pounce becoming grotesquely uncoordinated. Empowered by the technique of waist horse unity, Ma Xiaoxi maintained her balance, her feet seemingly rooted to the vehicle. She swiftly pivoted to the side, narrowly evading the creature's lethal assault. Simultaneously, a series of gunshots rang out, striking the abomination in its head and back, erupting in gory sprays of blood. With a resounding howl, it plummeted from the roof. Turning back, Ma Xiaoxi saw the blue-haired girl with twin ponytails lowering her window, dual pistols smoking in her hands, resembling a fierce little warrior, her doll-like face adorned with a triumphant smile. Thanks. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Xiaoxi leaped through the sunroof into the cabin, momentarily securing her safety. Without delay, she took over the driver's seat from Zhuoshan. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, as the events had unfolded so abruptly. Zhuoshan's face had turned a ghastly pale. Having never driven before, she was now maneuvering a 12-meter-long behemoth, careening dangerously close to walls. Then, the resilient abomination that had fallen from the roof lunged towards the driver's cabin, prompting Zhuoshan to mistakenly slam the accelerator instead of the brake, inadvertently colliding with the creature and sending its shattered remains flying several meters away. The tenacious abomination could only blame its misfortune on encountering a novice driver. Prepare to retreat, Ma Xiaoxi shouted into the intercom, leading the charge as the transport vehicle's front, resembling a colossal snowplow, collided with the oncoming horde of abominations. The massive tires crushed the ground beneath, leaving behind stark trails of blood. 3 cargo trucks followed closely, streaming out of the intersection. 2 assault vehicles provided rear guard. The convoy retraced its route, and, as speed increased, the relentless abominations began to fall behind. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Having successfully rescued the trapped individuals and nearly emptied a supermarket of supplies, an accomplishment worthy of pride. Reflecting on the harrowing moments just endured, smiles crept onto their faces. A blend of relief and pride after a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to them, however, Minister Zhou and several high-ranking officials from the energy group crammed into the white box truck were barely holding on, awkwardly embracing one another amidst the jolting vehicle. Typically, their travels were accompanied by a convoy of aides and the highest caliber vehicles, but this time they experienced a literal interpretation of being surrounded. Their fury boiled over, vowing to hold the commander of this rescue mission accountable. In the command center, Cheng Hai sneezed multiple times. 20 minutes later, a left turn at the upcoming intersection would lead them out of the city and onto the main road to the safety zone at Shuaishan University. Through her enhanced vision, Ma Xiaoxi observed a pile of debris ahead on the road after the turn. Everyone, be cautious. There are obstacles on the road ahead. Slow down. As the convoy turned left, the sight that greeted them was shocking. Colin and Martin immediately retched, their faces paling. And even the soldiers in the assault vehicles were visibly shaken. Before them lay a wall of corpses, dead humans, mutated wolves, and abominations stacked to a height of 3 to 4 meters, blocking the road entirely. The wall was teeming with abominations, their eyes fixed on the convoy, poised to strike. Did they do this? Ma Xiaoxi shouted. Indeed, I suspected they possessed a certain level of intelligence. Reverse. Retreat. Chapter 40. Retreat to the warehouse. Reverse. Quickly. Retreat. Ma Xiaoxi bilud. The abominations had erected this wall of corpses to obstruct the rescue convoy, and they would undoubtedly attempt to sever the team's escape route, trapping them in a perilous predicament. This scenario was Ma Xiaoxi's greatest fear. Being cornered in such a confined space meant that the firepower of the transport and assault vehicles would be severely hampered due to their proximity. While her armored vehicle could withstand the assaults from the abominations, the 3 cargo trucks lacked such protection, putting their occupants and supplies at great risk. As anticipated, a swarm of abominations began to surge towards the intersection, some of the higher-tier mutants from atop the truck preparing to encircle the convoy. The 2 assault vehicles, being more agile, swiftly executed a turn, opening fire to suppress the advancing abominations. As the transport vehicle cautiously reversed, the machine guns targeted the mutants descending from the corpse wall. With a series of explosive rounds detonating against the wall, the abominations were blasted away, blood spraying in all directions, yet the structure remained steadfast. These beasts work with such tenacity. Pang Xiong cursed. Even grenades can't bring them down. They certainly weren't slacking off. Ma Xiaoxi seized the intercom, inquiring what other routes can lead us out of the city the quickest. The soldiers in the assault vehicles were unfamiliar with the street layout, and the rescue plan had not accounted for such a predicament, leaving them at a loss. I know. From an intersection, we just turn left at, continue straight. Then turn left at the next intersection, Kaka replied, demonstrating her familiarity with the terrain of Shuizhen. In a remarkably short time, she mapped out a route, her childlike voice creating an illusion of navigating a GPS, an oddly light-hearted touch amidst the crisis. Ma Xiaoxi glanced at Lin Shi, seeking her approval, which she received with a nod. This route could indeed lead them out of the city. At this moment, all 3 cargo trucks began to reverse. The one closest to Ma Xiaoxi was Asen's trailer, followed by Kaka's white box truck, and finally Colin and Martin's man-dump truck. Once the route was confirmed, Asen suddenly accelerated in reverse, his long vehicle maneuvering with surprising agility, being the first to exit the intersection. Wow, Asen's driving is impressive, Ma Xiaoxi thought, as he activated his rampage mode. The second vehicle was Colin and Martin's man-dump truck, followed by Kaka's white box truck. Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle also retreated to the intersection, providing cover alongside the 2 assault vehicles, while the relentless abominations pursued closely. However, just as Ma Xiaoxi prepared to speed up and lead the convoy, the intercom crackled with Asen's voice. The road ahead is blocked. It's piled high with vehicles. We can't get through. At this moment, the ammunition of a transport vehicle had been completely exhausted, leaving it to rely solely on ramming to break through the encirclements of the aberrations on either side. The ammunition of another vehicle was likely running low as well. This was a perilous signal. Without weapons, the aberrations could launch close-range assaults. Indeed, several aberrations had climbed onto the vehicle, particularly those of a higher mutation level, some clinging to the doors, while others seized the roof. They violently battered the assault vehicle, and as more aberrations boarded, the speed of the vehicle decreased significantly until it came to a halt, instantly engulfed by the aberrations. The assault vehicle had become a metal coffin. The commander of the other vehicle did not choose to stop and rescue them, as their own ammunition was evidently insufficient. In the law of the apocalypse, when faced with mutated creatures, preserving the remaining human forces was the wisest choice. Voices from the trapped soldiers in the assault vehicle crackled through the intercom. First squad, Zhao Changwu, Ivan Zed Li Guang, ready to sacrifice, brothers. See you in the next life. The commander of this vehicle, Zhao Changwu, shared a cigarette with each soldier and instructed everyone to pile up all the grenades beneath the windshield. At this point, the windshield was already riddled with cracks from the relentless assault of countless aberrations, about to shatter at any moment. Zhao Changwu scanned the anxious faces of each soldier inside the vehicle. They were all young, merely born into this apocalyptic world. Their once promising youth now forced to confront these mutated monstrosities. He exhaled a smoke ring, this half-pack of cigarettes having been seized from team leader Chung just yesterday. Once I finish this one, we're on our way. At this moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. The cacophony of the aberrations outside fading into the distance. As the glass shattered, the assault vehicle erupted into a massive fireball. With a deafening boom, dozens of high-level aberrations surrounding the front were sent soaring into the sky. The soldiers in the other assault vehicle, including Ma Xiaoxi and others, heard the commotion behind them, and all were deeply moved. In the face of desperation, some chose to embrace death with valor. They were ordinary people, destined to leave no mark in history. Yet they shone like a beacon in the dark night, brief but brilliant. The sky had darkened, and the recent explosion had instilled some trepidation in the aberrations, creating a slight distance from the convoy as they awaited the opportune moment to attack. Ma Xiaoxi decisively sought refuge in a nearby building, planning to find a way to break out tomorrow. Given the current situation, both they and the other assault vehicle were low on weapons and ammunition, making the chances of a successful breakout exceedingly slim. They needed to wait until the next night. The transport vehicle would soon be restored, and ammunition could be replenished. The likelihood of a successful breakout would increase significantly by daylight. However, darkness quickly enveloped the area, and the streetlights were extinguished. Even Kaka and Lin Shi, who were very familiar with Shui town, found it challenging to discern the buildings on either side, unsure of which direction to take. Ma Xiaoxi used her enhanced vision to scan the buildings and finally spotted 4 warehouse structures behind wall. This will do. The group observed that there were no openings for vehicles to enter on either side, filled with confusion. There's south no road. Where can we go? Ma Xiaoxi pointed to the wall on the right. Blow a hole in this wall. Let us drive in. There are a few warehouses inside where we can take shelter for now. Pang Xiong fired rounds of grenades, and soon a breach appeared in the wall. Ma Xiaoxi directed everyone via intercom to enter. They pried open the warehouse doors, driving the vehicles inside, finally securing a moment of respite. Yet, the spirits of all were notably low. Ma Xiaoxi encouraged everyone to eat and drink, assuring them that solutions would present themselves by tomorrow. A nearby soldier remarked, "What solutions can there be? Our ammunition is nearly depleted. Are we just waiting for rescue?" Pang Xiong patted the side of the truck, saying, "Even if we wait for rescue, the cargo in these 2 vehicles could feed us for a month." The commander of the assault vehicle added, "Not just us. There is a whole truckload of trap personnel." He gestured towards the white box truck. Chapter 41. The price of food. Kaka slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about the truckload of people, and hastily opened the tailgate to release over 40 individuals. The group emerged in disarray, drenched in sweat and dirt-streaked faces. After enduring a bumpy journey, some doubled over and vomited as soon as they stepped out, while others collapsed in exhaustion. The minister from a frozen region surveyed the surroundings and realized they were in what appeared to be a warehouse. Not the safe zone promised by the person on the phone. Their satellite phone was also broken, rendering them unable to contact the outside world. He glanced at Ma Xiaoxi, but did not dare approach, opting instead to address the soldiers from the assault vehicle, perceiving them as more of an organized unit. He approached the soldiers with several executives from the energy group, stating, "I am the leader from the frozen region, the primary target of your rescue mission. Where are we? Why haven't we reached the safe zone?" The young soldier was still lost in the grief of losing comrades and had no time to engage him. The commander briefly outlined the situation, stating they would remain there for the night and attempt to break out the next day. The minister and executives looked displeased. "We can't just sit here and wait. Those monsters could very well break in, and we'd all be finished. You must contact higher-ups for rescue immediately." The commander, already frazzled by the prospect of tomorrow's breakout, impatiently retorted, "I was sent to rescue you. My brothers died, not to come here to take orders from you." He pointed to Ma Xiaoxi. "If there are issues, take them to her." He then boarded the vehicle, shutting the door and leaving the minister and others outside. Ma Xiaoxi and her companions overheard the exchange, and she offered a slight smile to the minister, causing him to hastily avert his gaze and retreat to the side of the white box truck. In the crowd, murmurs arose, criticizing the soldiers for their ineptitude, lamenting that they had failed to extract them from Shui town despite all the commotion. "I thought they were formidable, but they let us down. After all the fuss, they hadn't managed to take us out of Shui town. It's utterly ridiculous. What kind of rescue team are these? They seem more like truck drivers than a military rescue squad." They must be here to swindle money, posing as rescuers without any real capability. In any case, the crowd continued to voice their grievances until they realized their most pressing issue was hunger. At that moment, the transport vehicle's doors swung open, revealing two beautiful women preparing dinner, serving up generous portions of fried chicken and steak, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. A plump man and the one who had forced them to move things were indulging heartily, causing mouths to water. The two women, with alluring figures and porcelain-like skin, their hair flowing elegantly and dressed neatly, were a rare sight in the apocalypse, captivating the attention of every man present, igniting endless fantasies. Some turned their gazes toward the supplies in the cargo trucks, recalling that they had helped load those goods, believing they were entitled to a share. Share some food with us. Can we have something to eat? One of the executives from the energy group pressed forward, bowing and inquiring with Ma Xiaoxi. Descending from the vehicle, Ma Xiaoxi pulled a severed arm of an aberration from the gap near the rear wheel and tossed it onto the ground at their feet with a clang. The mutated arm, revealing stark white bones stained with congealed blood, sent the crowd recoiling in terror, shrieking in fear. If you wish to eat, there must be rules. These supplies were obtained at the cost of lives, with some warriors even sacrificing their very existence. If you wish to barter for food, consider what you're willing to offer and negotiate accordingly. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxi gestured towards the drivers of several trucks, then wiped her hands and returned to her vehicle to continue her meal. Due to Kaka's proficiency with dual pistols, which had helped Ma Xiaoxi escape peril, she had invited Kaka to dine with her on the transport vehicle. Thus, the individuals Ma Xiaoxi pointed out were solely Ah Song and Colleen, along with the Martin brothers. Soon, a few women approached Ah Song, who was enjoying a meal of flying pancakes and curry. After a round of haggling, a woman's piercing scream erupted. A dinner? You will never make us yield. If not, we shall simply go without. Isng replied nonchalantly, then, let us add a seat for you in my vehicle tomorrow, avoiding the cramped iron compartment. The crowd, initially prepared to leave, turned back upon hearing this. After enduring an afternoon akin to the slave trade, no one wished to squeeze into that dark compartment again. Ultimately, Hassan selected two robust, middle-aged women with darker skin to board the vehicle, clearly married. Third brother understands the nuances of bargaining. He retrieved a package from atop the truck, evidently containing the medications and small tools he had mentioned earlier. He then pulled the curtain of the truck and played music infused with a strong curry aroma, turning the volume to its maximum, capturing the attention of those nearby. Meanwhile, Colleen and the Martins enlisted 5 individuals to clean both the interior and exterior of their vehicle. The remnants of their own sickness inside the truck almost made the cleaners retch. They were oblivious to the unsanitary conditions that had arisen. After tidying their own dump truck, the brothers directed the others to ensure all vehicles were spotless. An individual with obsessive-compulsive tendencies would suffer internal distress if cleanliness was not maintained in the vicinity. Ma Xiaoxi and her companions relished this complimentary car wash service. Executives from the energy group removed their luxury watches and inquired with Ma Xiaoxi about exchanging them for some food. Ma Xiaoxi scrutinized the items: a watch, a package of instant noodles, and a sausage. What? Do you know the worth of this watch? A new one costs 200,000. Even as a second-hand item, given its current condition, it would fetch at least 120,000 to 130,000. How dare you offer me a package of instant noodles and a sausage in exchange? Even my dog wouldn't touch such junk food. If your watch is so valuable, why don't you just consume it? Why come to me? This is outright extortion. You may interpret it that way. And as for your dog's preferences, let me remind you that the working class subsists on such items. We are in an apocalypse. Wake up and abandon your lofty airs. Ultimately, the executives, with tears in their eyes, exchanged their watches for instant noodles and sausages. Meanwhile, others were assigned by Ma Xiaoxi to search the warehouse for steel, copper, rubber, and other materials, categorizing and stacking them at the front of the transport vehicle. Fortunately, the factory housed numerous semi-finished materials, and soon a substantial pile accumulated at the vehicle's front. Ma Xiaoxi nodded, realizing that tonight's repairs and upgrades to the transport vehicle were crucial for generating weaponry and ammunition, not only for her vehicle, but also to equip the assault vehicle. These materials should suffice. Chapter 42. Unlocking Infinite Ammunition Commander. You are quite shrewd. Observing Ma Xiaoxi's method of bartering for food, the commander on the assault vehicle couldn't suppress a smile. although he couldn't fully endorse it from a professional standpoint. Witnessing the disdainful remarks from the crowd made him feel a sense of injustice for his fallen comrades. He wished to confront them, yet refrained from doing so. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi's unrestrained actions alleviated the burdens on the commander and his soldiers. This individual, who was meticulous and never suffered losses, possessed an endearing quality. One soldier pondered aloud, "Our ammunition is critically low. How will we break through tomorrow?" Another replied, "Didn't that fellow claim he has a plan? Do you actually believe him? Given today's ammunition expenditure, they will soon exhaust their supplies as well. Can he conjure more out of thin air? Furthermore, our vehicles have sustained varying degrees of damage. Several windows are cracked, and the armor on the roof and front has warped, while a tire on the outer rear has blown. Those high-level aberrants are exceedingly fierce." "Yet, I don't think he is merely speaking nonsense," the commander interjected. "Enough of this. I will report to Team Leader Chung, explaining our situation and requesting support." Evidently, the commander and most soldiers did not take Ma Xiaoxi's assurances seriously. After 20 minutes of communication with Qinghai, the commander exhaled in relief. "Excellent. The special rescue team will arrive tomorrow morning. We will hold the warehouse and await reinforcements. Please remind them to bring ample heavy weaponry and sufficient ammunition." Upon hanging up, the commander felt a wave of ease. It turned out that the minister of the Icefield region had successfully utilized a satellite phone to mobilize assistance. The battalion headquarters received orders from higher command to dispatch special forces to aid in rescue. Qinghai was reprimanded by the battalion for sending inadequate personnel who would threaten and assault the minister and senior executives of the energy group. Ultimately, the battalion decided to assign special forces to oversee the rescue operation. Qinghai, known for his empathy towards subordinates, refrained from voicing dissatisfaction, simply stating that the battalion would send personnel for assistance. The soldiers within the assault vehicle were elated, believing that with the arrival of reinforcements tomorrow, their problems would be resolved. "I have heard that the special forces from a battalion are renowned for their combat capabilities and possess superior weaponry compared to us. Their arrival will undoubtedly crush that monstrous horde." As night fell, Ma Xiaoxi continued to instruct Peng Xiong to return to the cargo compartment to sleep while she remained in the driver's seat, waiting for the transport vehicle's repairs and upgrades. Today's fierce battle had significantly depleted the vehicle's resources. She needed to replenish ammunition and repair the damaged components. She gently pushed away Lin Shi, who had leaned against her, stating, "I am not available today." Opening the system, she saw the following notifications. Eliminated 135 aberrants and 13 high-level aberrants. Reward: Transport Vehicle Armor Attribute Upgrade, Level 303, 25 points. Transport Vehicle upgraded with blast-resistant tires. Reward: Transport Vehicle Weapon Upgrade, Level 152, 80 points. Skill Integration with a Horse unlocked, providing a visibility range of 300 meters with moderate durability level. Successfully rescued 42 trapped individuals, receiving a random selectable reward. A. Food, B. Beauty, C. Infinite ammunition, D. Artillery. A multiple choice question. Teacher, I choose C. Ma Xiaoxi, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, instinctively selected the longest option in accordance with the rule of 3 short, 1 long. It was only then that she realized this was a selectable system reward. Wait, infinite ammunition. Does this not imply that bullets and shells are unlimited? Next time I encounter aberrants, I can obliterate them with grenades. After all, they cost nothing. In her excitement, Ma Xiaoxi glanced at option D, artillery, and felt a twinge of regret for her hasty decision. She mused that the 240mm howitzers atop the vehicle were slightly insufficient in firepower, struggling against high-level aberrants. If she could augment her arsenal with a large-caliber cannon, it would undoubtedly enhance their combat effectiveness. In a flash, the opportunistic Ma Xiaoxi provided additional content to the system. Selecting options C and D. You are the first to choose multiple selections in a random reward. Truly cunning and shameless. Yet the system acquiesces to your whims. Reward: 105mm caliber cannon with unlimited ammunition. My goodness, it's genuinely feasible. A 105mm cannon with an automatic loading system. My transport vehicle now possesses firepower akin to a tank. Such firepower is typically reserved for after reaching weapon level 3. And to acquire it now is akin to receiving timely assistance in dire circumstances. Did you just insult me, system? In light of this equipment, I shall endure. Ma Xiaoxi also noted a detail. The trigger for this random reward was his rescue of 42 trapped individuals. However, his primary objective during this mission had always been to seize resources. The rescue was merely incidental, or rather, a nominal act. Thus, one could conclude that this reward bore no connection to motivation, only to actions. Does the system intend for me to assist more individuals in this apocalyptic world? Not a chance. Let the self-righteous perish swiftly. Those who wish to embody compassion may do so at their own peril. Caring for the world is a ploy for the carnivorous. As an ordinary citizen, a freight driver, I am merely a recipient of aid. Self-reliance, without adding to the burdens of the times, is quite sufficient. Tomorrow, I shall crush those mutated monstrosities with a 105mm cannon. Disregarding their aberrant levels and the barricades of corpses, I shall simply obliterate them. Returning the resources and people shall constitute collaboration with the military, successfully completing the first mission. This will earn me further trust in Shanghai, allowing for additional excursions to gather more supplies. I must also request weaponry for the other 3 freight trucks. Currently, only Kaka possesses combat capability, while Asen, the Collin brothers, and Martin lack arms, rendering us significantly disadvantaged. I shall expedite the upgrade of the transport vehicles, preparing for an expedition into the ice plains, and if all goes smoothly, we should be ready to depart within a week. Contemplating this ignited a thrill within Ma Xiaoxi, rendering him unable to sleep. He rose, intending to inspect his newly acquired 105mm cannon. A languid yet gentle voice interrupted him. Ma Xiaoxi, still awake? I can't seem to sleep either. Come here, let us chat for a while. As she spoke, a long, fair leg draped over Ma Xiaoxi's. No way. Enchantress. Do not tempt me. Do not impede my artillery readiness. Lin Shi sat up indignantly, gritting her teeth. You scoundrel, do not touch me in the future. She thought to herself, this fellow has changed. He used to hover around like a fly, yet now he seems indifferent. In the dead of night, the desolate streets of Shui Zhen trembled, a shadow cast by a 4-meter-tall giant aberration under the hazy moonlight. Chapter 43. The special rescue team arrives the following morning. Ma Xiaoxi sought the commander of the assault vehicle to discuss evacuation matters. Currently, we have ammunition remaining, 145mm machine gun rounds and 40mm grenades. Your vehicle should be able to utilize them, correct? The commander glanced at the transport vehicle, noticing some changes. Upon closer inspection, it appeared the tires and deformed steel plates had been repaired. When had this been done without a sound? He pondered while Ma Xiaoxi vaguely replied. There is still quite a bit left. It should suffice for you. Suffice for us? Did you not experience combat with the aberrations yesterday? Are you unaware of the consumption of ammunition? Attempting to force through with what little remains is tantamount to courting death. Seeing the commander's silence, Ma Xiaoxi continued. I propose we break out early today and evacuate Shuizhan. If we delay, other variables may arise. The commander chuckled, thinking Ma Xiaoxi had lost his senses. The aberrations outside, particularly the high-level ones, had proven extremely challenging to combat even with ample ammunition, and after a night had passed. Did he really think they could easily eradicate them today? How naive, he diplomatically suggested. Given our current ammunition situation, it would be prudent to remain and await rescue. I have already reported to Team Leader Chum. A special rescue team should arrive by this morning. Ma Xiaoxi activated his perspective vision to survey the situation outside the warehouse, noting a considerable gathering of aberrations in the streets. Very well, we shall wait until 11 o'clock this morning. If they do not arrive by then, we shall break out on our own. He added, regardless of the rescue team's presence, let us replenish your vehicle's ammunition. Find 2 soldiers to assist in moving it to my truck. What unfolded next left all the soldiers in awe. From the transport vehicle, boxes of ammunition emerged in a continuous stream, leaving the 2 soldiers drenched in sweat. Upon tallying the total, they discovered a staggering 20,000 rounds. This defied logic. Even Fat Bear was bewildered, recalling how he initially urged the soldiers to carry less, only to later incessantly question Ma Xiaoxi about when he had stockpiled such an abundance of ammunition. In a corner of the warehouse, the minister of the Ice Plains area and several executives from the energy group gathered, whispering, I have received definitive news. A special rescue team is en route. This is a legitimate rescue team, unlike the current lot. If all goes well, we should be saved by this morning. An executive from the energy group glared at the luxurious watch on Ma Xiaoxi's wrist, venomously declaring, "Once I reach the safe zone, I will ensure that the one who extorted us pays dearly." The minister quickly cautioned, "Lower your voice. Do not let him overhear." At 10:30 in the morning, just as Fat Bear and the soldiers were pondering the source of the transport vehicle's ammunition, distant sounds of gunfire began to resonate through the streets, growing increasingly closer. Ma Xiaoxi, observing through his perspective vision, noticed the aberrations shifting toward one side of the street. He exchanged glances with the commander of the assault vehicle. Realizing that the special rescue team dispatched by the headquarters had indeed arrived on schedule, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Another round of concentrated gunfire erupted, and the outside gradually fell silent. 3 armored vehicles came to a halt on the street outside the warehouse, and then a loudspeaker blared to all trapped individuals in the warehouse. "We're the special rescue team. Please open the door. It is safe outside." The commander and soldiers inside the warehouse began clearing the debris blocking the entrance and opened the large door. At that moment, a Caucasian sergeant, flanked by 4 soldiers, awaited outside. Their tactical gear was exceptionally sophisticated, equipped with infrared night vision goggles and even exoskeleton devices on their legs. Behind them loomed 3 66-wheeled American Panther reconnaissance vehicles, outfitted with TAS CT 40-40mm cannon systems, their roofs covered in cameras and various data sensors, far superior to the assault vehicle in the warehouse. "Seems you've been quite safe hiding here. I'm the captain. You can call me Charlie." His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Without waiting for a response, Charlie strode into the warehouse. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoxi and the others clad in combat uniforms adorned with a white emblem, Charlie's disdain deepened. Is Chung Hai leading such troops? Where did he recruit this ragtag bunch? The commander of the assault vehicle awkwardly explained. They are a recruited transport team responsible for moving personnel and supplies. Their combat capability is also commendable. Fat Bear and Kaka wished to confront him, but Ma Xiaoxi held them back. This was not the time for bickering. Instead, they would observe how the other party intended to proceed. At this moment, the minister of the Icefield district, accompanied by several executives, approached Captain Charlie. After a brief self-introduction, Captain Charlie expressed his gratitude for their presence, stating that they all desired to return to the safe zone as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, he requested to utilize their armored vehicles for enhanced security. Charlie did not object, instructing a guard to escort them to the armored vehicle, as the special rescue team had come specifically to aid these individuals. As the group exited the warehouse, they cast a fierce glare at Ma Xiaoxi. The other trapped individuals, seeing a glimmer of hope, surrounded Charlie, pleading to ride in the armored vehicle as they wished to avoid the cramped confines of the cargo truck. Charlie explained that there was insufficient space aboard the armored vehicle, reassuring them that their safety was assured with the special rescue team's presence. He urged everyone to board the vehicles promptly as they were about to depart. Among the crowd, a supermarket supervisor suggested they forego the white cargo truck, expressing a willingness to ride in an open-top truck instead. The crowd readily agreed, Ma Xiaoxi countered, highlighting that the white cargo truck was a closed vehicle, offering greater safety. Riding in an open truck would pose significant danger should they encounter the aberrants. Charlie shot a glance at Ma Xiaoxi without any response, stating that individuals could voluntarily choose the open truck as long as they follow the convoy, emphasizing that there would be no danger. This blatant disregard for Ma Xiaoxi's opinion, coupled with the insistence on silence, revealed Charlie's arrogance. Upon hearing Charlie's words, the crowd eagerly climbed aboard the trucks belonging to Ah Sang, Colin, and the Martin brothers. Some provocatively eyed Ma Xiaoxi and his companions, exchanging disparaging remarks, seemingly reveling in their perceived return to safety. Conversely, there were those who felt discontent. 2 women who had spent the previous night playing poker with Ah Sang felt disheartened, as they had previously agreed to his terms to avoid the cramped closed truck, only to find that now no one would be squished. Although they still had seats available in the driver's cabin, they felt their privilege had been diluted. Fat Bear pulled Ma Xiaoxi aside, voicing concern that their contributions might be overshadowed by others. He questioned how they would distribute the supplies they had worked hard to acquire. Ma Xiaoxi confidently replied that claiming credit would not be so easy, suggesting they refrain from acting impulsively should trouble arise. Chapter 44. Charlie's Dilemma. 3 Jaguars were tasked with clearing the path ahead, flanked by 3 cargo trucks. while the assault vehicle and Ma Xiaoxi's transport truck were stationed at the rear for vigilance. Due to the blockage of the road from the previous day's events in Shuizhen by walls of corpses and vehicles, the convoy chose an alternate route. As they departed the warehouse and traversed the desolate streets of Shuizhen, the passengers in the trucks caught their first close glimpse of the surroundings. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid scent. Once a peaceful street, it now lay in ruins, a scene of devastation. The walls of buildings were riddled with bullet holes and claw marks from mutated creatures, with some structures having collapsed into heaps of rubble. The trees lining the street were charred, while various debris, abandoned vehicles, and the corpses of both the deceased and monsters littered the ground. The rumble of tires against the pavement stirred up clouds of dust, and distant birdsong punctuated the eerie silence. The faces of the passengers were marked by sorrow and despair, their eyes reflecting confusion about the future, with some breaking into sobs. Nonetheless, the tranquility of the streets provided some comfort, as they believed that the 3 heavily armed Jaguar armored vehicles ahead would safely escort them away from danger. The mood among the soldiers gradually eased. Ma Xiaoxi activated his enhanced vision to survey the surrounding environment, adjusting the radio to the channel used by the cargo trucks. The unusual stillness of the streets raised concerns, prompting a reminder to remain vigilant. Kaka inquired whether the aberrants had been eradicated by the armored vehicles ahead. Ma Xiaoxi cautioned against such assumptions, noting that sporadic aberrants were still lurking on the upper floors of the surrounding buildings, likely plotting their next move. Before he could finish, a small group of ordinary aberrants burst from an alley, swiftly lunging toward the crowd in the trucks, causing panic and a near halt to their hearts. Fortunately, the soldiers in the armored vehicles reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that felled the leading aberrants, prompting the remaining ones to retreat. Over the loudspeaker, Charlie's voice rang out, urging calm, asserting that despite the aberrants' ferocity, they were no match for the might of their firearms. A gunner atop one of the armored vehicles gestured an OK sign toward the personnel in the cargo trucks. Just then, a massive object plummeted from the rooftop of a nearby building with the velocity of cannonball, striking the gunner directly. The gunner's head and upper body were crushed instantly. To their horror, the onlookers realized that the object was a human corpse. The force required to hurl such a heavy object at that speed was unimaginable. Subsequently, dozens more corpses struck various parts of the convoy, causing the vehicles to jolt violently and splattering blood and gore onto the cameras and sensors, severely impairing the Jaguar's visibility. Several individuals seated atop the cargo trucks were hurled off by the impact, dying instantly. Instinctively, the passengers in the trucks attempted to leap from their seats, only to be reprimanded by the commander of the assault vehicle, ordering them to remain still and take cover. Charlie's voice crackled over the radio, demanding to know what was on the rooftop and ordering artillery fire. They were unable to aim effectively due to the damage inflicted on their sensors. He instructed them to fire suppressively and to retreat from the area. The thunderous blasts of 40mm shells detonated against the rooftop, sending flames and debris flying. Yet, the rain of corpses continued unabated, growing more frantic. The convoy began to retreat slowly, amidst the cacophony of heavy objects crashing to the ground. The crowd finally glimpsed the towering figures of the creatures that had leaped from the rooftop. These were colossal aberrants, standing around 4 meters tall, their skin a mottled gray-black, veins bulging grotesquely and muscles rippling. Their faces resembled that of a gorilla, with enormous canine teeth protruding from their jaws. The giant aberrants advanced toward the convoy, brandishing corpses or other heavy object to hurl at them. Where did all these brutes come from? Should we open fire now? Fat Bear exclaimed. Ma Xiaoxi replied. No need to rush. Let those show-offs at the front hold them off for a while. We just need to ensure that these aberrants do not harm our cargo truck. The minister and executives aboard the armored vehicle grew frantic, clamoring for a way out. Despite Charlie's attempts to reassure them, their panic persisted. Eventually, Charlie was pushed to his limit, brandishing his pistol and threatening, "If you continue to scream, I will shoot you." This command finally silenced them. The 40mm shells exploded upon the aberrants, barely slowing their advance unless a shot struck a creature squarely in the head. The machine gun fire seemed to merely tickle them. After more than 10 minutes of this stalemate, the number of giant aberrants leaping down from the rooftop only increased. From the side streets and building windows, a multitude of carnivorous flower aberrants emerged, lunging toward the crowd in the cargo trucks. Several heads were bitten off, blood gushing from the wounds and splattering onto the faces of those nearby, eliciting a chorus of terrified screams. The assault vehicles at the rear of the convoy and the transport trucks simultaneously opened fire on these grotesque beings, with large-caliber bullets creating a mist of crimson upon the flesh of the man-eating flower mutants. Tracers arched through the air like whips of death, driving these monsters back. "We are running low on ammunition," shouted a soldier from a Jaguar armored vehicle over the intercom. Charlie was aware that the other two vehicles were also nearing the end of their supplies. It was infuriating. How could they encounter such mutated creatures? He had never heard of them before. Now, as the ammunition of the armored vehicle dwindled, there was little he could do as the commander. He could only urge the rear vehicles to pull back quickly. At that moment, the cannon of Charlie's armored vehicle was the first to run dry. A colossal mutant swung a power pole, striking the front of the Jaguar, causing a significant dent and nearly jolting the hearts of the occupants from their chests. As the monster prepared to swing the pole horizontally towards the armored vehicle, a hit would surely overturn it. All the soldiers were stunned by this sight, and the soldiers in the rear assault vehicle gasped in shock. The minister and executives of the energy group inside the Jaguar closed their eyes, bracing for death. In this moment of crisis, a thunderous explosion erupted from the rear of the convoy, momentarily stilling the street filled with the sounds of gunfire, roars, and cries. When people regained their composure, they saw that the giant mutant holding the power pole had a gaping hole in its chest, its upper body blown away. They turned to see that a transport vehicle clad in desert yellow armor had deployed a 105mm cannon from its roof, emitting white smoke. Chapter 45. Let me save you a few more times. Questions and exclamations flooded the intercom. When did you get this large caliber cannon? Why didn't you fire it sooner? So you had a backup plan. No wonder you were so calm. The vehicle had saved them once more. Ma Xiaoxi stated nonchalantly, "Iam a non combatant." I simply could not bear to watch any longer. After enduring for so long, I fired a shot, and it felt truly satisfying. As she spoke, Pang Xiong launched several high-explosive shells. With each explosion, the ground trembled, and nearby windows shattered from the shockwave. Several giant mutants were obliterated. Severed limbs soared into the air, crashing down onto vehicle roofs with a resounding thud. Ma Xiaoxi declared, "Next, everyone follow my lead." Charlie detected the hint of mockery in Ma Xiaoxi's words. But given his earlier bravado that morning, he found it difficult to retort. After all, she had just saved him. Suppressing his irritation, Charlie instructed, "Rear team, move to the front, follow that transport vehicle for withdrawal." Under Ma Xiaoxi's guidance, the convoy retraced its original path. The giant mutants pursued from behind, hurling corpses and other objects at the convoy. Pang Xiong adjusted the turret, occasionally firing backward to suppress the advancing giants. Meanwhile, ordinary mutants and man-eating flower mutants surged forth from the front. Ma Xiaoxi urged, "Pang Xiong, just keep firing. We have plenty of ammunition." Initially hesitant, Pang Xiong soon became exhilarated and lost track of the ammunition count. The Gatling guns on either side of the transport vehicle continuously unleashed a hail of bullets ahead. Soon, Pang Xiong was amazed to discover that they truly had sufficient ammunition. "This is exhilarating." He grinned. That Charlie from this morning was so arrogant. And now he needs our rescue. Serve him right. Ma Xiaoxi asked, "What did you just say?" "I said they deserve it." "And the previous part?" "They were so arrogant, and now they need us to rescue them." "What is wrong with that?" Ma Xiaoxi slapped her thigh, replying, "You are absolutely correct. They do need our rescue." According to yesterday's system prompt, rescuing trapped individuals in the apocalypse yields random rewards. Thus, having successfully saved Charlie and others from the giant mutant's power pole, is there not a corresponding reward? Excitedly, Ma Xiaoxi opened the system interface, and indeed, a prompt appeared. Successfully rescued 12 trapped individuals, received random selectable rewards. A food, B. A beautiful woman, C. Night vision imaging, D. Backup fuel tank. This is a single choice question. Multiple selections will not score. Please make your choice within 3 seconds. Damn it. This is to prevent me from making multiple selections like yesterday. The system has become quite cunning. 3. Time's up. You missed your chance. Damn the system. Ma Xiaoxi exclaimed angrily. Pang Xiong inquired, "What is wrong with you? Who is this system?" Since the opportunity was lost, she would have to create one for herself. Ma Xiaoxi slowed the vehicle down, instructing Pang Xiong, hold off on firing at the mutants behind us. Wait until they catch up, then follow my command to fire. The convoy's speed decreased, and soon the giant mutants and man-eating flower mutants caught up. They began to pound on the last 3 Jaguar armored vehicles, denting the tops of the armored vehicles. With their ammunition depleted, the soldiers could only return fire ineffectively. The minister and energy group executives screamed in terror, nearly suffering heart attacks. The personnel in the truck's cargo area crouched inside, their screams echoing like a flock of frightened ducks. Charlie, disregarding his dignity, shouted for help. Ma Xiaoxi, fire and save us. Ma Xiaoxi felt it was about time and signaled Pang Xiong to fire. The large-caliber weapon brought equality to all beings and swiftly alleviated the crisis. Consider this a rescue for you. Ma Xiaoxi used this tactic, successfully saving trapped individuals twice more. Consequently, Charlie erupted in curses over the intercom. The minister, executives, and those in the truck's cargo area chose to lie flat, exhausted, resigning themselves to destruction. Zhuoshan and Lin Shi looked at Ma Xiaoxi as if she were a monster, wondering if there was something psychologically amiss with her. Was it necessary to play around in such a situation? Only Pang Xiong remained unfazed, relishing the thrill of firing, invigorated by the sensation of turning the tide. As they progressed, Ma Xiaoxi led the convoy along yesterday's route, turning left at an intersection. The commander of the assault vehicle reminded, "Did you forget? The road ahead is blocked. This route won't work." Charlie added, "We scouted this area in the morning. There's a wall of corpses blocking the way. We can't get through." Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Non-combat personnel, remain quiet and follow closely." The other 3 transport vehicles, Kaka, a Sang, and the Martin brothers, were also puzzled. There was clearly a wall of corpses ahead, so why take this route? However, as Ma Xiaoxi's companions, they felt it inappropriate to question her at this moment, especially since she occasionally displayed remarkable abilities. They trusted that she wouldn't lead them into danger without reason. Curious to see how she planned to proceed, Ma Xiaoxi halted the transport vehicle a safe distance from the wall of corpses and instructed Pang Xiong. "Pang Xiong, use the cannon to blast through that wall." "All right, watch me." Boom, boom, boom. Do you have to waste ammunition like this? Under the relentless bombardment of artillery for 3 continuous minutes, a passage was blown through the wall of corpses, revealing the route to the safety zone before everyone's eyes. The transport vehicle came to a steady stop at the newly created breach, with smoke still billowing from the cannon on its roof, while the Gatling guns mounted on either side glowed red from the heat of continuous fire. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry through. We are heading back to the safety zone." It was only when Ma Xiaoxi reminded over the intercom that everyone snapped back to reality. This was all happening so suddenly that it felt like a dream. The commander of the assault vehicle informed the soldiers inside that the reason for choosing this path was his confidence in breaching the wall of corpses. Moreover, this obstructed route was the weakest point for the aberrants. Employing such an unexpected and perilous tactic, this fellow truly had skill. A soldier beside Charlie, incredulous, inquired, "Did he really just lead us out? Is it truly this simple?" It seemed that this time there were no tricks involved. They were genuinely on the verge of escape. The special rescue team's soldiers rejoiced, now finding themselves as the ones being rescued. Chapter 46. Should I go with them? Urgent. Waiting for response. 10 minutes earlier. Across from the intersection where the wall of corpses stood, a tall, thin, middle-aged man anxiously peered through the gap of a roll-up door of a roadside warehouse, attentively listening to the sounds outside. Behind him was a medium-sized van, indicating he was a driver, trapped inside this cramped warehouse by the aberrants lurking outside. He activated the public channel of the Freight Alliance on his headset and sent a message. Shuizhen 1862. "Brothers, I'm in a warehouse by the street in Shuizhen, and there are gunshots outside. It seems the military is fighting those monsters. Bing Yuan 1467. Does that mean rescue has arrived? Can you see what is happening outside?" Shuizhen 1862. "I can only see a little through the gap in the roll-up door. My view is quite limited." Shihai 3902. "Why don't you stick your head out and take a look? What if it's the rescue team? Don't miss this opportunity." Shuizhen 1862. "Brothers, how could I dare to go out? It's crawling with monsters outside. Yesterday they piled up human corpses to block the street in front of me. It was terrifying. Some transport convoys were trapped and had to retreat, taking alternate routes. I don't even know if they escaped." Bing Yuan 1467. "How could a transport convoy possibly escape? Besides, I was at the Shuai University safety zone yesterday, and no convoy entered the safety zone. Shuai 1862. You're in the safety zone? What's it like inside? Didn't someone propose establishing a base for the Freight Alliance to search for supplies outside a few days ago? Being Yuan 1467. I don't know if anyone else participated. I certainly didn't. It doesn't sound reliable. I'd rather endure the school's exploitation in the safety zone, building makeshift shelters and eating boiled cabbage every day. I heard that several vehicles went out yesterday to look for supplies, but they haven't returned yet. It's likely they met with misfortune. Going out to search for supplies in Shuai yesterday was truly reckless. The number of monsters in Shuai has been increasing these days. Shihai 3902. What's the situation on the streets now? Shuai 1862. The gunfire is getting closer, but I still can't see the military. Fortunately, I'm safe here for now, as no monsters have discovered me. The food and water in the vehicle should last about a week if I ration it. Should I go out and follow them? Urgent. Waiting for suggestions. Brothers, give me some advice. You need to go out. Take a chance. If it's not the military rescue, don't go out. That's just courting death. I think you're all just enjoying the spectacle and not considering his feelings. What are you risking? What if you fail? Listen to me. Observe carefully who is coming from outside before deciding to go out. The person upstairs is right. The public channel erupted into a flurry of voices, each offering superfluous advice. The tall, thin middle-aged driver faced a dilemma. Going out to join the convoy entailed greater risk, as the aberrants outside were formidable foes. His small van, flimsy yet spacious, would not withstand an attack from those monsters, and he would surely become their lunch. Staying hidden in the warehouse provided temporary safety, but he would gradually deplete his food and water reserves. If rescue did not arrive within a week, he would inevitably perish from thirst or hunger. Not to mention the uncertainty of whether this refuge would remain undiscovered by the monsters. Time was running short for him to deliberate, as he could hear the gunfire drawing nearer. When he finally caught a glimpse of a convoy approaching through the gap in the roll-up door, he could not contain his excitement. Shuai 1862. Oh, it looks like it's that transport convoy from yesterday. The lead vehicle is fast, with the words Shuai Freight Alliance printed on the side. Two of the trucks are also carrying quite a few people. Brothers, what should I do? Bing Yuan 1467. Could it be the rescue convoy sent by the Freight Alliance? They must have searched Shuai all night. That would be so touching. Shihai 3902. What good is just being moved? Don't take any risks and go out. Without military aid, you definitely want to escape. Shuai 1862. It seems there are 3 armored vehicles following, and they are 3 Jaguars. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and follow them. Shuai 1862. Brothers, I'm about to be saved. I'll talk more after reaching the safety zone. Wait, those 3 Jaguars are being relentlessly attacked by monsters. Their roofs are being smashed in. The tall, thin middle-aged driver calmed himself and did not dare to open the roll-up door to rush out, as there were simply too many aberrants outside. Shuai 1862. The leader of his convoy is such a fool. He turned onto the road blocked by corpses across from me. He made the same mistake yesterday, and today he hasn't learned. Luckily, I didn't follow them out, or I would be stuck in a dead end. Shihai 3902. I told you be cautious. There is no official rescue team, so don't think about getting out. Before he finished speaking, a series of loud explosions erupted on the public channel. What does that sound? Speak up. Shuai 1862. The tall, thin middle-aged driver instinctively opened his mouth, staring at the scene on the street outside, and after a while, he finally regained his composure. His voice trembling. Shuai 1862. The lead transport vehicle blasted the wall of corpses with a cannon. They have broken through and are leaving. Wait for me. The tall, thin middle-aged driver, after experiencing a psychological roller coaster, collapsed onto the ground. Ordinary people often struggle to seize opportunities when faced with them. But this is not a matter for ridicule, as the hardships of life leave them with little room for error. The audacity to succeed belongs to those who possess ample resources and power, or to gamblers willing to risk everything against fate. The distinction lies in the former having a high probability of success, while the latter faces a daunting likelihood of failure. Yet, what ordinary people often see is merely the silhouettes of successful individuals. Half an hour later, the public channel of the Freight Alliance resonated with a resolute male voice. Shuai 0088. The newly formed Shui-Zhan Freight Alliance team has successfully completed its first external mission. We rescued 32 individuals and collected and brought back 43 tons of essential supplies. We have now arrived at the Shui-Zhan University Safety Zone. Chapter 47. Distribution of supplies. The convoy arrived at Shui-Zhan Safe Zone, where Cheng Hai personally led the team to greet them at the entrance. The soldiers first embraced their comrades emerging from the assault vehicles, celebrating their return and sharing stories of their harrowing experiences. Following this, the rescued individuals descended from the cargo trucks, their expressions vacant, with dried blood crusted on their bodies and faces. Their eyes reflected a profound numbness rather than fear. Finally, over a dozen members of the special rescue team, including the minister of the Icefield region and several executives from the energy group, emerged from the severely deformed armored vehicles. Led by Charlie, the special rescue team members appeared haggard and weary. Cheng Hai approached Charlie, grasping his hand firmly, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his leadership in the rescue mission, stating that without their assistance, neither the trapped individuals nor their own team would have returned. Cheng Hai was exceedingly polite, having heard of Charlie's remarkable combat command skills and superior equipment that had earned him a formidable reputation within the camp. It was well known that the special rescue team had repeatedly accomplished significant feats, with Charlie often perceived as aloof and dismissive of others. However, at that moment, Cheng Hai noted that the rumored arrogance seemed unfounded, as Charlie exhibited a humble demeanor, even appearing slightly bashful. Cheng Hai had anticipated some verbal jabs or teasing from Charlie, particularly since his team had failed to rescue the trapped individuals, which would have made such remarks understandable. Charlie smiled, albeit a rather grim one, and replied, "Commander Cheng, there is no need for thanks. We owe our gratitude to that transport vehicle which repelled the aberrants and guided us back here." Everyone turned to look at Ma Xiaoxi and the others standing in front of the transport vehicle. Charlie walked over and patted Ma Xiaoxi on the shoulder, expressing his appreciation. Ma Xiaoxi sincerely remarked, "In such circumstances, your decision to stand firm with the convoy rather than abandon it demonstrates your commitment as soldiers." Subsequently, Cheng Hai instructed the soldiers to escort the rescued individuals into the school, arranging for their accommodation and labor. Upon presenting their identities, Director Gao and the security captain of the school warmly welcomed the minister and the executives from the energy group, personally escorting them to high-standard dormitories and arranging dedicated personnel to attend to their needs. The ordinary individuals were assigned tasks according to standard procedures. Men were directed to construct makeshift housing, while women assisted in the kitchen and cleaning duties. Director Gao, adjusting his slick hairstyle, surveyed the newcomers and suddenly brightened, raising his voice, "That lady in blue. Yes, you. Today you're responsible for cleaning the security office." A plump woman in the group protested, "I have never cooked before. Let me clean the office instead." "You'll clean the restroom." Ma Xiaoxi approached Cheng Hai, thinking, "Commander Cheng, how should we allocate the supplies we brought back?" Cheng Hai responded, "Initially, we agreed on a 50-50 split. However, since you not only rescued the minister and other trapped individuals, but also aided Charlie and his team, you may keep the supplies this time. Our troops are currently well stocked." Ma Xiaoxi insisted, "We previously agreed to a 50-50 split. However, we have allocated 20,000 rounds of ammunition for the assault vehicles, and we need some compensation for that." Cheng Hai took a puff of his cigarette and inquired, "What kind of compensation are you considering?" Ma Xiaoxi proposed, "Grant us 3 heavy machine guns. My 3 trucks are still unarmed. Having machine guns will give us greater confidence in future supply searches." Cheng Hai found no grounds to refuse. Recognizing that stockpiling supplies was essential, even if they were currently well equipped, as the duration of the mutated threats remained uncertain. Ma Xiaoxi's team's recent performance showcased their capabilities, and their adherence to the agreed-upon terms made them trustworthy partners in this apocalyptic era. Cheng Hai regarded Ma Xiaoxi with surprise. "I did not expect you to be so formidable. However, I do wonder why you did not return with your convoy yesterday." Ma Xiaoxi internalized, thinking, "Do you think I did not want to return? I had not yet unlocked unlimited ammunition and the 105mm cannon." Instead, she replied earnestly, "Every vehicle has its limits. Overloading can lead to breakdowns, making escape impossible. We had to rest for a night before breaking out." Though Cheng Hai found this rationale somewhat dubious, he refrained from probing further as he needed to discuss the defense of the safe zone with Charlie and the others. "Very well, regardless. Thank you." Xiao Li. Take a few soldiers with Ma Xiaoxi to assist with transporting supplies, and also procure 3 vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns for them. The supplies from Asen's towing truck and the manned dump trucks belonging to the Colin and Martin brothers amounted to a considerable quantity, forming a small mound in the square after half was transported. The soldiers were quite pleased. A few members of the transport team gathered together, with the plump bear whispering, "Are we giving them too much? After all, we put in the most effort." Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Let's adhere to the rules. It does not matter if it is 1 or 2 times. Besides, I have secured 3 vehicle-mounted machine guns from Commander Chung." Pointing to the 3 sleek machine guns at their feet, she continued, "We will install these on our trucks over the next couple of days, so we are not constantly on the defensive during our next outing." Kaka and the others were elated, expressing their gratitude to Ma Xiaoxi for considering their welfare. While they understood her motivations stemmed from self-interest, it inadvertently enhanced their combat readiness. Kaka was the first to say, "Thank you, boss. I will forego my share of the supplies this time, just leaving a bit of food and water." Ace and Colin and the Martin brothers quickly recognized that without Ma Xiaoxi's contributions, they would not have returned safely, nor would they have the prospect of further benefits. At that moment, everyone regarded Ma Xiaoxi as the leader of their team. Ma Xiaoxi surveyed the supplies on the trucks and contemplated for a moment before stating, "If you all trust me, let us consolidate these supplies for management." Lin Shi has experience managing the motorcycle hotel and can be responsible for inventory and accounting for income and expenses. This way, we can exchange a portion of the supplies for services and enjoy a better quality of life. Absolutely. This is fantastic. The reason we gather supplies is to enhance our living conditions. Everyone responded with excitement, unanimously raising their hands in agreement. So what should our first exchange be? Ma Xiaoxi smiled, declaring, "It is time to recruit logistical support personnel." Asen added, "I need to recruit 2 female companions." Chapter 48. Recruitment. Lin Shi was the first to propose. "Currently, we can only temporarily store these supplies in the trucks. In the long run, we must have a place that is waterproof and moisture-proof. Therefore, we need to hire some workers to build a warehouse." Kaka questioned, "Where will we obtain the materials for the warehouse?" The plump bear responded, "That is simple. The small grove behind us can provide wood. We have waterproof tarpaulins in the trucks, which we can use for the roof. I will draw a simple blueprint for the workers to follow." Ma Xiaoxi noted, "The workers we hire to build the warehouse should be strong. After the construction, they can remain to assist with transporting supplies. Also, remember to recruit a few people for cleaning, cooking, and laundry." Asen interjected, "Can't we handle these tasks ourselves? That way, we would have to give away so many supplies." Ma Xiaoxi stated that in the coming days, our energies should be devoted to the search for resources, maximizing efficiency while simultaneously relishing life. Additionally, the 3 vehicles must gather steel and copper to reinforce their armor. The group nodded in agreement. However, what Ma Xiaoxi did not articulate was that the urgency to improve efficiency stemmed from a premonition that the minister from the ice plains might pose a potential threat to him. This was merely an intuition without substantial evidence. Otherwise, he would never have allowed that minister to enter the safe zone alive. Regardless, he yearned to depart from this place swiftly and complete the arduous journey into the ice plains. Furthermore, the emphasis on collecting steel and copper was due to the necessity of these metals for the repair of his transport vehicle, the synthesis of ammunition, and the upgrading of weapons. Although the transport vehicle currently possessed infinite ammunition, materials could not manifest out of thin air. They had to be transformed from nearby objects. If there were no metals to transform in the vicinity, he would have no choice but to utilize the metal from the vehicle itself, which would consequently diminish the level of armor, a situation he could not accept. Colin inquired where they might find suitable individuals to assist them. The others turned to Ma Xiaoxi, realizing that the town was teeming with monsters, and entry into the school was impossible. The only people they could interact with were the nearby warriors, whom they could hardly hire. Ma Xiaoxi, brimming with confidence, replied that they need not worry, and suggested they prepare barbecue ingredients and equipment for an outdoor gathering. The group exchanged glances but proceeded to follow Ma Xiaoxi's directive. At noon, on the school playground, hundreds of laborers were still constructing makeshift shelters. Although the weather was not hot, they were all drenched in sweat, eagerly awaiting the foreman's bell to signal lunchtime. A young man lifted a wooden plank above his head, handing it to a middle-aged man working on the roof. Rubbing his calloused hands, the young man asked Uncle One, "Isn't it almost lunchtime? What is there to look forward to in boiled cabbage?" Uncle One chuckled, replying, "Xiao Zhou, It seems you are not merely hungry, but eager to see your girlfriend. Xiaozhou admitted, indeed, I miss her. I wonder how she has been these past few days. Uncle Wen observed the bliss on Xiaozhou's face and shook his head, choosing not to respond. The bell rang, and a multitude of men from the makeshift shelters made their way to the edge of the playground, where several large barrels filled with food awaited, guarded by numerous security personnel and a dozen women serving the meals. Look, that is my girlfriend. Come with me, so we can get our food, Xiaozhou exclaimed, pulling Uncle Wen through the crowd. Xiaozhou's girlfriend was strikingly beautiful, appearing younger and more slender than the other women serving the meals, her hair and attire impeccably neat. This eased Xiaozhou's worries, reassuring him that she had not been mistreated. After receiving their meals, Xiaozhou, unable to ignore the fact that today's cabbage had even less oil than yesterday's, eagerly engaged in conversation with his girlfriend. She replied, I am well. Director Gao has been taking good care of me. You must look after yourself as well. I may be assigned to clean the officials' dormitory soon. I heard a minister from the ice plains has arrived. Xiaozhou reassured her, do not worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Those high-ranking individuals are not easy to deal with, unlike us common folk. After a brief exchange, security approached to disperse them, and Xiaozhou reluctantly took his leave. A rich aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the grove surrounding the playground, penetrating the air and tantalizing the laborers holding bowls of plain cabbage, igniting their appetites. Where could that barbecue smell be coming from? Let us go take a look. Uncle Wen quickly finished his meal, grabbed Xiaozhou, and joined a throng of curious onlookers, including several women serving food, all peering through the gaps in the fence. In the grove, 8 individuals gathered around a barbecue grill, flames licking upward as skewers sizzled and dripped with juices, the scent mingling with the smoke of burning wood. I can't believe someone is having a barbecue here. Who are they? Where do they get the ingredients? Observing their relaxed demeanor, it seemed they were in military attire. However, only 2 of them were impeccably dressed in uniforms, buttons fastened to the very top. Fat Bear, drawn by the enticing aroma, raised a skewer and announced, Brothers, we are from the Freight Alliance team. If you want some meat, come out and join us in searching for supplies. He gestured towards 4 vehicles parked outside the grove, laden with provisions. This was undeniably an irresistible temptation for those who had been subsisting on plain cabbage. Immediately, 2 young men crawled out from the enclosure, while many others chose to remain observers. Uncle Wen patted Xiaozhou on the shoulder. What do you think? Should we go out? It's a great opportunity, but I cannot leave. My girlfriend is still inside. Uncle Wen insisted, I must go out and find something delicious. If I find something extra, I'll bring you a share. When you hear a cuckoo call, it will mean I have come to deliver food. Thank you, Uncle Wen. Xiaozhou replied. What for? You've helped me quite a bit these past few days. You even defended me during that scuffle with the security yesterday. With that, Uncle Wen slipped through the fence and headed toward the barbecue stall. A slender, middle-aged woman gently inquired, Are you in need of women? We 3 are from a former Grand Performing Arts troupe. We can sing, play instruments, and provide foot massages. Fat Bear exchanged glances with Ah Sang, both understanding the implications. However, Fat Bear noticed Ma Xiaoxi glaring at him with a steely gaze, prompting him to clear his throat and respond, Ahem, we are looking for individuals who can cook and clean, those who are industrious. In Chapter 49, titled Information from the Ice Plains, Ma Xiaoxi addressed the 3 individuals who had emerged, including Uncle Wen and the 2 young men, stating, There are several axes over there. Each of you must fell a tree within 5 minutes to qualify. Those who succeed will join us for the barbecue. The trees in this small grove were as thick as a bowl, presenting a challenge to fell within the time limit. Yet all 3 managed to complete the task successfully. Contrary to expectations, Uncle Wen, the eldest among them, finished first, taking just over 3 minutes, an impressive display of skill. The 3 men wiped the sweat from their brows and carefully settled beside the barbecue grill to enjoy the skewers, reminiscing about how rare such a feast had been prior to entering the safe zone. The sight prompted many laborers within the enclosure to feel envious, resulting in over 10 more individuals emerging. Following the tree-felling test, Ma Xiaoxi welcomed 5 additional qualified laborers, bringing the total to 8. Including Ma Xiaoxi's original 8 members, the Freight Alliance team in the water town expanded to 16. In the convivial atmosphere surrounding the barbecue, camaraderie quickly blossomed. Ma Xiaoxi lifted a cup of beer and inquired of Uncle Wen, Have you had any contact with individuals from the Ice Plains recently? Any news from the north? Uncle Wen replied, You could call me Old One. I am from the ice plains, but have lived in the water town for many years. A fellow townsman recently brought news that over 1,000 kilometers to the north, a severe ice disaster has begun, with this year's cold wave arriving much earlier than usual, claiming many lives. Ma Xiaoxi nodded, indicating that she was merely asking casually. Additionally, we need to find a few individuals to handle laundry and cooking. Do you have any recommendations? Uncle Wen replied, stating that it is preferable to hire women for such tasks, but within the safe zone, men and women are managed separately, making them inaccessible to us. However, I know a young man. I can ask him to inquire with his girlfriend, who is responsible for meal preparation. Ma Xiao 11 remarked. There is no need for such complexity. This afternoon, Lin Shi and I will go to Director Gao and simply buy 2 with money. Although Director Gao initially had some unpleasant interactions with Ma Xiaoxi and the others, she firmly believed that this high-quality male would not refuse money. Furthermore, with Lin Shi's beauty, that young man would certainly be eager to oblige. The 400,000 cash in her vehicle should be utilized when necessary. Spending money can save time and effort, which is worthwhile. Otherwise, money is merely a pile of worthless paper. However, the others exchanged glances, each harboring a question in their hearts. Why the urgency? It seemed as if they were racing against time, even resorting to spending money to find help. Fat Bear broke the silence first, awkwardly suggesting, I actually think those 3 performers we saw earlier are quite capable. We don't need multi-talented individuals. Just someone who could do laundry, cook, and clean would suffice. Ma Xiaoxi shot him a glance and reminded him, by the way, Fat Bear, you still have a task, to install the 3 mounted machine guns sent by the troops onto their 3 trucks. Got it. You really lack enthusiasm. Fat Bear rubbed his nose and turned to the newly recruited laborers, saying, well, brothers, I have already conceived the layout of our warehouse. There should be a large entrance in the middle for easy access and unloading. On one side, there should be a row of small doors, creating 3 independent small rooms for guarding the warehouse. The 2 rooms outside are for you to stay in, while the innermost one, which should be more spacious, is reserved for me and Asang. After 2 days of construction, the warehouse has taken shape, with 8 robust laborers and daily meat rations for energy replenishment. Under Fat Bear's direction, their work efficiency is remarkably high. There's only 1 more day's worth of work left. During their break, they gathered in small groups near the barriers, smoking and chatting with the laborers inside, sharing tales of their culinary delights. I really need to get my teeth checked. These past 2 days, I've been constantly stuffed with beef. Indeed, eating too much meat can be taxing. My throat has started to hurt over these 2 days. Although fruits are plentiful, I dare not indulge too much due to high blood sugar. It's quite bothersome. The brothers inside quietly listened to their banter, charmed by the scent of their cigarettes. Ma Xiaoxi delegated these tasks to others for management and sought out Cheng Hai to discuss the next steps in gathering supplies. During this conversation, Cheng Hai and the leader of the special rescue team, Charlie, were exceedingly polite to Ma Xiaoxi. Cheng Hai stated, currently, our fuel consumption is substantial, as vehicles and generators require it. Therefore, we must clear the roads to the gas stations and transport fuel back with tankers. I hope you can join us in this endeavor. Charlie pointed at the city map on the table, saying, we have already scouted the area. There's a market along the way where we can gather some food and daily necessities. The consumption rate in the refugee camp is alarmingly high. Ma Xiao 11 replied, we need a rest for 2 days. Once the warehouse is completed, we can set off. Only then did she realize that the supplies Cheng Hai and the others gathered also needed to be allocated to the school as safe zone, as the school itself cannot produce supplies and relies solely on official aid. However, what Charlie did not understand was that the supplies distributed to the safe zone were not evenly distributed to each individual. It had already formed a distinctly hierarchical microcosm. Seemingly casually, Ma Xiaoxi commented, I heard that this year's cold wave in the ice plains has arrived earlier than expected. Charlie replied, I have heard that too. Winter is coming. It is likely that in about a month and a half, it will reach Watertown, and that dreadful weather could freeze a cow. Cheng Hai added, we in the safe zone must also start preparing for cold weather supplies. The timing of cold waves is always unpredictable. It can suddenly sweep down from the north. Ma Xiaoxi's heart stirred. The cold wave's arrival was confirmed by both Charlie and Cheng Hai. It seems she must hasten her departure to the ice plains, minimizing the time spent in the ice disaster zone to reduce danger. Currently, The armored attributes of the transport vehicle stand at level 3 with a score of 35, while the weapon system is at level 2 with a score of 90, complemented by a randomly awarded 105mm cannon with unlimited ammunition, giving it a combat capability that should reach a moderate level 3. This should suffice to handle the dangers typically encountered on the roads. Additionally, during the breakout a few days ago, utilizing a bug to rescue Charlie and others yielded 2 random rewards, acquiring 2 sets of auxiliary fuel tanks, which now allows for a range of up to 2,000 kilometers, ample for the journey to Nice Town. Ma Xiaoxi stated, to be frank, in a few days, my vehicle will be heading to be 13 District, Nice Town. Is there anyone in the northern town's safe zone with whom we can communicate? Chung Hai and Charlie were taken aback. It is quite unsafe to venture out at this time. However, they refrained from questioning further. After all, everyone has their own aspirations, and Ma Xiaoxi does not belong to the military. She is free to come and go as she pleases. Charlie remarked, there is a safe zone in Kelka City, 1,000 kilometers north along this route, where I have comrades. I will write you a letter, and they will assist you upon receipt. Beyond that, it is no longer within our jurisdiction. Chapter 50. How could a pig shop in the farmer's market sell dog meat? Charlie and Ma Xiaoxi led the convoy once again into Watertown, targeting the gas station, while also gathering supplies at a farmer's market along the way. Thus, in addition to the 3 trucks from the Cargo Alliance, there were 2 fuel tankers brought in by the military, one of which was for transporting cooking oil. In times of crisis, such distinctions become irrelevant. Thankfully, it was not the other way around. Watertown was significantly quieter this time. Fresh human blood was seldom seen on the streets, and the scattered corpses, abandoned vehicles, and dusty buildings bore a layer of neglect. When Ma Xiaoxi activated her vision, she discovered that the buildings on either side were nearly devoid of aberrants. This indicated a reduction in the number of aberrants in this area, yet Ma Xiaoxi and her companions remained vigilant. As discussed with Charlie in the safe zone, they had reached several mutual understandings. Firstly, aberrants possess a certain level of intelligence, though it is uncertain if it is individual intelligence or akin to the collective intelligence of ants and bees. Secondly, aberrants exhibit a gradient of mutations, ranging from ordinary aberrants to carnivorous flower aberrants and then to giant aberrants, with mutation levels deepening as they progress. Thus, there must exist even more formidable aberrants with higher degrees of mutation. Thirdly, the reason mutated ice wolves could attack Watertown alongside aberrants suggests a collaborative relationship between the 2 groups. However, the absence of mutated ice wolves later raises questions about whether a greater crisis is looming. Maintaining vigilance was the correct choice. To minimize their time spent in Watertown, the team decided to split into 2 groups. Ma Xiaoxi led 3 trucks into the market to gather supplies, while Charlie continued with the tankers towards the gas station to refuel. The rooftops of the 3 trucks had been equipped with mounted machine guns, operable via controls in the cab, thus providing them with a measure of combat capability. Kaka, who was accustomed to handling firearms, found it rather unremarkable. In contrast, Asang, Colin, and Martin were eager, hoping that an aberrant might appear so they could fire a few rounds and satisfy their craving for action. Ma Xiaoxi left when Shu and 2 others to guard the warehouse, while the remaining 5 laborers followed the convoy, tasked with transporting supplies. The 5 were exceedingly anxious, fearing another encounter with those aberrations. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they arrived at the agricultural market safely. A voice crackled over the intercom. We are moving forward. Please stay safe, and good luck. Received. Good luck. Ma Xiaoxi drove the transport truck into the agricultural market first. It was an open space surrounded by 2-story buildings, approximately 80 to 90 meters square. The area was filled with rows of containers and canopies, offering a variety of goods including seafood, meats, grains, oils, clothing, and bedding. After activating his enhanced vision and ensuring the surroundings were secure, he signaled for the 3 trucks to enter. Ma Xiaoxi instructed the laborers, hurry up and start moving the supplies, prioritizing the grains from the shops, followed by the perishable meats. He then turned to Peng Xiong, Asang, and Colin Martin, saying, search for metal materials. Dismantle these canopies and find some cables and other metal items at the hardware store. Load them onto the truck. He then jumped down from the vehicle, armed with an M887 shotgun, and ascended the stairs to the second-floor corridor, feeling a sense of unease that compelled him to investigate further. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoxi felt his shoe soles stick to something. Looking down, he discovered a pool of blood on the cement stairway, and, as he turned the corner, he was confronted with a gruesome sight. A dozen mutilated corpses lay sprawled across the steps, some with their innards completely ravaged by those monsters. Frowning, he stepped over the heap of bodies and began checking each room along the corridor. Meanwhile, the laborers downstairs were working energetically, quickly filling the trucks with supplies. The abundance of goods lifted their spirits, and they worked with laughter and chatter. Pang Xiong said to the 5 laborers, "We've moved quite a bit. Let's grab some meat. I see a store over there with plenty of pork and lamb." One laborer carried out half a pig and tossed it into the truck, declaring, "This shop not only has pork, but also a lot of dog meat. I'll grab a few for everyone to try." Another companion retorted, "Are you mistaken? How could a pork shop sell dog meat? I can't confuse pigs and dogs. Let me bring it out for you to see." Pang Xiong replied nonchalantly. The market was vast and eerily quiet, and their conversation reached Ma Xiaoxi's ears. Having searched all the rooms and finding nothing unusual aside from the corpses, he walked back toward the stairs, shaking his head and chuckling inwardly, thinking, how could a pork shop sell dog meat? In the next moment, his eyes caught sight of several blood-stained footprints on the corridor floor, his own. Ma Xiaoxi's mind felt as if struck by a jolt, causing his pupils to constrict. The blood on the stairs was fresh, indicating that someone had died recently. Those monsters were nearby. "Dongji, get to the truck now," he shouted hoarsely. At that moment, a laborer had entered the pork shop, witnessing a room full of slick, hairless dead dogs. He picked one and grabbed a leg. However, he was met with a warm sensation, causing his hands, which had just touched the cold pork, to tremble. Suddenly, the dog opened its grayish eyes, bared its fangs, and bit down on the laborer's neck. A scream erupted, then abruptly ceased. Upon hearing Ma Xiaoxi shout, the others realized something was amiss and rushed frantically toward their vehicles. Simultaneously, a horde of those hairless monsters charged out from several meat shops. There were at least 40 or 50 of them, moving with unimaginable speed. They quickly caught up to the fleeing group, claiming 2 laborers in mere moments, their innards gruesomely exposed. "Ma Xiaoxi, help me. These beasts are going to gut me." Pang Xiong's hefty body darted forward with the speed of a rabbit. At that moment, Ma Xiaoxi leaped down from the second floor and sprinted over, firing his shotgun to take down 2 of the mutated dogs that were lunging for Pang Xiong's rear. No, as Ma Xiaoxi got a closer look, he realized these were not dogs. They were wolves. Ka drew dual pistols and fired at the pack, but the wolves dodged with astonishing agility. Zhuoshan and Lin Shi anxiously attempted to start the transport vehicle for rescue. Before long, the mutated wolves surrounded Ma Xiaoxi and his group, baring their fangs and crouching into a predatory stance. The distance between the crowd and the vehicles was unbridgeable. To make matters worse, Ma Xiaoxi's shotgun was now out of ammunition. He handed the gun to Pang Xiong as a makeshift club and drew his large, white dog leg Nepali knife, preparing for a fight to the death. Colin and Martin had forgotten their nausea, while they sang knelt in prayer, beseeching the multitude of deities in his mind, vowing to practice hygiene and respect women from that day forth. In a moment of dire urgency, a rumbling engine roared, echoing against the walls of the market. 5 weathered Hummer H2 off-road vehicles entered the scene. The armored trucks parked within the market courtyard, caked in mud and dust, and more than a dozen individuals wearing double-breasted black uniforms disembarked. They were tall, resembling the inhabitants of the Icefield region, donned with standard-issue steel helmets and high boots, armed with submachine guns. Clearly, they were a special forces unit from the Icefield region. Seeing the new human presence enter their territory, the pack of wolves hesitated, fearing an ambush from behind, and decisively attacked. Ma Xiaoxi swung the white dog leg, cleaving the head off one mutated wolf with a single blow. Pang Xiong wielded his shotgun, striking down several wolves with the stock. Asang and the Colin and Martin brothers grabbed steel pipes from the dismantled canopies, desperately fending off the advancing wolves. Chaos erupted within the encircled area. Meanwhile, a dozen wolves, teeth bared, turned and raced toward the off-road vehicles, seeking to inflict fatal wounds on the soldiers. This speed was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to evade. They closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Moreover, submachine gun bullets struggled to penetrate the mutated creatures' bodies. Unless aimed at a critical area, they merely slowed them down without inflicting lethal damage. The soldiers appeared to be in grave danger, but surprisingly, they remained calm and opened fire, truly a well-trained unit. The crisp gunfire erupted, and most of the mutated wolves fell under the hail of bullets. Just when it seemed they would continue their advance, something miraculous occurred. The wolves began to stagger and howl, ultimately collapsing and convulsing on the ground, with blue arcs of electricity crackling from the bullet wounds. High-tech weaponry. A few unscathed, mutated wolves leaped, only to be impaled by the soldiers' bayonets. At this moment, Ma Xiaoxi and his group found themselves in dire straits. Colin had been bitten on the leg, and Pang Xiong had a chunk of flesh torn from his rear, causing him to curse loudly. "Damn you, mutated wolves. Are we going to perish here today?" Pang Xiong's incoherent curses disregarded all propriety. Just then, two more figures emerged from the off-road vehicles, noticeably shorter than the black-clad soldiers, disheveled and covered in mud. Yet these two individuals excitedly waved and jumped toward Ma Xiaoxi and the others. "Ma Xiaoxi, hold on a little longer." Subsequently, they danced exuberantly beside the black-clad soldiers, prompting them to commence firing at the mutated wolf pack besieging Ma Xiaoxi and the others. The mutated wolves tumbled and thrashed on the ground. Ma Xiaoxi felt that the voice was remarkably familiar, yet she could not recall its owner at that moment. Fortunately, with the crisis averted, she swiftly decapitated a still-moving, mutated wolf at her feet. The two individuals who had called her name approached briskly. Rising to survey them, Ma Xiaoxi discerned, beneath the layers of mud, the faint outline of blue combat uniforms. To her astonishment, they were familiar faces. Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu from the Shihai Joint Defense Team. "Captain Liu, what brings you here?" Ma Xiaoxi and Fat Bear exclaimed in unison. The morning following their stay at the motorcycle hotel, Liu and Xiao Wu had been whisked away by colleagues after breakfast, departing from Shui Town back to Shihai. How could they possibly be here? Had they been trapped in Shui Town by mutated creatures? And what of their other comrades? What was the situation with these black-clad soldiers behind them? A flurry of questions filled Ma Xiaoxi and Fat Bear's minds. Liu Beijiang ruffled his disheveled hair and briefly recounted the events. It is a long story. It turned out that Liu Beijiang and his team had set off from Shui Town to return to Shihai when they received orders from the Shihai Joint Defense Headquarters. Intelligence indicated that the notorious gang led by Dao Gu was planning an assault on Shui Town that very day. The headquarters instructed them to intercept Dao Ji's escape from Shui Town and apprehend this long-standing criminal disturbing the region. Orders from above were always abrupt and unrealistic. Lacking a clear understanding of the opposing situation and being far removed from Shihai, they were compelled to act recklessly without any support. Thus, they had no choice but to turn back and intercept. Dao Ji's vehicle veered off the highway, careening through the desolate terrain surrounding Shui Town. The ensuing confrontation was arduous, resulting in varying degrees of injuries among their comrades, and their vehicle was rendered inoperable, just as they found themselves in a stalemate. A pack of mutated wolves descended upon them. Liu Beijiang and his team were trapped in their vehicle for 2 full days, with comrades succumbing to hunger and gunshot wounds. Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu were left with no option but to trek back to Shui Town, evading the attacks of the aberrants. It was only today that the black-clad forces arrived in Shui Town, fortuitously rescuing them. Captain Liu's journey back to Shihai had been fraught with challenges, more arduous than a pilgrimage to the west. While Liu Beijiang conversed with Ma Xiaoxi and the others, the black-clad soldiers scoured the marketplace for supplies, loading them into an off-road vehicle. They, too, were in search of provisions and had fortuitously encountered the mutated wolf attack. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Charlie's voice crackled over the intercom, announcing that their fuel tanker had safely returned after refueling, instructing everyone to prepare for evacuation. "Okay," Ma Xiaoxi replied. "We encountered a contingent of black uniformed troops from the Icefield region who rescued us and wish to accompany us back to the safe zone." Charlie cautioned, "Be wary of the black uniformed troops from the Icefield region." At 6 o'clock that evening, under Director Gao's arrangement, Xiao Zhou's girlfriend accompanied staff members into a high-end dormitory building. The impressive facilities left her astounded. Pristine and orderly rooms, spacious beds, and private bathrooms, with each room housing but a single occupant. This was beyond her imagination. Prior to the invasion of mutated creatures, she and her boyfriend had lived in a windowless basement, confined to a mere 8 square meters, the air damp and chilly. Their surroundings were filled with individuals living similarly dismal lives, like rats in the dark. Now, however, they occupied a cramped room with 8 individuals. After tidying the room, Xiao Zhou's girlfriend assisted the minister in changing the bandage on his forehead. He took her hand in gratitude and invited her, Thank you, young lady. Cool me. Let's have a drink and some food. The table was laid with a sumptuous dinner and red wine, an undeniable temptation for the famished. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhou's girlfriend quickly withdrew her hand, her heart racing. At that moment, a phone call came through, although it was not on speaker. The voice on the other end was exceedingly loud. Still no news of my son? What are you doing, minister? My blackguard has arrived in Shui town. You have 3 days to find him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhou's girlfriend discreetly excused herself. Understood, District Chief. I have located a crucial witness. The doorman from the motorcycle hotel. He should be able to divulge the whereabouts of the council member. After the call ended, the minister straightened up, glaring out at the warehouse cabin and the truck parked along the roadside. Chapter 52. Interrogation by the edge of the grove. Soldiers and a few laborers unloaded a significant amount of food supplies from the truck. Zhua Shan tended to the wounds of the injured Fat Bear and Martin, who cried out in pain. Ma Xiaoxi and Charlie stood conversing nearby. What did you mean when you warned me to be cautious of those soldiers in black? Ma Xiaoxi inquired. The black-clad soldiers gave her an odd impression. To put it bluntly, they appeared to lack the semblance of normalcy, their expressions, movements, and gazes all somewhat vacant, resembling emotionless puppets. Their vehicle bore the emblem of a black skull, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. She had intended to express her gratitude earlier, but they had shown no response, as if the preceding events had no bearing on them. Was this a case of performing good deeds without seeking recognition? When Ma Xiaoxi invited Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu to join her vehicle, one soldier monotonously replied, "Not yet. My officer has matters to consult with Mr. Liu." Seeing Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu offer no objections, Ma Xiaoxi felt it inappropriate to voice any concerns, especially considering they had just saved both Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu, as well as herself. Yet, an uncanny feeling lingered regarding them, particularly as the black-clad soldiers entered the safe zone. The soldiers of Shanghai team exhibited signs of unease. While not overtly hostile, they were clearly on high alert. Charlie, usually nonchalant and aloof, regarded the situation with unusual seriousness. You are not affiliated with the military system, so you may not understand. The Icefield region houses a mysterious unit known as the Black Guard, which operates under direct command from the higher-ups, tasked with protection, intelligence gathering, assassination, and interrogation. This unit demands pure-blood Icefield natives, with stringent requirements regarding height, appearance, and military competency. Their methods are ruthless, and their reputation is notorious. Wherever they go, disaster follows. Charlie expressed his own doubts. What are these blackguards doing in Shui town amidst the invasion? They did not contact the command center or Shanghai, but rather entered the safe zone directly. Who are they searching for? Ma Xiaoxi's immediate thought was of the Nazi SS from the Second World War. It seemed that a war-torn world would inevitably give rise to such organizations. The intelligence department? Lin Shi was also part of the intelligence division. She might have some insights. I should ask her later if she knows anything. At 10 o'clock that evening, in a basement equipment room, a tall, thin, middle-aged man was bound to an iron chair, his head covered by a black hood. The cacophony of machinery in the equipment room heightened his agitation. Outside the door, a dozen black-clad soldiers stood guard with weapons drawn. In the corridor, footsteps echoed as the minister from the Icefield region strode in behind a black-clad officer wearing sunglasses, entering the equipment room with purpose. "This is the doorman I found from the hotel," the minister declared. He claimed to have witnessed the day's events, noting that the legislator had entered the hotel to meet the proprietress, only to be followed by a band of marauders who raided the establishment at noon. The lanky bellboy, upon hearing someone enter, began to shout loudly, "Who are you? Release me at once. Do you know who my boss is? Are you aware of the background of the Jish Hotel? How dare you kidnap me?" The officer in black swiftly tore the cloth from the bellboy's head. The glaring fluorescent light was blinding. It took the bellboy a moment to adjust to the intensity, squinting to see the minister and the tall officer in black, along with the electrical equipment in the room. Noticing their silence, the bellboy was about to speak when the officer extended his hands from behind his back, each wielding a metal electrode as thick as a finger, forcefully driving them into the boy's thigh. The bellboy screamed in agony. Subsequently, 2 soldiers connected the electrodes to a device, activating it, sending an electric current coursing through his body. The iron chair shook violently as veins bulged in the bellboy's neck. His eyes rolled back, foam foaming from his mouth, and he involuntarily lost control of his bodily functions, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. They posed no questions, merely repeating the electric torture 3 times. The room was permeated with a foul stench. The minister, repulsed, covered his mouth and nose. Having heard tales of the brutal methods employed by these blackguards, and now witnessing it firsthand, the officer in black and the soldiers remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of concern. When the bellboy was revived once more, his first utterance was, "No more electrocution. I will tell you everything you wish to know." The initial 3 rounds of electric torture were sufficient to shatter anyone's psychological defenses. The officer in black smiled, revealing half of his metallic dentures, a sight both eerie and menacing. "Excellent. I appreciate efficiency. Tell me about the circumstances you observed that day, as well as all the guests you encountered in the preceding days." The minister replied, "I have met the proprietress of the Jish Hotel. She and her companion are within the safe zone, and I believe they are involved in this abduction." The officer regarded him intently. The minister continued, "They are just beyond the grove, in that transport vehicle, a tall young man and a woman with somewhat mixed features." The officer nodded. "Then we shall apprehend them at midnight." He recalled the young man's prowess in dispatching a mutated wolf earlier that afternoon at the market and deemed a nighttime ambush to be a more assured approach. He turned to a nearby soldier. "First, bring the 2 individuals we rescued this morning to this location." The soldier mentioned their encounter with bandits. Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu had just finished showering and dining at their apartment when a soldier informed them that the officer wished to see them. Without much thought, they followed the black-clad soldier into the basement. However, upon seeing the numerous soldiers clad in black surrounding a room, Liu Beijiang sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere reeked of apprehension and interrogation. Once they entered that door, escape would be nearly impossible. Though he was unaware of the reason for their detention, the seasoned captain of the Joint Defense Team could not be mistaken about the impending danger. Liu Beijiang promptly halted and said, "Xiao Wu, assist me in retrieving my wallet from my clothes upstairs. There is something given to me by Ma Xiaoxi that I must deliver to the officer." He emphasized Ma Xiaoxi's name, intending for Xiao Wu to recognize the need to seek assistance from her. Xiao Wu hesitated, thinking he hadn't received anything from Ma Xiaoxi that afternoon. But upon observing Liu's expression and the surrounding circumstances, he swiftly grasped the intent. "Understood, Captain Liu. I will go at once." In the next moment, a soldier in black blocked Xiao Wu's path, expressionless, stating, "The officer wishes to see you now. You can retrieve your belongings later." Other soldiers began to converge quietly. Liu Beijiang replied, "Very well, I shall present it to the officer tomorrow." He and Xiao Wu continued towards the equipment room, when suddenly Liu Beijiang snapped his fingers, and both kicked backward, sending the soldier behind them reeling. They then forcefully charged through the ranks of soldiers on either side. "Go!" Liu Beijiang commanded firmly. Chapter 53. Night Raid. As Liu Beijiang's fists and feet struck the soldiers, he immediately felt the formidable strength of his opponents, a sensation akin to colliding with a wall. The inhabitants of the ice plains were naturally tall, and these soldiers had been meticulously selected as elite fighters, their combat skills and physical prowess beyond reproach. Liu Beijiang had been a model soldier within the West Sea Joint Defense System for years, having captured many notorious criminals. But the adversaries he faced this time were exceptionally fierce. They rivaled the oil trafficker Tai Jun in their overwhelming presence. Liu's instinct was clear. Against such formidable foes, both he and Xiao Wu, weakened by days of hunger and flight, could not simultaneously escape this basement. His only option was to provide cover for Xiao Wu to flee. He positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, retreating towards the stairs while urging, "You go first. Seek assistance from Ma Xiaoxi. That is an order. Execute it." Deep down, he could not ascertain whether Ma Xiaoxi and the others would indeed assist, considering they were merely civilians who had fortuitously faced a shared crisis. Even if they chose not to help, ensuring Xiao Wu's escape would suffice. Xiao Wu comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was no match for the black-clad soldiers, and remaining would result in both of their captures. If he could find Ma Xiaoxi, there was a chance she might extend her aid. He feigned a kick, then turned and sprinted up the stairs, only to find a soldier guarding the top. The soldier raised his weapon, aiming it at Xiao Wu's head. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Wu pushed the barrel upward, causing a knife to slice across his face. Ignoring the pain, he delivered an elbow strike to the soldier's abdomen. The soldier grunted, creating a brief opening, and Xiao Wu dashed through. Meanwhile, several other black-clad soldiers pursued him closely up the stairs. Perhaps to avoid making too much noise, The soldiers chased fervently, but refrained from firing their weapons. Liu Beijiang found himself surrounded by 6 or 7 soldiers, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Why are you apprehending us? We are members of the West Sea Joint Defense Team. We should have no grievances." Yet, no one answered him. The black-clad soldiers advanced like emotionless automatons, relentless in their pursuit. Their strikes were fierce and direct, typical of military combat. Despite Liu Beijiang's exceptional martial skills, he was ultimately overpowered by the sheer number of formidable opponents. After incapacitating 2 soldiers, he was struck in the chin, rendering him unconscious. The officer in black, observing the scuffle from the equipment door through his sunglasses, was somewhat surprised by the combat prowess exhibited by the Joint Defense Team. Unfortunately, due to his connection to the legislator, he would have to endure the Black Guard's interrogation, rendering his skills irrelevant. The officer muttered to himself, "The Black Guard does not inquire about identity. They merely conduct interrogations." The minister, overhearing this, began to sweat profusely. Xiao Wu burst through the door, vaulting over the fence and sprinting down the dark road, pursued relentlessly by the black-clad soldiers. He could see the lights of the wooden cabin by the grove and the figures within the transport vehicle. "Faster! I'm almost there!" A gunshot rang out behind him. Xiao Wu was struck in the left shoulder, and then an electric arc flickered to life, causing him to convulse and collapse to the ground. The soldier, shaking his head, spoke into the intercom on his shoulder. "I had no intention of firing, but that fellow was about to dash into the enemy camp." On the other end, the officer in black replied, "Now that the gun has been fired, let us proceed to apprehend the individuals in the transport vehicle. I will dispatch Team 2 to support you. We are too close to the enemy camp, so minimize gunfire and rely on knives as much as possible." Understood. 2 soldiers carried Xiao Wu back to the basement, while the others dispersed into the small woods, removing the bayonets from their rifles, concealing their weapons behind them, and silently advancing towards the transport vehicle. Inside the transport vehicle, Ma Xiaoxi observed Lin Shi, whose expression seemed slightly unnatural. "You're aware of those soldiers in black, right? The Heiwei DUI?" she inquired. Lin Shi sighed. "Of course, those infamous individuals are akin to a pack of wolves." Ma Xiaoxi asked, "Why have they suddenly arrived in Shuizhen? Is it related to the counselor?" Lin Shi replied, "This matter stems from me. I will seek clarification. I doubt they will make things too difficult for me." Even Lin Shi herself found this hard to believe, yet she wanted to shoulder the burden alone. With a hint of sadness, she added, "If I do not return by dawn, you should leave quickly. The Heiwei DUI would rather capture 1,000 than let even one escape." Fat Xiong suggested, "Then let us leave together. There are plenty of supplies in the vehicle to sustain us for a while." Lin Shi countered, "With their intelligence network, finding our vehicle would be a piece of cake. This situation must reach a conclusion." Ma Xiaoxi reassured her, "There is no rush. You need not seek them out. Just wait in the vehicle. If they came for this matter, they will naturally seek you." Lin Shi asked, "What about you? You will be implicated." Zhuoshan and Fat Xiong looked at Ma Xiaoxi. Having witnessed the prowess of the Heiwei DUI today, even the typically fearless Fat Xiong lacked confidence in confronting such seasoned soldiers. At this moment, they awaited Ma Xiaoxi's decision. Ma Xiaoxi stated, "We should first hide. We will stay in the warehouse tonight." Lin Shi and Zhuoshan were taken aback. Ma Xiaoxi was not one to shy away, especially at such a critical juncture, leaving Lin Shi, a woman, to face the Heiwei DUI alone. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming strength of the Heiwei DUI. Even Ma Xiaoxi regarded them as an invincible force. Lin Shi initially felt disheartened, but soon found solace in the thought that even cherished memories from a bygone era were valuable, even if they could not confront the crisis together. Only Fat Xiong understood that Ma Xiaoxi surely had another plan. "Ma Xiaoxi activate te intercom, kaka, asang." "Kalin, Martin, ensure your 3 vehicles are secure tonight. Lock the doors and do not exit, as an attack may occur." Kaka inquired, "What are you talking about?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Let us hope nothing happens, but be prepared." She then addressed Lin Shi, "When we step out, ensure you close the vehicle door and keep the lights on so they can see you." Just then, a gunshot rang out from the direction of the university dormitory, plunging everyone into silence. Ma Xiaoxi suddenly recalled the attitude of the black-clad soldiers towards herself and Liu Beijiang earlier, igniting a foreboding premonition that Liu and his team might be in danger or perhaps under their soft confinement. "Damn it! This Heiwei DUI dares to lay hands on my friends. They shall not escape unscathed. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the night would indeed hold some thrilling developments. In Chapter 54, the Heiwei Dui, please conceal your nobility. 3 soldiers from the Heiwei Dui stealthily crept into the small woods, wielding bayonets. After rendezvousing with the 5 members of Team 2, they advanced towards the transport vehicle. Meanwhile, the lights of the other vehicles and the wooden warehouse had dimmed, leaving only the transport vehicle illuminated. Through the windows, a mixed-race woman's silhouette was distinctly visible amid the surrounding darkness. We see that 2 men and 1 woman from the vehicle are heading to the innermost door of the warehouse. Let us split into 2 teams. The 3 of us will capture the woman in the transport vehicle, while Team 2 will apprehend the 2 men and the woman in the warehouse. Move cautiously to avoid alerting them. The 2 teams quietly separated, moving like shadows under the night sky. Ma Xiaoxi slipped out of the back window of the warehouse, hiding behind it and discreetly observing the movements of the 5 black-clad soldiers through her enhanced vision. The enemy, well-trained, circled the warehouse in 2 directions to confirm the locations of other exits, preventing their target from escaping. As 2 soldiers stealthily approached the outermost door of the warehouse, Ma Xiaoxi gently tapped the intercom microphone. The outer door swung open, and 2 large hands swiftly covered the mouth of the soldier behind, breaking his neck with a powerful twist and dragging him into the room, an elegant execution completed in mere seconds. The front soldier, hearing the commotion, turned to find his comrade missing, the outer door ajar. Cursing silently, he thought, "Fool, we clearly stated the target was in the innermost room." He cautiously approached the open door. Ma Xiaoxi tapped the intercom again. The middle door opened, and 2 large hands clamped over the soldier's mouth from behind, snapping his neck and pulling him into the middle room with the same fluidity as before. This sequence repeated, and soon 4 soldiers of the Heiwei Dui met the same fate. The last soldier checked the position of the back window of the warehouse, crouching in wait. After a considerable time, without any action, he began to feel uneasy. Cautiously, he peered around the corner, only to be met with a pair of black, mid-calf leather boots, followed by a massive white dog leg drawing nearer. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on his neck, nearly severing his head, and blood splattered against the wooden walls and floor of the warehouse. Ma Xiaoxi smirked. "Such sluggishness. I've waited here for you half the night." It was proven that even extraordinary military prowess could not contend with the capabilities of an experienced veteran. Fat Xiong, still eager, asked, "Is there still a head to twist?" Ma Xiaoxi pointed towards the transport vehicle. "There are 3 more over there. Let's not twist any more heads, but rather capture them alive." The 3 soldiers from the Heiwei Dui had just skillfully unlocked and opened the transport vehicle's door, staring at the astonished Lin Shi inside. The soldier coldly stated, "Madam, please accompany us." However, Lin Shi's astonishment was not at the 3 soldiers, but at the sight of Fat Xiong, who appeared behind them clad in a Heiwei Dui uniform, limping while clutching his rear. Fat Xiong unexpectedly wielded a large wrench, stunning 2 soldiers with a series of blows, once again resorting to an ambush without honor. The 3rd soldier finally realized that this person was not one of his comrades and prepared to retaliate, but before he could act, a powerful white dog leg was already placed against his neck. Inside the warehouse, Fat Xiong and Ma Xiaoxi sat atop a cargo box, observing the 3 captured Heiwei Dui soldiers kneeling before them, their hands and feet bound. One older soldier, who had previously shot Xiao Wu, began to curse vehemently in a language unfamiliar to them. Ma Xiaoxi turned to Zhuishan beside her, asking, "What is he saying?" Zhuishan frowned. "He is cursing your entire family and claiming that the Heiwei Dui will ensure we meet a grim fate. The Heiwei Dui is not something we common folk can provoke." Ma Xiaoxi then inquired of Fat Xiong, "Should we keep him for questioning?" Pang Xiong declared, "By eliminating this one, we can discern which of the remaining 2 is the more cowardly." He seized a wrench and struck the soldier who had been hurling insults, resulting in the immediate loss of his teeth, followed by a ghastly wail that echoed from his throat. Subsequently, Pang Xiong approached the soldier from behind, swinging the wrench with vigor, and brought it down upon the soldier's head, splattering brain matter onto the faces of the 2 nearby soldiers, who were paralyzed with fear and began to curse incessantly. The youngest soldier's eyes brimmed with hatred, evidently indoctrinated by the honor of the Heiwei Dui. The other middle-aged soldier displayed a flicker of panic in his gaze. Ma Xiaoxi pointed a finger at the young soldier. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here? Where are the two men you took away? The young soldier replied coldly in a language foreign to them. Shui Shan translated. He claims that noble warriors of the Heiwei Dui do not bow to any enemy. Ma Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. I'll show you what nobility means. With that, Pang Xiong swung the wrench, shattering the young soldier's knees, causing him to faint from the excruciating pain. Yet Pang Xiong did not relent. He aimed for the soldier's head and struck it repeatedly, turning it into a grotesque pulp that splattered across the ground, one of the eyeballs rolling to the feet of the middle-aged soldier. The middle-aged soldier, trembling, retched violently, and even one accustomed to the brutality of the Heiwei Dui found the scene hellish. Lin Shi and Shui Shan also succumbed to nausea. By the time Pang Xiong stood before the middle-aged soldier, the latter had already urinated himself, and, in a desperate plea for mercy, divulged everything. We are here to investigate the disappearance of the councilman. This matter is related to the Jish Hotel, specifically concerning you. The two men we took claim to have seen the bandits who kidnapped the councilman in Shuizhan, so we needed to interrogate them. They're likely being tortured as we speak. And how is that torture conducted? Ma Xiaoxi inquired. It's quite similar to what you just witnessed, the middle-aged soldier replied, glancing at the corpses of his comrades. Ma Xiaoxi furrowed her brow. It appeared that time was of the essence to rescue Captain Liu. Prolonged delays could spell danger for him. The Heiwei Dui were devoid of humanity. Then, Ma Xiaoxi meticulously inquired about the interrogation location and troop deployment. As she moved behind the middle-aged soldier, she declared, We shall let you go now. Just as the soldier was about to bow in gratitude, his head rolled from his shoulders. Ma Xiaoxi wiped a wrench on him, remarking, This is the easiest and most beautiful way to die. Given your honest confession, I can only assist you in this manner. Pang Xiong observed and analyzed. That basement is guarded by 12 Heiwei Dui soldiers, unlike the earlier encounter, which allowed for a surprise attack. Are we certain we want to rescue Captain Liu? If we disregard him, we could wait for them to emerge and then strike, thus increasing our chances of success. Some matters cannot be dictated by the probability of success. Ma Xiaoxi asserted. Moreover, we may possess a trump card. Pang Xiong, Lin Shi, and Shui Shan looked at her in confusion, to which she resolutely replied, the oil tycoon Taijun. In Chapter 55, To Save or Not to Save, Ma Xiaoxi explained to her companions, We have an ace up our sleeve, the oil tycoon Taijun. He promised to save my life twice. If he can arrive in time to assist us, he could certainly turn the tide. Pang Xiong questioned, Do you trust the word of an oil tycoon? That old scoundrel even kills his own comrades. Why would he risk himself to help us? Shui Shan added, That individual is indeed formidable, but he is eccentric. His words may not be reliable. Moreover, we do not even know how to contact him. Lin Shi, unaware of whom they spoke, did not inquire further and simply looked to Ma Xiaoxi, awaiting her response. Ma Xiaoxi continued, precisely because of his eccentricity. His actions cannot be interpreted through the lens of normality. From my observations, he is a man of principle, if he made a promise under those circumstances. He had no obligation to do so. After a pause, she added, As for contacting him, he mentioned he could be called through the radio. I believe he must have a means to hear us. Pang Xiong remarked, Even if we manage to contact him, and he is willing to assist us, can he truly arrive in such a short time? Ma Xiaoxi replied, At this point, we must at least try. We have nothing to lose. In the Freight Alliance public channel, she broadcasted, Shihai 1746, calling Taijun, I am in need of a rescue at Shuizhan University, Safe Zone Building C. She repeated the distress message 3 times. Minutes passed, yet there was no response on the channel. Frustrated, Pang Xiong snatched the microphone and shouted, Shihai 1746, we are in danger. If you are a man, fulfill your promise and come to our aid. Otherwise, I shall lose all respect for you. He berated Tiejuan's family, but still, the channel remained silent. Ma Xiaoxi took back the microphone and hung up. Forget it. We must rely on ourselves now. Whether he comes or not is up to fate. Regardless, we have no path of retreat. Pang Xiong lamented, I told you that old scoundrel is unreliable. He has retreated like a turtle. Must we take this risk? The disparity in strength is evident. Why choose to engage in a direct assault? His implication was clear. A more cautious approach would be to wait for the Heiwei Dui to emerge and strike from the shadows, rather than initiating a frontal attack. However, this would effectively abandon Liu Beijiang and Xiao Wu. Ma Xiaoxi's unwavering determination to rescue Liu Beijiang stemmed from their shared experiences in the Black Snake disaster, where they had faced death together. He had also refused to abandon his comrades in times of crisis, evoking a sense of camaraderie from past life. Furthermore, due to the councilman's predicament, the Heiwei DUI had already set their sights on them, necessitating the complete elimination of this group to ensure their own safety. Given this, if one felt compelled to rescue Captain Liu, then so be it. In this apocalyptic world, if one could not pursue their convictions and constantly compromised, then what was the point of survival? Pang Xiong queried. Can Kaka and her companions be of assistance? That little girl is quite skilled with a gun. Ma Xiaoxi replied. It would be best not to involve them in such perilous matters. We do not share that level of rapport yet. Pang Xiong sighed. The wisdom of my life tells me this is a losing gamble. Yet I can only accompany you, you fool, into this reckless endeavor. Shuishan asked. Could we enlist the help of squad leader Cheng and his team? Lin Shi responded. While they too despise the Heiwei DUI, the military is reluctant to provoke them. The two factions operate independently, and maintaining this equilibrium is preferable. No one wishes to disrupt it, especially given the formidable and enigmatic nature of the Heiwei DUI. Ma Xiaoxi noted, You've reminded me. Before taking action, I must inform Changhai to keep them neutral to prevent any entanglement. She dialed Changhai's number, saying, We have an operation tonight. Do not intervene. If the Heiwei DUI has not previously entered the safe zone, should we fail, all on this vehicle will perish. Changhai leapt from his chair, exclaiming, What did you say? Why do you wish to provoke the Heiwei DUI? They are not to be trifled with. Our military may be strong, but we do not seek to confront them. Do not act impulsively. Charlie, sitting nearby, nearly choked on his coffee and seized the phone, exclaiming, Do you understand the methods of these people? They are all demons, once a formidable assault team, who, due to their provocations, were ultimately captured and brutally slaughtered. Do not be misled into thinking that you can vanquish the monsters outside and easily crush the Heiwei DUI. Ma Xiaoxi remarked, Is that so? As we speak, an 8-member squad of the Heiwei DUI lies lifeless in my warehouse. Changhai and Charlie immediately understood there was no turning back, astonished by the combat prowess exhibited by Ma Xiaoxi and her companions. The members of the Heiwei DUI are elite warriors, capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly, and achieving even a stalemate in one-on-one encounters is no small feat. How could Ma Xiaoxi possibly manage to triumph with such a numerical disadvantage? Ma Xiaoxi continued, We must rescue our 2 friends. You may remain unaware of the situation. I will handle it discreetly. If we fail to return, let Kaka and the others accompany you. And do not let this matter implicate you. I wish you the best of luck. A few hours prior, Changhai had reported to the camp about the Heiwei DUI entering the safe zone, receiving orders to observe discreetly and maintain vigilance, avoiding direct confrontation. Clearly, the camp was also troubled by these individuals. Now, all Changhai and the others could do was hope for Ma Xiaoxi's victory, which would eliminate the unstable factor of the Heiwei DUI, even though the odds of such a success were minuscule. After outlining their plan, Ma Xiaoxi commenced the operation to rescue Liu Beijiang. She cast a meaningful glance at Zhuoshan, saying, Zhuoshan, this is a critical moment. Let us not withhold our strengths. Employ your stealth to disable the power supply of Building C, plunging it into darkness. Zhuoshan, initially taken aback, incredulously gazed at Ma Xiaoxi before exhaling deeply. All right, when did you discover my identity? That is of little consequence. What matters is what you can do for us now. Ma Xiaoxi alluded to Zhuoshan's identity as a member of the Sheng Nu Jiaohui, yet she did not articulate it directly. Fat Bear, bewildered, interjected, Wait, what are you two talking about? What stealth? What identity does Zhuoshan possess? At this juncture, Zhuoshan nodded. No problem. I need 5 minutes to infiltrate the building and cut the power. In this world, Zhuoshan had very few individuals she trusted. Having undergone rigorous training and indoctrination by the Sheng Nu Jiaohui, she had suffered both physical and psychological torment. As she matured, nearly all those the church allowed her to associate with sought only her body, never treating her as a person. It was only upon boarding this transport vehicle that she felt a sense of familial belonging, compelling her to take the risk of participating in this rescue mission. Fat Bear, finally grasping the situation, scrutinized Ma Xiaoxi intently. Ma Xiaoxi, clarify how you know Zhuoshan better than I do. If you don't explain, Our friendship is over. It seemed Zhuoshan was a hidden expert, a secret that must have required extensive, profound exchanges to uncover. Ma Xiaoxi shot him an exasperated glance. Use your mind to think, and your eyes to see. Refrain from employing your lower faculties to ponder matters. For the task ahead, continue to play your part as a member of the Wei DUI. Chapter 56. The rescue operation in the dimly lit equipment room of the basement. A nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Xiao Wu was bound to an iron chair, his head drooping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His eyes had been gouged out, and the fingers of his left hand severed. 2 electrodes were embedded in his thighs. Nearby, Liu Beijiang, shackled to the pipes, had lost his sanity, frantically struggling against the handcuffs, causing his wrists to bleed. He hurled curses at the black-clad officer. The officer removed his sunglasses and inquired, "Did your friend Ma Xiaoxi participate in the abduction of the counselor at the motorcycle hotel? If you do not answer truthfully, your subordinate may suffer some consequences. I will shatter his kneecaps. You must be concerned about his well-being. Would you allow him to endure such pain? I curse you." Liu Beijiang retorted. "If you have the guts, come at me." The officer continued nonchalantly. "My ministerial associate informed me that Ma Xiaoxi is entangled with the counselor's mistress, colluding with bandits to carry out the abduction." Liu Beijiang husped. "I will repeat myself. Ma Xiaoxi has nothing to do with this. He is the sworn enemy of that bandit. You lack evidence. This is an abuse of power. We will not let you escape unscathed." The officer replied, "Such stubbornness. It seems you have yet to experience the agony of shattered kneecaps." With that, he signaled to the Wei DUI soldiers, who restrained Liu Beijiang's left leg and exposed his knee. Another soldier approached, brandishing an iron rod. At that moment, an outside soldier entered, reporting to the officer, "The first and second teams have lost contact with the targets." The officer raised his head, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the 2 teams had been absent for a while. He took the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Team 1, respond and report on the capture situation." Seconds later, an unfamiliar male voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "The capture was successful. Your 8 members are in my warehouse." With that, the connection was severed. The officer realized that the opposing side had captured his men, and their tone was unmistakably provocative. Were these individuals truly that formidable? The soldiers he dispatched were elite fighters, capable of taking on 10 adversaries and outnumbering the opposition. How could just 2 men and 2 women have so easily subdued them? A soldier at his side said, "I will take some men over immediately." The officer restrained him. "Hold on. Let us first verify if the guards at the exit are still present." The soldier called into the walkie-talkie, and indeed, the 2 guards failed to respond. "Damn it, they are coming. Secure the basement. Do not venture outside," the officer commanded, drawing his pistol and leading all the soldiers in the interrogation room out. Including the officer, they numbered 10, spreading out in the basement, finding cover and awaiting the enemy's intrusion. Silence enveloped the basement. Only the sounds of machinery could be heard. Suddenly, the exit door creaked open, and a Wei DUI soldier tumbled down the stairs, bloodied and groaning in pain. 2 soldiers rushed to assist, carefully aiming their weapons toward the doorway. As they approached the injured soldier, one picked him up, but something felt amiss. This individual's body was round and plump, entirely lacking the muscular build typical of a Wei DUI warrior. In their haste to focus on the doorway, they had overlooked the soldier's appearance. One soldier looked down, realizing the injured man bore a chubby face, unmistakably not one of their comrades. "Crap, we've been fooled." In the next instant, the chubby-faced soldier's eyes widened, and 2 powerful hands seized the soldier's head, twisting it with a fatal force. The other soldier, momentarily stunned, was caught off guard as the door swung open once more. Bang! The deafening sound of a 12-gauge shotgun erupted from Ma Xiaoxi's M1887, sending the soldier tumbling down the stairs, crashing heavily onto the floor. Everything transpired in an instant. Ma Xiaoxi and Fat Bear executed their old strategy with ease, eliminating 2 targets. However, the Wei DUI swiftly demonstrated their discipline. Responding promptly, bullets from machine guns rained toward the staircase. "Damn it, I got hit in the ass. Ma Xiaoxi, I should never have come with you." Before Fat Bear could finish his sentence, he was rendered unconscious by an electrified bullet, tumbling down the stairs in a disarrayed heap. Ma Xiaoxi reacted swiftly, leaping down the stairs and concealing herself behind a structural pillar. The soldiers of the Black Guard discovered that there were only 2 individuals on the opposing side, one of whom had already been taken down, leaving only one capable of combat. This revelation eased their concerns. The black-clad officer signaled to 4 soldiers, and they stealthily surrounded the pillar where Ma Xiaoxi was hiding. Meanwhile, other soldiers continuously fired at the sides of the pillar to suppress her. The 4 soldiers advanced halfway, mere steps away from reaching Ma Xiaoxi's position. Utilizing her enhanced vision, she observed the approach of the 4 men. If they executed a simultaneous encirclement, it would truly be perilous. At that moment, the entire building suffered a blackout, plunging the basement into darkness. Zhuoshan executed her plan brilliantly, and Ma Xiaoxi silently praised her. Seizing the opportunity, she leaned out, firing twice and taking down 2 soldiers before quickly retreating. Indeed, the enemy's bullets almost immediately rained down on the spot where she had just appeared, having already locked onto the positions of the 4 adversaries with her enhanced vision. Coupled with the shotgun's forgiving accuracy, hitting those 2 was remarkably easy. There remained 6 opponents. Infuriated, the black-clad officer shouted, "Bastards, take him down. Leave him barely breathing." The 2 remaining soldiers switched on their tactical flashlights and rushed towards the pillar. As Ma Xiaoxi prepared to fire again, the 2 soldiers rolled to the ground to evade her shot. A close-quarters melee ensued among the 3, and one could not help but acknowledge the formidable combat skills of the Black Guard soldiers. They struck quickly and with great force. Furthermore, the bright flashlights continually illuminated Ma Xiaoxi's face, forcing her to shield her eyes with one hand while wielding the shotgun with the other, rendering her response increasingly passive. In an instant, she found herself at a disadvantage. Just then, the backup power system restored electricity, illuminating the basement once more. The black-clad officer led the other 3 soldiers in closing in. The 2 soldiers engaged in close combat with Ma Xiaoxi suddenly retreated, granting her a brief moment to catch her breath as she leaned against the pillar, gasping for air. Surrounded by 6 men, the officer grinned malevolently, revealing a glint of metallic dental work, and spoke in a tone reminiscent of the icy tundra. "You fight quite well, don't you? Let us have a match." Chapter 57. The God of Death. The black-clad officer towered over Ma Xiaoxi, his robust physique reminiscent of men from the icy tundra, and his half-exposed metal dental work was truly intimidating. He sought to psychologically dismantle the individual who had claimed the lives of over a dozen Black Guard soldiers. Rather than simply executing him, the officer shed his overcoat, tossing it aside, and seized a military dagger from one of his soldiers, thrusting it toward Ma Xiaoxi's chest with blinding speed. Such a towering figure could strike so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he was upon her. Ma Xiaoxi's gaze sharpened as she stepped left while using her shotgun to deflect the dagger, primarily testing the opponent's strength. The clash of weapons resonated with a metallic ring. Ma Xiaoxi felt as though her knife had struck the trunk of a grand tree. The officer's strength far exceeded her expectations, a stark contrast to her previous encounters with the 2 soldiers. This revelation astonished her. The black-clad officer swung his dagger again, slicing towards Ma Xiaoxi's throat with the force of the wind. She could only bend to evade while simultaneously delivering a kick to his chest. However, it felt akin to striking a stone monument as he merely staggered back a step, a scornful smile spreading across his face. As time passed, Ma Xiaoxi began to show signs of fatigue. The officer seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow to her abdomen. The force of the punch sent her flying several meters, crashing against a pillar. In an instant, the officer closed the distance, forcefully driving the dagger through her right shoulder blade. Ma Xiaoxi let out a muffled groan of pain, yet her grip on the shotgun remained steadfast. She deftly switched it to her left hand and, with a fierce upward slash, aimed for the officer. The strike was both swift and perilous, forcing him to relinquish the dagger and retreat just in time to avoid a fatal blow. The shotgun carved a deep wound across the officer's chest, and fury flashed across his face. How could the noble Black Guard uniform tolerate such desecration? Seizing the moment, Ma Xiaoxi dashed towards the staircase. In Shuaijin, 3 days prior, at the location where Ma Xiaoxi had blasted through the wall of corpses, the warehouse across the street echoed with various topics from the Freight Alliance's public channel. Inside a delivery van, a middle-aged driver slumped against his seat, his head twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently lifeless. In the passenger seat sat a man with graying hair, leisurely finishing the remnants of the driver's food and water. Clad in a brown leather trench coat, the metal brace on his left calf rhythmically tapped against the van's interior. This man was Tiejian. After jumping from the transport vehicle to escape, he had not left Shuaijin, but rather taken refuge in a wealthy villa, which he subsequently occupied. Even amid the invasion of mutated creatures, he continued to lead a life of comfort and luxury. Days earlier, he had heard the description of the unfortunate delivery driver on the radio and instantly recognized that the transport vehicle belonged to Ma Xiaoxi. Thus, he had wandered through Shuaijin for 2 days until he finally discovered the street-facing warehouse. For reasons unknown, he found himself constantly thinking about this young man, perhaps sensing that Ma Xiaoxi could be a worthy opponent. His motives for oil trafficking and murder had transcended mere monetary gain. He sought a thrill, akin to a chess master relishing a rare, worthy adversary. It was a twisted, perverse mentality. He drew a desert eagle from his waist, the faint scent of gun oil filling the cabin, bringing him a sense of tranquility. His sturdy, calloused hands expertly ejected the magazine, checked it, and slid it back into place. He opened the warehouse door, dragged the driver from the vehicle, and then started the van, heading towards the safe zone. Within the dormitory, everyone was startled awake by the intense gunfire from a basement. What on earth was happening in the middle of the night? The gunfire seemed to originate from Building C. A crowd of boys and girls, along with laborers weary from the day's toil, pressed against the windows to gaze towards Building C. Wasn't it the transport vehicle from a few days ago? The one from the hot pot gathering? How did it end up over here? Indeed, how did they break in? Surely they weren't here to steal? Don't be ridiculous. They've gathered ample resources in Shuaijin and live far more lavishly than we do. Look, that young man is being pursued by soldiers. I told you they were up to no good. Thankfully, the troops are here to safeguard the campus. Don't you find their uniforms strange? We've never seen a unit clad in black uniforms before. At this moment, the black-clad officer, leading his soldiers, chased after Ma Xiaoxi and approached the transport vehicle. He menaced the panicked Lin Shi, saying, "You'd better confess everything about the congressman. Otherwise, I can assure you that your rear will feel as if a train has struck it." He aimed his handgun at Ma Xiaoxi, threatening Lin Shi, "Speak quickly. Otherwise, I'll blow this brat's head off right now." Just then, the shrill scream of an engine pierced the air as the delivery van surged towards the plaza in front of Building C, crashing directly into the Black Guard. The soldiers of the Black Guard scattered, raising their weapons to unleash a torrent of gunfire upon the van. The van abruptly swerved, its body skimming across the ground before colliding with a soldier, sending him flying several meters away. Almost simultaneously, the door swung open, and Taijun, with a single hand, fired his weapon. The distinct, thunderous crack of the Desert Eagle echoed throughout the square. 2 soldiers were struck in the head, their skulls shattered. Another 2 soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Taijun, causing the car windows to shatter and rain glass everywhere. Taijun ducked to evade the bullets while simultaneously flooring the accelerator and barreling towards the 2 soldiers. In the next moment, Taijun leaped from the vehicle, rolling onto the ground and approaching one of the soldiers. A soldier dressed in black lunged at him with a military dagger aimed at his neck. However, Taijun's hand clamped down like a vice on the assailant's wrist. Despite the imposing strength of the soldier from the icy plains, he was rendered powerless in Taijun's grasp. In a swift motion, Taijun wrenched the soldier's arm, breaking it with sheer force and causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The soldier let out a pained scream. Taijun thrust the handgun into the soldier's mouth, using him as a shield to push towards another soldier and a black-clad officer. The soldier behind shouted, "Let go!" Bang! Bang! 2 bullets fired from the mouth of the soldier under Taijun's control, exiting through his neck and striking the soldier behind him and the black-clad officer in the shoulder. All of this transpired in an instant, leaving no room for the adversaries to react. The black-clad officer staggered back several steps, creating distance between himself and Ma Xiaoxi. "Who the hell are you?" Seizing the opportunity, Ma Xiaoxi gripped the military dagger embedded in his right shoulder with his left hand, yanking it free with a fierce cry before hurling it. It found its mark, embedding itself in the officer's throat, the tip protruding from the back of his neck. The onlookers from above could only marvel in their hearts. What fearsome killers! Ma Xiaoxi himself was astonished at the accuracy of his throw, yet, having successfully countered the black-clad soldiers, he felt a surge of relief. However, an eerie spectacle unfolded next. The black-clad officer rose from the ground, slowly extracting the dagger from his throat as if devoid of any pain, as though he were pulling it from corpse. A sinister grin crept across his face, revealing a glimmer of metallic dental work. "You all shall perish." Ma Xiaoxi exchanged a disbelieving glance with Tai Jun, who remained unfazed, calmly reloading his weapon. "It appears we have encountered Cyborg." The black-clad officer lunged forward, dagger aimed at Tai Jun. In response, Tai Jun raised his hand, firing repeatedly. One shot struck the officer in the chest, producing a metallic clang. This was no longer a human body. The officer's speed remained undiminished as he closed the distance. Initiating close combat, Tai Jun attempted to overpower the officer's arms. Yet in the next moment, he felt a surge of strength from the officer, sending him crashing into the transport vehicle behind him. Remarkably, Tai Jun seemed to possess a form of pain immunity, disregarding the impact as he fired several more rounds at the officer. Yet unsurprisingly, none inflicted any harm. The black-clad officer swiftly pivoted, charging at Ma Xiaoxi once more. At that moment, Ma Xiaoxi experienced a peculiar sensation. The officer's movements seemed to slow, akin to watching a video in slow motion. Instinctively, he raised his right arm to deflect the officer's dagger-wielding arm, following through with an elbow strike to the officer's ribs, redirecting his attack. The adversary, who had previously seemed overwhelmingly powerful in the basement, was now easily countered by Ma Xiaoxi. A hint of surprise flickered across the officer's face. How is this possible? This was entirely different from their earlier confrontation in the basement. Did this young man feign weakness? Had he deliberately concealed his strength, allowing me to injure him? Was he attempting to lure us out, facilitating a sneak attack from the man with the gray crew cut? Yet, why would he do that? I distinctly pierced his right shoulder earlier, confirming he was merely a regular human. His strength must be limited, incapable of overpowering my enhanced body. That man with the gray crew cut, however, warrants caution. This thought flashed through the black-clad officer's mind as he resumed his stance. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoxi became aware of the injury on his right shoulder. The collision with the officer had not resulted in the anticipated pain. The wound on his shoulder seemed to have healed. He pressed his hand against the injury site, feeling no discomfort. What could this mean? Reflecting on the earlier sensation of perceiving time in slow motion, it bore a striking resemblance to the enhanced awareness he experienced upon acquiring the skill of Waste Horse Unity. Ma Xiaoxi glanced at the transport vehicle nearby. Could it be that these changes were due to his proximity to the vehicle, granting him the system's enhancements? In the basement, he had been too far to benefit from such advantages. Being near the transport vehicle had evidently facilitated the system's healing of his shoulder. So that was it. At that moment, the black-clad officer lunged again, the dagger aimed at Ma Xiaoxi's throat. Yet to Ma Xiaoxi, it appeared as if time had slowed. He slightly shifted his body, observing the dagger's tip tracing a slow arc. Then he lifted his foot, striking the officer's wrist with pinpoint precision, sending the dagger flying. How is this possible? The officer's expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief, then to rage. He swung his leg, unleashing a fierce gust. Ma Xiaoxi recognized the force behind the kick, instead of absorbing it. He ducked to evade the blow while grasping the officer's other leg, toppling him. Ma Xiaoxi pressed down on the officer's knee with all his might, producing a series of cracking sounds that filled the air with dread. With a mighty roar, he snapped the officer's leg at the knee. The officer screamed in agony, revealing that this leg had not been augmented. Tai Jun retrieved the fallen dagger, delivering 3 or 4 swift strikes to the officer's lower back. Following this, Ma Xiaoxi unleashed a kick to the officer's jaw, causing his head to twist 180 degrees, lifelessly facing backward. At that moment, Pang Xiong awoke, climbing up the basement stairs and witnessing the fierce battle unfold. "Whoa, you two are incredible." Hearing the voice, Tai Jun turned toward the entrance, where a bloodied figure clad in a blackguard uniform appeared, prompting him to raise his gun to fire. Terrified, Pang Xiong shouted, "Don't shoot. It's me, Pang Xiong." However, a barrage of bullets ricocheted off the door, showering sparks. Pang Xiong yelped, "You dead fatso, clean up your act next time." Ma Xiaoxi expressed his gratitude. Tai Lauda, "I truly appreciate your help this time." Tai Jun, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, remarked, "These guys aren't as formidable as I imagined, aside from this cyborg." Was the old man indulging in some form of Versailles? Meanwhile, Zhuoshan had located Liu Beijiang in the equipment room of the basement. but she was startled by the sight of Xiao Wu's mangled body strapped to an iron chair, screaming in terror. Several individuals hastened to the basement equipment room, equally astonished by the gruesome scene before them. Lin Shi instinctively grasped Ma Xiaoxi's arm. Tai Jun observed the traces of bullets scattered throughout the basement, alongside the lifeless bodies of 4 blackguards, and could almost reconstruct the chaos of the battle that had transpired. He cast a glance at Ma Xiaoxi, who remarked, "We still have 8 in our warehouse." Xiao ultimately succumbed to his injuries from excessive blood loss and physical weakness. Liu Beijiang, filled with despair, embraced Xiao Wu's cold corpse. When he locked eyes with Tai Jun, he instinctively attempted to rise, but quickly realized that this oil dealer had come to assist him. A wave of helplessness washed over Liu Beijiang, causing him to collapse to the ground. The very criminal he had sought to capture had, in turn, saved his life, a bitter irony indeed. Tai Jun, however, found little significance in whether Liu Beijiang was saved. Perhaps he had never viewed Liu Beijiang as a rival. He could not comprehend Liu Beijiang's profound sorrow upon witnessing the loss of a comrade. It seemed an overreaction to him. Simultaneously, he struggled to understand why Ma Xiaoxi would risk herself to save Liu Beijiang. Exiting the basement, he retrieved the keys to a Hummer H2 from the waist of a fallen soldier, turning his back on Ma Xiaoxi as he stated, "I can only save you once more. If your life isn't resilient enough, then be frugal with it." With that, he strode out of the basement. The engine roared to life, and Tai Jun vanished into the night, exuding an air of someone who departs with purpose, concealing his deeds and accolades. In the square before Building C, tranquility returned, leaving only echoes of disbelief in the surrounding dormitory windows. Chapter 59. Liu Beijiang's rebirth. Ma Xiaoxi offered a few words of comfort to Liu Beijiang, yet she understood that mere words could not alleviate his anguish. After all, his brothers, with whom he had shared life and death, had been brutally tortured to death overnight, right before his eyes. "Captain Liu, I'll drive." "Captain Liu, let me help you get some water." "You can't defeat this boss, can you? Let me take care of it." "Stop frowning so much. I'm taking your picture, smile." Xiao Wu's vibrant presence lingered vividly in Liu Beijiang's mind, making it impossible for him not to feel grief and regret. However, he was ultimately a tough man, quickly regaining his composure, his gaze once again resolute. He lifted Xiao Wu's cold body and exited the basement. The group followed him to the square, and as they passed the corpse of the black-clad officer, Liu Beijiang halted, tearing open the officer's collar and removing the identification tag from around his neck. The tag bore the name Nicholas. Liu Beijiang silently vowed to avenge this grievance and to pursue this black-clad organization relentlessly. Suddenly, Lin Shi, walking behind, gasped in shock. "He is." The others turned to her, noticing her expression of terror as she fixated on the officer's chest. Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "Do you know him?" Lin Shi replied, "The tattoo on his chest is the emblem of Tongzhou Hui." The group directed their gaze to the officer's chest, where a tattoo depicted an 8-legged spider with a human eye wide open, exuding an aura of eerie scrutiny. Lin Shi elucidated, Tongzhou Hui is an ancient organization, shrouded in mystery. It is said they wield the power to manipulate economies and wars. Their identities are inaccessible to outsiders, and those who defy their will are erased from existence, including their relatives and friends. The modifications on this person's body indicate their formidable nature. They surely possess cutting-edge technology. Ma Xiaoxi examined the other soldiers. Finding no tattoos associated with Tongzhou Hui, he speculated, currently, only this officer named Nicholas is linked to Tongzhou Hui. So, do they control the blackguards? Or is this officer infiltrating them to serve Tongzhou Hui? The governor sent this squad of blackguards to investigate his son's affairs, suggesting that he might also be a member of Tongzhou Hui, or at least connected to them in some manner. Lin Shi nodded with concern, indicating that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, implying that they had provoked powers beyond their reckoning. The group's spirits sank, and Fat Bear broke the silence, nonchalantly exclaiming, "Who cares about that damned Tongzhou Hui? They may be powerful, but they still fell before us." Liu Beijiang's eyes darkened. He seemed to have found a direction for his investigation into Tongzhou Hui. He discovered car keys on a soldier, lifted Xiao Wu's body, and boarded a Hummer H2. Fat Bear, unusually serious, asked, "Captain Liu, where are you going?" "Back to Shihai, to bring Xiao Wu home." Ma Xiaoxi placed a hand on Fat Bear's shoulder, knowing that Liu Beijiang could not be dissuaded now. He simply picked up a submachine gun from a blackguard and handed it to the car door, saying, "Captain Liu, stay safe. You still owe us a military engine." Liu Beijiang accepted the gun with a faint smile. "I'll remember." With that, the off-road vehicle roared to life, disappearing into the night. At that moment, none could foresee that soon a shadowy assassin would rise in the Shihai oasis, stirring a tempest. Cheng Hai and Charlie sat in the makeshift command room, wide awake. They heard the rapid gunfire from within the school, their hearts racing for Ma Xiaoxi and the others, who faced an overwhelming force of blackguards. Charlie turned to Cheng Hai, saying, "I'll take some men to check the situation. Cheng Hai Ziepli, do you still want to interfere? The higher-ups have instructed us to observe discreetly, remain vigilant, and avoid direct conflict." Charlie retorted, the higher-ups, they understand nothing. Always thinking about safety, never taking responsibility. But those fighting alongside us may be enduring torture. Occasionally, Charlie exhibited this genuine side, insisting on rushing out. Cheng Hai, however, remained calm, ordering the guards to secure the door to prevent Charlie from leaving. "Everyone, get out of my way. If I cause trouble, I'll bear the consequences alone." Just as a struggle erupted inside the room, a sentry at the doorway reported that 2 blackguard vehicles had exited the safety zone in quick succession. Cheng Hai asked, "Did you see how many people were inside? Were Ma Xiaoxi and the others with them?" The sentry replied, "I couldn't see clearly. The vehicles were moving fast, and the light was dim." Cheng Hai and Charlie felt a chill in their hearts. The blackguards were numerous and powerful. Had they captured Ma Xiaoxi and the others? What about the other 3 vehicles? "I told you we should have gone to help. Ma Xiaoxi is a valiant soldier. It's a tragedy if he dies." Charlie's booming voice nearly tore the roof off. "Who said I'm dead?" Ma Xiaoxi's voice approached, growing nearer. Cheng Hai and Charlie simultaneously turned to the doorway, where Ma Xiaoxi, Fat Bear, and the others appeared. "You all are unharmed?" The 2 men exchanged relieved smiles, sensing that the outcome had been decided. Although they were unaware of how victory had been achieved, Ma Xiaoxi and the others appeared unscathed, suggesting that no survivors had been left behind. Fat Bear declared, "Everything is under control." Cheng Hai, ever perceptive, asked, "Did 2 vehicles just leave the front gate?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "They were driven away by our own people." Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the blackguards. Ma Xiaoxi then requested, "There are still 3 Hummer H2S inside, along with signs of combat. We need the troops to assist with the cleanup." Charlie proclaimed, "No problem, leave it to me. I assure you it will be as if nothing ever happened. Now, let's go for a drink." Ma Xiaoxi responded, "No, we shall be leaving shortly. I have a favor to ask. Please ensure that our 3 vehicles and several laborers, who are quite capable, can accompany you and continue assisting in the transportation of supplies. The girl, Kaka, is quite resourceful. She can be approached for arrangements if needed." Cheng Hai reassured her, "Rest assured, we are in need of manpower ourselves, and Charlie and I will take good care of them." After the arrangements were made, a sense of melancholy enveloped the group. In this apocalyptic world, finding such companions is indeed a rarity. Yet, this precious friendship is about to be torn apart in an instant. Even the hardened soldiers could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. But is this not the norm in the apocalypse? At this moment, Ma Xiaoxi's walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was Zhuo Shan's voice informing her that they had located the minister in the security office. Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong rose to bid farewell, stating, "We have some matters to attend to." Chapter 60. The extravagance of the upper echelons after parting ways with Liu Beijiang. Ma Xiaoxi assigned tasks to Lin Shi and Zhuo Shan. Lin Shi was to go to the warehouse to enlist Uncle One and others in loading provisions and warm clothing onto the transport vehicles. Zhuo Shan was to find the minister from the Icefield district, as it seemed he could not be allowed to remain at large. Zhuo Shan first infiltrated a high-end apartment, fabricating a story that she had an appointment with the minister later that evening. From a cleaning woman, she learned that the minister was not in the apartment that night, having gone out with Director Gao. Thus, Zhuo Shan proceeded to the security office, discovering that the so-called office was composed of a long row of classrooms. One classroom was brightly lit and filled with smoke, as if a party were in full swing. Zhuo Shan skillfully evaded the security guard at the entrance and stealthily observed from the hallway. During her surveillance, the minister and Director Gao emerged to use the restroom, allowing her to pinpoint the minister's location. She quickly relayed this information to Ma Xiaoxi. The room was arranged like a luxurious private suite, with leather sofas lining the walls, and a bar stocked with beverages, along with entertainment facilities such as a mahjong table. The minister and several executives from an energy conglomerate were visibly intoxicated, reveling in their camaraderie with Director Gao. Surrounding them were numerous disheveled women, some seemingly willing, while others appeared to be under the influence of some drug. Nestled close to these elites, a corpulent executive remarked, "Did you hear that? The gunfire has ceased. It seems the blackguards have dealt with that lot." The minister, basking in his hubris, boasted, "That brat, no matter how arrogant, could never match the blackguards. Just imagine, 20 blackguards are killing machines. Even 20 dogs could vanquish that disorganized mob. And you all have no idea what kind of formidable presence that officer is." Someone promptly echoed, "Indeed. Once those individuals are eliminated, Director Gao can take over their warehouse's supplies first thing in the morning. Assuming he can even get out of bed tomorrow, ha ha ha." Director Gao, equally intoxicated, raised his glass in agreement, saying, "Ha ha, it's all thanks to the minister's grace. We've transported enough supplies to keep us entertained for a month." The minister responded, "This safe zone truly feels like paradise. One could easily lose themselves here. None of us want to leave." Director Gao seized an unconscious girl, who was the girlfriend of Xiao Zhou, evidently drugged. A camera was set up across the room to document the sordid scene. Director Gao tore the girl's clothing, pouring champagne over her face, causing her to struggle for breath. "Do not fight it. I intend to show today's footage to your boyfriend," he laughed, drunk on his own arrogance, declaring to the others, "This is the privilege of the upper class. Let's all revel in it." Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong arrived at the security office, swiftly overpowering the 4 guards at the entrance, and joined Zhuoshan. They boldly entered the minister's room. Upon opening the door, the chaotic and filthy scene left Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong astonished. Pang Xiong lamented, "The upper class truly indulges in the absurd. This is their interpretation of an office. How ironic." The revelers were so engrossed in their activities that they failed to notice the intrusion. Ma Xiaoxi, raising her M1887 shotgun, fired a single shot that sent a corpulent man flying, delivering him from paradise to hell. His blood splattered onto those nearby, rousing everyone in the room, causing a cacophony of screams and chaos. Pang Xiong shouted, "Silence. All men, hands on your heads, crouch against that wall. Women, hands on your heads, stand still." Ma Xiaoxi glanced at Pang Xiong, noting his earnest demeanor, and refrained from chastising him. This was not the moment for levity. Witnessing these 2 individuals execute a murder without hesitation made it clear to all present that they were desperate outlaws. Consequently, no one dared to resist, complying with Pang Xiong's commands, transforming the room into a tableau of terror. Director Gao and several executives from the energy group huddled low against the wall, fearful that Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong would recognize them. Only the minister remained frozen in shock, staring at Ma Xiaoxi, murmuring in disbelief, "This is impossible. They're the blackguards." Pang Xiong approached and landed a punch on the minister's nose, breaking his nasal bone, causing the minister to writhe in pain on the floor. "You know the blackguards. You must have said something ill of us." The minister, finally grasping his grim circumstance, knelt and pleaded for mercy, bowing profusely. "I swear I said nothing. Spare me. I can be of use to you. I will tell you anything you wish to know." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as the security team leader and his 20 guards rushed in, evidently awakened from slumber by the gunfire and hastily dressed. Upon witnessing the scene inside, their fatigue vanished. The security team leader, noting that there were only 2 men and 1 woman armed, felt emboldened by the numerical superiority of his 20-plus brothers. After all, he was their leader and could not show weakness at such a critical juncture. He brandished his baton, pointing it at them. "What do you intend to do? Dare to wreak havoc in the security department?" Pang Xiong raised the submachine gun he had confiscated from the blackguards and shot the security team leader in the abdomen. The next moment, a blue electric arc flashed, and the security team leader screamed in agony, convulsing as he collapsed, his eyes rolling back. His 20 subordinates recoiled in fear, realizing that many were merely seeking a meal and would not risk their lives for this. Faced with the advanced weaponry, they quickly surrendered. The minister and Director Gao, who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope, believing the guards could protect them, now felt utterly despondent. At this juncture, Zhuoshan examined several drugged women sprawled on the sofa, frowning as she informed Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong, "These women have been drugged." Ma Xiaoxi turned to the guards at the door, asserting, "You all have witnessed the heinous acts perpetrated by these scoundrels. Today, I shall enact justice on their behalf and restore fairness." With that, he and Pang Xiong unleashed a volley of gunfire towards the crouching individuals against the wall. The room and walls were instantly stained crimson with blood. In their final moments, Director Gao and the executives wondered why these two had not even asked questions before opening fire. According to the customs of the martial world, should not a few words be exchanged, conditions discussed, and if no agreement is reached, then action taken? The current generation truly lacks martial virtue. Ma Xiaoxi addressed the remaining security guards. "Quickly release all the women under control here. In the future, anyone who dares to misbehave will meet the same fate as them today." I mean what I say. After dealing with these scoundrels, Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong felt a sense of clarity. Chapter 61. Full tank. The guards obediently released a dozen women in a nearby room, their faces marked by fear, ranging in age from their teens to their 40s, all possessing considerable beauty and admirable figures. One might doubt the character of Director Gao, but his discerning eye could not be questioned. Upon learning the circumstances and witnessing the lifeless body of Director Gao in a pool of blood, the women were overwhelmed with joy and tears. They had not anticipated that upon entering the safe zone, escaping the grotesque creatures and mutated wolf packs outside, they would still face the malevolence of human nature within the safe zone. They had been imprisoned in the office, forced to serve those in power. Now, they knelt before Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong, pleading for their escape. Ma Xiaoxi responded, "We do not take on burdens. Today was merely a coincidence that led to your rescue. Do not expect me to be responsible for you. Only you can take responsibility for yourselves. Your tragic plight today is a result of your initial gullibility, your desire for comfort, and your willingness to endure mistreatment." Her words left the crowd speechless. Indeed, it was their initial trust in Director Gao as promises and their acceptance of his seemingly caring arrangements that had led to this current predicament. Ma Xiaoxi pulled Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan through the throng of women and guards. When the trio returned to the warehouse, Lin Shi, he had already instructed Uncle One and the others to fill the transport vehicle to the brim. Rice, flour, cooking oil, fresh meat, vegetables, and various essential supplies were all in ample supply. In this regard, one must commend Lin Shi for his meticulousness. Kaka, Asang, and the Martin brothers awaited them, evidently aware of the events that had transpired that night. "Boss, are you really leaving?" Kaka asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Yes, there are other plans. We cannot linger in the safe zone for too long. I have already spoken with Captain Chung and Charlie. You can continue to work with them." Everyone was instructed to fortify their vehicles and to be vigilant in gathering weapons. Asang expressed his reluctance, especially toward Pang Xiong. It is rare to find a kindred spirit in life. The two had become like-minded partners. And the innermost room of the warehouse held cherished memories of their camaraderie. Colin interjected, "But there are still many supplies in the warehouse that belong to you." He was correct. Even with the transport vehicle filled to capacity, only a small portion of the supplies that belonged to Ma Xiaoxi and his group had been loaded. Ma Xiaoxi reassured, "What cannot be taken is yours. Consider it a guarantee for everyone's livelihood." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Uncle One, Old One. "3 of our brothers perished at the agricultural market yesterday. Please find out if they have any relatives and share some supplies with them. Additionally, we need to recruit more personnel and be upfront about potential dangers during the hiring process." Uncle One was deeply moved by her words. Such compassion in the apocalypse was rare, and in this critical moment, her consideration for the deceased laborers was particularly commendable. With reddened eyes, he vowed, "Rest assured, I will handle these matters." "All right, we are leaving," Ma Xiaoxi said as she turned toward the transport vehicle. At that moment, Lin Shi emerged from the vehicle, carrying a suitcase and standing before Ma Xiaoxi. She quickly grasped the situation. "You're not coming with us?" Lin Shi simidit kalmly. "I must return to the military. There are missions yet unfinished. You all should go, and be careful on the road." Pang Xiong was about to persuade her otherwise when Zhuoshan pulled him onto the transport vehicle. Lin Shi was more mature in her reasoning than anyone else. Her decision to stay was undoubtedly backed by substantial justification, and no amount of persuasion would alter her resolve. Kaka and the others discreetly withdrew, granting Ma Xiaoxi and Lin Shi a moment of privacy. "We see each other again?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired. "Perhaps. I will likely be assigned to investigate that ancient organization in secret. That sounds perilous. It is my mission. In the end, The two embraced in a farewell kiss. Ma Xiaoxi was not the type to dwell on partings. While feeling a sense of loss, he understood that each person has their own mission to fulfill. His mission in a previous life was to protect certain individuals, and in this harsh parallel world, his purpose seemed to transform into an endless journey, driven by an inner yearning for freedom, compelling him to break free from constraints and venture forth to distant lands. As Ma Xiaoxi boarded the transport vehicle and approached the exit, he spotted Charlie waiting for them. Captain Cheng is busy with patrols. He asked me to see you off. I wish you safe travels. Thank you for saving me and my soldiers. It is regrettable that I have not properly expressed my gratitude. Ma Xiaoxi's mind raced as he recalled his 2 random rewards, which had granted him 2 auxiliary fuel tanks, allowing for a total range of 2,000 kilometers. He smiled. All right, Charlie, I will give you an opportunity to make amends. Let me fill the tank. Charlie glanced at the fuel truck behind him, thumped his chest, and declared, no problem. How much fuel can this vehicle hold? Don't be shy. He called to the soldier responsible for fueling. Fill this vehicle to the brim. Ma Xiaoxi instructed Pang Xiong to drive to the fuel truck for refueling while he jumped out to chat with Charlie. The young soldier activated the fuel nozzle, filling the transport vehicle, but it failed to shut off automatically, leading the soldier to believe there was a malfunction. After several checks, he concluded that the tank capacity was indeed quite large. Pang Xiong quipped, this fuel isn't from your own home. Don't be stingy, my tank is big. And your superior said to fill it up. As Ma Xiaoxi and the others departed the safe zone, driving deeper into the icy plains, Shanghai's command vehicle approached for refueling. Halfway through, the young soldier awkwardly reported, Captain Cheng, we've run out of fuel here. Shanghai in Gui, how can we be out of fuel? Wasn't it reported yesterday that there was still half a tank? The soldier replied, Charlie had me fuel Ma Xiaoxi's vehicle. But that tank is absurdly large, and now there's only this much left. Shanghai shook his head, half amused and half exasperated, thinking to himself that Ma Xiaoxi was at it again, seizing every opportunity to gain an advantage. Yet, he wondered, did that vehicle's tank really have such a capacity? Inside the vehicle were Ma Xiaoxi, Pang Xiong, and Zhuo Shan, who had bonded through their shared experiences in the safe zone's battles. The 3 now exhibited a newfound camaraderie, with Pang Xiong still unaware of Zhuo Shan's true background, but he was naturally disinclined to ponder deeply, leading to a cheerful journey filled with laughter. The shadows that had loomed over their hearts in recent days were lifted. Chapter 62. The unfortunate doctor couple after bidding farewell to Ma Xiaoxi and his companions. The night had faded, giving way to the pale dawn. Charlie dispatched personnel to clean the battlefield, who returned in a military truck. Reporting to the officer, the traces of battle have been cleared, but the soldier reporting is somewhat at a loss for words. What is it? Charlie inquired. Shanghai cast a questioning glance as well. Was there yet another issue? Surely Ma Xiaoxi and his group had not left a mess behind. The young man was capable, but he always seemed to find himself in trouble. The soldiers organized their thoughts, realizing there was a cyborg among them, their officer. What? Both Charlie and Shanghai momentarily lost their composure. Hastening towards the vehicle and glancing at the lifeless body of the black-clad officer sprawled in the truck's cargo area. Beneath the skin, marred by bullet wounds, lay cold metallic components. A triangular penetrating wound adorned his throat, yet it was evident that his neck had also undergone modification, rendering it non-fatal. The true fatality lay in the fact that his head had twisted a full 180 degrees, severing the central nervous system. After a brief silence, Charlie's eyelid twitched as he voiced the collective question haunting everyone. How did they accomplish this? In their eyes, these cyborgs surpassed normal humans in physical capabilities, an insurmountable chasm between them. How could they possibly retaliate with such a small force? While it might be conceivable for Ma Xiaoxi and her companions to defeat the blackguards one by one, it seemed utterly ludicrous to think they could vanquish a cyborg in hand-to-hand combat. Shanghai remarked, I will call the battalion office shortly to report this, but it will be quite a challenge to explain the situation clearly. The transport vehicle continued on its path, the trees along the roadside gradually thinning until they faded into a monotonous desert. At this point, notable landmarks were a rarity, and encounters with other vehicles were few and far between. If one were to elevate their perspective, Shuizhen appeared as a diminutive green dot on the edge of a blue-green icy wasteland. The road stretched forward, linking a series of green dots. a glimmer of hope for humanity amidst desolation, akin to a precious necklace. Due to Fat Bear's rear being repeatedly bitten by mutated wolves from the agricultural market, and being struck by bullets from the blackguards, he was unable to sit and drive for extended periods. Consequently, Ma Xiaoxi took the wheel, beginning to sort through the current circumstances. First, during their time in the safety zone of Shuizhan, they had elevated the transport vehicle's protective and weapon systems to level 3 through the extermination of mutated wolves and aberrants. A 105mm cannon and an infinite ammunition synthesis system had been upgraded. Additionally, the fuel tank capacity had increased, with 2 auxiliary tanks allowing a range of 2,000 kilometers. Supplies of food and daily necessities were sufficiently replenished. Furthermore, the combat prowess of Iron Army was indeed formidable, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Yet he was somewhat elusive. The reasons for his assistance remained unclear. Surely it was not merely due to my good looks. Lastly, the black-clad officer was a cyborg. A first encounter in this world. Afterward, I conversed with Lin Shi, who mentioned that following the nuclear explosion crisis, laboratories had been researching cyborgs, initially to treat critical injuries, but later this technology found military applications, utilized by private bodyguards of corporations, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to access. Encountering such a formidable adversary prompted a deep sense of dread. Contemplating this, the image of a spider with 8 legs and a giant eye pattern materialized in my mind. The shadow of the Tong Zhou Hui looming over Ma Xiaoxi's heart once more. Did that district chief, the father of the abducted congressman, have any connections with the Tong Zhou Hui? The congressman, taken hostage by Knife Brother, was unlikely to have any chance of survival, and given their style, Knife Brother and his cohorts might very well attempt to extort the district chief. This could certainly stir up trouble. For now, I had eliminated all necessary threats, and there should be no immediate issues. However, the district chief, the blackguards, and the Tongzhou Hui remained perpetual threats that needed to be eradicated. Next, the delivery was to be 13 districts in Sai Town, where the mercenaries were consistently at odds with the authorities, providing an opportunity to gather information. At this moment, a white sedan appeared ahead, awkwardly parked on the road, its roof rack laden with various bags, resembling individuals fleeing on a long journey. Upon closer inspection, the car's windows had shattered, and the front door stood ajar. Ma Xiaoxi pressed the brakes and proceeded slowly. It soon became apparent that a middle-aged couple lay sprawled on the road, long deceased, while 4 ordinary aberrants feasted upon them. It seemed these individuals had been intercepted by the aberrants and, lacking the ability to accelerate past, had been halted and attacked. It was entirely reasonable for ordinary people to be unable to cope in such situations, especially since not everyone possessed the experience or equipped vehicles like Ma Xiaoxi and her companions. Fat Bear, upon witnessing the aberrants, was filled with rage, shouting, "Stop the car, stop! What are you doing?" Seizing the machine gun's control handle, he aimed and unleashed a barrage, instantly shredding the bodies of the 4 aberrants. At this point, with ammunition seemingly in endless supply, Fat Bear exhibited no restraint. Ma Xiaoxi disembarked, circling the sedan, retrieving a leather-bound notebook from the front seat. A cursory glance revealed a well-organized account of various matters, the handwriting meticulous and orderly, reminiscent of a diary. A map was nestled within the notebook. He tucked the notebook and map into his coat, intending to review them thoroughly when time allowed, hoping for potential discoveries or useful information. He also rummaged through a backpack, uncovering the couple's identification. The man was a surgeon named Teng Zhenji Luo, while the woman lacked any profession-related credentials. Truly a hapless couple. The surgeon may have saved many lives, but was unable to rescue himself and his wife when confronted by aberrants. From the sedan's roof rack, Ma Xiaoxi gathered some medical supplies and a first aid kit to bring back to the transport vehicle. The transport vehicle resumed its journey, racing down the road, leaving the white sedan and the couple's lifeless bodies far behind. After a brief period, several vehicles appeared ahead, moving at a sluggish pace, occupying both lanes of the desert highway. This was indeed a novel occurrence. Fat Bear remarked, "Can there really be traffic jams on the icy plains?" Ma Xiaoxi, steering with one hand, honked the horn a few times to urge them forward. Yet, the flow of traffic only slowed further, ultimately coming to a halt. Approximately 20 to 30 vehicles were obstructed ahead. Ma Xiaoxi said, "Zhuoshan, take over driving for me. I will get out to investigate." Chapter 63. Haunted Zhuoshan. Having honed her skills during their time in Shuizhan, was now capable of driving the transport vehicle steadily. The beast-like transport truck emphasized Zhuoshan's diminutive stature. Consequently, the driver of a nearby truck, observing her with keen interest, rolled down his window and whistled at her. Fat Bear, rising from his seat despite his aching rear, shouted, "Shut your mouth." The other driver, seeing Fat Bear's imposing figure, refrained from retorting and begrudgingly rolled up his window. Due to the road's lower elevation compared to the surrounding terrain, vehicles were unable to leave the highway and were thus trapped in place. Ma Xiaoxi could only maneuver between the vehicles, gripping his M1887 shotgun, vigilant of his surroundings. Impatient drivers began to honk their horns, expressing their frustration, while some bolder individuals, like Ma Xiaoxi, exited their vehicles to discern the situation up ahead. As dusk approached, with no settlements in sight and the surrounding wilderness rife with beasts and mutated creatures, stopping was perilous. Not to mention the chilling cold of the icy plains at night, which was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the drivers. The frigid temperatures of the ice-filled region can descend abruptly, leading some drivers to become stranded and perish from the cold due to inadequate planning. As Ma Xiaoxi walked, he noticed a group of people ahead on the road and instinctively turned back. He seized the arm of a fleeing individual and inquired, "What is happening up ahead?" The person replied tersely, "There are ghosts," before breaking free and hastening towards their vehicle. Ma Xiaoxi dismissed the notion of ghosts, pushing against the tide of fleeing individuals to investigate further. In the distance, he beheld a gruesome sight. A dozen corpses sprawled across the road, completely obstructing it. Many figures began to rise from the pile of bodies, their forms wrapped in tattered, bloodied cloth, and they appeared slightly taller than the average human. However, their faces were horrifyingly grotesque, dirt-ridden, with discolored skin, bulging red eyes, and elongated tongues. They were unmistakably not the semblance of the living, resembling those who had been hanged. Strangely, they stood and rigidly moved toward the vehicles. This eerie spectacle in the twilight of the ice field was profoundly unsettling, explaining the earlier exclamation of ghosts. Vehicles ahead began to reverse in panic, but many others remained oblivious to the chaos, trapped in place. As the grotesque figures approached the foremost vehicles, the drivers could no longer remain seated and began to leap from their cars in a frenzy. The scene erupted into chaos, with people scrambling in every direction. Even Ma Xiaoxi, a staunch materialist, felt a chill run down his spine. Nonetheless, having faced mutated creatures before, he possessed formidable mental fortitude. As one of the apparitions neared him, he thought, regardless of whether it was human or ghost, it was prudent to fire first. With that resolve, Ma Xiaoxi aimed at the nearest ghastly face and pulled the trigger. The next moment, the grotesque head was blown off and tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. To his astonishment, a wooden stick emerged from the body's neck. Initially taken aback, Ma Xiaoxi continued to fire, and with each shot, he struck down several more heads, each revealing the same wooden stick beneath. Two bodies collapsed, revealing shorter figures that emitted human screams. It was evident that these were mere humans masquerading as the undead, attempting to instill fear. Enraged, Ma Xiaoxi stepped forward and tore away the tattered cloth from the nearest body. He then pressed the barrel of his gun against the individual's head, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You wretched imposter." However, his tirade was abruptly halted as he realized that standing before him was a young girl, perhaps 15 or 16, with disheveled hair and a filthy face. She gazed at him with wide, terrified eyes, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. Judging by their stature, the others masquerading as ghosts were likely children as well. Had they been adults, Ma Xiaoxi would have undoubtedly shot without hesitation. As their antics were likely intended for robbery, to quell their audacity, a decisive act was necessary to instill fear. Yet, confronted with a young girl, he found himself unable to strike. Just as he hesitated, groups of raggedly dressed refugees sprang up from the barren sides of the road, akin to a pack of hyenas. They swarmed onto the unattended trucks, seizing the food supplies and tossing them to the ground, where others eagerly gathered the fallen items and fled. The fleeing drivers soon realized they had been duped by these refugees and rushed back to their vehicles, some armed with crowbars, others with firearms, engaging in chaotic skirmishes. Casualties mounted on both sides, yet the drivers, being more seasoned, inflicted greater losses upon the refugees. Nevertheless, The looters swiftly scattered after securing their spoils, aided by accomplices who emerged from beneath coverings, riding motorcycles and quickly vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Frustrated, the robbed drivers seethed with anger. A tall, red-faced man brandished a shotgun, aiming at one of the children masquerading as a corpse, and fired, causing two to collapse, blood gushing from their tattered cloth. He then turned his weapon towards a young girl in Ma Xiaoxi's grasp, preparing to shoot. Ma Xiaoxi pushed the barrel of the shotgun upwards with his own, causing the shot to misfire. The girl, paralyzed with fear, had forgotten to scream or cry. "What are you doing? They are bandits. I must eliminate her." The red-faced man bellowed. "They may be bandits, but she is still a child. Do you not have children at home?" Ma Xiaoxi retorted. "But what about our stolen goods? We cannot spare her. We must reclaim what is ours. Step aside." The agitated drivers encircled Ma Xiaoxi and the girl. Seeing the numbers on his side, the red-faced man gained confidence. "Are you protecting her for her body? I assure you, she is not yours to claim. She must compensate those of us who were robbed. I will count to 3, and you better move." With that, he aimed his shotgun at Ma Xiaoxi's chest. 1, 2. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted 3. Just as the red-faced man turned in confusion, a large wrench struck his head, leaving him staggered and clutching his skull in pain, dropping his weapon. Chapter 64. I believe you are a ghost. Pang Xiong had descended from the transport vehicle upon hearing the gunfire. He maneuvered forward and, seeing someone aiming a gun at Ma Xiaoxi, he struck the red-faced man with the wrench. Addressing the stunned drivers, Pang Xiong barked, "Clear the way." Yet the drivers, having been robbed, were unwilling to yield, blocking the path resolutely. Ma Xiaoxi interjected, "Blocking here is futile. We must clear the road and deliver the remaining cargo while we still can. It is already dark, and who can guarantee that the refugees will not return for another raid?" His words began to sway the drivers, as this indeed was the correct course of action. Prolonging the situation risked not only further theft, but also the dangers of the night as low temperatures and wild beasts. Noticing the shift in sentiment, Ma Xiaoxi added, "I'm also a driver from the rear. Like you, I wish to continue our journey swiftly. Let us work together to remove the bodies from the road and expedite our departure." With Ma Xiaoxi leading the charge, the drivers began to cooperate, some organizing their cargo, while others assisted in moving the bodies. The red-faced man, nursing his head wound, glared at Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong. But seeing their firearms and Pang Xiong's imposing stature, he reluctantly returned to his vehicle to wait. When Ma Xiaoxi and the remaining drivers approached the pile of corpses, he realized that, apart from the dead children masquerading as ghosts, the rest of the bodies were headless. The heads used for masquerading as ghosts must have been severed from these corpses, and they likely met their demise through hanging, resulting in those horrifying visages reminiscent of the deceased who died by strangulation. Ma Xiaoxi's gaze was devoid of warmth as she forcefully propelled the little girl forward, simultaneously bellowing, "Behold the deeds you have wrought. Immediately assist me in dragging these bodies to the roadside for disposal." Her voice was thunderous, seemingly capable of piercing the eardrums of all present. The little girl trembled violently, her complexion swiftly turning as pale as parchment, her lips quivering uncontrollably. She cautiously approached the corpse, her hands shaking slightly as she exerted all her strength to drag it. Meanwhile, other drivers began to gather, joining the grim task of moving the bodies. Once the road was cleared, Ma Xiaoxi surveyed the large expanse of bloodstains dragged across the pavement and the several corpses piled into a small mound by the roadside, which would likely be devoured by prowling beasts come nightfall. She could not help but lament how the apocalypse had transformed humanity into beasts in their desperate struggle for survival. These refugees had become marauders, unhesitatingly committing such cruel acts. Ma Xiaoxi addressed everyone, declaring, "Let this serve as a lesson. Do not stop easily in the future. If you encounter any supernatural antics, simply run them over." Everyone returned to their vehicles, hastening their journey. The little girl pleaded, "Please do not leave. There are indeed ghosts ahead." The drivers, their tempers just having settled, glared at her with fury, deeming these refugees thoroughly wicked, intent on robbing them once more. Ma Xiaoxi struck the girl across the face, exclaiming, "You are the greatest ghost of all." Although Ma Xiaoxi perceived the girl as malevolent, it seemed inappropriate to abandon her to the freezing night or the jaws of wolves, leading her to reluctantly escort the child back into the transport vehicle, intending to let her off at a populated area ahead. The road eventually resumed its flow, and the backlog of vehicles began to move again. Ma Xiaoxi continued driving, positioning herself in the midst of the convoy. This time, the vehicles maintained a closer proximity, resembling a tightly knit caravan, their headlights piercing the shroud of night. The appropriate distance between vehicles provided a modicum of safety. Pang Xiong embellished the earlier events while recounting them to Zhuoshan. Being a woman, Zhuoshan felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl, who was forced to accompany the refugees in their nefarious endeavors. Zhuoshan took the girl to the restroom to wash her hands and face. This little girl is truly a natural beauty. Her delicate brows arched like crescent moons, her eyes bright and clear, captivating all who beheld her, and her skin was as pale as snow. Particularly striking were her large, glistening eyes, which seemed almost to speak. However, a vivid imprint of a hand lingered on her cheek, a remnant of Ma Xiaoxi's slap. Zhuoshan offered her a piece of bread, to which the little girl gratefully responded. Upon returning to the driver's cabin, Pang Xiong, disregarding the discomfort in his rear, straightened his posture to engage the girl in conversation. Little sister, I know you must have been compelled to join that group to steal. What is your name? Is your home nearby? You do not appear to be from the Icefield region. The girl replied, My name is Inya. I lived in the southern Lai, an oasis during my childhood. But when the oasis fell, I became separated from my family and fled to the Icefield region, where I was captured by those refugees. In truth, I was once a princess. Pang Xiong could not contain his laughter, causing discomfort in his backside. To be honest, I have encountered numerous princesses in the West Sea. Every princess he had met possessed a poignant tale that stirred his youthful heart, often leading him to generously part with his wealth. However, after hearing two similar stories, he had come to a realization. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to share this with others, fearing ridicule. From that point on, regardless of how captivating the stories became, he treated them as mere free novels, withholding any financial support from the heroines. Throughout the years, he had heard many versions, yet none claimed to be a princess. The little girl inquired, Do you know their brothers, the princes? If they succeed in inheriting the throne, their power would be immense. Pang Xiong's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he replied, The brothers of the princesses I know wield considerable power, but they are not princes. They are CEOs, like Wang Zong and Li Zong. The little girl expressed her confusion, but was nonetheless astonished. Ma Xiaoxi shot Pang Xiong a disapproving glance, and then turned to the girl through the rearview mirror. Little girl, I am keeping you with us today because you are still a child. Honesty is paramount for children. Henceforth, do not deceive us. In a little over half an hour, we will reach a small town, and then you will disembark and be on your own. But it is truly unsafe ahead. Enough. Ma Xiaoxi's tone turned severe. We have plenty of machine guns and artillery on board. If your companions dare to play tricks again, they shall meet with bullets. The little girl touched the swelling bruise on her cheek and fell silent, inching closer to Zhuoshan. Chapter 65. Thick fog, and you dared not utter a word. Pang Xiong had initially intended to strike up a conversation with her, hoping to hear her fantastical princess story, but now found it rather dull. This little girl seemed to have some mental issues, still attempting to deceive everyone even at this stage. Consequently, Pang Xiong reclined back in his seat, tried to alleviate the pain in his rear. The driver's cabin fell into silence, the only sound being the noise of tires against the road. 20 minutes passed swiftly. Do you sense something amiss? Ma Xiaoxi suddenly asked Pang Xiong. Startled, Pang Xiong sat up, suppressing his discomfort as he scanned the surroundings. After examining for some time, he detected nothing unusual. What is wrong? Everything appears normal. Ma Xiaoxi contended. Since we began driving, it has been half an hour. Why has that small town not appeared yet? Pang Xiong checked the satellite navigation, exclaiming, Signal lost. He too felt a twinge of anxiety, swallowing hard. But the vehicles ahead are still moving. There should be no problem. Ma Xiaoxi stating. Precisely because the vehicles in front have maintained their speed and direction without deviation. That is the issue. This revelation startled Zhuoshan and Pang Xiong, who, upon closer analysis, recognized its validity. The road's twists and turns would naturally alter vehicle speed. Such a constant state was implausible. Without further hesitation, Ma Xiaoxi signaled, honked, switched lanes, and accelerated to overtake the convoy. She intended to ascertain the situation ahead. However, at that moment, as their view expanded, the occupants of the vehicle were left speechless. The entire convoy had become ensnared in a thick fog that enveloped them like a heavy curtain, as if they had descended into a chaotic, uncharted realm of mist. The fog shrouded everything, rendering distant roads and landscapes indistinct, only faintly visible. At this juncture, visibility extended no more than a mere 100 meters. This unexpected circumstance caught everyone off guard, filling their hearts with unease and dread. Previously, due to the close proximity of the vehicles, the lights illuminated only the car ahead, leaving them oblivious to when the fog had first descended. Now, they could see only 3 or 4 vehicles before and behind their transport, with nothing visible beyond that point. Amidst the dense, enigmatic fog, a faint glimmer of red light from the tail lamps of a procession of vehicles flickered like distant stars in the darkness. Both elusive and strikingly conspicuous. The young girl Anya exclaimed in terror, "They are coming!" Ma Xiaoxi retorted sharply, "Be quiet." At that moment, Pang Xiong gasped in disbelief. What the heck? The driver in the adjacent vehicle is asleep? The group turned to look outside, and to their astonishment, the driver of the nearby truck had his eyes closed, his head tilted against the headrest, with his hands limply resting on the steering wheel. It was clear he was asleep, yet bizarrely, the vehicle continued to move steadily. This is truly a case of autonomous driving. Ma Xiaoxi chose not to linger beside that vehicle, wary of disturbing the driver. Should the current stability be disrupted, the consequences were unpredictable. With a firm press on the accelerator, the transport truck surged forward as Ma Xiaoxi sought to glimpse other vehicles ahead. Indeed, the drivers of the 3 vehicles in front were similarly incapacitated. Damn it, it's a collective affliction. There is no doubt the drivers of the trailing vehicles are also in the same predicament. The situation grew even more unsettling when, after surpassing the 3rd vehicle, Ma Xiaoxi discovered there were no other vehicles ahead. Just before their departure, they had been in the midst of a convoy. There should have been at least 20 vehicles ahead. What on earth was happening? When had they vanished? Ma Xiaoxi cresceron accelerating in pesoit. It still saw no sign of other vehicles. Activating his enhanced vision, he could see through objects within a 300-meter radius, scanning the foggy surroundings, but found only emptiness. Where had all the other vehicles gone? Zhuang Shan, her face etched with fear, said, "The tail lights ahead." She had only spoken half her thought. But Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong immediately grasped her implication. Despite their attempts to close the distance, the transport truck maintained an unyielding gap from the string of tail lights. What did this indicate? Those tail lights were illusory, merely luring the convoy forward. As for what lay ahead, Ma Xiaoxi and the others could no longer afford to analyze. The immediate priority was to cease following that apparition. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi gradually applied the brakes, instructing Pang Xiong to aim and fire 2 shots at it. Boom! Boom! The resounding blasts echoed across the wilderness. Yet, the string of red tail lights remained undisturbed, seemingly impervious to their physical assault. The driver of the foremost vehicle, closest to the source, jolted awake. Confused by his position at the front of the convoy and the thickening fog, he turned to see the transport truck's cannon emitting wisps of smoke. Hastily, he rolled down his window and shouted, "What is going on?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "There's trouble. You all were asleep. I'll wake the drivers behind you. Prepare to slow down and stop my signal." Subsequently, Ma Xiaoxi decelerated and utilized gunfire to rouse the drivers who had remained undisturbed by the cannon's roar. The convoy gradually pulled over to the roadside, all activating their hazard lights. Including Ma Xiaoxi's transport truck, there were 8 large vehicles in total. Ma Xiaoxi gathered all the drivers, briefly recounting the events and his analysis. "We have undoubtedly encountered something sinister. How could you have fallen asleep? What about those tail lights? They have now ceased. This phenomenon is inexplicable. Our best course of action is to remain here, return to your vehicles to contact the outside world, or connect to satellite signals to ascertain our current location. If nothing unexpected occurs tonight, we should be able to safely exit by dawn. In any case, today's events are profoundly eerie, and everyone must remain vigilant." The drivers, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. Some among them had faced the mutated wolves and aberrants in the water town, but this unknown peril was truly what instilled despair and dread. They returned to their vehicles, fiddling with satellite phones and navigation systems. Ma Xiaoxi also returned to the transport truck, grasping Anya's arm and fixing his gaze on her eyes. "Do you know something? What did you mean by ghosts and they are coming?" Previously, due to the girl's age, her strange remarks had been dismissed. However, it was evident now that she had likely experienced such bizarre occurrences before. Chapter 66. Anya's Memories under Ma Xiaoxi's Inquiry. Anya recounted her experiences in this place. She had arrived with a group of refugees from a small village in the south, and it had been half a month since then. They intended to follow the road to find an oasis where they could survive, robbing for supplies until they reached it. Their journey had gone smoothly until they encountered Ma Xiaoxi and his group, as they had been heading westward along the road. However, a few days prior, they arrived in this area and discovered that thick fog would envelop the surroundings during the latter half of the night. This fog would cause some individuals to vanish inexplicably or drive others to madness. Ma Xiaoxi listened intently and asked, "What do you mean by madness?" Anya's face contorted with pain as she replied, "One night, I woke up from a desperate need to urinate and secretly witnessed some formerly kind individuals go mad, brutally killing others, either by hacking them to death or strangling them. I was terrified, fearing that one day it would be my turn, and they would strangle me to death or sever my head as a trophy for their robberies." Pang Xiong, while adjusting the satellite positioning, remarked, "So those heads you used for your trophies were from your own people. That is truly barbaric." Anya nodded. Yes, at first, it was the elderly who were strangled, then the injured. Occasionally, they would encounter other refugees, yet they executed their grisly deeds with such tacit understanding each night, resulting in a few fresh heads and corpses appearing in the camp each morning. Pang Xiong exclaimed, "Good grief, that is downright hellish." Ma Xiaoxi silenced Pang Xiong's jesting and continued to question Anya. "You mentioned that those individuals went mad after the black fog appeared. What about during the day? Do they return to normal?" "Indeed, during the day, they reverted to their amicable selves. The black fog is what drives them mad." Anya also wore a puzzled expression. The four exchanged glances. If they acted normally during the day and only became deranged when the black fog descended, it suggested that the fog was indeed the catalyst for their madness. However, there was another possibility. The girl might not comprehend the complexities and horrors of human nature. Those individuals may not have gone mad at all. Their kind faces concealed a cruel side, making the killing of companions a rational act for survival. Ma Xiaoxi considered that Anya's words might not be intrinsically linked to the black fog itself. He inquired, "Before our departure, did you refer to the dangers ahead as ghosts?" Implying the situation? Anya shook her head. "No, those ghosts leave behind nothing but skeletal remains. No one can discern their true form. Their only evidence of existence is the bones left behind each night. Have you witnessed this with your own eyes?" Anya nodded, affirming, "Yes, not only did I see it, but others did as well." The deceased wore their clothing intact over their skeletal frames. As she spoke, Anya exhibited a look of panic, which was somewhat absurd. Ma Xiaoxi proceeded to pose several other questions to Anya, but gleaned little valuable information. It appeared the young girl was only aware of these particulars. From the information acquired from Anya, it became evident that the monsters here were intangible, capable of devouring individuals down to their bones through clothing. The black mist might also drive one to madness, though this remained uncertain. These 2 points alone did not provide any clarity. For instance, what exactly had the convoy experienced earlier? How could they ascertain their current location? Observing the increasingly dense black mist surrounding them, everyone displayed signs of agitation. At that moment, Pang Xiong thumped his thigh and declared, "First and foremost, we must clarify that there are no ghosts in this world, merely phenomena that defy immediate explanation." It was time to focus on the present issue itself. They should retrace the entire process from their departure to the present. Perhaps useful insights could be uncovered. Remarkably, when Pang Xiong engaged his mind, his thoughts flowed rather clearly. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi, Pang Xiong, and Zhuoshan began to meticulously recount the events that had transpired. After driving away the refugees, they, along with the other drivers, cleared the roadway, piling the bodies at the roadside. Subsequently, for safety, they formed a convoy and resumed their journey, positioning their transport vehicle in the middle of the line, with approximately 20 vehicles ahead and around 15 or 16 behind. After traveling for over half an hour, Ma Xiaoxi sensed something amiss and decided to change lanes to overtake. It was then that she discovered the thickening fog. The drivers of the other vehicles were asleep, yet the vehicles continued to operate normally. Soon after, they realized that only 8 vehicles remained in the convoy. Moreover, they noticed a persistent illusion of taillights ahead. Ultimately, they roused the other drivers, leading them to pull over at the roadside. Several anomalies in the entire process warranted attention. First, the onset of the fog must have occurred after their departure, although the exact timing was indeterminate. Alternatively, it was possible that the fog had already been present in the area, and the convoy had unwittingly driven into it after some time. Second, the fact that the drivers remained capable of operating their vehicles while unconscious suggested that, despite losing awareness, their bodies continued to function, indicating they might have been influenced by some external force. Third, in this area, satellite signals had failed, rendering them unable to determine their location or communicate with the outside world, likely due to the fog's obfuscating effect. Fourth, the string of red taillights in the fog evidently served to guide the convoy forward. But to what destination were they being led? Ma Xiaoxi rubbed her temples, still lacking a definitive conclusion. There remained far too many unresolved questions, and they needed to acquire more information. Pang Xiong tossed aside the malfunctioning satellite locator, seized a walkie-talkie, and affixed it to his chest, stating, "I will summon the other drivers. Let us see if there's been any progress with them." Ma Xiaoxi agreed, "Indeed. Let everyone share information. Perhaps we can find a clue within." Just as Pang Xiong prepared to exit the vehicle, Shuishan called out to him, handing him a gas mask that had been confiscated from the Heiwei DUI's vehicle. Where the outside is shrouded in black mist, so it is wise to be cautious. Shuishan had considered this thoroughly. Regardless of whether the mist could induce madness, taking precautions could never be a disadvantage. Thus, Pang Xiong donned the mask, which stretched awkwardly over his large face, adding a touch of humor to the tense and eerie atmosphere. He staggered out of the vehicle and began to knock forcefully on the door of the front truck. "Open up." Yet, the driver inside remained slumped against the seat. Pang Xiong muttered, "How can he be asleep again? Even the team's donkey wouldn't dare rest like this." Chapter 67. The state of death. Ma Xiaoxi immediately sensed something was amiss. Pang Xiong's knocks were robust enough to rouse anyone inside under normal circumstances. "Shuishan, give me a gas mask too. Hurry." Once she donned her gas mask and grasped an M1887 shotgun, she swiftly descended from the transport vehicle and hurried toward the front truck. Approaching the vehicle, she noticed Pang Xiong still banging on the cargo truck's door with great force, creating quite a commotion. However, this commotion seemed to have no effect on the driver inside. Ma Xiaoxi stepped onto the running board and peered through the window, observing that the driver was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his sun-darkened skin indicating he was accustomed to long hours on the road. He was currently reclined in his seat, blissfully unaware of the external noise, in a deep slumber akin to that of an infant. It appeared he had fallen victim to the mist's hypnotic effects. The other drivers must have succumbed to sleep while driving, though they had been awakened by the sound of gunfire earlier. Now, this driver's condition seemed even more dire. Given their proximity and the duration of their knocking, he remained unresponsive. If they delayed any longer, it was likely he would perish. With determination, Ma Xiaoxi struck the truck's window with the butt of her shotgun, shattering the glass. She reached in to open the door. Quickly, she felt for the driver's carotid artery. There was still a pulse. "Wake up. Stop sleeping." Ma Xiaoxi delivered 2 sharp slaps to the driver's face, finally eliciting a response. Pang Xiong also climbed into the truck, twisted open a cup resting in the cup holder, and splashed water onto the driver's face. Then, remembering to check the water temperature, he found it was lukewarm. The bearded driver jolted awake, his body convulsing as he opened his eyes. What's going on? When he saw Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong, both wearing gas masks and standing close to him, he was startled, instinctively attempting to escape. Ma Xiaoxi removed her mask to reveal her face, reassuring him not to panic, then replaced it. However, the bearded driver was evidently disoriented, addressing Ma Xiaoxi, "Dad, what are you doing in my truck? Who's this fat guy?" "No. Am I that old? You look much older with that beard." But given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for lengthy explanations. Pang Xiong could not contain his laughter, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. "When did Ma Xiaoxi have such a big son?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired. "What is your name?" "Dad, are you losing your mind? I'm Lao San. How could you not recognize me?" Ma Xiaoxi had no time to explain. She swiftly grabbed the half-filled cup from Pang Xiong's hands and poured its contents onto a nearby towel, which could serve to filter the air. "Lao San, cover your mouth and nose with this." She handed the damp towel to the driver, named Lao San, urging, "The air is toxic. If you sleep again, you will die. Quickly get out of the truck and help us wake the others." The 3 of them split up, shattering the glass of other vehicles in an attempt to rouse the remaining drivers. They managed to awaken 2 more individuals. However, Their conditions were far worse than Lao San's. They had succumbed to a state of delirium, babbling incoherently. One of them clung tightly to Pang Xiong, calling out for his wife, while the other pointed a finger at Lao San's nose, vehemently berating him, accusing him of being an unprincipled male mistress who had put a green hat on him. Until Pang Xiong provided each of them with a large bag, they finally quieted down. Nearby, several vehicles stood with their doors ajar, the occupants devoid of breath and heartbeat. One vehicle's window appeared to be made of bulletproof glass, impervious to any attempts to shatter it. Consequently, Pang Xiong procured a crowbar, intending to pry open the door. At that moment, a chilling and frantic scream pierced the air. Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong turned towards the source of the sound, realizing it emanated from the driver, Lao San, who had been the first to be awakened. His voice was saturated with extreme fear and astonishment. They hurried over to assess the situation, and what they encountered was utterly staggering. In the driver's seat of the vehicle sat a headless corpse, its head having rolled onto the adjacent seat. The severed head was pallid, its eyes squinted shut, and a semblance of a satisfied smile lingered on its visage. More horrifying was the realization that the driver's body had withered to a mere skeleton, propped up within the remnants of his former clothing. Upon inspecting the floor of the driver's compartment, a large pool of thick, foul-smelling liquid lay sprawled, exuding a nauseating stench. This viscous substance slowly oozed, tracing sinister patterns across the floor. The entire scene was both sanguinary and macabre, sending shivers down their spines. This seemed to be the bizarre phenomenon Anya had described, one that could leave a person as nothing more than a skeleton, as the clothing still clung to the remains. Lao San had just opened the vehicle's door, intending to shake the driver awake. However, upon applying force, the driver's head had simply fallen away, revealing the hellish tableau. Lao San was so startled that he stammered, "This is him. How did he die? We must leave." Ma Xiaoxi urged Lao San and Pang Xiong to retreat. He instructed Pang Xiong to escort Lao San and the other two recently awakened drivers back to the transport vehicle. He then approached the cargo truck that had previously been sealed with bulletproof glass, raised a shotgun, and aimed at the door lock, pulling the trigger. With a bang, sparks flew as the lock shattered. Upon opening the door, the driver inside astonishingly opened his eyes. However, they were bloodshot, oozing a crimson pus, and he brandished a knife. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoxi, his expression turned sinister. "Good brother, turn around obediently." "Ha ha ha, I'm feeling quite irate." He lunged forward, knife in hand. Perceiving the man's unstable mental state, Ma Xiaoxi decisively pulled the trigger. With a bang, the driver's body lurched backward, his head exploding, brain matter and blood splattering against the adjacent window. It was best to rid the world of such scum swiftly. Ma Xiaoxi hurried back to the transport vehicle. Glancing back at the cargo trucks with their doors ajar, resigned to the fact that they had managed to rescue 3 individuals. From them, they might glean insights into their experiences and the circumstances that led to their slumber, perhaps even uncovering the mystery of the other vehicle's disappearances. In any case, the events of this night were exceedingly eerie. Just as he was about to board, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. The string of red taillights in the dense fog had vanished. Chapter 68. The notebook. Ma Xiao, she recounted the disappearance of the red taillights to Zhui Shan and Pang Xiong. "Dad, what red taillights?" Lao San yin guit, stroking his stubbled chin, his face a mask of confusion. Zhui Shan, equally perplexed, glanced between Lao San and Ma Xiaoxi, uncertain of their connection. "Didn't you see the string of red taillights ahead of the convoy?" Pang Xiong retorted. "No, I didn't." Lao San replied earnestly. "Ma Xiao undicesimo urgid. Please recount your experiences since we cleared the corpses from the road and set off again." Lao San pondered for a moment. "I remember my vehicle was positioned towards the middle to rear of the line. As we drove, I noticed we had entered a narrow path in the village. My task was to transport winter provisions for the village, and just as we neared our destination, I wondered why the vehicles ahead were on the same route. Then, you all awakened me, and upon stopping at the roadside, I realized I had merely dreamt. This place was not the village but the highway." Pang Xiong interjected. "Do you recall us holding a meeting after stopping?" Lao San replied, "I think there was something of the sort. Someone asked me to check the satellite positioning in my vehicle to ascertain our current location. And then I couldn't connect to the satellite. I felt immense panic. fearing I wouldn't escape the fog and that the winter provisions in my vehicle wouldn't make it back, leading to starvation for many this winter. Then my father appeared, comforting me, saying it would be all right, that there was nothing to fear. Sleep now, he said. When the sun rises, we will find the way. You must believe in yourself. The dawn will come. Ma Xiaoxi led Lao San to the restroom in the cargo area, instructing him to wash his face. They leaned close to the mirror together. Now, tell me, do I still resemble your father? Lao San's eyes widened in astonishment. You were the driver who woke me and convened us. He finally regained clarity. So I dream again? Ma Xiaoxi replied. Indeed, the surrounding fog has hypnotic effects. But the question remains, why did you envision your father? Do you miss him that much? Lao San's gaze flickered, yet he spoke from the heart. In truth, my father was never kind to me. He was perpetually drunk, and my childhood was fraught with his abuse. He never comforted me, not even once. Ma Xiaoxi remarked. That is precisely it. The fog reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. You yearn for your father's reassurance, which is why he appeared in your vision. Following this, Ma Xiaoxi and the others pressed the other two deranged drivers for information. However, despite Pang Xiong's threats and coercion, they remained incoherent, evidently too far gone to offer any useful information. Lao San, observing their condition, felt a wave of dread. Had Ma Xiaoxi and the others not awakened him in time, he likely would have ended up like these two drivers, mentally unhinged and rendered useless. To prevent any unforeseen events, Ma Xiaoxi instructed Pang Xiong to bind the two drivers with rope and urged everyone to remain vigilant. Then, he gathered everyone to organize the current information. It was now certain that the fog possessed hypnotic properties, leading to hallucinations. Several drivers had succumbed to this hypnotism, with those subjected to it a second time in a far worse state. As for the individuals in the transport vehicle, their immunity to the fog's influence might be attributed to the vehicle's sealed doors and windows, which limited the entry of toxins. Of course, Ma Xiaoxi was aware that the transport vehicle had an upgraded system, likely equipped with protective features. Additionally, both he and Pang Xiong had donned gas masks when exiting, thus experiencing minimal effects from the fog. Based on the physical manifestations of the deceased driver, it could be concluded that the fog contained some corrosive substance capable of deteriorating the human body, but it required inducing sleep through hypnosis to take effect. However, it posed no corrosive threat to the awake. The underlying reasons for this were still unknown. Certainly, there is a detail regarding the red tail lights. Initially, the individuals in Ma Xiaoxi's transport vehicle could see them, yet Lao San claimed he had never witnessed them. Moreover, at present, Ma Xiaoxi and his companions can no longer perceive that string of red tail lights. Two interpretations arise. First, the red tail lights indeed existed at one point, but Lao San, having been hypnotized, is incapable of seeing them. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, that string of tail lights vanished. Second, the red tail lights may never have existed. Rather, they were a collective figment of imagination conjured by Ma Xiaoxi and the others, fading from their minds as they gradually analyzed their circumstances following the rescue of the driver. Both scenarios are plausible. Lao San stated that the immediate priority is to escape the dense fog and return to a normal road. Should they retrace their steps? Pang Xiong remarked that they are currently enveloped in fog, and perhaps advancing forward will expedite their exit from it. Silence enveloped the group. Ma Xiaoxi glanced at the time, noting it was just past 4 a.m., and advised that without understanding the mechanism of the fog, they should refrain from making erratic movements. Straying in the wrong direction could lead to further peril. According to Inya, this fog does not manifest during daylight. They should wait until morning when it might dissipate naturally, providing significantly better visibility than at night. For now, the priority is to remain vigilant and avoid succumbing to sleep. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoxi recalled something and hastily retrieved a leather-bound notebook from his pocket. It was a journal left by Dr. Teng Zhun, discovered in the white sedan that had been attacked by the aberrants, containing a map tucked within its pages. In this moment of mental impasse, introducing more information might be the key to breaking through. He hoped that Dr. Teng Zhun was a local and that his notes would contain valuable insights regarding the fog. Ma Xiaoxi swiftly opened the notebook, first flipping to the map it contained. The parchment map depicted the names of villages along the highway, with some triangular markers circled in black ink and numbered. As a medical professional, Dr. Teng Zhun's records were lucid and well organized. Prominently inscribed in an empty space nearby were the words hallucinogenic spores, which immediately captured Ma Xiaoxi's attention. He quickly turned his gaze to the text within the notebook. The most recent entry, dated October 28th, revealed the following. This is the third day we have been lost in the fog. I am aware that I exist within a mirage, and the medication to suppress the spores within me has been exhausted. I fear that we may never escape this fog. However, dying alongside Mr. Tian Village in this fog is a comfort, even if our feelings cannot be accepted by the mundane world. This raised a question. Who in their right mind keeps a diary? What sort of person was Dr. Tang Jun? It was disheartening to encounter such abrupt interruptions in crucial moments of his writing. Were he not already deceased, one might consider sending him a blade. Ma Xiaoxi was certain that the individual who perished beside Dr. Tang Jun was not Mr. Tian Village, as the identification found in the backpack indicated it was a woman, Dr. Tang Jun's wife. This only implies that during their 3 days lost in the fog, Dr. Tang Jun had succumbed to its hypnotic influence, and due to his deep-seated affection for Mr. Tian Village, he had envisioned his wife as him. Ma Xiaoxi reflected on the clarity of a scholar's mind, even in the throes of hallucination, maintaining such a coherent diary. Wait, the diary mentioned medication to suppress spore proliferation, and the map contained references to hallucinogenic spores. This must indicate that the fog is composed of spores. Ma Xiaoxi flipped forward and discovered an entry from 5 days prior, detailing his departure with his wife. A few days ago, Mr. Tian Village cautioned me that the range of those spores was expanding, expressing concern for our safety. He advised me to take my wife to the hospital in Baishe Town to find him and sent me medication to suppress the spore's growth. I decided to set out with my wife today. It appears that Dr. Tang Jun's close friend is a medical practitioner in the town and that he is capable of monitoring the spore range. The Baishe Town hospital possesses medication to suppress the spores. Ma Xiaoxi skimmed through the remaining content of the notebook, attempting to overlook the emotional turmoil of Dr. Tang Jun. The earlier sections contained numerous daily work notes, rife with medical jargon that he found incomprehensible. Yet, he uncovered several points regarding spores. Firstly, spores are parasitic cells capable of reproducing within the human brain, inducing hallucinations and accelerating the disintegration of bodily cells, ultimately resulting in the body transforming into a viscous fluid. The spores remain within the human brain. Secondly, a significant accumulation of spores gives rise to fog. In the densest areas of the fog, one can discover numerous parasitized brains. They're the source of spore production, continuously releasing spores outward. Thirdly, once spores detach from the parasitized brain, they struggle to survive, typically not exceeding 2 hours. Thus, everything falls into place. Ma Xiaoxi relayed the information gleaned from the notebook to the group. If the fog outside is merely a mass of spores, then the red tail lights never existed. They were a collective hallucination, merely symptoms of their mild affliction. They have all been invaded by these spores. And the next step is to locate Dr. Tian Village in the town. He possesses the medication to suppress spore proliferation. With that, Ma Xiaoxi pointed to a town's location on the map. Pang Xiong exclaimed, "Goodness, we can't afford to sleep until we find the medication." Suddenly, Anya cried out, her eyes wide with horror as she gazed at the 2 drivers bound on the ground. At that moment, their eyes were tightly shut, without needing to approach. It was evident they had already lost their lives. Their bodies seemed to have been drained of all vitality in an instant, collapsing like deflated balloons. The ropes that had once bound them now hung limply. Simultaneously, a foul liquid began to seep from beneath them, soaking a small patch of the floor. The dampness was akin to a grim mark left by the hand of death, sending chills down one's spine. Pang Xiong remarked, "This is utterly revolting. We must dispose of them immediately." These 2 drivers had unwittingly conveyed a dire warning to everyone present, that succumbing to sleep after being parasitized by the spores would carry grave consequences. All present were filled with dread. Though they had nearly endured an entire night awake, the weariness that had previously threatened to overtake them vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of alertness. Zhuoshan asserted, "A person cannot remain awake indefinitely. Now that we have spores within us, we must swiftly find that hospital in Baishe Town." Pang Xiong added, "But we cannot use satellite positioning. How do we ascertain our location? Which direction is that queer Dr. S Baishe Town?" This indeed posed a significant challenge. Enveloped in fog, they had no idea how far they had traversed, nor whether the current path was the same as the one they had just taken. As Ma Xiaoxi lowered his gaze to scrutinize the map in his hands. A spark of realization illuminated his expression. "Observe this map," he exclaimed. "The triangular symbols marked by Dr. Tengzhen indicate the area where the hallucinogenic spores are generated. However, the density of these triangles varies. Based on the duration of our journey thus far, it is highly probable that we are situated within a region of dense triangles." He pointed to a section of the map encircled by triangles. At that moment, Lao San clapped his thigh, excitement radiating from him. It truly could be here. Not long ago, a battle occurred in this area, where mercenaries clashed with the military, leaving behind a multitude of corpses. It stands to reason that this could serve as a breeding ground for those spores. Pang Xiong interjected in that case. "We should retrace our steps to reach by Shenzhen. Prepare to set off," declared Ma Xiaoxi, igniting a sense of hope among the group. Just then, Lao San remarked, Wait, I need to get out. I must drive my truck." Pang Xiong retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Do you really intend to drive that battered vehicle of yours? The windows are shattered. Our vehicle is the most secure. Staying here would assure your safety." Lao San insisted. "The cargo of grain in my truck is the village's hope for survival through winter. It is not merely grain. It represents lives, and I must deliver it." Despite his imposing physique and rugged appearance, Lao San took his responsibilities with utmost seriousness, disregarding his own safety in his determination to drive the supply truck. Perhaps it was this earnestness that moved Ma Xiaoxi, who tossed a gas mask to Lao San, instructing him, "Wear this and follow my vehicle. Do not fall asleep." Understood. The two vehicles set off, one behind the other, swiftly turning back towards the direction they had come from. Chapter 70. Artillery fire. After 10 minutes of travel in reverse, through the thick fog, headlights emerged from the opposite direction. Ma Xiaoxi slowed down as they drew nearer. He observed a dozen vehicles neatly parked along the roadside, all with their headlights on. Are these not the vehicles from the rear of the convoy? The drivers inside were eerily still, slumped against their seats, their bodies emaciated, arms limply draped over the steering wheels. Their postures were identical, exuding an unsettling aura. Coupled with the fog and the illumination from the headlights, the scene was haunting. Had Ma Xiaoxi and his companions not previously perused Dr. Tengzhen's notes, they would undoubtedly have been terrified by the sight. From the scene, it was evident that the driver's brains had succumbed to becoming breeding grounds for the hallucinogenic spores. To prevent these drivers' brains from becoming sources of spore dissemination, we should eliminate this area, Ma Xiaoxi proposed. Understanding his intent, Pang Xiong swiftly took control of the turret and aimed the cannon at the parked vehicles. Boom! 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 The thunderous blast shook the earth, igniting the fuel tanks of the vehicles and triggering secondary explosions, sending massive fireballs and plumes of smoke into the sky. In an instant, the dozen vehicles were reduced to mere skeletons, their cargo turned to ash. From an initial convoy of 30 to 40 vehicles, only these two remained, provoking a deep sense of melancholy and a chilling realization among the group. Had Ma Xiaoxi not discovered the issue early on, and had the supply truck not been uniquely fortified, the fate of those individuals would have been dire. Through the intercom, Lao San's astonished voice echoed from the supply truck. "Wow, your firepower is incredible." This far exceeded his understanding of a supply truck's capabilities. While it was normal for long-haul drivers to carry some weapons, he had never witnessed a large-caliber cannon being employed like this. The overwhelming sensation sent shivers down his spine. Pang Xiong teased, "Lao San, you all right there? Don't end up like them, or I'll have to send you off with a cannonball as well." "Me fine, absolutely fine. I'm wide awake." Lao San quickly replied, "I've been wearing the gas mask you provided." Zhuoshan gently patted the shoulder of the yawning Anya, urging her, "Stay alert. Do not succumb to drowsiness." Ma Xiaoxi, however, focused intently on his surroundings, activating his enhanced vision to heighten his perceptual acuity. Gradually, he discerned that the fog indeed varied in density. A few hundred meters away, scattered areas of denser black fog were visible. Presumably, that was where the heaps of corpses lay. However, the sheer number was overwhelming, and cleansing the area with artillery would consume excessive time and ammunition. Thus, Ma Xiaoxi opted to increase their speed within safe limits to hasten their arrival at Shenzhen. Eager to escape the clutches of the hallucinogenic fog, he periodically glanced at the satellite navigation, but it continued to display a signal loss notification. It seemed that only by fleeing the fog could they reconnect with the satellite. Fortunately, Ma Xiaoxi had Dr. Tengzhen's map at hand. Cross-referencing the locations marked by Tungzhen with the areas of fog on the map allowed him to estimate their current position. After driving for another 10 minutes, a blurred intersection appeared ahead. Ma Xiaoxi slowed down and cautiously approached the junction, where indeed a white wooden sign stood at the corner, inscribed in red paint with the words by Shenzhen. This time, Ma Xiaoxi was considerably more cautious. To ensure that the sign was not a figment of his imagination, he called each member of the group over to verify. What do you see at the intersection? Is it a sign? What does it say? It's a sign indeed. It says by Shenzhen. What color is it? White with red letters. With this confirmation of the sign's inscription, a unanimous answer was reached, indicating that everyone was in a lucid state. The supply truck, along with Lao San's vehicle, veered off the main road, proceeding along a smaller path. According to Dr. Tungzhen's map, there were still over 20 kilometers from the intersection to Bai Shenzhen. However, not far into their journey, Ma Xiaoxi sensed something amiss. The fog grew increasingly thick, reducing visibility to less than 50 meters. Zhuoshan also noticed the issue, exclaiming, "Why is the fog so dense here?" Anya anxiously scanned her surroundings, visibly disturbed. Ma Xiaoxi halted the vehicle, surveying the area, and ultimately identified the source of the fog in the left foreground of the path. There appeared to be a small mound, from which the fog billowed forth incessantly. Ma Xiaoxi instructed Peng Xiong, at 11 o'clock, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, fire. Peng Xiong questioned, "What is over there? With this thick fog? I can't see anything." Nevertheless, he dutifully followed Ma Xiaoxi's command. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous artillery fire allowed the group, even through the fog, to witness the explosive flashes. Lao San, still puzzled by the halt, began to inquire just as the explosions erupted, startling him. "What is happening? What's going on?" Ma Xiaoxi glanced once more at the fog source and noted that the mound had been leveled. He sighed in relief, stating, "This town is too close to the fog source we just eliminated. Had we not cleared that area, the fog would have swiftly spread into Bai Shenzhen, leading to numerous casualties and a shortage of medical supplies in the hospital." Lao San remarked, "If this fog has been there for some time, the town may already be contaminated. We must hasten our pace to avoid having the medication snatched away from us." Zhuoshan inquired, "The spores parasitize the human brain. How could there be so many corpses here?" Peng Xiong exclaimed, "Could it be that we inadvertently detonated someone's ancestral grave? They won't come after us, will they?" Ma Xiaoxi retorted, "You were the one who fired the cannon." Peng Xiong shot back, "Ma Xiaoxi, you're heartless." As the vehicle continued forward, the fog gradually began to dissipate, visibility improving to around 100 meters. At that moment, daylight broke, and the sun was on the verge of peeking over the horizon, further dispersing the mist. A few minutes later, a cluster of grayish-white buildings emerged in the distance, with a metal sign reading by Shenzhen standing by the roadside. Ma Xiaoxi reconfirmed with everyone, ensuring they had not been hypnotized before cautiously driving the vehicle into the town. The small town in the early morning was eerily deserted. The streets were void of life, and no lights shone from the buildings, suggesting the townsfolk were still asleep. Chapter 71. The Hospital. The main road of Bai Shenzhen was paved with gray asphalt, yet it was severely cracked and in disrepair. The grayish-white alleys were interspersed with numerous abandoned structures, overtaken by overgrown weeds and vines, with most windows shattered, likely due to the mischief of some unruly children. With no signs of life along the streets, Ma Xiaoxi and the others had no choice but to proceed along the main road towards the town center, where the hospital should be located. At last, they arrived at a spacious intersection and spotted a dilapidated four-story building adorned with a red cross above the entrance. Strangely, the building remained shrouded in darkness, with its windows appearing ominously black. Peng Xiong remarked, "Damn, is there a power outage? Everything is pitch black." Lao San communicated via the intercom. "That is quite possible. In a remote town like this, power generators often malfunction." Anya timidly asked, "Is there anyone in this hospital?" Since discovering the spores were parasitizing her brain, the young girl had been restless, eager to procure treatment as soon as possible. In truth, after a night of turmoil, everyone felt both exhausted and weary. Yet they dared not sleep, as the threat of the hallucinogenic spores loomed overhead like a sword. Only by swiftly locating the doctor, Tian Siwen, mentioned in the notes of Zhenzhen, could they truly relax. Ma Xiaoxi was particularly fatigued, having driven all night, rescued individuals, and maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, which was especially taxing. However, for the sake of safety, he activated his enhanced vision once more to assess the situation inside the hospital. In his current state of exhaustion, his vision could only penetrate a short distance. To his dismay, he observed that the area he could see was entirely devoid of life. It was empty, just as he intended to shift his gaze to other buildings. His enhanced vision abruptly shut down, indicating that he had reached the limits of his current stamina. The hospital was indeed vacant, with no one present. The others exchanged glances. Pang Xiong declared, "You haven't even gone in to look, yet you claim to know? I'll go check it out." With that, he donned a gas mask, exited the vehicle, and entered the hospital. Ma Xiaoxi did not stop him. It would be beneficial for him to investigate thoroughly, as there might be something of interest. However, as time passed without any sign of his return, Ma Xiaoxi grew anxious and grabbed the intercom to call Pang Xiong. Yet, no response came from his end. Sensing something amiss, Ma Xiaoxi donned his gas mask, jumped out of the vehicle, and prepared to enter the hospital in search of Pang Xiong. At that moment, a group of short, ragged individuals appeared at the street corner, curiously pointing at the two vehicles and whispering to one another, seemingly intrigued by the supplies in Lao San's truck. This was the first sighting of living beings in by Shi Zhen, and Ma Xiaoxi felt compelled to inquire about the situation. He sprinted towards them. Upon seeing a masked figure approach, the group immediately turned to flee. Ma Xiaoxi would not allow them to escape, barking halt. The blast from his shotgun struck the grayish wall beside the fleeing individuals, causing debris to rain down upon them, forcing them to stop in their tracks, dumbfounded as Ma Xiaoxi drew nearer. "Are you all residents here? Why did you run?" The group remained frozen, silent. "We're looking for Dr. Tian Cun from the hospital. Is he here? Why is there no one inside?" Seeing their continued silence, Ma Xiaoxi grew impatient and pressed the barrel of his shotgun against the young man's chest, demanding, "Answer me quickly." The young man trembled, but finally spoke. "This isn't a hospital. It's Dr. Tian Cun's laboratory. He's a pervert, and everyone is dead." The others chimed in, "Yes, he is a pervert. He captures the townspeople for experiments. Those who enter never return." Ma Xiaoxi furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. Fortunately, guided by Dr. Zhen's notes, they had located by Shi Zhen and the elusive Dr. Tian Cun, reputed to possess the antidote against the spores. However, if the townsfolk's claims were accurate, this hospital was fraught with peril. Pang Xiong might have encountered some trouble. By this time, dawn had broken, and shadows of many figures appeared at the windows of the buildings lining the street. Yet, Ma Xiaoxi was unconcerned with this. He posed one final question: "Is Dr. Tian Cun alone in the hospital?" The young man replied, "He has assistants, many assistants." Ma Xiaoxi turned back to the transport vehicle, maneuvering along the slope in front of the building, crashing into the first-floor lobby with a loud thud. "Damn it, if Dr. Tian Cun is indeed a pervert, then we'll blast him with machine guns and seize his medication. If he can communicate normally, we shall present Dr. Zhen's notebook and request his assistance in procuring the medicine." Upon entering, they discovered the first-floor lobby was barricaded with obstacles, resembling a defensive structure made from iron railings. Ma Xiaoxi seized a megaphone. "Pang Xiong, where are you?" No answer came. "Dr. Tian Cun, we are friends of Dr. Zhen. Please do not harm that stout man. If you intend to harm us or use us for experiments, I will have no choice but to blow this place to smithereens." After a few seconds, a figure appeared at the top of the staircase on the second floor, donning a motorcycle helmet and wielding a crossbow, cautiously observing the intruding transport vehicle. "Do you know Dr. Zhen? Where is he?" Upon hearing the stranger speak in a relatively normal tone, Ma Xiaoxi signaled to Zhuoshan, instructing her to be prepared to open fire with a machine gun if anything went awry, while he stepped out of the vehicle. Holding a shotgun aimed at the figure on the staircase, he waved a leather-bound notebook in the air, stating, "Dr. Zhen is dead. He was bitten to death by a mutant on the way. He entrusted me with this notebook to deliver to Dr. Tian Cun. Are you Dr. Tian Cun?" The man fixed his gaze on the notebook in Ma Xiaoxi's hand, his expression shifting momentarily before quickly stabilizing. "Hand over the notebook. Where are our people?" "That stout man. He is in the second-floor patient room. Come with me." As he spoke, Dr. Tian Cun kept his crossbow trained on Ma Xiaoxi. Ma Xiaoxi ascended the staircase, suggesting, "Since we are all friends of Dr. Zhen, let's avoid this tense standoff. How about I count to 3, and we all lower our weapons at the same time?" Dr. Tian Cun nodded in agreement. Two individuals locked eyes, and through the visor of the opposing helmet. Ma Xiaoxi beheld a pair of bright, spirited eyes framed by round glasses. Their weapons remained unwaveringly aimed at one another, undeterred. Remarkably, neither felt any embarrassment. Dr. Tian village retreated step by step, with Ma Xiaoxi following closely, until they reached a hospital room deep within the corridor of the second floor. Pang Xiong lay sprawled on the bed, a gas mask and a walkie-talkie resting on the bedside table. He was sound asleep, an arrow embedded in his posterior. Chapter 72. Who is the pervert? Pang Xiong lay on the hospital bed, while a young nurse tended to the arrow wound on his rear. Ma Xiaoxi glanced at Dr. Tian, seeking an explanation. The doctor remarked, "Your friend is fine." The arrow contained a tranquilizer. He sneaked up to the second floor, acting suspiciously. We mistook him for one of those outsiders and shot him with an arrow, only to discover he is a normal human. Ma Xiaoxi replied, "But it is dangerous for him to be asleep now." Dr. Tian responded, "Are you suggesting he is infected by spores? Rest assured, we have administered an immunization drug. His symptoms are mild, and he will recover swiftly." Ma Xiaoxi, still skeptical, questioned, "Are you saying those people outside are abnormal? Yet they claim you are conducting perverse experiments. Who should I believe?" Dr. Tian stated, "Both sides are correct. From their perspective, I am indeed a pervert, capturing them for experimentation. However, they have been infected by spores that have parasitized their brains. Have you not noticed their peculiar demeanor? They appear rather emotionless." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxi realized that those individuals did indeed possess an odd gaze, lacking any semblance of emotion. Yet, should the result of spore infection not lead to hypnosis, turning one's body into a puddle of pus? Dr. Tian removed his helmet, adjusted his round glasses, and seeing Ma Xiaoxi's lingering doubts, he raised his hand to interrupt. "You must have many questions. I will explain later. For now, hand me Tang Zhen's notebook." Seeing that the other party was calm and devoid of malice, and having treated Pang Xiong, Ma Xiaoxi handed over the notebook. Both individuals then lowered their guard and sheathed their weapons. Dr. Tian immediately recognized the notebook as Tang Zhen's, the handwriting unmistakably his, and his eyes reddened as he began to read. Ma Xiaoxi approached Pang Xiong, while the young nurse had already tended to his arrow wound, addressing the bite from a mutated wolf and a gunshot wound from the blackguards with great care. She smiled at Ma Xiaoxi, revealing two shallow dimples that made her appear quite endearing. "Your friend will be fine. He should awaken in about an hour." "Thank you. Do you not need to wear protective gear?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired, gesturing to the gas mask on his face. The nurse proudly replied, "Thanks to Dr. Tian's development of the immunization drug, everyone who has been vaccinated will not be infected." "Are you soldiers? Was last night's shelling your doing?" The nurse, observing Ma Xiaoxi still clad in his combat uniform from Shuizhen and wearing a gas mask, looked at him with hope in her eyes. Ma Xiaoxi shook his head. "We are transporters, not soldiers. However, we did indeed conduct the shelling yesterday after encountering a source of spore fog, and we obliterated it." A look of surprise crossed the nurse's face. "Oh, so you transporters have artillery on your vehicles?" But Dr. Tian has also reported to the higher-ups, so it is likely that help will arrive soon. At that moment, Dr. Tian finished reading Tang Zhen's notes and sighed deeply. "I never imagined Tang Zhen would succumb to hallucinations. Those suppressants did not save him. If only the immunization drug had been developed half a month earlier." He then turned to Ma Xiaoxi and said, "Remove your mask. I will administer the immunization drug shortly, and you will be fine." "How do you know Tang Zhen? How long have you known him?" "Do not misunderstand. I only had a brief encounter with him on the road. He and his wife were bitten by a mutant, and we killed the mutant before bringing the notebook to you." Ma Xiaoxi's expression was one of exasperation. Dr. Tian appeared somewhat relieved. Ma Xiaoxi continued with his earlier inquiry. "What did you mean when you said the people outside are abnormal?" "Follow me. You will understand once we reach the laboratory." Dr. Tian replied as he turned and led the way out of the hospital room. He then looked back at the nurse and instructed, "Yuko, ensure they remain vigilant." At that moment, Ma Xiaoxi noticed that many others occupied the other rooms on the second floor, including both adults and children, most of whom wielded steel pipes, wooden sticks, or crossbows as weapons. These individuals stood guard, wary of Ma Xiaoxi's unfamiliar face, moving cautiously to the door. Ma Xiaoxi quickly raised a shotgun, realizing that due to his limited perceptive vision, he had not noticed them earlier. Fortunately, as they were armed with only melee weapons, his shotgun was sufficient to deter any rash actions on their part. "Do not be alarmed. They're all normal individuals seeking refuge in the hospital. Dr. Tian reassured Ma Xiaoxi. As they spoke, the two arrived at a spacious laboratory on the third floor, meticulously organized with medical equipment. Several people in white coats were engaged in handling experimental apparatus. Upon glancing at the wooden shelves against the wall, Ma Xiaoxi was nearly overwhelmed. The walls were lined with glass petri dishes filled with human brains, densely packed. One could only imagine how many walnuts would need to be cracked to fill that wall. Ma Xiaoxi began to doubt Dr. Tian. Could he truly be a pervert? Dr. Tian shot him a glance, saying, "I can see foolishness and distrust in your eyes. These are merely experimental samples. Without them, we would not have been able to develop an immunization drug against the spores." Ma Xiaoxi retorted, "You claim that the townspeople outside have been parasitized by spores. However, from what I understand, the signs of spore infection are first hypnosis, followed by the body turning into pus. I have witnessed this firsthand, and it is also documented in Tang Zhen's notes." Dr. Tian replied sternly, "So, you have been peeking at Tang Zhen Jiro's notes? You have read about me as well? The youth of today are truly something else. This is not important. Today, we will not discuss the notes, only the spores." Ma Xiaoxi was unperturbed. Dr. Tian shook his head and pointed at the wall lined with human brains. "You have seen so few samples and are already drawing such absolute conclusions? It is too hasty. The human body is extremely complex and diverse. The manifestations after spore infection vary greatly. According to our extensive sample statistics, 85 of those infected will exhibit the symptoms you described, but 15 possess unique genetic traits that allow them to survive. Spores prefer such bodies, continuously drawing nourishment, ultimately growing into this green plant." He pointed to a petri dish by the window. Ma Xiaoxi looked over to see a label reading, "Name, Zhang de Fuku, gender, male, age, 42, sample date, October 5th. The brain immersed in the solution had developed numerous tendrils and leaves resembling those of a green vine. Chapter 73. The Benevolent Heart of a Healer Instantly. Ma Xiaoxi recalled the scattered abandoned houses in the town, overgrown with green vines, sending a chill down his spine. In the town, we observed certain houses adorned with creeping green vines. Dr. Tian Cun confirmed that those rooms housed the infected. The tendrils began to grow from their brains, emerging from their orifices, ultimately enveloping the entire house. Noticing Ma Xiaoxi's astonished expression, he continued, "This is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful truth is that these individuals are still alive, yet utterly powerless, merely experiencing the slow passage of life as their bodies become nutrients. In this world, to die peacefully is a luxury." This revelation was utterly beyond Ma Xiaoxi's comprehension. In comparison, being transformed into pus by spores seemed somewhat merciful, even if it left nothing but a pile of bones. Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "What about those infected individuals outside? They appear rather peculiar and seem to pose no threat to people, correct?" Dr. Tian Cun shook his head, asserting, "You are gravely mistaken. If they posed no threat, we would not be hiding in this hospital. Their greatest danger lies in the aberration of their organs, which can attack normal humans. They may appear harmless, but under certain stimuli, the spores in their brains can compel them to suddenly assault the uninfected. Their tongues can extend like serpents, wrapping around a person's neck to strangle them, and subsequently devour their brains. This attack is collective. Can you imagine being besieged by dozens of snakes?" Ma Xiaoxi reflected on the scene of being attacked by tens of thousands of snakes, yet he refrained from boasting in front of Dr. Tian Cun. Dr. Tian Cun reassured him, "Do not be afraid. It is relatively safe to remain in the hospital. There are personnel on duty for surveillance. If the infected attempt to assault the hospital, we will detect it in time and organize a counterattack. I see you have firearms. You can join us when the time comes. Moreover, reinforcements will arrive soon." Ma Xiaoxi merely nodded and asked, "How many survivors are there in the hospital?" Dr. Tian Cun replied, "On the second floor, there are over 20 uninjured individuals responsible for security. The third floor houses the laboratory, where 3 doctors and 5 nurses work." He then led Ma Xiaoxi to the 4th floor, where a young nurse greeted him excitedly. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoxi's combat attire, she eagerly asked Dr. Tian Cun, "Have reinforcements arrived to rescue us?" Dr. Tian Cun explained, "No, they are merely transport drivers. However, reinforcements should arrive soon. I communicated with them again yesterday." The nurse's disappointment was palpable. As she had hoped, Ma Xiaoxi was a young officer who would lead them to safety after assessing the situation, only to discover he was just a driver seeking refuge in the hospital. The patients nearby shared her sentiments, having been trapped in the hospital for over a month, akin to imprisonment, constantly fearing an attack from the infected outside. It appeared they would have to continue waiting. As they passed through hallways, patients emerged to greet Dr. Tianxiyuan. A young boy around 5 or 6 years old with a shaved head ran out from a ward, tugged at Dr. Tianxiyuan's hand, and offered him a piece of candy. "Hello, Uncle Glasses. Please have some candy." After noticing Ma Xiaoxi beside Dr. Tianxiyuan, the boy rummaged through his pocket, pulled out another piece of candy, and handed it to Ma Xiaoxi, saying, "You have some too." With a joyful bounce, he returned to his room. "Doctor," Tianxiyuan remarked, "there are over 30 patients on this floor, many of whom have been treated with medication after infection. That child is one such case. His parents perished early in the spore outbreak. Our Baishur town once had over 2,000 residents. Now only these remain. Thus, I must gather more samples to expedite the research of better medications, perhaps saving more lives." Ma Xiaoxi tucked the candy into his pocket, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. He admired Dr. Tianxiyuan, realizing he could not match such perseverance. Amidst the apocalypse, there exists someone in this unremarkable town dedicated to research and healing. Regardless of the chaos in the world, there are those who steadfastly uphold their beliefs, akin to a flicker of light in the dark night. The sight of the walls teeming with brains no longer evoked fear. "All right, summon your team to administer the immunization. Prolonging this delay is detrimental to your health." As Ma Xiaoxi reached for the intercom to call Zhuoshan and Lao San, a commotion erupted from downstairs. It sounded as if a beast were roaring. A lookout at the end of the corridor shouted, "There are hundreds of infected gathering downstairs." His voice trembled with fear. The nurses and patients turned ashen. Terror etched across their faces. The nurse urged everyone, return to the wards and lock the doors. The patients complied. "We have never encountered such a large-scale assault from the infected." Dr. Tianxiyuan's expression grew grim as he rushed down the stairs, with Ma Xiaoxi closely following, sprinting down in a few strides. Upon reaching the second floor, they joined the guards wielding cold weapons, all of whom wore expressions of dread. This was their first encounter with such a massive attack from the infected. Previously, they had managed to handle assaults from a dozen or 20 infected, but now they faced hundreds, outnumbering them several times over. How could they possibly confront this? Just then, the intercom crackled to life with Zhuoshan's voice. "The infected have breached the perimeter. They are not human. It's dangerous. Use machine guns against them." Ma Xiaoxi called out to Zhuoshan. The sound of deafening gunfire erupted from below, leaving the guards bewildered. Where had such formidable firepower come from? Ma Xiaoxi shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry down and assist." He charged ahead to the ground floor. At that moment, 3 infected individuals lunged at him, their tongues flicking out. Bang! A shot rang out, obliterating 3 heads. Zhuoshan, in the driver's seat, operated the machine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire at the entrance, causing rows of infected to collapse, creating a thick carpet of corpses at the hospital's entrance. The fierce side of the women from the Icefield district emerged, embodying the formidable spirit of a single woman holding the line against countless foes. Ma Xiaoxi praised Zhuoshan. "Well done." No, I still have much room for improvement," Zhuoshan humbly replied. Dr. Tianxiyuan, along with the group, charged to the first floor, witnessing the scene with shock. The efficiency of the mounted Gatling gun was indeed worlds apart from their cold weapons. However, the infected, having lost their reason, recklessly surged through the shattered hospital entrance. Ma Xiaoxi instructed Zhuoshan, "Suppress them. I need to exit through the left window to rescue Lao San." The prolonged silence from Lao San on the intercom suggested he might be in trouble. Ma Xiaoxi swiftly navigated through the ground floor hall, heading for a window on the left. Along his path, any infected who obstructed him was met with a fatal blast from a shotgun. He fought like a god of war. Dr. Tianxiyuan and the guard behind him were left in awe, exclaiming in admiration. Suddenly, Dr. Tianxiyuan snapped back to reality, shouting at Ma Xiaoxi, "Be careful, don't shoot all the heads. Leave me a few intact ones." Chapter 74. Slaughter of the Infected. As Ma Xiaoxi climbed out of the window, he discovered that Lao San's supply truck was besieged by over 20 infected, leaving no room for escape. The car window had already been shattered when Ma Xiaoxi saved him the previous night, thus becoming a vulnerable point of attack. Several infected individuals extended their long tongues, ensnaring Lao San's neck and arms, while an elderly female infected had already thrust her tongue into Lao San's mouth. Some tongues even explored his face, attempting to penetrate his nostrils and ears. At this moment, Lao San's complexion had turned a sickly shade, his eyes bulging and rolling back as he convulsed. Without immediate assistance, he would surely perish. How outrageous! This creature was actually kissing Lao San. Ma Xiaoxi repeatedly, taking down a large number of nearby infected before reaching the side of the vehicle. The infected fell to the ground, rolling and emitting beastly howls of agony. Given the proximity, Ma Xiaoxi dared not use the shotgun for fear of collateral damage to Lao San. So instead, she drew out a large weapon and swiftly struck down the attackers with ease. In an instant, heads rolled and blood sprayed. The long tongues that had ensnared Lao San were severed at the root, causing the infected to writhe in pain on the ground. The elderly woman, engaged in her grotesque act with Lao San, was also cleaved in two by Ma Xiaoxi's blade. For someone who had faced the likes of He Shi, the aberrations of Shui Zhan, and attacks from the Blackguard, these lowly infected were hardly a challenge. The fight had devolved into a one-sided slaughter for Ma Xiaoxi. The infected resembled slow-witted beings, their intellect ravaged by spores. However, this scene was witnessed in its entirety by patients, doctors, and nurses from above. As gunfire erupted outside, everyone rushed from their rooms to the windows at the end of the corridor to observe the unfolding events. My goodness, this one person is akin to an entire squad. Nurse Zhang, didn't you say he was merely a driver? Is this the level of combat proficiency among drivers now? If so, wouldn't soldiers be annihilating everything in their path? The young nurse felt a wave of embarrassment. She could not fathom why the young man downstairs appeared as a killing machine. Yet Dr. Tian Xiyuan had assured her he was just a driver, not a soldier. Regardless, his actions were undeniably impressive. No, I believe he must be affiliated with the military. Perhaps his identity is simply classified. Indeed, let us not forget the sound of machine gun fire. Such fierce firepower could hardly belong to an ordinary driver. But how could he be alone? Numbers are of little use. Even with many of us, we would struggle to step outside against these infected. Ma Xiaoxi was oblivious to their discussions, wholly focused on rescuing Lao San. As she turned to fell the last infected near her, Lao San finally gasped for air. His complexion gradually returned to normal, though his face, hair, and body were drenched in the infected saliva, resembling a newly born calf. Ma Xiaoxi found him utterly repulsive and refrained from pulling him out, instead shouting for him to exit the vehicle and head to the hospital. However, Lao San, still haunted by the sight of the infected outside, remained paralyzed in the driver's seat. Ma Xiaoxi pivoted and fired a shot at the roof of the truck. The vehicle jolted with a deafening sound, startling Lao San into an exclamation. If you don't get out, the next shot will be aimed at your head. Lao San scrambled out of the vehicle, only to step on a head with a protruding tongue, letting out a cry of horror as his legs buckled beneath him. To outsiders, it appeared as if he was expressing gratitude for Ma Xiaoxi's timely intervention. Ma Xiaoxi hastened back to the window and climbed through. Seeing Ma Xiaoxi flee, Lao San noticed several infected closing in on him. He quickly regained his footing and sprinted towards the window, diving through just in time. Most of the infected that stormed into the hall were dispatched by the mounted Gatling gun on the transport vehicle, while a few stragglers were eliminated by Dr. Tian Xiyuan and his security personnel. Thus, a fierce assault from the infected was effortlessly repelled. Dr. Tian Xiyuan surveyed the corpses scattered across the floor, more than half of which had intact heads, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These were invaluable materials for experimentation. They typically risked their lives to capture such specimens, or only procured a few during fierce battles when the infected attacked the hospital. Unexpectedly, today they had received in abundance, exceeding 100 in total. Our sample size has increased significantly. This will surely yield valuable experimental data. He felt compelled to reassess the capabilities of these transport drivers. Dr. Tian Xiyuan's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, proclaiming, "Talent. You are all talents. Quickly, come with me upstairs. We must celebrate with a drink." "Ah." He then instructed a middle-aged man nearby. "You are responsible for extracting these experimental samples and delivering them to the laboratory on the third floor." Arrange for someone to clear away these corpses and ensure proper disinfection and sanitation. The middle-aged man shared in the excitement. With these formidable allies in the hospital, a sense of security surged, invigorating their work. Ma Xiaoxi, Zhuoshan, Enya, and Lao San, a total of 4 individuals, received high honors and were ushered upstairs. Ma Xiaoxi remarked, "We can drink later. First, let us receive our immunization injections." Dr. Tian Cun slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget in my excitement? Yuzi, prepare the medications for 4 and administer them first." In the corridor, the voice of Fat Bear could be heard lingering, "Sister, don't leave yet. I still have treasures to show you." In the ward, Yuzi, hearing Dr. Tan Suen's command, felt as if a great burden had been lifted, quickly escaping from Fat Bear's unwelcome advances. "Please rest well. I must go prepare the medications." As Ma Xiaoxi and her companions approached the ward door, they encountered Yuzi hurrying out in a panic. Fat Bear remained sprawled on the bed, his bandaged backside indicating a marked improvement in his condition. "You're feeling better? Waking up to flirt with girls? Why not come help us?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired. "Who said I'm fine? Look at my backside. It's nearly swollen to a honeycomb." Fat Bear, seeing Ma Xiaoxi preparing to leave, hastily asked, "Where are you going?" "We're off to drink with Dr. Tian Cun. You focus on your recovery." Ma Xiaoxi tossed back over her shoulder as she continued onward. "Hey, wait. My injury on my backside won't affect my drinking." Chapter 75. A toast. Ma Xiaoxi, Zhuoshan, Enya, and Lao San, after receiving their immunization injections, were led upstairs by Yuzi. They first explored the laboratory, particularly astonished by the walls lined with petri dishes containing brains, leaving them utterly awestruck. Subsequently, Yuzi guided them into an adjoining room within the laboratory. Here, a large tatami mat awaited, as several young nurses began to bring in meals, filling the table with an array of Japanese appetizers, fresh sashimi, golden, crispy tempura, perfectly grilled eel, accompanied by special sauces, and various sushi, all of which whetted their appetites. It was unimaginable that such culinary delights could be savored amidst the apocalypse. One could only wonder about the origins of their ingredients. At this moment, Dr. Tian Cun returned with 2 bottles of sake, quickly inviting Ma Xiaoxi and her companions to sit as they arrived. Yuzi, another young nurse, and the middle-aged man responsible for cleanup also joined them at the table. People were seated around the tatami, each with an experimental beaker in front of them. Dr. Tianmu rose and began to pour wine for everyone. At that moment, Pang Xiong limped up the stairs and entered the room, plopping down beside Yuzi. "Inavatin pusing lao san asai." Yuzi's expression fluctuated, yet her naturally reserved demeanor prevented her from voicing any discontent. "Today is a momentous occasion. With your participation, we have acquired a wealth of experimental samples, enabling us to expedite the development of innovative medications. A future free of spores and infections will truly be a good day." Dr. Tianmu was the first to raise his beaker. Ma Xiaoxi and the others followed suit, albeit their thoughts drifted to the adjacent room housing the brain specimens, causing their expressions to become somewhat strained. Nevertheless, they drained their cups in one gulp. Dr. Tianmu, being a technical individual, remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in the group's mood, continuing to enthusiastically serve food and drinks. The events leading to their arrival, from being obstructed by the group of refugees to experiencing hallucinations caused by spore infections, rescuing other drivers, and ultimately seeking Dr. Tianmu in Baisha Town, had been relentless. The feeling of crisis stemming from the parasitic spores weighed heavily on them, creating an incessant pressure. Now that they had finally received the immunization, their anxieties had finally eased. Indeed, everyone was famished and could not resist the temptation of delicious food, beginning to indulge in the feast. Particularly, Anya, having lived as a refugee for so long, was finally enjoying a proper meal, yet she maintained a graceful demeanor while eating. Only Lao San, still recovering from the attack by the infected, found it hard to keep up, his throat still stinging from the earlier encounter. As 3 cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere gradually lightened and camaraderie blossomed. The middle-aged man was originally a member of Baisha Town security team, named Gao Qianjian. Since the outbreak of the spore infection, he had fled to the hospital, taking turns with Dr. Tianmu to keep watch. His hair was thinning, and he raised his beaker to toast Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong, exclaiming, "Your skills are truly remarkable. Without your assistance, It would have been exceedingly difficult for us to withstand such a large-scale assault today. Ma Xiaoxi downed her drink and replied, "No need for formality. We too have been infected by that wretched spore and require your medication. Let us aid each other." Gao Qiangjian then inquired, "I have heard that there are terrifying aberrants emerging in many areas around here. Where do you come from? How did you end up here?" Ma Xiaoxi responded, "We set off from Shuizhan, heading to B13 district. There were aberrants attacking in Shuizhan, and we barely managed to escape, only to be infected by spores along the way." Ma Xiaoxi chose to keep some details vague. It was always prudent to minimize exposure under any circumstances. Dr. Tianmu remarked, "So you are from Shuizhan. I have been there before, delivering a presentation at Shuizhan University. The motorcycle hotel was quite luxurious." Pang Xiong interjected, "Now it is all over. Shuizhan lies in ruins, with people seeking refuge in the safety zone of Shuizhan University." Gao Qiangjian continued, "That safety zone is under military jurisdiction, but something serious has occurred. A friend of mine told me that there was a fierce gunfight there the day before yesterday, resulting in many casualties, including a minister from the Icefield region." Pang Xiong took a tactical sip of wine, while Zhuishan tactically served Anya some food. Ma Xiaoxi, embodying the spirit of a dramatist, exclaimed, "Is it truly so? How audacious of them to act so brazenly within a military-controlled area. They must be utterly ruthless criminals." Gao Qiangjian replied, "They are not exactly criminals. It was due to the minister hosting a party with multiple attendees, which the men from the other party discovered. How could they possibly tolerate it? They happened to have guns and ended up killing them all." Ma Xiaoxi stifled a laugh and asked, "Is the information reliable? What does your friend do?" Gao Qiangjian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he confessed, "She is a woman of the night whom I met in Shuizhan. We have a good rapport and chat occasionally. She mentioned that she is in the safety zone and even attended to that minister. But guess what? She said the minister is nothing special. He is lacking in stamina and cannot compare to me in that regard." Gao Qiangjian, slightly inebriated, began to embellish his tales of romantic escapades, causing Yuzi, a fellow nurse, and Anya to blush and lower their heads in embarrassment. Ma Xiaoxi internally criticized Shanghai and his team for their inadequate post-event management, as the news had spread so quickly. On another note, the woman's loose lips were alarming. Furthermore, the narrative had taken a strange turn, shifting from a gallant hero rescuing a trapped woman to a melodramatic tale of infidelity. However, there was no need to dwell too much on it. After all, what was done was done. When faced with adversity, one must rise to the challenge. Ma Xiaoxi tactfully redirected the conversation, asking Dr. Tianmu, "Have you mentioned that someone from above will come to rescue you? What kind of people will they send?" Dr. Tianmu adjusted his round-framed glasses and replied, "Baishu Town belongs to B11 district, which differs from other regions in the Icefield. This area is managed by the energy company. We have applied for rescue from them, and they will dispatch personnel from the security department to assist us." Pang Xiong asked, "You mean the energy company?" Dr. Tianmu nodded. "Have you had dealings with them?" Pang Xiong shook his head. "I just feel that their fuel prices keep rising." Ma Xiaoxi interjected, "But it has been a month since the spore outbreak here. Why have they not sent anyone yet?" Gao Qiangjian expressed his frustration. "The people at the energy company are only motivated by profit. They have delayed our requests repeatedly, claiming there are no personnel available and instructing us to manage our own defenses. It was only after Dr. Tianmu developed the immunization that they mentioned they would send security personnel in the coming days." Dr. Tianmu added, "It cannot be said entirely like that. During this time, the outbreak of mutated organisms outside has indeed put the energy company in a difficult position. We ought to have faith in the management." Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong exchanged glances. Their years of experience navigating the world led them to sense that the intentions of the energy company in sending personnel were not entirely pure. Chapter 76. Yuzi's gratitude. Ma Xiaoxi suspected that the energy group's motive for sending personnel was to acquire the formula for the medication. However, with so many people at the table, it was not suitable to voice such thoughts in this setting. Moreover, the effects of alcohol were magnifying their drowsiness, and everyone felt extraordinarily weary, except for Pang Xiong, who had managed a brief rest on the hospital bed and possessed excellent alcohol tolerance, having gotten Dr. Tianmu and Gao Qiangjian quite intoxicated. The three of them were now jovially bonding. Gao Qiangjian and Pang Xiong exchanged insights on women and intimate secrets. Ma Xiaoxi's eyelids were growing heavy, and upon noticing that it was already noon, she suggested that they conclude the drinking session here, allowing those who were tired to rest, while Pang Xiong and the others could continue. She discreetly signaled to Pang Xiong to take on the responsibility of vigilance, a habit formed over many years. At least one of them needed to remain alert. Pang Xiong assured, "Rest assured, I'm not overly intoxicated. You all go ahead and rest." Dr. Tianmu turned to Yuzi, saying, "Please take care of our guests and arrange for them to rest." Yuzi and the young nurse had grown weary of the drinking session. They stood up and led Ma Xiaoxi, Zhuoshan, Anya, and Lao San to a few rooms on the third floor for rest. Unlike the crowded multi-occupancy rooms on the second and fourth floors, these were standard double rooms, the finest in the hospital, spacious and equipped with freshly laundered bedding, resembling a hotel's standard double room. Zhuoshan and Anya shared one room, while Ma Xiaoxi and Lao San each occupied separate rooms. Before long, Yuzi pushed open the door and brought toiletries to Ma Xiaoxi. Upon seeing the firm muscles on Ma Xiaoxi's body, her cheeks flushed slightly as she placed the items on the bed, saying, "The shower in the room is available for use. You may take a bath first." Ma Xiaoxi expressed his gratitude, but found himself too fatigued to bathe. He stripped off his clothes and lay down on the bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. The icy expanse was already somewhat chilly during this season. However, Ma Xiaoxi felt increasingly warm in his sleep. He imagined himself lying on a grand bed in the motorcycle hotel, embracing Lin Shi. After their passionate encounter, she bid him farewell, stating she had to undertake a secret mission, one fraught with peril. Ma Xiaoxi's sleep became lighter as he subconsciously realized he was dreaming. How could he return to the motorcycle hotel? Hadn't it been destroyed? Yet, curiously, he could feel a warm body in his arms, the sensation so tangible. He immediately opened his eyes, finding the surroundings eerily quiet and the room enveloped in darkness. He had slept from noon until midnight. Upon further inspection, he discovered that indeed, there was another person nestled beside him. Oddly enough, judging by the soft texture, it was evidently not Fat Xiong, who would never engage in such peculiar activities as sharing a bed for fencing practice. Although astonished, he refrained from making any sudden movements and pretended to continue sleeping, quietly waiting for his senses to return to normal. As his eyes regained focus, aided by the faint light streaming through the window, he finally discerned that the person in his arms was none other than Yuzi. Goodness, such comprehensive service. Is this a proper hospital? Hospital, nurse's attire? Ma Xiaoxi shook his head, attempting to dispel the bizarre images from his mind. Just as he pondered what had transpired, Yuzi sensed his movement and gradually awoke. Her eyes still closed as she shyly murmured, "You are awake? I wonder if you are still satisfied with me? Why are you in my bed?" Although Ma Xiaoxi had inadvertently benefited, he felt compelled to understand the circumstances. Surely, the other party wasn't attempting to ensnare him in a trap. If a large group were to enter, it would be too late for regrets. Yuzi did not open her eyes, but whispered, "To express my gratitude for your rescue earlier today, I willingly came to thank you. If you're pleased with me, please stay here a few more days." Ma Xiaoxi countered willingly. "This must be Tamura or Takahashi's idea, intending for us to remain here to protect you." Yuzi's face flushed as she replied, "No. It is genuinely my choice. I wish to offer myself to the hero who saved everyone. It has nothing to do with Dr. Tamura. If you wish to leave, you may do so at any time." "Very well. I will trust your words. I will not allow you to influence our departure plans." Ma Xiaoxi felt no psychological burden regarding the matter, as this was not his request, but rather a proactive approach from the other party. After their encounter, Ma Xiaoxi rose and pushed open the door, intending to find Fat Xiong, questioning whether he was aware of someone entering his room. As he stepped into the hallway, he heard Fat Xiong's boastful voice from the adjacent room. Just as he was about to knock and enter, he halted, not making a sound, for he heard a series of rustling sounds emanating from the laboratory next door. What was happening? The laboratory lights were off, so it could not be the doctors conducting experiments. Surely, the experimental materials had not come to life. Ma Xiaoxi drew out his large white dog leg and cautiously nudged open the laboratory door, slipping inside to find a heap of open heads, evidently left there in haste without processing. He carefully stepped further in. Suddenly, a figure darted past the cabinet, as agile as a weasel. Ma Xiaoxi's pupils dilated. Was there a thief? "Who is it?" he called out in a low voice. To his surprise, the response came from the other side. "Be quiet. It's me." It was none other than Zhuoshan's voice. Confused, Ma Xiaoxi asked, "What are you doing here?" "Don't ask now. Hurry and get out. I'll explain later, Shuashan replied, silently pulling Ma Xiaoxi out of the laboratory and discreetly closing the door behind them. Only then did Ma Xiaoxi notice that Shuashan held a stack of documents containing various forms and data. What is this? Shuashan did not answer, but continued to pull Ma Xiaoxi into his room, shutting the door tightly. These are the experimental data for the immunity drugs. Just as Ma Xiaoxi was about to interject, Shuashan cut him off. Let me finish. I'm not here to steal. I merely feel that the energy group's arrival is not as simple as it appears. Their true objective may be this experimental data and the drug formula. If they obtain these, it could pose a threat to this town. I want to take this data out first. If the energy group poses no threat, we can return to Dr. Tamura. Shuashan spoke in one breath, hoping Ma Xiaoxi would understand her actions that night. However, a woman's astonished voice suddenly echoed, "What? You stole the experimental data." Shuashan turned to see a naked woman sitting up from Ma Xiaoxi's bed. "Yuzi, how did you end up here?" Shuashan glanced at Ma Xiaoxi, confused. "What is going on between you two?" Ma Xiaoxi awkwardly smiled at Shuashan. "That is of little importance." Just then, the door swung open once more, and all three felt their hearts leap into their throats. "Miss Yuzi, my brother Ma's physique is quite impressive, isn't it?" Chapter 77. Keeping secrets. Ma Xiaoxi and Shuashan relaxed upon seeing that it was Fat Xiong who entered. Yuzi, who was in the midst of dressing, quickly covered herself with a blanket when she saw Fat Xiong. Fat Xiong had intended to tease Ma Xiaoxi and Yuzi, as he had permitted Yuzi to enter Ma Xiaoxi's room. After finishing with another nurse, he had come to Ma Xiaoxi's room, looking to have some fun. However, to his surprise, Shuashan was also present, leaving Fat Xiong feeling like a wrong child. "What the heck, Shuashan? You are with them too. You three have no shame." Ma Xiaoxi punched Fat Xiong on the shoulder. "Use your brain to think things through." Fat Xiong instantly calmed down, and Ma Xiaoxi recounted the events that had transpired. Subsequently, the three of them deliberated and reached a consensus. Ma Xiaoxi had initially planned to depart at dawn, but Fat Xiong's injury required rest and a change of dressing. Although they had all received the immunity drugs, their effects were still uncertain, and any potential side effects could be addressed by Dr. Tamura. Furthermore, since Dr. Tamura had assisted them by administering the immunity drugs, they genuinely worried that if the energy group obtained the drug formulas and experimental data, it could be detrimental to the people of Baishur Town. Thus, they decided to remain and assist Baishur Town. However, with Yuzi now involved, a local resident and colleague of Dr. Tamura, it was feared that she might not keep the secret. If she informed Dr. Tamura in advance, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. Fat Xiong's expression turned cold as he looked at Yuzi. "It seems we cannot involve you in this matter. Yuzi, you should not be privy to this information." After saying that, he approached the bed, ready to grasp Yuzi's neck. "Help!" Yuzi was so frightened that she could hardly make a sound, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ma Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Fat Xiong. "Have you lost your mind? We went through all this trouble to retrieve the experimental data to help them, and now you want to harm someone? This would make everything impossible to explain. What should we do?" Ma Xiaoxi inquired, pushing aside Pang Xiong and approaching the bedside to assist Yuzi in putting on her clothes. "Yuzi, did you comprehend what we discussed earlier? We are not attempting to steal the experimental data. We merely wish to leave a contingency plan for Bai Shizhen. In this world, one cannot fully trust others. Can one?" Yuzi relaxed slightly and nodded in understanding. "Ma Xiaoxi added, before the personnel from the energy group arrive, you must not disclose this matter to Dr. Tianmu." Yuzi asked, "So, you will be staying in by Shizhen until the energy group's personnel arrive, correct?" Ma Xiaoxi nodded affirmatively. A glimmer of joy appeared on Yuzi's face, which went unnoticed by Ma Xiaoxi as he cautioned, "Remember, you must not inform Dr. Tianmu about this in advance. Otherwise, Pang Xiong might truly twist your neck." Upon hearing this, Yuzi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Unable to bear it any longer, Shuashan interjected, pushing Ma Xiaoxi aside. "You two should step back and let me handle this." Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong stood by the door, observing as the two women sat on the bed with their backs to them, whispering to one another. And to their surprise, Yuzi broke into a shy smile, her cheeks flushed. Shuashan then stood up and addressed Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong. "All right, everything has been clarified. Stop scaring her. Is that all there is to it?" The two men were left bewildered by this turn of events. They would have to regard Shuashan with newfound respect in the future. As the night passed in silence, dawn broke in Dr. Tianmu summoned Ma Xiaoxi and the others for breakfast. At the dining table, seeing no unusual behavior from Yuzi reassured Ma Xiaoxi that she had kept her promise and not disclosed their plans to Dr. Tianmu, allowing him to relax. Dr. Tianmu inquired, "When will the personnel from the energy group arrive?" To which he replied, "Based on the timeline, they should reach us by tomorrow morning. Once they bring everyone to the urban area, we will be safe." A sense of relief washed over him. After a month of enduring hardships in this makeshift shelter with his colleagues and some townsfolk, while developing an immune drug to suppress the spores, hope finally glimmered on the horizon. Ma Xiaoxi remarked, "One must remain vigilant. It is best to clarify how you will accommodate the refugees from Baishizhan before handing over any information regarding the medication." Dr. Tianmu responded, "Indeed, that is sensible. However, we should still place our trust in those above us, as our numbers are dwindling and we cannot impose much burden on them." Ma Xiaoxi suggested, "Let us have Takahashi take us on a tour of Baishizhan today to clean up the remaining infected individuals." Takahashi Kenichi eagerly responded, "No problem. I am very familiar with the streets." The eyes of everyone at the table lit up. After being cooped up in the hospital for a month, they were all itching to get out. Now they had the chance to ride in Ma Xiaoxi's fully equipped transport vehicle, and who would not want to join? Ma Xiaoxi proposed, "Let Nurse Yuzi accompany us as well." Yuzi, surprised by the invitation, felt her cheeks heat up in front of everyone. The petite nurse beside her chimed in, "I want to go too. I want to go." Dr. Tianmu, chuckling, said, "Sure, you may all go." Ma Xiaoxi instructed Lao San to remain behind, ensuring the transport vehicle was secured in a safe, hidden location. He then invited Takahashi, Nurse Yuzi, and the petite nurse to board the transport. Upon entering the vehicle, all three were struck with wonder at the spacious interior, reminiscent of Zhuoshan's first experience inside. "This vehicle is so cool," Takahashi Kenichi exclaimed. As the vehicle set off, it slowly navigated through the main roads of Baishizhan from the intersection where the hospital was located. Ma Xiaoxi and his companions were more familiar with the current state of Baishizhan, while Takahashi, Yuzi, and the petite nurse struggled to recognize their surroundings. Tears welled in the eyes of Yuzi and the petite nurse as they gazed upon their once familiar home, now unrecognizable. Yuzi remarked, "This small path used to be the route I took home every day, and now it lies in ruin." As Ma Xiaoxi drove, they encountered few infected individuals along the way, swiftly dealt with by Zhuoshan's machine gun. The streets revealed an increasing number of houses overrun with green vines, indicating late-stage infection by the spores. During the midday break, Zhuoshan and Yuzi prepared meals for everyone in the transport. Ma Xiaoxi allowed the others to eat in the rear compartment while he remained at the driver's seat, deep in thought. Observing this, Yuzi brought a portion of food for Ma Xiaoxi, setting it beside him before quietly retreating. She was indeed a virtuous woman, providing the right care without imposing her presence. If it were not for the apocalypse, she would be quite suitable as a wife. Recent events on the road compelled Ma Xiaoxi to consider disseminating vital information regarding the dangers of the hallucinogenic spores on the public channel of the Freight Alliance. Given the life-threatening nature of this information for truck drivers, it was immensely valuable for the Freight Alliance organization. Coupled with the previous news of the Shihai snake disaster, this could potentially elevate his status within the Freight Alliance, even allowing for the exchange of information and benefits. Shihai 1746. A dense fog of spores has appeared along the route from Shuizhen to District B11. These spores can invade the human brain, inducing hallucinations that can lead to death. It is advisable for passing drivers to take detours or wear gas masks. Central Station. A report has been received regarding the hallucinogenic spores along the route from Shuizhen to District B11. Your information is highly valuable, and a local affairs officer will verify it. Tangziu, based on your previous contributions, if this information proves accurate, we will upgrade you to VIP status in the Freight Alliance, allowing you to enjoy VIP privileges. This news instantly ignited a flurry of activity on the public channel. The revelation of hallucinogenic spores on the road was shocking. If one were to fall victim, they might succumb without even realizing it. Furthermore, the description of the gruesome fate of those infected with the spores was truly terrifying. Oh my, how could such a thing happen? It's too bizarre. I am definitely turning back to avoid this risk. If this is true, it would explain why several of our drivers went missing in this area. We sent a batch of goods to the ice plain area with a few seasoned drivers, and suddenly they went missing a few days ago. We cannot locate them at all. Shihai 1746. How did you discover these spores, and how did you manage to escape? Yes, if you were infected. How could you have made it out unscathed? This information can't just be a rumor, can it? Haha. Initially reluctant to engage further, Ma Xiaoxi considered clarifying certain doubts in the channel, but preferred not to reveal the location of Bai Shizhen or disclose too much about himself. He pondered for a moment, and then remarked, Shihai 1746. At that time, we observed vehicles halted on the road, their drivers either reduced to mere bones or driven mad. Then, a thick fog enveloped us, prompting us to don our gas masks, which spared us from infection. Immediately, someone in the channel expressed their support, stating, Shihai 1746 never speaks without basis. Do you all remember? The black acid snake disaster at Shuaizhen was first reported by Shihai 1746. I stand by him. Another chimed in. Oh, so it was him. Last time, I was fortunate to have Shihai 1740 SXS report. Otherwise, I would have stumbled into the quagmire. Had I encountered the black snake, I would not have escaped, and I shudder at the thought. The Cargo Alliance's mission is to encourage drivers to assist one another and share valuable information. Shihai 1740 SXS elevation to VIP membership is truly well-deserved. Indeed, contribution points speak volumes. I still need over 2,000 points to reach VIP. I must strive harder. Is there a VIP expert who could enlighten us on the specific privileges of VIP status? I'm a novice and eager to learn. Ma Xiaoxi perked up. He too was intrigued by this topic. Previously, he had only heard that upgrading to membership offered certain advantages, but the specifics were often muddled in the cacophony of the channel, making truth elusive. Before long, someone in the channel responded, Bingyuan0933. I've been a VIP for over a year now. VIP members can initiate private chats, which is quite advantageous for discussions that require a smaller circle. Some senior SVIPs even organize regular meetings exclusively for VIP members. Additionally, the Alliance provides faster response times for inquiries and assistance for VIP members, seemingly with dedicated service. Hurry and upgrade to SVP. We implore you to elevate us. Bingyuan0933. The difficulty of upgrading from VIP to SVP far surpasses that of moving from a regular member to VIP. It requires substantial backing and resources. I doubt I will ever achieve it in my lifetime. Ma Xiaoxi's eyes brightened at the mention of the private chat feature. It seemed quite valuable, allowing participation in gatherings of esteemed individuals, which should yield a wealth of information. Wait a moment. I have a station, Shuaizhen 0088. That account must be SVIP. Therefore, I am inherently a figure capable of organizing events. He quickly connected to Shuaizhen 0088, establishing a direct line. A melodious female voice greeted him. Esteemed Shuaizhen 0088. How may I assist you today? Indeed, dedicated service. Ma Xiaoxi inquired. May I initiate a discussion forum for VIP members? The voice responded, certainly. As a top-tier SVIP, you may initiate private discussions without regional limitations. Besides VIP members, you are also entitled to invite other SVIP members. The local clubs are always open to you. Would you like me to organize a discussion forum for you now? A wave of joy surged through Ma Xiaoxi. He had inadvertently acquired a top-tier SVP, a rare privilege that most drivers could only dream of. The VIP member, Bingyuan0933, was already the pinnacle for ordinary individuals, while Shuaizhen 0088 elevated him 2 tiers higher, achieving the utmost status. Noting the silence on the other end, the voice gently prodded, would you like me to organize a discussion forum for you now? Coming back to reality, Ma Xiaoxi replied, oh, not today. I will organize another time. He then terminated the call, deciding to wait for the official to verify the road conditions before upgrading Shuaizhen 1746 to VIP membership. He planned to attend a few discussion forums with a secondary account to ascertain the topics of conversation and potential activities before utilizing Shuaizhen 0088 for organizing a forum. Without prior understanding, he could not fully leverage the true benefits of being a top-tier SVIP, and it would be easy to raise suspicions. Chapter 79. The Young Master of the O Family. In the afternoon, Ma Xiaoxi and his companions were again maneuvering their transport vehicle through Baisher Town, leisurely dispatching a few infected individuals. Concurrently, Takahashi Kenichi marked the locations of houses overgrown with green vines on the map, planning to return later with disinfectants for treatment. Overall, the day's work was quite light. Takahashi, Yuko, and the little nurse were all in high spirits after strolling through the town in a safe environment, releasing the pent-up tension accumulated over the past days. Throughout this process, Ma Xiaoxi familiarized himself with the traffic patterns and major buildings in Baisha town. Upon returning to the shelter at the Cross Street Hospital, he parked the transport vehicle in a storefront across from the hospital and made some coverings before confidently returning inside. He convened a private meeting with Fat Bear and Zhuoshan, advising Zhuoshan to arrive early at the transport vehicle the following day. Should there be any issues with the Energy Group personnel, they could launch a coordinated attack. Fat Bear would accompany Anya and Lao San to the fourth-floor ward, ensuring everyone's safety. He then reiterated his thoughts to Dr. Taimura, cautioning him not to disclose all details to the Energy Group personnel, insisting on retaining some information. They must first clarify how to accommodate the individuals in the temporary shelters before providing them with pharmaceutical formulas and experimental data. On the highway, 2 armored off-road vehicles sped ahead, followed closely by a military truck laden with mercenaries. These 3 vehicles were dispatched to Baisha town by the Energy Group. Inside the modified armored off-road vehicle, a Caucasian man with exquisitely crafted gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose conversed with a finely dressed young executive in the back seat, remarking, "Young master, oh, I never anticipated that a mere village could pioneer the development of a spore immunity drug." The young executive straightened in his luxurious leather seat, withdrawing his hand from the chest of his female secretary, pushing her aside with a grin as he replied, "Dr. Henry, if this is true, we will possess a medication capable of curing terminal illnesses, which signifies our profits could double in the coming years. This is a monumental market." Dr. Henry responded, "Releasing this spore in remote areas is indeed a prudent strategy. It aligns with the theory of evolution. Only the fittest survive, and mutations will occur, giving rise to new species. Under such brutal survival pressures, the development of medication is finally catalyzed." The young executive, buoyed by excitement, proclaimed, "This entirely aligns with our management's expectations. In this manner, we simultaneously wield the spear of offense and the shield of defense. If we do not seize these benefits, who will?" Dr. Henry flattered, "This is all thanks to your brilliant decisions, young Master O. I believe that once this matter is accomplished, President O will certainly regard you with newfound respect." The young executive, named O Zion, was the son of O Zhengqing, the president of the Energy Group's B11 district, currently overseeing the pharmaceutical sector in that area. The O family holds immense power in B11 district. Typically, this young master does not engage in such intricate affairs. However, this time was different. The group was soon to hold a vice president competition, with his elder brother O Lien as the competitor. Thus, this competition was privately perceived as a battle for succession. O Zion aspired to achieve several significant accomplishments during this period to gain an advantage in the competition. Upon hearing the news of the breakthrough in immune drug development at Baisha town, he immediately set off with his team, fearing that the credit might be snatched away by others. Consequently, he found great value in Dr. Henry's words. Suddenly, the phone rang. The female secretary retrieved a satellite phone from her briefcase and handed it to O Zion. "It's your father," she informed him. O Zion answered respectfully, "Father, is there something you need?" "I heard you dispatched a squad," his father replied. "Yes, father. We have been working on a new drug for the past 6 months, and we have made groundbreaking progress. I am personally here to collect the experimental results." The voice on the other end was cold. "Just manage the existing pharmaceutical sector properly. Do not engage in any research and development. This so-called breakthrough holds no significance for the group. Return at once." "Father, how can you deem my efforts meaningless? My drug formula could double the group's profits. I want to compete with my elder brother." "Enough of this nonsense. The situation outside is chaotic. Several of your uncles perished in Shuaisian just days ago. It would be best for you to stay at home. Do you understand?" "Fine, I understand. I will return tomorrow." After hanging up, O Zion angrily threw the satellite phone at the secretary. She stifled a cry of pain, knowing she had no right to disturb him while he was upset. How infuriating. He has looked down on me since childhood, believing I cannot measure up to my elder brother. I will prove him wrong. As their convoy traveled partway, they encountered a dozen trucks parked by the roadside. "Doctor." Henry used the intercom to instruct the drivers to slow down and don their gas masks. He opened the door and stepped out, approaching the stationary trucks. Through the glass windows, he saw emaciated corpses, nothing but skeletons. As he took photographs, he murmured to himself the spores have reached this area. It seems they have spread beyond the anticipated range. He turned to the mercenaries in the truck and commanded, "Eliminate these traces." The mercenaries, clad in gas masks and towering in stature, promptly descended from the military vehicle. They first sprayed some chemicals into each truck's cabin and then ignited the vehicles with flamethrowers. At that moment, one mercenary shouted, "There's still one alive." Dr. Henry hurried over to see a dazed, red-faced, middle-aged driver languishing in the cabin. Strangely, a small green leaf seemed to be growing from his ear. Curiosity piqued. Dr. Henry climbed the vehicle's steps for a closer look, but the red-faced driver suddenly lunged, extending a long tongue that slammed against the window with a resounding thud. This startled Dr. Henry so much that he fell off the steps. The mercenaries, showing no hesitation, opened fire, reducing the mutated driver to a sieve. They then eradicated all traces from the vehicle in a similar fashion. Inside the car, Ozion was also taken aback by the recent events, pondering how such an infection could manifest in this manner. He momentarily forgot his anger and quickly donned the gas mask that Dr. Henry had handed him. Chapter 80. Who could be responsible for this? Gazing at the flaming vehicles before him, Ozion recalled the mutated driver with a long tongue and felt a sense of danger regarding the spores. Yet, he found a certain delight in the peril. If the spores were this hazardous, his immune drug would surely fetch a handsome price. Dr. Henry, still shaken, returned to the armored SUV. At that moment, the mercenary leader approached Ozion's vehicle. "Young Master O, Mr. O has called for us to return." Before he could finish, Ozion's temper flared again. "Whose men are you talking about? Can't I command you? Keep moving forward." The mercenary leader, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Mr. O is primarily concerned for your safety. We can continue, but how do I explain this to him?" Ozion waved his hand and stated firmly, "Tomorrow we will return. If Mr. O holds you accountable, just say it was my decision. I refuse to believe that if we retrieve the new drug formula and generate profits for the group, he will be displeased." The mercenary leader thought to himself that this young master was truly immature, always claiming that he would take the blame from Mr. O. Yet every time Mr. O grew angry, he was the first to flee. Inept at tasks, he excelled at shifting blame. But who could blame him for accepting money from the O family? Enduring scoldings and taking the fall was part of his job description. The three vehicles continued onward as twilight descended, enveloping the surroundings in thick fog. After some distance, they encountered several more vehicles by the roadside, each with a shattered window. The drivers had not fastened their seatbelts, and the corpses of two drivers lay not far from their vehicles, their hands bound behind them in a manner suggesting they had been restrained before death. Oddly enough, it appeared that someone else had tampered with the scene. Who could they be? What was their purpose? Dr. Henry harbored doubts, but chose to remain silent, not wanting to provoke young Master O. After all, a squad of mercenaries was sufficient to handle most unforeseen circumstances. The mercenaries efficiently disembarked to disinfect the vehicles before igniting them. Once all traces were eliminated, they resumed their journey. However, shortly after, they spotted more vehicles ahead, specifically the remnants of some that had been destroyed. The mercenary leader furrowed his brow, recognizing that these vehicles had clearly been subjected to artillery fire. He issued a warning, and the mercenaries disembarked from the military truck, some guarding Ozion's SUV, while others cautiously approached the wreckage. After a careful examination, the mercenary leader confirmed his suspicions. The damage was indeed caused by shelling. Young Master O, Dr. Henry, these vehicles were destroyed by artillery fire. Someone here possesses heavy artillery, but we cannot yet ascertain who it is. Dr. Henry appeared somewhat apprehensive. Perhaps we should return. The roads are unsafe. Ozion interrupted impatiently. There are too many uncertainties. Even if there are dangers, do you not have firearms on hand? Now, let's hurry. We must reach Baishur town before dawn. We need that drug formula. As the convoy veered off the main road toward the path leading to Baishur town, Dr. Henry remarked, "This is where we installed the spore generation device last time. However, it is curious that the spore concentration here has diminished. Could the device be malfunctioning?" The others noticed the visibility had significantly improved. Before long, they arrived at the roadside where the spore generation device had been installed. Dr. Henry communicated over the intercom. "Do you see that small mound a few hundred meters ahead? The device is located there. Go and shut it down, then bring it back. Such information must not be allowed to leak to the outside world." The mercenary leader hurriedly returned to report to O Xiao and Dr. Henry. stating that the apparatus at the site had been destroyed. Dr. Henry nearly leaped up, questioning who could be responsible for such an act. If the devices in this hidden location had indeed been deliberately sabotaged, it was clear that the adversary was aware of their clandestine plans. The mercenary leader speculated that the townsfolk lacked access to such destructive weaponry, suggesting the involvement of external armed personnel. Zion grew anxious, wiping his hands on the white shirt of his female secretary. If that were the case, then that group must be targeting Baisher Town. Could it be that my elder brother had sent someone to claim credit for the achievement? This was a race against time. After we had meticulously planned in secret for so long, the moment we heard about the drug development in Baisher Town, they rushed here, and yet we arrived too late. Who leaked the information? In a fit of rage, he kicked the secretary in the abdomen while repeatedly demanding to know if it was her fault. Curse be it. My elder brother has always sought the limelight, and now he dares to encroach upon my territory. The secretary, in pain, curled up her seat, pleading for mercy. Dr. Henry, unable to bear the sight, urged, "Oh Xiao, please calm down. The situation is not yet clear. We need to enter Baisher Town and ascertain the circumstances. Let's find Dr. Tianxuan and hear what he has to say." Exhausted, Zion relented, leaving the battered secretary alone. Being the secretary to the young master of the O family was indeed a challenging endeavor. In addition to managing daily paperwork and conveying messages, one had to endure various forms of physical and mental abuse. Beatings and scoldings were a common occurrence, yet the compensation was substantial, prompting many young women to compete for the position despite knowing the temperament of this young master. Zion, clearly irritated, addressed Dr. Henry and the mercenary leader. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry into the town." Before dawn, the blinding headlights pierced through the fog at the entrance of Baisher Town. The roar of armored vehicles and military trucks echoed through the previously silent town. Ma Xiaoxi, highly attuned to the sounds of such vehicles, was the first to awaken, extricating himself from his bedding and rousing the slumbering Yuzi beside him. "They're here." "Who?" Yuzi, still drowsy, inquired of Ma Xiaoxi. "The energy group. Get dressed and instruct all the nurses to hide in the fourth-floor ward and not to come out. Fat Bear will protect you on the fourth floor. I will seek out Dr. Tianxuan." Initially, Nurse Yuzi had placed her trust in the energy group, but witnessing Zhui Shan and Ma Xiaoxi's cautious preparations over the past few days, her perspective began to shift. Vigilance was essential. She donned her clothing and proceeded to the fourth floor as instructed by Ma Xiaoxi. Chapter 81. Is this the drug formula you mentioned? When Ma Xiaoxi summoned Dr. Tianxuan from his slumber, a distant rumble was faintly audible from the hospital's exterior. Blinding headlights shattered the silence of the street. 2 armored vehicles and a military truck halted at the hospital entrance. Subsequently, a squad of mercenaries leaped from the vehicles, their noisy and heavy footsteps echoing as they surged into the hospital lobby. Following this, the rear door of the central vehicle swung open, and Dr. Henry emerged, jogging to open the door for Zion seated in the back. The female secretary, having tidied her attire, exited the vehicle with a briefcase in hand, trailing behind Dr. Henry and Xiao as they entered the hospital's ground floor lobby. At the staircase, they encountered Dr. Tianxuan, along with 2 other medical colleagues and a dozen men responsible for guarding the hospital, including Takahashi Kenichi. Ma Xiaoxi blended into the crowd, keenly observing the actions of the masked individuals before him. Dr. Henry spoke first. "I am Dr. Henry, a consultant for the pharmaceutical company in the B11 district of the energy group. Which of you is Dr. Tianxuan?" Stepping forward, Dr. Tianxuan replied, "I am Tianxuan. You must be the team dispatched by the district to assist us?" Dr. Henry smiled. "Indeed, I came from the district. Upon receiving your distress signal, we rushed here." Dr. Tianxuan expressed his delight. "That's wonderful. At last, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to the survivors in this hospital." Dr. Henry interjected, "No need to rush, Dr. Tianxuan. You mentioned over the phone that you had developed an immunization drug against the spores, correct?" "That is correct. Everyone here has been vaccinated with this drug, so they are not wearing gas masks as they possess antibodies," Dr. Tianxuan confirmed. Zion, growing impatient, demanded, "Dr. Tianxuan, where's your drug formula? Are there any experimental records? We need to review them." Dr. Tianxuan responded, "The drug is in the 3rd-floor laboratory, and all experimental records are intact. However, we should first discuss the placement of the survivors. There are nearly 70 people here, including over 30 patients. I fear the vehicles you brought may not accommodate so many." Zion glared. What nonsense are you spouting? The energy group will not abandon these survivors. Hurry and take me to the laboratory. Dr. Tianxuan frowned, perplexed. Dr. Henry, sensing the tension, stepped in to smooth things over. I apologize for not introducing you sooner. This is O Zion, the second son of the O family in B11. Rest assured, whatever promise O Xiao has made, he will fulfill. However, we urgently need to understand the specifics of the drug formula, as there are many outside awaiting this life-saving medication. As a physician, you must understand our current state of mind. Dr. Tianxuan remained silent. Ma Xiaoxi, observing closely, discerned that the other party was avoiding the critical issues. He began to gradually retreat from the crowd, seizing the opportunity to slip upstairs unnoticed and enter the laboratory, where he communicated the situation to Fat Bear and Shuishan via intercom. There are 10 mercenaries outside and over 20 in the lobby. They should ascend shortly. Fat Bear, prepare to engage on the 4th floor, just like last time with the Blackguard. I'll signal you. Shuishan, keep an eye on the situation from across the way and be ready for my command. Understood. Takahashi Kenichi, standing beside Dr. Tianxuan, also sensed the ulterior motives of the guests. Unable to contain himself as he interjected, O Xiao, you must clarify the placement issue with us first. Just as O Zion had been subdued by Dr. Henry, he found himself confronted by another individual daring to challenge his authority, compelling him to make a promise. Fine, I will clarify. He stepped forward and delivered a kick to Takahashi Kenichi's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. O Xiao followed up with a few more kicks before seizing Dr. Tianxuan by the collar. Tell me the truth. Before we arrived, did any armed personnel come here and take away the drug formula? Speak quickly. The mercenaries, witnessing their master's aggression, raised their weapons towards the crowd. Dr. Tianxuan replied, no one else has been here. The drug formula and experimental data are in the laboratory. Do not harm anyone, and I will take you to retrieve them. At this moment, Dr. Tianxuan understood that the visitors were not genuinely concerned about rescuing the survivors, but were solely focused on acquiring the drug. However, with their weapons in hand, he had no choice but to comply with their demands. The mercenaries bound all the men present and forced them to crouch in the lobby on the ground floor, with designated guards watching over them. The other mercenaries ascended the stairs alongside O Xiao, Dr. Henry, and Dr. Tianxuan. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they searched each room meticulously but found no one. Continuing to the 3rd floor, they arrived at the laboratory door, where the mercenary leader instructed his subordinates to take a few men to search the 4th floor. Dr. Tiamu opened the door, his expression icy as he said, come in. I hope you will honor your promise and refrain from harming anyone after taking the drug formula. Dr. Henry confidently replied, we never intended to harm you. Upon entering the office, everyone was captivated by the walls adorned with human brains. You truly conducted a significant number of experiments, Dr. Henry exclaimed in admiration. Dr. Tiamu unlocked a drawer of his desk with a key, retrieving a document box, which he handed to Dr. Henry. The drug formula and experimental data are all contained within. Dr. Henry cherished the document box as if it were a treasure and eagerly opened it, extracting several papers to hand to O Zion. As he glanced at the cover bearing the words Spore Immunity Drug Formula, a smile finally graced O Zion's face. At that moment, the female secretary retrieved her phone from her briefcase and cautiously informed O Zion, it's a call from the eldest young master. Ignore him. However, O Zion was too preoccupied to answer the call, for the contents in his hands represented his hope of triumphing over his elder brother in the vice presidential competition. He hastily perused the documents, but his expression grew increasingly grim. In a fit of anger, he hurled the papers at Dr. Henry's face. Is this the drug formula you spoke of? Look at what this is. Dr. Henry was taken aback, quickly dropping to the floor to gather the scattered documents. Scrutinizing them closely. September 12th, Farmer's Market Purchase List. Cabbage 150 Gene 25 yuan, Gene 375 yuan, pork 80 Gene 15 yuan, Gene 1,200 yuan. Salg 30 bags 2 yuan, bag 60 yuan, æbles 60 Gene 5 yuan, Gene 120 yuan, rise 50 bags 50 yuan, bag 2,500 yuan. Damn it, how could this be a kitchen purchase list? Dr. Henry exclaimed, leaping to his feet and seizing the bewildered Dr. Tianmu by the collar, his face contorted with fury. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I guarantee you, and everyone here will meet a dreadful end. Chapter 82. I invite you to sausage and eggs. O Zion was seething with rage, his fury erupting as he snatched a handgun from the mercenary leader and pressed it firmly against Dr. Tianmu's forehead. "Do you dare to play me for a fool?" Dr. Tianmu's face turned ashen with fear, yet he maintained the composure expected of an intellectual, refusing to beg for mercy. Though he too was puzzled as to why his meticulously organized drug formula and experimental data had suddenly transformed into a cafeteria's purchase list. At that moment, the secretary's phone rang once more. "Oh, Xiao, it's a call from the eldest young master." Oh Zion snatched the phone from her hand. "Hello." On the other end, Yin said, "Second brother, do not act recklessly. Come home quickly. Father is already angry. Do you think being merely a vice president is enough? I'm not competing with you. Why take such significant risks to do this?" Yin indeed did not regard the competition for vice president as particularly important, as he excelled in capability, performance, and relationships with the group's veterans, making him virtually the designated heir of Zhongqing. When he learned that his brother was clandestinely pursuing so-called drug research in an attempt to rival him, he found it incomprehensible that, despite being raised in the same family, his brother could be so foolish. This situation could only be attributed to the circle of individuals surrounding Zion, who, driven by their own interests, continually whispered to him that Zong valued him and that he had a strong chance of inheriting the family business. Over time, Zion became convinced of this, which led him to devise the spore deployment scheme. The tragedy for Zion lay in the fact that he clung to the vice presidential position as if it were a precious jewel, while his brother hardly cared at all. His brother did not even consider him a competitor. Thus, the casual disdain in his brother's voice during the call felt like an outright provocation to Zion. He erupted in a hysterical roar. "You think you can simply give me the vice presidential position? That's absurd. I will compete with you honorably based on performance. Stop pretending to be the good guy." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone and turned to the mercenary leader, stating, "There are still people on the 4th floor, right? Many patients and several nurses." With a sharp gaze, Zion gritted his teeth and commanded, "Bring those nurses down." The mercenary leader immediately understood, using a walkie-talkie to instruct his subordinates on the 4th floor. Shortly thereafter, Yuko and 4 other nurses were escorted into the laboratory. 5 towering mercenaries, clad in gas masks, loomed menacingly over the frail women. Zion picked up a medical scissors from the table and tossed it to the mercenary leader, who approached one of the young nurses. The nurse, her hands bound behind her back, trembled in fear before the mercenary, who towered over her by 2 heads, unable to utter a single word. "What do you intend to do? Leave the nurses out of this," Dr. Tianmu exclaimed loudly. Zion retorted, "Old man, you enjoy playing games, don't you? I'll play along with you. Let us start with a glass of fine grape wine, and let you have a taste." He gestured to the mercenary leader. The mercenary leader stepped forward and tore open the young nurse's shirt, exposing 2 snowy white mounds to the crowd. He raised the scissors, preparing to snip at the delicate tips. "No!" Dr. Tianmu, Yuko, and the other nurses cried out in horror. "You are inhuman." The young nurse began to scream in terror. Baishir Town was a remarkably peaceful place. Though life was hard, it had never experienced the baptism of battle. Thus, they had never truly witnessed the depths of human cruelty and darkness. Just as the scissors grazed the young nurse's skin, a flash of white light erupted before the mercenary leader. The onlookers witnessed the mercenary leader's hand freeze mid-action, the scissors suspended in the air, and then a torrent of crimson liquid gushed from his neck, splattering onto the young nurse's face and body. A severed, bloodied canine leg fell to the ground. The young nurse stared in shock, her mouth agape. Yuko and the other nurses had forgotten their screams. Dr. Tianmu, Zion, and Dr. Henry, positioned behind the mercenary leader, initially remained unaware of what had transpired. It was only when the mercenary leader's body collapsed that they grasped the gravity of the situation. The secretary leaped as if she had stepped on a cat's tail. The laboratory erupted into chaos as the mercenaries released the nurses, raising their weapons and scanning for the source of danger. Among them, the mercenary holding Yuko acted strangely, reaching out to tap a comrade on the shoulder. When the comrade turned to look at him, the mercenary's hands had already seized his companion's head, snapping his neck with a sickening crack. The mercenary then raised his gun, aiming at the remaining 3 mercenaries, and fired 3 shots, each resulting in a fatal headshot. Everything transpired so swiftly that no one had time to react. 2 seconds later, Yuko and the other 5 nurses erupted into terrified screams at the gruesome scene before them. Zion also sensed something was amiss, turning his gun towards the mercenary. "Are you mad? Why are you shooting your own people?" A thunderous gunshot rang out from above the laboratory cabinets, striking Zion's right hand and sending the handgun flying from his grasp. A second passed before the pain reached his brain. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never endured such suffering. This was the first time he witnessed his own blood during a battle. Fear and agony caused him to collapse, sitting on the ground and crying out. Dr. Henry was equally taken aback, frozen in place. Typically, he remained close to Xiao, protected by mercenaries, and had never encountered such a scene before. Ma Xiaoxi jumped down from the cabinet, giving a thumbs up to the mercenary. "Well done, Pang Xiong. I was still on the 4th floor, yet I was called down before I could twist 2 necks." Through his gas mask, Pang Xiong replied in a deep voice. He removed the mask, approached Zion, and slapped him with the back of his hand. "Do you see who I am now?" At that moment, Zion realized that the one escorting him had been Pang Xiong all along. The other nurses, including Dr. Tian Siyuan, were astonished, feeling as though they had been rescued from the abyss of death. The duo of Ma Xiaoxi and Pang Xiong appeared as if by magic, akin to celestial saviors descending from the clouds. At this moment, Zion covered his face, gradually calming down. Though he felt panic, he quickly comprehended his predicament and, enduring the pain in his hands, spoke, "I do not know what you intend to do, nor will I pursue your identities. However, you ought to understand who I am. Do not oppose the entire O family. This is beyond what you common folk can bear." Dr. Henry regained his composure and approached Pang Xiong to mediate. "Indeed, there is no need for conflict. This individual is no ordinary man. He is the second son of Zhongqing from the Energy Group's B11 district. Let us all leave a way out for ourselves. Let us pretend nothing happened today." "Damn it!" Pang Xiong swung a fist at Dr. Henry's nose, sending his gas mask and gold-rimmed glasses flying. Dr. Henry crouched on the ground, clutching his bleeding nose and howling in pain. Pang Xiong picked up a pair of scissors from the ground and gestured toward Zion's groin. "Second young master, how about I treat you to scrambled eggs with sausage?" Chapter 83. Competing in Ruthlessness? Faced with Pang Xiong's threat, Zion's face turned pale. Although he was usually arrogant and uneducated, he could clearly see that both men before him were desperate criminals, especially the tall, stout one, who could snap a person's neck as easily as if it were a daily task, and his skill with a gun was that of a seasoned killer. How'd I get involved with such individuals? I should have heeded my father's advice and returned home sooner. Were they here to seize the drug formula? How could they know about the research in Baisher Town? Who had sent them? It couldn't be Olian, could it? That seemed unlikely. While my elder brother might oppose me, he would not go so far as to hire someone to kill me. Moreover, if my father found out, he would not spare him either. So who had dispatched them? Why were they opposing me? Could it be Dr. Tian Siyuan? In such a remote and impoverished town, how could they afford such top-tier assassins? These thoughts flashed through Zion's mind as he feigned calmness, addressing Pang Xiong, "Brother, I do not know how I have offended you or if someone sent you, but you must be aware of the strength of the O family. Those who offend us will not meet a good end. However, let us treat today as if it never happened and leave a path for each other." Zion attempted to stabilize the situation, hoping to avoid harm. Just then, a cacophony of calls echoed from upstairs, followed by screams. Then, thud after thud. Someone jumped from above. Had someone committed suicide? Upon closer inspection, the jumpers were on fire. The mercenaries on the 4th floor had begun to purge the patients hiding there, using flamethrowers to clear each room. They had devised a plan beforehand. Take the drug formula and eliminate all survivors in Baisher Town without leaving a trace. Dr. Tian Siyuan rushed forward, grabbing Zion, shouting, "Make them stop. Those are lives." Zion replied with a hint of satisfaction. "When those mercenaries go mad, I can't control them. Enough of this. Come with me, and tell your people to come downstairs." Ma Xiaoxi picked up her large white dog leg, yanked on Zion's collar, and pressed a knife to his neck as she opened the door to leave. Pang Xiong followed closely behind with his gun drawn. Yuzi attempted to follow, but was restrained by Dr. Tian Siyuan. In such a situation, they would be of no assistance and should not add trouble for Ma Xiaoxi, lest they endanger themselves. In the corridor, about 10 mercenaries were chatting, oblivious to the commotion in the laboratory, as Xiao often created a ruckus when dealing with others. Moreover, 5 of their companions had just escorted several defenseless female nurses inside, and their commander was also in there. How could anything go awry? Thus, It was not until Ma Xiaoxi and Peng Xiong opened the laboratory door and pushed Zion out that the mercenaries realized something was amiss. When had two more individuals entered the laboratory, and why had they taken the second young master of the O family? If anything happened to him, they could not bear such a responsibility. They raised their guns, aiming at Ma Xiaoxi and Peng Xiong, demanding their release in a harsh language, blocking the corridor. The mercenaries on the fourth floor also paused their purge to investigate. Ma Xiaoxi pushed Zion's shoulder, ordering them to back off. Zion had no choice but to comply, signaling the mercenaries in the corridor to retreat and not to obstruct them. Ma Xiaoxi forced Zion down the stairs slowly, while the mercenaries on the third and fourth floors followed cautiously, guns raised. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor, several guards noticed something unusual and shouted. Mercenaries outside rushed in as well. The 10 or so bound hostages crouching in the corner also realized what was happening. Takahashi Kenichi could not help but exclaim, "Well done," but he was quickly kicked over by a guard, silencing him. Ma Xiaoxi and Peng Xiong maintained a safe distance from the mercenaries, gradually retreating from the hospital, crossing the street, and stopping in front of a storefront across from the hospital. A large group of mercenaries quickly surrounded them. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoxi caught a glimpse of a familiar small figure lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the little boy who had given her candy 2 days prior. The candy was still in her pants pocket. The boy's body was half on fire, and a pool of blood lay beneath his head. The killing intent in Ma Xiaoxi's eyes intensified. At some point, Dr. Henry had rushed down, flanked by several mercenaries who had captured Dr. Tian Siyuan and a few nurses, attempting to use the hostages to threaten Ma Xiaoxi. "You over there, bandit! Look carefully. Your friends are in my grasp. Release Xiao quickly. Otherwise, I will." Ma Xiaoxi interrupted him, coolly replying, "You are mistaken. They have nothing to do with me. I am not from Baishir Town. Do you dare to threaten me?" Seizing one of Xiao's ears, she swung her knife down. Everyone was taken aback, followed by a shriek from Zion akin to that of a slaughtered pig. She then grabbed the other ear of Zion, poised to cut it off. "Competing in ruthlessness with me? You are still too tender." In this tense standoff, one must take the initiative, inflicting losses upon the opponent to instill fear, compelling them to contemplate the cost of silence. Dr. Henry found himself momentarily flustered. The young man across from him was not adhering to the rules of engagement, launching an assault without negotiation. He and several mercenaries were momentarily frozen, at a loss for what to do. Zion had lost the calm demeanor he initially possessed. Having had his ears severed, the pain was excruciating. It was at this moment he realized that this lean, tall youth was even more ruthless than the rotund one. He cursed Dr. Henry, imploring him to release the captives, exclaiming that he was on the verge of being killed. Dr. Henry and his men reluctantly released Dr. Tian and Yuzi. Just then, Ma Xiaoxi and Peng Xiong executed an action that left everyone bewildered. They coerced Zion to slowly lie down on the ground. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the store behind them. Chapter 84. The fatal strike. Dr. Henry and the mercenaries were perplexed by Ma Xiaoxi and Peng Xiong's actions. Were they surrendering? In an instant, headlights from a vehicle illuminated the area, blinding those caught in its glare. Following this, bullets from a mounted machine gun rained down from the store, shattering windows and tearing through the street, targeting the mercenaries. The cacophony of gunfire, the clattering of shell casings, and the anguished cries of the wounded melded into a horrific symphony. A bullet struck a fuel tank of a flamethrower carried by one mercenary, igniting an inferno that instantly engulfed him. Unable to withstand the agony of being consumed by flames, he drew his pistol and ended his own life. In truth, the entire slaughter transpired in less than 10 seconds. More than 20 mercenaries and Dr. Henry lay lifeless in a pool of blood, having offered no resistance. As the scene turned into a one-sided massacre, body parts and entrails littered the street, the acrid stench of blood mingling with the odor of gunpowder, transforming Baishir Town into a battlefield of carnage. At this moment, Zion was utterly despondent. His unit, which could typically stride through Zone B11 with impunity, had been obliterated in an instant. How had they capsized so dramatically in this small ravine of Baishir Town? He turned in shock to glance at the store from which the bullets had emerged, wondering what secrets it concealed. Accompanied by tremors in the ground, an armored transport vehicle, painted in desert yellow, emerged from the store. Its rugged tires crushed the shards of glass underfoot, and the Gatling guns mounted on its sides were still smoking. Zion could hardly fathom that the two individuals who had taken him hostage were in league with this vehicle, having laid an ambush to eliminate his mercenaries. What astonished him further was the appearance of a brown-haired woman, possessing features typical of the Icefield region. No way. He could accept a dozen burly men. But when did women from the Icefield region become so formidable? She seemed a different species from any woman he had encountered. Dr. Tion and the nurses released the hostages in the hall, and as Takahashi Kenichi and others rubbed their aching arms and approached the door, a few were so repulsed by the gruesome scene that they vomited. Simultaneously, they began to regard Ma Xiaoxi, Pang Xiong, and Shuishan, who could maintain their composure amidst such carnage, with newfound respect and fear. Takahashi Kenichi, having previously been a member of the security team, did not react as dramatically as the others. He was merely puzzled about the purpose of Ma Xiaoxi and her companions. Their combat prowess was clearly not that of ordinary transporters, particularly the woman from the Icefield region, who usually appeared meek and taciturn, turned out to be a fierce force to be reckoned with, especially when facing a powerful entity like the Energy Group. She had no qualms about directly abducting the young master of the O family, showing no fear whatsoever, something that only individuals of great capability could accomplish. They must be backed by some formidable power, exuding a terrifying confidence. Surely, they were working for someone else, which emboldened them to act so recklessly. As this thought crossed his mind, Takahashi Kenichi was suddenly struck by a chilling realization. Could they be connected to the recent murder of the minister in Shui Town? He recalled a tale shared by his acquaintance, a woman of ill repute, regarding an incident in Shui Town. A minister had dallied with a woman from the Icefield region, only for her partner to come seeking vengeance, resulting in a scene of bullets and corpses. The current situation mirrored that past event eerily. Takahashi Kenichi shuddered. Both sides were backed by formidable forces, and he deemed it wise to remain silent and refrain from spreading rumors. Pang Xiong inquired about the fate of the second young master, to which Ma Xiaoxi replied that they should bind him and feed him to the infected. This was a sound strategy. With so many lives lost, the scent of blood would soon attract the remaining infected. Once the infected had devoured the young master, they could then eliminate the infected as well. Pang Xiong then dragged the nearly lifeless O Xiao to an armored SUV, securing him tightly to the vehicle's bumper with a chain. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, they turned away, waiting for the infected to end his life in a most intimate manner. Dr. Tion led the other doctors and nurses to the fourth floor to rescue the survivors and treat the injured. Upon tallying the remaining individuals, they found approximately 20 patients and a dozen healthy individuals, along with 8 medical staff, totaling nearly 40 people. The challenge before Dr. Tion was how to ensure the safety of these 40 individuals. Baisher Town was clearly no longer safe. Dr. Tion had never anticipated that the true threat to their safety would not be the virus or the infected, but rather the very energy group that they had hoped would assist them. Ma Xiaoxi retrieved documents containing pharmaceutical formulas and experimental data from the transport vehicle and personally handed them to Dr. Tion. She expressed her apologies, stating that they had taken the documents without prior consultation. Dr. Tion shook his head, acknowledging that he should be grateful to them. Their judgment had been astute, as those individuals had ulterior motives and were not there to help. Had they not taken the documents ahead of time, the moment those individuals acquired the information, they would have likely exterminated everyone present without hesitation. Ma Xiaoxi then queried, considering the danger in Baisher Town, what their next plan was. Dr. Tion responded that they currently lacked a clear objective. Takahashi Kenichi suggested they might head to Shui Town, where they would be safer outside the control of Zone B11. Ma Xiaoxi agreed, stating that while they could temporarily seek refuge in Shui Town, it was not a sustainable solution. The best course of action would be to go directly to the West Sea. They could seek assistance from her friend, Liu Beijiang, from a West Sea Joint Defense Team 2, who would provide them with help. Additionally, she noted that the military vehicle outside was still operational, and their companion, Lao San, had mentioned he would return to the West Sea Oasis after delivering supplies to the village, potentially assisting them in transporting additional personnel. At that moment, Pang Xiong suddenly asked where Lao San had gone. Indeed, everyone had descended from the building, yet he was notably absent. Just as they were speaking, Lao San emerged from the staircase, accompanied by a stunning woman clad in a professional suit and high heels. none other than Zion's secretary. It turned out that Lao San had coincidentally encountered the secretary fleeing from the laboratory as he descended the stairs. The sight of this curvaceous beauty left many men present utterly mesmerized. Ma Xiaoxi scrutinized her for quite some time, and the female secretary squinted her eyes in a smile, saying, "Big brother, please keep me here. All right, but first, could you elucidate what it is that occupies your mind?" The crowd, bewildered, gazed at her, while the secretary appeared utterly astonished. How could you possibly know? Chapter 85. The Young Master's Eavesdropping. Zhou and others were puzzled by Ma Xiaoxi's words. In truth, everyone harbored a fondness for the secretary due to her charming visage and attractive figure. Who could resist such a lure? Although the malevolent actions of Xiao were beyond her control, she merely accompanied him and had not harmed anyone present. Some men began to indulge in fanciful thoughts, wishing to retain this secretary of the O family's second young master, hoping to satisfy their egos by overshadowing the wealthy second generation. Takahashi Kenichi chuckled and asked Ma Xiaoxi, "What are you talking about? What could possibly be in your head?" The secretary, more distressed than anyone, looked at Ma Xiaoxi in disbelief. She never anticipated that the contents of her mind would be unveiled. No one possesses X-ray vision. He must be deceiving me. Or perhaps he is inquiring about something else. She quickly retorted, "All I have in my head is you. From now on, I am willing to serve you, haha." However, the surrounding individuals discerned that the secretary's expression was decidedly unnatural, as if she were deliberately concealing something. In the next moment, a flash of white light occurred, and her laughter abruptly ceased. A deep gash appeared on her neck, oozing blood. She clutched her throat and gazed at Ma Xiaoxi before collapsing to the ground. What are you doing?" Lao San and a few others nearby were startled by Ma Xiaoxi's sudden action, their eyes widening in shock. Ma Xiaoxi's subsequent movement was even more explosive. He swung his large white dog leg, striking towards the secretary's head, resembling a deranged murderer performing a craniotomy on the victim. A living, breathing beauty had now been subjected to such brutality. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the crowd, Ma Xiaoxi probed through the mass of brain matter and blood. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a stainless steel capsule-shaped device, displaying it for all to see. This is a listening device. How could it be inside this woman's head? Takahashi Kenichi was the first to recognize the object. He had seen such devices with the security team, but witnessing one embedded in a person's head was a first. Since Ma Xiaoxi had encountered the modified body of a blackguard officer, he had become exceedingly cautious around modified individuals, often scanning potential contacts with his X-ray vision. Just moments ago, he had spied a metallic device within the secretary's head, which incited the earlier scene. Ma Xiaoxi pried the listening device open, extracting a chip from within and handing it to Pang Xiong for examination, hoping to uncover any stored information. Lao San's face turned ashen, realizing that this woman had been eavesdropping on their conversations. Thus, he and she had effectively been live-streamed, resulting in social death. Ma Xiaoxi then deduced, "I suspect this woman is an informant planted beside O Zion, tasked with surveilling the second young master of the O family. Information regarding Baisher Town has certainly been compromised. We must set off immediately." The group could not help but express their gratitude towards Ma Xiaoxi once more, for if this secretary had remained close, it would have been akin to broadcasting their location, allowing her associates to easily track them down. Everyone promptly began to gather their belongings. Dr. Tian Village packed a box of medicines and handed it to Ma Xiaoxi, stating, "These are some commonly used medications and 5 doses of immune spores. Take them with you." Ma Xiaoxi expressed his gratitude, but suddenly recalled something, addressing Dr. Tian Village, "The little girl named Anya, a refugee we picked up on the road. Please take her with you." Dr. Tian Village replied, "All right, we are in need of assistance caring for the patients." The group bade farewell and drove away from Baisher Town, each heading towards their respective destinations. Naturally, before departing, they set fire to the hospital and the corpses of the mercenaries at the entrance, striving to eliminate all traces of evidence. At 6 a.m., at the headquarters of the Energy Group in District B11, O Zhangqing had already risen and eaten breakfast. "Sumuning iseldes de son Ulian. Did you manage to contact your younger brother yesterday? Has he returned?" O Yin replied, "The second one is throwing a childish tantrum again. He even had an argument with me. He wants to come back until he hits a wall. He is in Baisher Town now and should return after completing his business today." O Zhangqing frowned. "What business does he have in Baisher Town?" "It's nearly at the water town." O Yin said, I am not entirely sure. I just heard that he is working on a pharmaceutical development. It seems there is an outbreak in the area, and he is acquiring immune medication. The information Yin possessed undoubtedly stemmed from the listening device implanted in the secretary's mind. To monitor his younger brother's movements, he had specifically selected a group of girls fitting Zion's preferences and implanted listening devices in their heads, subsequently entering his brother's work life through the company's standard hiring process. However, this younger brother was proving to be quite inept, aside from various interactions with secretaries. He spent his days daydreaming and engaging in impractical, high-risk research. The once lucrative pharmaceutical sector was now nearly paralyzed due to his meddling. Over time, Yin's monitoring of his brother had become increasingly casual. Xiaoxi was filled with rage, exclaiming, "This is utter nonsense. The death of a few commoners is trivial. But if this gets out, what will become of the family's reputation? You are his elder brother. You should discipline him properly, rather than letting him act recklessly." After contemplating for a moment, Xiaoxi commanded, "You need to take a company of men and bring him back to me. Erase that town. Leave no evidence behind." "Understood. I will set off immediately. I expect to arrive by this evening. Rest assured, there will be no issues." Yin accepted the order and prepared to leave, only to be halted by his father. Xiaoxi instructed, "Wait a moment, take 2 companies with you. The outside is not safe. Additionally, find out if he is conducting experiments elsewhere. Eliminate those as well." "Understood," Yin affirmed before departing. Xiaoxi was feeling exceedingly agitated that day, perceiving his second son as a source of great worry. It was one thing to lack ability, but it was another to constantly pursue unrealistic endeavors. If this continued, it would undoubtedly bring disaster upon both himself and the entire family. Yin, accompanied by mercenaries, departed from the city and sped towards Baisher town. His approach was in stark contrast to his brother's. During such missions, he always donned combat attire, leading the mercenaries without any female secretaries by his side. His assistants composed of competent young men. Consequently, Yin enjoyed a high level of respect within the group. Seated in the vehicle, he instructed his assistant, "Check the listening devices. Are they still in Baisher town?" The assistant activated the listening equipment, initially encountering an awkward exchange, but the man was not Zion. Then, sounds of battle filled the air. Yin's expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. My brother has been kidnapped." Grabbing the walkie-talkie, he commanded, "Proceed at full speed." Chapter 86. Listening Recording. Inside the transport vehicle, Pang Xiong was retrieving the information stored on the chip using his computer. Indeed, there were several audio recordings contained within. The first was a conversation between the secretary and Lao San, followed by several exchanges with Xiao. Pang Xiong listened with great interest, marveling at the extravagant lives of the wealthy. Ma Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and remarked, "Can we possibly find some useful information?" "Ah, there indeed exists a segment. Listen closely." Pang Xiong removed his headphones and activated the speaker. The recording featured the voice of Zion. "You should investigate what exactly the art project that Dad and the others are working on entails. Is there a chance for us to participate?" A distinctly hoarse voice interjected, "All right. I have heard that Yuli from the Huangyi army is planning to visit General O in our B11 district, apparently related to this project. I will gather more information then." After that, the recording ceased, as the chip could only temporarily store a limited amount of data. This segment was the earliest available. Checking the date. It was 3 days prior. Ma Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, noting 2 pieces of information mentioned in the recording. One was Yuli from the Huangyi army, a name she was already familiar with, who was delivering goods to Ni's town in the B13 district, with the recipient being a subordinate mercenary team leader. The second was the art project, a term that also resonated with familiarity. Where had she heard it before? Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her mind. Recalling that upon her arrival at the Shuaisian Motorcycle Hotel, she had sought information from Lin Shi regarding the commissioning client. Lin Shi had mentioned a mysterious organization supporting Yuli, known as Tongjihui, which was implementing a project codenamed ARC, though the specifics remained unclear. What a coincidence! It was Tongjihui again. However, Ma Xiaoxi refrained from sharing these thoughts with Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan. Although this information evoked an air of mystery and unease, it did not constitute an immediate threat. Ma Xiaoxi contemplated hastening her journey to Ni's town. There were still over 1,000 kilometers to traverse, and given the challenging terrain, it would likely take another 2 to 3 days. Once she delivered the weapons to the recipient, the commission would be complete, allowing her to return to Shihai, a familiar and relatively safer environment for both herself and Pang Xiong. Moreover, was the commissioning client truly connected to Tang Jihui? Upon her return, she could inquire with Uncle Lai, who had introduced her to this transport task. After the mission's completion, this old rascal should be inclined to divulge some information, even if it wasn't complete. At least she could glean a general idea. Additionally, Zhuoshan's performance during this mission in Baisher Town had shown an increasing synergy, and her skills were commendable, which was a positive development. Since learning of Zhuoshan's identity as a member of the Holy Church of Saintus in Shuaisian, Ma Xiaoxi had been cautious around her. She refrained from confronting Zhuoshan directly, hoping to uncover the enigmatic woman in red behind her. Yet, events seldom unfolded according to one's desires. The various crises encountered in Shuaisian, especially the incident involving the Blackguard, compelled Ma Xiaoxi to confront Zhuoshan, urging her to sabotage the power supply lines. Now, it appeared that Zhuoshan had genuinely integrated into their small collective. Despite the secrets she likely harbored, who among them was without secrets? As long as she could serve as an ally, the rest was of little consequence. Conversely, Pang Xiong, having learned of Zhuoshan's background, seemed somewhat unsettled, as if grappling with feelings of betrayal. In this regard, the lad truly exhibited a naive charm. Finally, Ma Xiaoxi focused her thoughts and activated the system. Eliminate 325 infected individuals. Reward: enhancement of transport vehicle weapon system to level 303. She was on the brink of level 4. Reward: skill waste and horse unified unlocked with a visibility range of 500 meters. Durability level classified as high. Enhanced hearing acquired. Successfully rescued 40 trapped individuals. Received random selectable rewards. A. Food. B. Spare fuel tank. C. Temperature control system. This time, Ma Xiaoxi opted for C, as there was no concern regarding food or fuel for the transport vehicle. The temperature control system would likely prove invaluable on the journey into the icy expanse ahead. During conversations in Shuaisian, Shanghai and others had mentioned that the cold wave in the icy region had arrived earlier than usual this year. With such a temperature control system, they could withstand the external chill, transforming the transport vehicle into a veritable fortress in the apocalypse. While others froze, she could bask in warmth within the vehicle, which was rather delightful. In a moment of reflection, she mused that the warmth inside the vehicle often led to excessive sweating, which was rather bothersome. Lost in thought, Ma Xiaoxi noticed a convoy approaching on the road ahead. Before long, the distance between them closed enough for her to discern the situation. It was a fleet of military vehicles, approximately 10 military trucks. Pang Xiong exclaimed, "Why do they resemble the trucks and armored off-road vehicles of the second young master?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Judging by the timing, it seems their reinforcements have arrived. We should maintain our composure." Pang Xiong expressed concern, "Wow, there are so many of them. If a fight breaks out, we might not fare well." The opposing mercenaries were undoubtedly armed with heavy weaponry. If a confrontation ensued, their single transport vehicle would be exceedingly vulnerable. Zhuoshan's expression was slightly tense. At that moment, the opposing convoy evidently spotted their transport vehicle, slowing down to a stop. A group of mercenaries disembarked and blocked the road, gesturing to halt the transport vehicle. Ma Xiaoxi stopped the vehicle several dozen meters away and called out through the loudspeaker, "We are a delivery from the Freight Alliance. May I inquire what the matter is?" A young man clad in combat attire emerged from one of the off-road vehicles. He bore a resemblance to O Zion, unmistakably a member of the O family, followed by a dozen mercenaries. Approaching the transport vehicle, he presented an assurance document from B11 District stating, "Routine inspection. Please present your passes and open the vehicle door." Ma Xiaoxi retrieved a pass bearing the Freight Alliance insignia from the drawer and pressed it against the window, but did not open the door. The young man scrutinized the document and noted that the cargo category was marked as top secret, with the origin listed as Shihai and the destination as Ni's Town in B13 District. Thus, he did not insist on opening the door for inspection. The Freight Alliance held a significant position among the current factions, facilitating the flow of goods for various powers, including the energy conglomerates. Therefore, unless a clear issue arose, such top-secret cargo from the Freight Alliance was generally allowed to pass to avoid conflicts. However, the mercenaries and the young man before her had no intention of allowing passage without further scrutiny. They refrained from directly confronting her or demanding the door be opened. Ol Yin instructed the mercenaries to bring over a scanning device to conduct a thorough examination of the vehicle. Chapter 87. The Abandoned Mountain, and upon completion of the scan, a mercenary reported to the young man, "There are no other individuals inside, just these three, and there are several large crates of cargo at the rear, likely containing firearms." The transport vehicle itself is also equipped with machine guns and artillery. Yin nodded, but did not withdraw. Instead, he inquired of Ma Xiaoxi, "Did you come from Shuaizhen?" Ma Xiaoxi confirmed, "Yes, there are aberrants there. We took refuge in the safe zone for a while before setting out again." It must be the safe zone at Shuaizhen University. Was it not a murder incident there? Ma Xiaoxi replied, "We heard gunfire a few nights ago, but we are unclear on the specifics." After asking several routine questions, Yin waved his hand toward the mercenaries in the distance, signaling for them to allow passage. Suddenly, he casually inquired, "By the way, you just came from Baisher Town, right?" Ma Xiaoxi feigned ignorance, stating, "What Baisher Town? We set out from Shuaizhen, sir." Yin scrutinized the expressions of the three individuals in the transport vehicle, finding no signs of abnormality. Thus, accompanied by their companions, they returned to their vehicle, and the mercenary convoy continued on its journey. Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan wiped the cold sweat from their palms. Ma Xiaoxi also let out a sigh of relief, rising from his seat to stretch, allowing Zhuoshan to take the wheel. Pang Xiong remarked, "That young man is clearly from the Ojia family. I hope Dr. Tian and the others can set off soon and avoid running into them." Ma Xiaoxi replied, "Dr. Tian and the others must rely on their own wits to escape. No one can offer eternal assistance." Pang Xiong jokingly added, "What about the young nurse Yuko? Are you not considering bringing her along?" Ma Xiaoxi stated, "We happened to cross paths at that moment, but each individual has their own mission and things to protect. We must hasten to deliver our goods." Zhuoshan put in extra effort, insisting that they must reach B11 district today, as remaining within the influence of their adversaries felt unsettling. Pang Xiong reassured, "No need to worry. My injury is nearly healed, and soon I will be able to drive." As night approached, the transport vehicle finally passed the boundary marker of B11 district, entering the realm of B13 district. The mountainous terrain of B13 district gradually increased, with more winding roads. Some sections have been severely damaged due to war or years of heavy vehicle traffic. Ma Xiaoxi and his companions discussed their plans and decided it was time to find a place to rest, as driving on mountainous roads should not be done while fatigued. Moreover, they had not had a moment's respite in Shuaizhen and Baishuzhen these past few days. As they spoke, a young girl stood by the roadside, waving a small red flag inscribed with the words Jiemu Zanjin. Looking behind her, they saw a few brightly lit houses nestled within a hollow, with a large sign out front proclaiming meals, lodging, bathing. A few trucks were already parked in the open space in front. There was indeed an inn here. In truth, they should have noticed this in each time they passed by, but they had only traveled through during the day and had not paid much attention to the place. Pang Xiong exclaimed, "What a stroke of luck! Just when we were feeling weary, a place to rest appears before us. Let us head over for a meal." Ma Xiaoxi agreed, "Yes, let us have a meal there, but we should still sleep in the vehicle tonight. Safety comes first." Both Pang Xiong and Zhuoshan nodded in agreement. Zhuoshan turned the steering wheel, veering off the road and parking in the open space in front of the inn. They could now see clearly that there were 6 bungalows before them, with the central house being more spacious and brightly lit, where people were dining inside. Habitually, Ma Xiaoxi scanned the room with his perspective vision. One room was occupied by the innkeeper and staff, filled with miscellaneous items, while the other 4 were guest rooms. 2 of the rooms were empty, while the other 2 housed people who were playing cards and enjoying themselves. Upon observation, everything seemed normal. The 3 of them entered the main dining room, where 2 tables of diners were already enjoying their meals, evidently fellow drivers. The innkeeper's wife stood up from behind the counter, smiling warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guests. What would you like to eat? Would you like to stay?" Dressed in a red dress, her figure was alluring, and her eyes seemed capable of captivating souls. Zhuoshan's heart sank. This woman was indeed the true lady. Ma Xiaoxi recognized her as well, but remained composed, stating, "We will only have a meal, not stay." After saying this, he ordered several dishes from the menu. The innkeeper's wife inquired, "Would you like some drinks?" Pang Xiong, unable to take his eyes off her, exclaimed, "Of course, 2 bottles of baijiu." He engaged her in conversation for quite some time. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoxi led Zhuoshan to a table, waiting for their meal to arrive. Zhuoshan glanced at Ma Xiaoxi, feeling somewhat uneasy, but he remained focused on his own thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Pang Xiong joined them, exclaiming, This innkeeper's wife is truly kind. Shouldn't we support her business? Let us stay the night. Sleeping in the vehicle isn't very comfortable. Zhuishan remained non-committal. Ma Xiaoxi responded, sounds good. Why don't you ask her if there are any rooms available? Pang Xiong rolled his eyes, thinking, really? Stay the night? This fellow usually resists such ideas, always obstructing my plans. With my poor acting skills, he must realize my intentions. What has gotten into him today? He is so agreeable. It's not like him at all. Oh well, it doesn't matter. He agreed after all. Perhaps he also wishes to let loose. Such a repressed man. About 10 minutes later, the innkeeper's wife personally brought out their dishes. Pang Xiong eagerly accepted the plate she handed him, his chubby hand brushing against her delicate hand. Yet she seemed oblivious. Pang Xiong seized her arm, proudly asking, Innkeeper, do you have any rooms left? She smiled seductively. As for rooms, there's only one left. Do you think you can fit? Pang Xiong appeared to be in a dilemma, muttering aloud. One room? That might be a bit cramped. The issue is I snore, which could disturb others, making it hard for everyone to rest. Ma Xiaoxi responded, then you should stay there. Zhuishan and I will sleep in the vehicle. Pang Xiong felt a twinge of anxiety. He squinted, sizing up Ma Xiaoxi, wondering if this fellow was unusually considerate today and if there were ulterior motives. Could it be that my acting has matured, and Ma Xiaoxi is completely unaware of my intentions? He glanced again at the innkeeper's wife's stunning beauty, seemingly solidifying his resolve. There were no traps here. He wanted the whole experience. Pang Xiong suppressed his excitement, saying, well, I feel a bit embarrassed. I'm putting you two at a disadvantage. But since my injury is healed, I want to be polite. Without waiting for Ma Xiaoxi and Zhuishan to respond, he eagerly shouted to the counter, Innkeeper, give us a room. Chapter 88. The invigorating performance at the neighboring table sat a bald man in his 40s. Adorned with tattoos around his neck, his face flushed, clearly having indulged in drink. He shot a disdainful glance at Pang Xiong, muttering, what is all this noise about? Pang Xiong shot back, what is your problem? I was born with a loud voice. If you can't handle it, you'd best leave. The bald man sprang to his feet, cursing under his breath, while the others at his table stood up as well. Pang Xiong was not one to back down. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to confront them, and it appeared a fight was imminent. At that moment, the innkeeper's wife rushed out from behind the counter. Placing herself between the two parties, gentlemen, let us keep the peace. There is no need for hostility. Look at the time. It's nearly 7 o'clock. Our establishment's signature song and dance performance is about to begin. Please do us the honor of sitting down and enjoying the show. With her intervention, both sides calmed down considerably, exchanging glares, but ultimately returning to their seats to continue their meals. Soon the lights dimmed, and music began to play as two young girls stepped into the center of the dining area to perform. One of the girls was the same one who had been waving the flag by the roadside. It seemed that once their customer quota was filled, she returned to perform, truly a product of the exploited lower class. The two girls had splendid figures and were quite attractive, dressed in revealing attire. They began to sway their hips to the music, enticing the diners at the various tables. They gently traced their hands over their bodies, caressing their curves. Her waist swayed with a graceful fluidity, her hips slightly arched, exuding an exquisite allure. Her gaze was imbued with charisma, at times dreamy and at others fiery, captivating all who beheld her. Her lips parted ever so slightly, each movement infused with power and rhythm. As her body pirouetted through the air, her skirt billowed around her. The energy of their dance was fervent and intoxicating, soon leaving them glistening with sweat. Despite the frigid temperature of a night in the ice plains, the warmth of the roaring fireplace in the restaurant enveloped them. Under the influence of alcohol and hormones, the patrons felt no chill. Instead, they were engulfed in a feverish heat. Fat Bear took a sip of his drink, wiped the sweat from his brow, and fixated his gaze on the dancing maiden, exclaiming to Ma Xiaoxi, what a vigorous performance. That figure is simply astounding. The bald man at the neighboring table seemed to have forgotten his earlier displeasure, fully engrossed in the appreciation of the artistry, continuously cheering. At that moment, someone from another table tossed several bills into the dance floor, teasingly calling out, take off a piece. Clearly, this individual was a regular in such settings. One girl, upon noticing the money, began to twist and slowly removed her bra, tossing it to the generous patron. This act appeared to ignite a fervor within the restaurant, as other guests followed suit, throwing money onto the dance floor. Fat Bear, unable to contain his excitement, joined in, tossing several hundred yuan into the fray. Soon, the two girls were left with only stockings clinging to their slender legs. The bald man, thoroughly caught up in the spectacle, threw a substantial amount, estimating around 2,000, and shouted, "Let the boss lady dance." His table of companions began to chant, urging her to join the fray. Observing the bald man's generosity, the other table, recognizing they could not compete, ceased their donations and quietly enjoyed the ensuing performance. The boss lady, seeing the pile of money, smiled broadly, thinking, since the owner holds me in such high regard, I shall show my skills. This woman clad in red claimed to be offering a humble display, yet her dance surpassed that of the two girls by leaps and bounds. Her waist moving as if devoid of bones, each gesture mesmerizing. She frequently directed her charms at the bald man. Fat Bear, unwilling to be overshadowed, pulled out over 3,000 yuan from his wallet without even counting, tossing it into the dance floor to successfully capture the boss lady's attention and response. The bald man, displeased, thought to himself that this hefty figure had previously exchanged harsh words with him, and now he dared to compete for the spotlight. How could he tolerate such insolence? Enraged, the bald man flung 5,000 into the mix, triumphantly glancing at Fat Bear. Just as the boss lady was about to approach him, Fat Bear loudly declared, "Wait. Boss lady, today I am claiming you." With a surge of bravado, he produced a bundle of cash totaling 10,000, slamming it down onto the dance floor. This action effectively extinguished the bald man's enthusiasm. He glared at Fat Bear, feeling a mix of disbelief and begrudging acknowledgement of the latter's wealth. Meanwhile, the other table watched in astonishment, pondering where such wealth came from. Their monthly earnings from grueling work barely amounted to a few thousand. Yet here were patrons tossing such sums for mere entertainment. They lamented their gender, wishing they could partake in the dance. Fat Bear reveled in his newfound prominence, basking in the glory of being the center of attention. He provocatively smiled at the bald man's table. One of the bald man's companions remarked, "Brother, do not mind those fools. Let's drink." Fat Bear, having seized the spotlight, relished the bald man's growing frustration, which only fueled his delight. Realizing the outcome of the competition, the red-dress boss lady ceased her dance, called the two girls to dress, and attended to the other tables. She personally approached Fat Bear's table to share drinks. At this moment, Fat Bear began to reflect, questioning whether he had acted impulsively and perhaps overindulged in his generosity. He stealthily glanced at Ma Xiaoxi, who appeared unfazed, revealing no signs of approval or discontent. Why was he not attempting to rein him in? Did he also harbor a fondness for the boss lady's type? How amusing it was to think that Ma Xiaoxi, with his prominent brows and large eyes, might share such a preference. However, today the boss lady was certainly his. With this thought, Fat Bear gestured to Ma Xiaoxi, signaling him not to interfere. Ma Xiaoxi laughed and replied, "How could I compete with you? Your rewards are naturally yours." Yet, internally, Ma Xiaoxi was thoroughly entertained, predicting that Fat Bear would soon develop an aversion to women after this night. Fat Bear finally relaxed, engaging in flirtation with the boss lady. She raised her glass, toasting to the three of them, and downed her drink in one go. She remarked to Fat Bear, "This sister is truly a beauty. A perfect match for this handsome gentleman beside her." Zhuo Shan shyly glanced at the boss lady before lowering her head. The boss lady pointed to the silver necklace around Zhuo Shan's neck, exclaiming, "Your necklace is exquisite. Where did you acquire it?" Upon hearing the word necklace, Zhuo Shan involuntarily trembled, hurriedly responding, "It was a gift from someone." Fat Bear, interrupting, said, "Next time, I shall gift you one as well. Let me tell you, I possess some rather unique qualities. Do you know what they are?" Fat Bear began to regale them with his favored risque tales. Chapter 89. Fat Bear, Danger. Ma Xiaoxi was the first to rise, stating, "I will return to the vehicle with Zhuo Shan to rest. Boss lady, please take care of my brother." With that, he put his arm around Zhuo Shan's shoulders and staggered out. "Rest assured," the boss lady replied, watching their affectionate retreat with a smile. Pleased to see Zhuo Shan had successfully captured the driver's attention. Though Fat Bear had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his tolerance was remarkable, and he remained quite lucid. He noted Ma Xiaoxi's unusual behavior. Ordinarily, he would not be so intimate with Zhuo Shan. Who was he trying to impress? However, the boss lady's attentiveness left him overwhelmed, and he chose to ignore Ma Xiaoxi and instead embrace the boss lady, indulging in unwarranted touches. The boss lady pushed his hand away, saying, "Boss, why don't you go wash up first? I will prepare and join you shortly." Fat Bear understood, gleefully rubbing his hands. "Hurry up with the preparations. I'll wash quickly." Meanwhile, the bald man at the neighboring table glared at Fat Bear as he entered a guest room. One of his companions suggested, "Should we teach him a lesson? He ought to learn not to be so arrogant." The bald man nodded. "Later, we will definitely give him a lesson." Zhuoshan and Ma Xiaoxi returned to the transport vehicle. The effects of alcohol had vanished from Ma Xiaoxi, leaving him remarkably clear-headed. Zhuoshan stood rigidly, watching him with confusion, asking, "What are you planning? Why didn't you warn Fat Bear?" Ma Xiaoxi replied, "He needs to learn a lesson, and it's also to deceive your true lady." Zhuoshan countered, "But that would put Fat Bear in danger. The true lady is extremely perilous." Unperturbed by Zhuoshan's concerns, Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "What is the true purpose of the Saintist Church approaching us? From boarding our vehicle to today, with this red-dressed true lady masquerading as an innkeeper, it must all have been premeditated." Noticing Zhuoshan's silence, he continued, "In the Saintist Church, no one treats you as a companion. They merely exploit you. Fat Bear and I are the ones who could be true partners. You may choose your own path." After a moment as contemplation, Zhuoshan lowered her head and replied, "It is for the cargo on your vehicle, specifically the weapons." Ma Xiaoxi was acutely aware that Zhuoshan had already made her choice. However, deep within her subconscious, she remained shackled by the constraints of the Shang Church. She yearned for an opportunity to sever ties with her former self. Ma Xiaoxi inquired, "Is the Shang Church also interested in these crates of weaponry?" Zhuoshan replied, "I truly do not know the specific reasons. You must ask the Zhen Envy to run. There are only 10 Zhen Envy to run within the entire Shang Church, each a master in their own right, directly following the commands of the Shang. Some matters can only be approached at this level. So she possesses more precise and insightful internal information." Yet, a look of concern crossed Zhuoshan's face. This particular Zhen Envy to run was extraordinarily powerful. Anyone she sought to assassinate had no chance of escape. She had previously eliminated several officials at the district leader level and successfully evaded capture. Her actions were meticulous, and she had never failed. Ma Xiaoxi remained calm and said, "You wait in the car." She then turned and exited the vehicle, her figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. In the house, Pang Xiong had just finished bathing and lay naked on the bed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the proprietress. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a waft of fragrance filled the room. The proprietress, adorned in a red dress, gracefully entered, teasingly remarking, "You are quite impatient." Pang Xiong, devoid of patience, lunged forward, his hands roaming. However, his expression suddenly changed. It seemed he had touched something that should not exist. He stared in shock at the proprietress. "Who are you?" Before he could react, the woman in red had already struck, landing a forceful blow to his neck, causing half of his body to go numb. Following this, she executed a spinning kick, her heel connecting with Pang Xiong's chin. His robust frame toppled onto the bed, succumbing to a slumber akin to that of an infant. When he was awakened, he found the woman in red splashing cold water on his face, while he was bound securely, naked, and had a foul piece of cloth stuffed in his mouth. Pang Xiong attempted to speak, but could produce no sound. The woman in red, her smile radiant, caressed his face, saying, "You truly lack common sense. In such a desolate place, you dare to act so recklessly. Answer my questions honestly, or I shall first sever the longest part of you." As she spoke, she placed a large pair of scissors against him, while her other hand retrieved the undergarments from his mouth. "How dare you?" Pang Xiong thought. The woman gently closed the scissors. He immediately relented. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please ask." The woman in red queried, "What is the relationship between your two other friends? Who is the recipient of the weapons you are transporting in this vehicle? Answer truthfully and do not play tricks." Pang Xiong was drenched in sweat, realizing that should he speak, he might receive a quick end. If he remained silent or lied, he would surely become a eunuch. It was an inescapable dilemma. Ma Xiaoxi, come save me. As he pondered his options, a sudden knock echoed at the door. The woman in red frowned, stuffing the cloth back into his mouth. Silently, she approached the door, listening intently, and softly asked, "Who is it?" The person outside did not respond, but increased their knocking, a situation that threatened to attract the attention of those nearby, especially those in the transport vehicle. Reluctantly, the woman in red opened the door. "Up, Eichmann." accompanied by two lackeys, burst in, wielding steel pipes, and forcefully pushed the woman in red against the wall, locking the door behind them. Upon seeing the bald man, Pang Xiong felt a sense of relief akin to reuniting with family, nodding fervently to signal caution regarding the proprietress. The bald man, observing the bound Pang Xiong, chuckled. "You're into some twisted games, huh? No need for me to tie you up." Mistaking Pang Xiong's muffled sounds for insults, the bald man's anger flared. "Today, I will teach you a lesson." He raised the steel pipe to strike Pang Xiong. The two lackeys behind him began to paw at the woman in red. However, in an instant, she seized their hands with immense strength, and they collided with a resounding crash, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The two lackeys collapsed, blood oozing from their orifices. The bald man turned, stunned by the scene before him. Just as he prepared to flee, the woman in red lunged at him with a powerful punch, striking his left chest. Pang Xiong's eyes widened as he witnessed the bald man's back bulge grotesquely. That punch had shattered his ribcage,